Zhang Yang discovered that he could see the maintenance information of items in the courtyard. As long as he completed the repairs, he would be rewarded. Initially, he planned to be a happy maintenance worker, but he unexpectedly found an even more astonishing ability. He could see the maintenance information above the heads of the residents in the courtyard. After 2.5 years of widowhood, Qin Huairu asked him to repair a stool, but he told her that what really needed fixing was herself. Xu Damao, who had struggled with infertility for many years, asked him to fix a table, and he pointed out that the one who needed repair was Xu Damao himself. Lu Xiao'e, Yu Li, Qin Jingru. One by one, the residents discovered the unusual nature of this maintenance worker. "I'm a diligent and honest maintenance worker," Zhang Yang declared, but what he repaired was far more than just objects. It was also hearts and lives. This maintenance worker, with a special ability, was changing the entire courtyard in his unique way. Chapter 1. Traveling through the courtyard, the golden finger arrives. Brain storage. In 1960, in the city of Beijing. Courtyard number 95, Nanluo Guxiang, east wing of the central courtyard. Zhang Yang woke up slowly from his bed. Suddenly, a wave of unfamiliar memories flooded into his mind. After a while, Zhang Yang finally opened his eyes again. That's right, he had crossed over into this world filled with love in the courtyard. The courtyard was filled with all kinds of animals. His former self was also named Zhang Yang, a maintenance worker in the machinery repair workshop of the Hongqing steel plant in Beijing that a few days ago, while repairing a high-altitude piece of equipment, he unfortunately fell from a height and was seriously injured. Although the factory provided timely rescue, due to the medical level of the era, after the hospital declared there was no hope for recovery, he was sent back home to recover. After struggling for a few hours on the bed at home, his lonely former self ultimately passed away, and it was at that moment that Zhang Yang crossed over. Just as Zhang Yang felt pain all over his body, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening the super maintenance worker system. Repairing items will earn rewards newbie gift package. Super physique, 1,000 cubic meters of personal space. As a warm current flowed into his body, Zhang Yang immediately felt much lighter, and he realized he could control the space in his mind with his thoughts. At this moment, Zhang Yang finally had the strength to focus on the other items in the room. Dirty wooden table, years of use have left it covered in stains. It feels unclean. Repair reward. 10 yuan for 2 pounds of white rabbit candy. Torn socks, long-term pressure from the big toe has caused it to break. Repair reward. 5 yuan for 2 pounds of apples. Leaking porcelain basin. Severe impact has caused the enamel to chip. Repair reward. 15 yuan for 30 pounds of rice at a window with a missing corner, a broken stool, a cracked pair of rubber shoes. Blinking his eyes to dismiss the pop-up, Zhang Yang finally confirmed that this was not an illusion. He had indeed crossed over into a world filled with love in the courtyard and awakened the system that he could see the information of items that needed repair, and it seemed he could also receive rewards after the repairs. Although these rewards seemed modest, one had to consider the era. In the 1960s, most workers earned only 20 to 30 yuan a month, and farmers earned even less. If he could simply repair something and earn dozens of yuan in rewards along with extra supplies, then his life would be incredibly happy. After understanding the value of this golden finger, Zhang Yang immediately lost interest in his previous life. After all, he had been an orphan in his past life, unburdened by ties, so he could enjoy this life without thoughts of returning. However, getting the rewards was the real deal. To avoid being disappointed, Zhang Yang decided to find an item that needed repair to experiment with first. Looking at the many items in the room that could be repaired, Zhang Yang quickly chose the simplest one: torn socks. Determined, Zhang Yang found the sewing kit at home and began to thread the needle, sewing up the hole in the socks. After he clumsily finished sewing the hole, a prompt appeared in his mind. Repair completed. Torn socks. Repair reward issued successfully. Zhang Yang immediately noticed that his empty personal space had gained a few items: a 5 yuan bill and 2 apples. With a thought, a large, red apple appeared in his hand. It seemed this apple weighed about a pound. After quickly devouring the apple, Zhang Yang felt more energized. Next, he experimented with his personal space. Through trial and error, he discovered that outside items could also be stored in the system, as long as they did not exceed the size of the system space. By placing his hand on the item he wanted to store and concentrating, he could bring it into the space. When taking items out, he didn't have to use his hands. He could choose where to release them with his thoughts, but the distance could not exceed 3 meters from himself. Understanding this, Zhang Yang was like a child who had received a new toy, constantly collecting and releasing items around the house. It wasn't until he heard noises from the courtyard outside that Zhang Yang hurriedly lay back down. After all, given his injuries, it was already a miracle that he had survived, and it would be absurd to get up immediately. Not long after Zhang Yang lay back down, someone opened the door to the room. He squinted a peek and saw that it was Yi Zhonghai, He Yuzhu, and Qin Huairu who entered. Zhuzi, go check if Zhang Yang is still breathing. If he's not, hurry up and notify the street and the factory. After speaking, Yi Zhonghai did not wait for Xiao'e to act before complaining to Qin Huairu. Huairu, didn't I tell you? Take things little by little. The factory just sent so many condolence items to Zhang Yang's house yesterday, and today they're all gone. How can he eat so much when he's a seriously injured patient who can't even get out of bed? If the factory finds out, we'll be in trouble. Once Zhang Yang is gone, those things will be ours anyway. So why the rush? Upon hearing Yi Zhonghai's complaints, Qin Huairu immediately showed an extremely aggrieved expression and replied somewhat mournfully to Yi Zhonghai. Uncle, I only took a little millet to make porridge yesterday. I really didn't touch anything else. I genuinely don't know where the other things went. Although Qin Huairu spoke sincerely, she had long suspected that the items were taken by Jia Zhang or Bang Gong. She said this only to counter Yi Zhonghai's words and maintain her White Lotus image. Sure enough, after hearing Qin Huairu's words, Xiao'e immediately spoke up. Uncle, don't you know what kind of person Sister Qin is? These things definitely weren't taken by her. It's more likely that Aunt Zhang's habit of taking advantage has acted up again. You could just let her bring back some things later. There's no need to make such a fuss. While speaking, Xiao'e approached to check Zhang Yang's breath. He's still breathing. Uncle, Zhang Yang is still breathing. Upon hearing Xiao'e's words, both Yi Zhonghai and Qin Huairu's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. But Qin Huairu was only thinking about the condolence items sent by the factory, while Yi Zhonghai was concerned about Zhang Yang's savings over the years and the room he lived in. Just as Yi Zhonghai was about to say something, another set of footsteps suddenly approached from outside the door. Then a middle-aged man who resembled Lu Hai walked in. Oldie, how is Xiao'e? Is he feeling any better? Upon hearing the visitor's question, Yi Zhonghai's expression instantly turned sour, and he gently shook his head. Chapter 2. The Disappearing Milk Powder. Through the memories of the original body, Zhang Yang recognized that he was the apprentice of Lu Meng, a level 8 maintenance worker in the mechanical repair workshop of the steel plant. Perhaps because the original body was an orphan, Lu Meng had always treated Zhang Yang, this apprentice, with extra care. On the day of the accident, Lu Meng was not at the steel plant. Otherwise, he would never have allowed Zhang Yang to perform such dangerous high-altitude maintenance work. By the time he learned about the incident, Zhang Yang had already sustained serious injuries. However, it was precisely due to his insistence that the steel plant had continued to rescue Zhang Yang for so long. Otherwise, he would have been sent home to recover long ago. When Lu Meng arrived, Zhang Yang, after a brief moment of thought, gently coughed and pretended to be on the verge of waking up. After all, he would wake up sooner or later. It was better to wake up early than late. As for whether he would frighten everyone upon waking, Zhang Yang had not considered this at all. The human body is truly a mysterious thing. During the war, some people survived after being shot multiple times, while others died from a single bullet. Who can say for certain? Compared to the battle heroes who survived being shot multiple times, Zhang Yang's fall from 8 or 9 meters high was nothing. Cough, cough, cough. Although Zhang Yang's cough was light, it was heard clearly by everyone in the room. Upon hearing the sound, Lu Meng quickly walked to Zhang Yang's bedside. Under his hopeful gaze, Zhang Yang slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Lu Meng, a tough man with red eyes because of his awakening, a warm current surged in Zhang Yang's heart. He had to admit that it felt wonderful to be cared for. Xiao'e, you're finally awake. You scared your master to death. How do you feel now? Is there anywhere still hurting? Just bear with it. Master will carry you to the hospital right away. After saying this, Lu Meng was about to carry Zhang Yang. Hearing Lu Meng's words, Zhang Yang stopped him from carrying him and gently said to him, Master, no need. I feel much better now. I don't need to go to the hospital for the time being. I'm really hungry. Can you give me something to eat? Upon hearing this, Lu Meng instantly smiled and happily said to Zhang Yang, feeling hungry is a good thing. It means your internal organs are fine. As long as a person can eat, there's no big problem. After comforting Zhang Yang, Lu Meng immediately turned to Yi Zhonghai and asked, Old E, where did you put the consolation items sent to Xiaoyang? Hurry up and bring them out. Xiaoyang needs nutrition right now, and those items are essential for his recovery. Upon hearing Lu Meng's inquiry, Yi Zhonghai's old face turned pig liver color. He first shot a fierce glare at Qin Huairu and then smiled at Lu Meng, saying, Old Lu, I put those things at my home. It's more convenient for me to prepare them for Xiaoyang, right? Just wait. I'll go back and get them right now. Hearing this, although Lu Meng's face flashed with displeasure, he didn't say much. After all, he thought Yi Zhonghai's reasoning was somewhat acceptable. So he nodded and, in a slightly threatening tone, said to Yi Zhonghai, it was one thing to put those consolation items at your home when Xiaoyang was unconscious. Now that Xiaoyang is awake, it's better to return those items to their rightful owner. Okay. Don't worry, old Lu. I'll go back and get them right now. After saying this, Yi Zhonghai exchanged glances with Qin Huairu and Shaju, and then, under Yi Zhonghai's lead, the three of them left Zhang Yang's room together. Once outside, Yi Zhonghai spoke angrily to Qin Huairu. Huairu, hurry home and bring back Zhang Yang's things. You must bring everything back intact. Otherwise, if this gets out, my old face will be completely lost. Yi Zhonghai, can't do something like stealing consolation items. Seeing the expression on Yi Zhonghai's face, Qin Huairu knew he was genuinely angry, as she quickly put on a pitiful look and assured Yi Zhonghai, Don't worry, Uncle Yi. I'll go back and get them right now. I will absolutely not let your reputation be tarnished. After saying this, Qin Huairu ran back to the Jia family across the street with red eyes, leaving the father and son behind, staring blankly at her retreating figure. Uncle Yi, you shouldn't say that about Sister Qin. She didn't take the things, saying that must hurt her feelings. Looking at his good son who was being toyed with by Qin Huairu, Yi Zhonghai was momentarily unsure whether to be happy or worried. After a while, he finally replied to Shaju, Don't worry, Zhuzi. I'm not doubting Huairu's character. I'm just afraid Jia Zhang and her family will cause trouble. When Huairu brings back the items later, if anything is missing, I'll help her make it up. Upon hearing this, the image of Yi Zhonghai as a righteous foster father grew even taller in Shaju's mind. After a while, Qin Huairu, Jia Zhang, and Bang Geng each carried some items and walked over. Seeing Jia Zhang with her bulging belly and Bang Geng, Shaju couldn't help but speak up, Hey, Aunt Zhang, Bang Geng, are you two learning to walk like Lu Haizhong today? Shaju, you deadbeat. As soon as Jia Zhang opened her mouth, a large amount of white unknown liquid spewed out. Seeing this scene, Yi Zhonghai immediately turned red with anger. Huairu, what's going on? Under the gaze of Shaju and Yi Zhonghai, Qin Huairu slowly began to explain the situation. It turned out that Zhang Yang's consolation items were quite a lot, including 5 pounds of rice, 5 pounds of flour, 4 bottles of fruit canned food, 1 pound of sugar, 20 eggs, and 2 cans of the most precious milk powder. After Jia Zhang and Bang Geng brought these items back, the more they looked at the milk powder, the more curious and greedy they became. They had eaten the other items before, but they had never tasted milk powder. Thus, the two of them, having reached a consensus, decided to try the milk powder together. After drinking a small bowl of milk made from the milk powder, they were instantly tempted by the delicious milk flavor. Later, Jia Zhang, citing Bang Geng's young age, made him a small bowl and prepared a large bowl for herself. But how could the crafty Bang Geng just let that slide? While Jia Zhang was not paying attention, he quietly made himself a large bowl. When Jia Zhang discovered this, she felt cheated and made herself another bowl. Seeing this, Bang Geng felt cheated again, and so, after a series of back-and-forth antics, an entire can of milk powder was consumed by the two of them, and they both ended up looking like big-bellied figures. After hearing Qin Huairu's recounting and seeing the two big-bellied people, Yi Zhonghai suddenly felt a surge of anger, wishing he could kick each of their bellies. Right now, Lu Meng was waiting next door for the consolation items, and even if he had money, how could he quickly get another can of milk powder? Just as Yi Zhonghai was distressed about what to do, Lu Meng, who had been waiting in the next room for a long time without results, finally came to the door. Chapter 3. The Broken Rolling Pin. Oldie, what's going on? It's just a short distance. Why haven't you come back for so long? Seeing Lu Meng take the initiative to come over, Yi Zhonghai was left with no choice but to flatter Lu Meng, saying, Old Lu, can I discuss something with you? Under Lu Meng's puzzled gaze, Yi Zhonghai continued to persuade him. Old Lu, there's an elderly widow in our yard who is nearly 80 years old. You know about this, right? Her sons are all said to be martyrs, and she once made military boots for our army. Don't you think we should help someone like her?" After hearing Yi Zhonghai's words, Lu Meng also fell silent, looking at Yi Zhonghai with clear eyes, wanting to see what kind of excuse Yi Zhonghai could come up with. Seeing that Lu Meng wasn't saying anything, Yi Zhonghai could only awkwardly continue speaking to himself. "Old Lu, the old lady's health hasn't been great lately, so I kindly borrowed a can of milk powder from Zhang Yang's care package to help her regain her strength." Upon hearing this, Lu Meng's expression suddenly changed drastically, and Yi Zhonghai quickly continued, "Don't worry, old Lu, I will definitely return a can of milk powder within 3 days. That I won't delay Xiao Yang's recovery. After all, I'm a level 8 fitter in the factory. I wouldn't ruin my reputation over a can of milk powder." After listening to Yi Zhonghai's words, Lu Meng's expression changed multiple times. After thinking for a while, he decided to temporarily let the matter slide for the sake of Yi Zhonghai's status as a level 8 fitter. But he still warned Yi Zhonghai, "Old Yi, there's a saying that taking without asking is considered theft. Your actions may not be outright stealing, but taking things from an injured neighbor to do good doesn't sound very good either if it gets out. However, since you've spoken up, I'll give you this favor. You said 3 days, so it shall be 3 days. I want to see a brand new can of milk powder after 3 days, or else." Although Lu Meng didn't finish his sentence, the implied threat was evident. After hearing Lu Meng's words, Yi Zhonghai shot a fierce glare at the Jia family before taking his things and heading to Zhang Yang's room with Lu Meng. Upon seeing the items Yi Zhonghai had set down, Lu Meng was instantly furious and loudly questioned Yi Zhonghai, "Old Yi, the quantity of these supplies doesn't add up, does it? Besides the 2 cans of milk powder I sent, I remember that Xiao Yang's care package had quite a bit more, right? There should be 5 pounds of rice, 5 pounds of flour, 4 bottles of canned fruit, 1 pound of sugar, and 20 eggs. Even if, as you said, 1 can of milk powder was taken for that old lady, the quantities of the other items still don't match up. Do they? Did they all get eaten by the unconscious Xiao Yang? Or did you take them to help someone else again?" Faced with Lu Meng's sarcastic remarks, Yi Zhonghai could only smile wryly and go home to fetch some missing rice and flour to make up for it. It's no wonder Lu Meng was so concerned. These days were tough. Not to mention eggs, sugar, and canned fruit. Even staple grains like rice and flour were considered luxury items. Most common people would be grateful just to have a bowl of cornmeal porridge to drink. If it weren't for Zhang Yang getting injured while repairing factory equipment, the rolling mill wouldn't have provided him with these items. The 2 cans of milk powder were also something Lu Meng had gone to great lengths to obtain, spending most of the industrial coupons he had saved up over half a year to buy at a high price of 10 yuan per can. Nowadays, most people couldn't earn even 10 yuan a month, so Lu Meng's efforts to help Zhang Yang with the milk powder showed how much he valued him. After replenishing the items, Yi Zhonghai felt too embarrassed to stay any longer. After he left, Lu Meng opened a can of fruit and handed it to Zhang Yang. "Xiao Yang, have some canned fruit to tide you over. I'll cook a big pot of white rice porridge for you and throw in a few eggs. I tell you, whole eggs are the best for nourishment. They can even grow into little chicks. You can't keep being so stubborn in the future." Watching his busy master and listening to his rambling teachings, Zhang Yang felt that this era was quite nice. Although the material wealth of this time was not as abundant as in later generations, the feelings between people were more genuine. Since he had unexpectedly arrived in this era, he was determined to live a wonderful life here. After Lu Meng cooked the porridge and watched Zhang Yang eat almost half of it along with the eggs, he happily said, "Good. If you can eat, you can work. Seeing you eat so well, I can finally relax. Xiao Yang, you don't have to worry about work during this time. Just stay home and recover well. Once you're fully healed, you could go back to the factory. This is a work-related injury, and during your recovery, your salary will continue, plus an additional nutrition allowance that we won't take advantage of the public, but we can't be too honest either. Do you understand?" "Okay, master, I understand." Seeing Zhang Yang nod obediently, Lu Meng finally instructed him, "All right, that's it for today. I should head home. I'll come back to see you after work tomorrow. If you really need something while I'm gone, just call old E for help. Although he's not the best person, he cares about his reputation. As long as you call out loudly, he'll definitely help you. Just be careful while I'm away. And if anything happens where you get bullied, let me know when I come back. Understood?" "Okay, master, I understand." As Lu Meng slowly left the courtyard, Zhang Yang finally understood the difference between a master and a mentor. With the recovery of his super physique, Zhang Yang felt that aside from still being a bit weak, there was nothing else uncomfortable about him. To avoid drawing too much attention, Zhang Yang chose not to go out, but instead observed the courtyard through the door crack, the incandescent bulb that cannot shine. Overloaded current has melted its filament, but there's still hope. Repair reward. 10 yuan for 5 gene of pork. Loose floor. Tiles years of stepping have made it wobble. Repair reward. 50 yuan for a bicycle ticket. Just as Zhang Yang was carefully examining what items in the courtyard could be repaired, suddenly, a strange repair message caught his attention in front of the Jia family. Broken rolling pin. Long-term corrosion by some liquid has made it brittle. I'm just a rolling pin. Please do not use me for strange things. Repair reward. 100 yuan for 5 sets of intimate underwear. Upon seeing this repair message, a series of question marks appeared in Zhang Yang's mind. How exactly did the Jia family's rolling pin break? Zhang Yang was filled with curiosity. Chapter 4. 300 yuan. While Zhang Yang was hiding inside the house observing what could be repaired in the courtyard, the Jia family across the street was having a fierce argument. With his exceptional hearing, Zhang Yang listened to the argument clearly. Huairu, I don't care what method you use. You must give me a can of milk powder within 2 days. Otherwise, just wait for Jia Zhangshi and Bang Gung to go to jail. Seeing the dark expression on Yi Zhonghai's face, Qin Huairu knew that Yi Zhonghai was genuinely angry. If she didn't quickly appease him, something serious might happen. So she quickly blinked her big, watery eyes and pleaded with Yi Zhonghai. Uncle Yi, you know our family situation. Where can I get a can of milk powder? You're trying to force me to death. As she cried, looking pitiful, Yi Zhonghai remained unmoved. However, his eldest son, Xiao'e, couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up. Uncle Yi, didn't you just say that once Sister Qin gets the stuff back, if anything is missing, you would help her make it up? Why are you forcing Sister Qin like this? It's just a can of milk powder. You can't go back on your word, can you? Upon hearing Xiao'e's words, the Jia family members immediately showed expressions of delight, while Yi Zhonghai looked as if he had swallowed a fly. Backstabbed by his own son Xiao'e. Yi Zhonghai almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. But Yi Zhonghai was a seasoned player and wouldn't quietly take such a loss over a bit of face like Xiao'e. So he pretended to be in a difficult situation and said to Xiao'e, Zhuzi, it's not that Uncle Yi doesn't keep his word. It's just that I don't have any milk powder. Look, I just made up for the rice and flour that were missing for the Jia family, right? I really can't do anything about the milk powder. Seeing Yi Zhonghai directly give up, Xiao'e fell silent as well. After all, being called Xiao'e didn't mean he was really stupid. Milk powder was always in short supply nowadays, although it only cost a few yuan a can at the department store. Ordinary people found it hard to get milk powder tickets. Without a ticket, even if you offered double the money, it would be difficult to buy it. Although Xiao'e was good at cooking and managed to get by in the steel mill canteen, he wouldn't be able to get a milk powder ticket either. Seeing that her protector Xiao'e had also given up, Qin Huairu had no choice but to step in again. With red eyes, she put on a pitiful look and said to the father and son, Uncle Yi, Zhuzi, I beg you, please think of a way to help me get a can of milk powder to return to Zhang Yang. I promise I will pay you back later. Upon hearing Qin Huairu's words, Yi Zhonghai immediately cursed in his heart. Pay back? What are you going to pay back? With your family situation, are you going to pay with meat? However, if it were really to pay with meat, it didn't seem impossible, As Yi Zhonghai thought about it, a lewd smile appeared on his face. Seeing this, Qin Huairu was immediately frightened and took a few steps back. But coincidentally, as she stepped back, she tripped over a stool in the room. When Xiao'e saw his goddess Qin Jie about to fall, he suddenly burst forth with 200 of his potential and rushed over, wanting to catch Qin Huairu. However, Xiao'e was ultimately a step too late. By the time he rushed over, it was too late to catch her, and he could only instinctively reach out to grab Qin Huairu's clothes. As a result, whether it was because of the poor quality of Qin Huairu's clothes or Xiao'e's excessive strength, there was a tearing sound, and Qin Huairu's top was instantly ripped open. Suddenly, a big red apron with a pattern of mandarin ducks playing in the water was revealed. In an instant, the room fell into an eerie silence. 3 seconds later, a scream like that of a slaughtered pig erupted from the Jia family. Jia Zhangshi, while shielding Qin Huairu behind her, cried and wiped her tears. Old Jia, Dongshu, come up and take a look. Xiao'e is bullying our widow and orphan. Hurry up and take him away. Amidst her anger and grief, Jia Zhangshi continued to curse while spitting out an unclear white liquid, a scene that almost caused Yi Zhonghai to wet himself. Although both the sight of Qin Huairu's exposed body and Jia Zhangshi spitting white liquid were quite entertaining for Yi Zhonghai. Seeing that Jia Zhangshi was about to escalate the matter, he decided to step in and say a few words. He first glanced at Qin Huairu's assets with lingering interest and then spoke with a warm tone. "Zhuzi, how could you do this to Huairu? If this gets out, how will Huairu live in the future? How will you get married?" At this moment, Xiao'e also realized he had caused a huge disaster. But he couldn't help but steal glances at Qin Huairu while trying to defend himself. "Uncle Yi, Aunt Jia, and Sister Qin, I really didn't mean to. I just saw Sister Qin was about to fall, so I wanted to help her. I really didn't mean to take advantage of her. After all these years, you all know what kind of person I am, right?" Indeed, the people in the room could be said to know him better than he knew himself. They all understood Xiao'e's lecherous and timid character. If Xiao'e really had such guts, he would have been tired of eating meat after all these years. At this point, Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu had also recovered from their initial shame and anger. With their rational minds taking over, they began to think about how to use this incident to gain benefits. After exchanging glances, Jia Zhangshi spoke to Xiao'e. "Xiao'e, in light of your father, He Daqing, I won't make it difficult for you." Just as Xiao'e was about to thank Jia Zhangshi for the first half of her sentence, he heard the second half that made him furious. 300 yuan. "Xiao'e, you owe us 300 yuan, and this matter will be settled. If you don't pay, just wait to go to jail, you old lecherous bachelor." Upon hearing Jia Zhangshi's conditions, Xiao'e smiled in anger, suppressing the impulse to punch the fat woman to death, and said word by word, "Aunt Jia, do you know how much 300 yuan is? Not to mention that I can't save up 300 yuan even if I scrimp and save for a year. But Qin Jie's bride price was only 10 yuan back then. You want 300 yuan? That's absolutely impossible." Although Jia Zhangshi knew her asking price was a bit outrageous, Xiao'e's attitude still displeased her. So she turned to the silent Yi Zhonghai and said, "Uncle, you judge this. My daughter-in-law's pure body was seen by Xiao'e. Is it too much to ask him for a little bit of compensation?" Chapter 5, forget it. Just as Yi Zhonghai was pretending to cough and preparing to express his opinion, Xiao'e suddenly spoke up. "Aunt Jia, I'm not the only one who saw Sister Qin's body. Uncle Yi saw it too." Xiao'e had a bit of cleverness. He knew that Jia Zhangshi was trying to extort him today, so he dragged his good stepfather Yi Zhonghai into the mess, completely stirring the waters. Xiao'e believed that his good stepfather would definitely have a way to deal with Jia Zhangshi. Although Xiao'e's plan was good, Yi Zhonghai felt uncomfortable. In just one day, he had been backstabbed by his eldest son Xiao'e twice, which was hard for him to accept. After hearing Xiao'e's words, Jia Zhangshi seemed to wake up from a dream. She inwardly cursed herself for almost letting a big fat sheep go. Then she seriously turned to Yi Zhonghai and said, "Uncle Yi, Xiao'e is right. You also saw my daughter-in-law's pure body, so you should pay a little compensation, considering you are the eldest in the courtyard and also Master Dongshu Sr. How about you compensate 290 yuan? At this moment, Qin Huairu, who was hiding behind Jia Zhangshi, spoke up. "Mom, over the years, Uncle has treated our family well. In my opinion, he should just compensate 250 yuan, and that's it." Just as Yi Zhonghai was about to speak, he couldn't hold back any longer after hearing Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu colluding to extort money. He immediately shouted at the two of them, "Enough. Shut up." After all, Yi Zhonghai had been in charge of the courtyard for many years and was the backbone of the Jia family. Thus, he still held some prestige in the hearts of Qin Huairu and Jia Zhangshi. Seeing that Yi Zhonghai was genuinely angry, the two stopped making a scene and quietly waited for Yi Zhonghai to make the final decision. "Sister-in-law, considering old Jia and Dongshu, let me say something fair. This matter today must be Zhubu's fault." Yi Zhonghai began by selling his good son, then continued, "But this matter today can't be entirely blamed on Zhubu. After all, he didn't do it on purpose, so sister-in-law, asking for 300 yuan in compensation is indeed asking for too much. In my opinion, let Zhubu compensate Huairu 10 yuan today, which is already quite a lot." After hearing Yi Zhonghai's words, Jia Zhangshi was immediately furious. Although she knew that asking for 300 yuan was indeed asking for too much, Yi Zhonghai's offer of 10 yuan was still far below her expectations. So, Jia Zhangshi immediately shouted angrily at Xiao'e, "Nonsense. Who knows if Xiao'e did it on purpose? He's almost 30 and a single man. What can't he do? I think Xiao'e did it on purpose. But since you, uncle, have spoken, considering you are Dongshu's master, I will give you face. A flat rate of 200 yuan, not a cent less. Upon hearing Jia Zhangshi's words, Xiao'e was stunned. What? I'm a 25-year-old lad, and I've turned into a nearly 30-year-old single man? This was something he couldn't tolerate, so he angrily shouted at Jia Zhangshi, Aunt Jia, who are you trying to disgust? You old hag, do you have the nerve to talk about me? Don't you see how old Jia and little Jia ended up? Do you believe I won't kick you to death? Xiao'e was originally just giving Jia Zhangshi face for Qin Huairu's sake, but he didn't seem to be any weaker than Jia Zhangshi. Didn't you see how even Xu Damao, who was so eloquent, couldn't negotiate well in front of him? Xiao'e's words hit Jia Zhangshi hard. She came from the old society and had a deep respect for these superstitions, often doubting whether she was the cause of her husband and son's deaths. Stimulated by Xiao'e, Jia Zhangshi's eyes immediately turned red. She no longer cared about protecting Qin Huairu behind her, and, after gathering her strength, charged at Xiao'e like a wild boar. Xiao'e felt a rush in his throat after being hit by Jia Zhangshi, as if something was about to surge out, and he got angry too, leading to a physical fight between the two. Jia Zhangshi was already heavy, and with her ambush, Xiao'e was caught off guard by her sneaky attack. After grabbing Xiao'e's vital part, Jia Zhangshi showed disdain, and just as she was about to mock Xiao'e, Zhonghai shouted loudly again, enough. If you're not afraid of losing face, keep making a scene. I will go notify the courtyard to hold a general meeting. After saying this, Zhonghai walked towards the door. Seeing this, Jia Zhangshi quickly let go and softened her tone towards Zhonghai. Uncle, you say whatever you want. We will listen to you. Zhonghai scanned the crowd, and after seeing Xiao'e and Qin Huairu nodding, he slowly spoke, I will mediate for you one last time. If this doesn't work, you can either hold a general meeting or report to the street. After saying this, Zhonghai continued, Zhubu, you will compensate the Jia family 20 yuan, and this matter ends here. As for the Jia family, if you don't agree, don't come to my or Zhubu's door in the future. Jia Zhangshi initially wanted to bargain further, but seeing Qin Huairu signaling her, she temporarily gave up on making a fuss. After all, she could distinguish between a full meal and a starving one over the years. Xiao'e and Zhonghai had helped the Jia family many times. If this matter caused them to offend them, it would be a loss. After a difficult decision, Jia Zhangshi spoke to Xiao'e, for uncle's sake, you can compensate 20 yuan. If you dare to take advantage of my daughter-in-law again, I'll make sure to tear your 2 eggs off. After saying this, Jia Zhangshi turned to Zhonghai and said, Uncle, you must have seen my daughter-in-law's pure body. You should compensate a little, right? Still considering Dongshu's face, I think 5 yuan is not too much. It must be said that Jia Zhangshi was quite clever. The 5 yuan she offered was exactly the limit Zhonghai would accept. Although Zhonghai was angry that Jia Zhangshi was extorting him, he thought it was hard to negotiate this matter, so he didn't want to argue with her anymore. After all, it was just 5 yuan, and he really didn't care much about it. However, while he could give the money, he also had to maintain his image as uncle. Unlike Xiao'e, who was a single man, he was married. If this matter spread, not to mention the neighbor's gossip, even his wife would get angry with him. So, after thinking it over, Zhonghai said to Jia Zhangshi, sister-in-law, I can give you this 5 yuan, but it's not compensation to your family. It's my goodwill to help you, because I see your family is having a hard time. Don't get that wrong. Okay. Upon hearing this, Jia Zhangshi quickly agreed. As for her, getting the money was enough. Whether it was called compensation or assistance, she didn't care at all. Just as Xiao'e and Zhonghai were about to go back to get the money, Qin Huairu suddenly spoke up, Uncle, let Zhubu compensate us 20 yuan and just let him bring us a can of milk powder. What do you think? Chapter 6. Changing clothes, Zhonghai hadn't spoken yet when Jia Zhangshi immediately objected. In Jia Zhangshi's view, although milk powder was good, a can of milk powder was no match for 20 yuan. So she quickly interjected, Qin Huairu, have you lost your mind? You don't want a good 20 yuan and want a can of milk powder instead? Are you trying to save money for Xiao'e, the deadbeat? As she spoke, Jia Zhangshi reached out to grab Qin Huairu. Seeing his goddess about to be insulted, Xiao'e couldn't sit still anymore. He shouted loudly at Jia Zhangshi, Aunt Jia, I'll get the 20 yuan right away. Don't bully Sister Qin. After saying this, Xiao'e quickly ran back. Zhang, seeing this, thought to himself that a fool has a fool's fortune and hurriedly left the Jiao family. Once Xiao'e and Zhang left, Qin Huairu complained to Zhang Yang, "You shouldn't have interrupted me just now. Now we've offended both uncle and Xiao'e. What are we going to do about that can of milk powder we owe Zhang Yang?" Hearing this, Zhang nonchalantly replied, "Oh, I thought it was a big deal. Zhang Yang is just like Xiao'e. You just need to go to him and plead a little, and he'll let it go. If that doesn't work, just act pitiful and ask him to be lenient. Treat it like our Jia family owes him. We owe him more than just this one thing, so what's the harm in owing a little more?" Qin Huairu was not as optimistic as Zhang, because this time she needed to deal not with Zhang Yang, but with Zhang Yang's master, Lu Meng. Lu Meng, as an 8th-level worker in the maintenance workshop of the steel rolling mill, often repairs and maintains equipment in various workshops, so Qin Huairu knows him as well. In the steel rolling mill, Lu Meng is much more famous than Zhang, and he is notoriously hard to deal with. Qin Huairu indeed lacks confidence in handling someone like him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have thought of honestly returning the milk powder to Zhang Yang. But now that things have come to this, she can only think of ways to deal with Zhang Yang. Not long after, Xiao'e and Zhang each took money to give to Zhang. Looking at the 2 crisp black $10 bills from Xiao'e, and then at the thick stack of cash from Zhang felt happy, but couldn't help but look down on Zhang. In the evening, when the other residents in the courtyard were almost ready for bed, Qin Huairu quietly walked to Zhang Yang's door. She first tidied her hair, straightened her chest, and then gently knocked on Zhang Yang's door. "Xiao'e, are you asleep? It's your sister Qin." After asking 3 times, Zhang Yang pretended to sound weak and replied softly, "Oh, it's Sister Qin. What do you need? The door isn't locked. Come in." "Okay." After Qin Huairu entered, she first turned on the light in the room and then shifted her gaze to Zhang Yang. She looked pitifully at Zhang Yang, who was lying on the bed, and said, "Xiao'e, you know my family situation. We're a poor widow and orphan, and we can barely make ends meet. But unfortunately, the child is growing and craves food, so I borrowed your milk powder to nourish him. Xiao'e, could you give me some time? Once my family situation improves, I promise to buy milk powder to return to you." After hearing Qin Huairu's words, Zhang Yang feigned confusion and said, "Sister Qin, I heard from my master that my can of milk powder was taken by the old man to help the deaf old lady in the backyard, right? What does that have to do with the child? Is the old man lying?" After being questioned by Zhang Yang, Qin Huairu stammered for a long time before finally biting the bullet and admitting the old man was afraid of affecting the child's reputation. In fact, the milk powder was consumed by the child and his grandmother. "Xiao'e, could you consider my situation as a poor widow and extend the deadline for me a few days?" Seeing Qin Huairu using the pity tactic, Zhang Yang decided to fight fire with fire, and he immediately pretended to be weak and said to Qin Huairu, "Sister Qin, it's not that I don't want to help you. I'm actually waiting for the milk powder to sustain me. Sister, the old man in the courtyard and Xiao'e are both quite wealthy. Why don't you borrow from them first?" Qin Huairu was also a good actress. After being rejected by Zhang Yang, tears welled up in her eyes, and she looked at Zhang Yang with big, watery eyes, aggrieved. If Xiao'e were here, he would probably not last 3 seconds. I don't believe you can resist my widow charm," Qin Huairu thought to herself. Before this, her tactic had indeed been effective against men. Whether it was Xiao'e, Zhang, Xu Damao, or even Zhang Yang in his previous life, they had all succumbed to her charm. But who was Zhang Yang now? He was the little prince of learning Japanese, tested by countless small daily challenges. With Qin Huairu's level of allure, she could only deal with inexperienced men like Xiao'e. Seeing that Zhang Yang remained unmoved, Qin Huairu decisively switched to the caring older sister tactic and said affectionately to Zhang Yang, "Xiao'e, you're injured and living alone isn't convenient, right? I don't have many skills, but I can help you with sewing and washing. How about this if you give me a few days? I'll wash your clothes for a month and help you with the night pot for a week." Sister Qin, don't joke around. In my current state, I don't even have the energy to change clothes, so I don't need your help with that. As for the night pot, my master has already taken care of it, so you don't need to worry about that. Just return the milk powder on time. Otherwise, it won't be easy to explain to my master. Repeated rejections made Qin Huairu determined. She was convinced she could handle this little brat Zhang Yang. She looked softly at Zhang Yang lying on the bed and said, "Xiao'e, you haven't changed clothes for several days, right? You even smell bad now. How about I help you change? Isn't that inappropriate? I'm still a young man. If this gets out, how will I find a wife?" Although Zhang Yang had expressed his refusal, Qin Huairu still eagerly stepped forward to help him change clothes. It was September, and the weather was neither hot nor cold. Since he was lying in bed, Zhang Yang was dressed quite simply, wearing a top and shorts. As Qin Huairu reached out, Zhang Yang's perfectly sculpted physique, enhanced by the system, was revealed, showcasing his strong muscles and prominent features, instantly catching Qin Huairu's eye. "I didn't expect this kid Zhang Yang to have such a good figure. Why didn't I notice it before?" Qin Huairu thought to herself, blushing as she reached out to help Zhang Yang change. "Zhang Yang, don't do this. It's not good if this gets out." Despite Zhang Yang's desperate resistance, Qin Huairu eventually helped him into new clothes. After changing, she blushed and quietly said to Zhang Yang, "Xiao'e, I'll turn off the light first and then help you change your pants. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang quickly refused. "No, Sister Qin. Men and women shouldn't be too close. I'm still a young man, and it wouldn't be good if this got out." Despite Zhang Yang's strong objections, Qin Huairu remained undeterred. After finding 2 pairs of pants from the closet, she temporarily turned off the light in the room. "Sister Qin, no." As Zhang Yang's quiet refusals echoed, accompanied by a rustling sound, Qin Huairu maliciously said, "Xiao'e, it seems your injury is healed. Or else how could you be so energetic? You can't even pull up your pants." When Qin Huairu turned the light back on, both of their faces were flushed. Looking at Qin Huairu holding 2 pairs of pants, a new notification suddenly appeared in Zhang Yang's eyes. "Kind-hearted neighbor in the courtyard, widowed for 2.5 years, suffering from hormonal imbalance, needs maintenance. Maintenance reward, first time 1,000 yuan and a mysterious prize of 1,000 cubic meters of portable space." Seeing this notification, Zhang Yang was shocked. "System, are we going too far? Is this maintenance system really capable of fixing anything? Why does it feel like this maintenance system isn't very serious?" But when Zhang Yang saw the newly appeared maintenance reward, his eyes lit up. Although 1,000 yuan was a significant amount, Zhang Yang didn't care much about it. What he really valued was that 1,000 cubic meters of portable space, along with that unknown mysterious prize. Moreover, the system had stated that this was a first-time maintenance reward, indicating that there would be more in the future. If every time he could receive such generous rewards, then fixing a simple table or stool would be insignificant. Originally, Zhang Yang didn't plan to easily agree to Qin Huairu, but after seeing this new maintenance information, he changed his mind. After all, compared to this maintenance reward, a can of milk powder was nothing. If he wanted to undertake this maintenance task, he had to maintain a good relationship with Qin Huairu. Seeing Zhang Yang staring at her blankly, Qin Huairu felt both shy and happy. Zhang Yang's previous indifference had made her doubt her allure, but seeing his current expression, she couldn't help but regain her confidence. However, being stared at so intently by Zhang Yang made her feel a bit embarrassed. So, Qin Huairu pretended to cough lightly before saying, "Cough, Xiao'e, I'll head back tonight. I'll come to help you with laundry after work tomorrow. As for the milk powder, I hope you can give me a few more days." Being interrupted by Qin Huairu, Zhang Yang immediately reacted and retracted his gaze from her. Then awkwardly smiled and said, "Sorry, Sister Qin, I just thought of something happy, so I got a bit distracted. Regarding the milk powder, I'll discuss it with my master tomorrow. After all, it was my master who bought the milk powder, so I should listen to his opinion." Although Zhang Yang didn't give a definitive answer, his willingness to compromise was already in line with Qin Huairu's expectations. So, after casting a flirtatious glance at the bulge on the bed, Qin Huairu, feeling a bit flustered, bid farewell to Zhang Yang, saying, "Xiao'e, I'll take my leave now." Okay. As soon as Qin Huairu got home, she was immediately questioned by the impatient Jia Zhang. "Huairu, what did that deadbeat Zhang Yang say? Is he still going to pursue the milk powder issue?" Upon hearing this, Qin Huairu first shook her head and then slowly replied, "Not sure. Zhang Yang said he would discuss it with his master tomorrow before making a decision, but I've already talked to him. As long as he doesn't pursue the milk powder issue for the time being, I'll help him with laundry for a month. With that condition in place, I believe Zhang Yang would be willing to give some leeway. Hearing Qin Huairu's answer, Zhang not only wasn't happy, but instead spoke with a displeased expression. Humph. Qin Huairu, you really like doing laundry for other men. One silly pillar isn't enough, and now there's another Zhang Yang. Do you want to wash the clothes of all the men in the courtyard? Zhang's sarcastic remarks genuinely hurt Qin Huairu, and she couldn't help but shed tears as she cried and defended herself. Mom, do you think I want to wash clothes for others? It's not like I have a choice. There are 5 people in our family, and I'm the only one with a fixed amount. I'm just a level 1 worker earning 27.5 yuan a month, and I still have to give you 3 yuan for pension money. How can the remaining money support the whole family? If it weren't for Silly Pillar helping us, we wouldn't have been able to survive. If I don't help him with laundry, would he so willingly give me the lunchbox from the factory? For this family, I work hard every day and still have to do laundry when I come back. Do you know how tired I am? Boo-hoo. If it were Silly Pillar, he might have already been defeated by Qin Huairu's lament, but unfortunately, she was facing Zhang. Zhang wasn't swayed by Qin Huairu's words. She glared at her with her triangular eyes and said harshly, I isn't it because you, a jinx, caused Dongshu to die? If Dongshu were here, he would at least be a level 5 worker now, earning over 60 yuan a month, enough for our family to live well. You useless jinx. After so many years in the factory, you're still a level 1 worker. What a waste of our family's position. Qin Huairu, remember, you're just a country bumpkin. If it weren't for Dongshu marrying you into the city, you would still be in the village hauling dung. Since you inherited our Jia family's position, you need to work hard for us. Otherwise, you could just go back to the countryside. Because Qin Huairu inherited Jia Dongshu's position. The issue of her job had always been a significant reason she couldn't speak up in the Jia family. Seeing Zhang bring up the job issue again and looking at the 3 children in the room, Qin Huairu could only silently cry, no longer arguing with Zhang. Qin Huairu knew that Zhang was afraid she would abandon the 3 children of the Jia family to remarry or take the children with her, leaving her alone. That's why Zhang kept bringing up the job issue. After all, the difficulty of a widowed worker remarrying is entirely different from that of a rural woman. Zhang's words were merely an attempt to control her, but Qin Huairu was clear about her situation. Despite many people, including Silly Pillar, showing interest in her, they only wanted to take advantage. Even Silly Pillar would likely think twice if he were to marry her. Chapter 8. I owe you the next afternoon. Lu Meng indeed came as promised to visit Zhang Yang in the courtyard. As soon as Lu Meng entered, he cheerfully asked Zhang Yang, Xiao'e, do you feel unwell today? Should we go to the hospital? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang quickly got up slowly from the bed. After moving around a bit, he replied to Lu Meng, no need. Master, I feel much better today. Our country is currently short on medicine, so it's better to use those medicines on people who need them more. After hearing Zhang Yang's response, Lu Meng couldn't help but think more highly of his apprentice. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and said to Zhang Yang, that is fine. After all, medicine can be harmful. Since your body is fine now, let recover slowly. Xiao'e, you should lie back down and rest. I'll cook for you. While Lu Meng was cooking, Zhang Yang chatted with him about the milk powder that the Jia family had stolen. Master, do you know? The can of milk powder you got for me wasn't taken by Zhonghai to help that deaf old lady in the backyard. It was stolen by the Jia family. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, Lu Meng immediately got furious and angrily exclaimed, what? That hypocrite, Zhonghai dared to deceive me? Just wait, I'll go find trouble with him now. Saying this, Lu Meng was about to go out to settle accounts with Zhonghai. Seeing this, Zhang Yang quickly stopped him. Master, you should have heard about the Jia family situation. They're all orphans and widows, and they can't afford to pay back. But if we just send them to prison like this, it wouldn't be very humane. So in my opinion, let us give their family a little more time. Just as Lu Meng was pondering this, a light footstep approached, and Qin Huairu walked in carrying an enamel basin. Master Lu, you are here too. Qin Huairu first greeted Lu Meng before continuing to Zhang Yang. Xiao'e, I'm here to help you with laundry. Besides the clothes you changed yesterday, do you have any other clothes? When Lu Meng saw Qin Huairu casually picking up Zhang Yang's dirty clothes, even putting his underwear into the basin, he couldn't hold back any longer. He frowned and said to Qin Huairu, Xiao Yang is still a young man. It's not appropriate for you to wash his clothes like this. If this gets out, who knows what others will say? You know, there are many rumors around widows. After being admonished by Lu Meng, tears welled up in Qin Huairu's big eyes, and she pitifully said to Lu Meng, Master Lu, my mother-in-law was greedy and accidentally ate Xiaoyang's milk powder, and we can't afford to pay. So we can only. Before Qin Huairu could finish her sentence, Lu Meng interrupted. All right, Xiao, I understand your family situation. But as the saying goes, a life for a life. And a debt must be repaid. No one's money comes from the wind. I can understand your family is in difficulty, but that doesn't justify stealing. If hardship allows for theft, wouldn't the entire country be in chaos? After Lu Meng said this, Qin Huairu found herself at a loss for a rebuttal and could only stand there, continuously wiping her tears. Seeing this situation, Lu Meng felt a bit helpless. If Jia Dongxiu were still alive, Lu Meng would have insisted on making him return the stolen goods. But now that the Jia family was left with only widows and orphans, if he pressed too hard, it wouldn't sound good if it got out. This is where the conflict between humanity and legal principles lies. Even if you were right, most people will instinctively sympathize with the weak. Nowadays, reputation is also a very important thing. Lu Meng always felt that it was not worth damaging his and Zhang Yang's reputation for a can of milk powder. After thinking for a while, Lu Meng said to Qin Huairu, Xiao, how about this? We can choose not to report the milk powder theft to the police. But your family must write an IOU for 30 yuan to Xiao'e, and you have to pay him back within a year at the latest. Upon hearing this, Qin Huairu was ready to agree immediately without thinking, as their family had many debts and was not worried about them. But at that moment, Lu Meng continued. To avoid the Jia family not paying back later, you must provide an item as collateral. I heard that when you married Jia Dongxiu, you had a household sewing machine. So let's use that sewing machine as collateral. Seeing that Qin Huairu wanted to argue, Lu Meng quickly interjected, Xiao, you don't intend to deliberately default and refuse to use the sewing machine as collateral, do you? With Lu Meng saying this, the excuse that Qin Huairu had prepared suddenly became hard to articulate. At that moment, Qin Huairu's brain was racing, and she quickly thought of a new excuse. Master Lu, putting aside whether a can of milk powder is worth 30 yuan, our sewing machine cost over 150 yuan. Nowadays, it should still be worth around 100 to 120 yuan. Using it as collateral is indeed too unfair for us, right? How about this? I can find an uncle to help us with a guarantee. This uncle is like you, a level 8 worker at the factory. He wouldn't default over this mere 30 yuan, would he? After listening to Qin Huairu's words, Lu Meng thought for a moment and replied, okay. If you can get old E to help guarantee, then that's fine. Seeing Lu Meng finally relent, Qin Huairu was overjoyed and immediately set aside the laundry she was doing for Zhang Yang and walked out the door. After Qin Huairu left, Lu Meng turned to Zhang Yang and said, Xiao'e, do you think old E would be willing to be this fool? Hearing this, Zhang Yang revealed a mysterious smile and said, in my opinion, Zhonghai definitely wouldn't want to be this fool. But there will definitely be someone willing to be this fool. Not long after, Qin Huairu returned to Zhang Yang's room with Zhonghai and Xiao'e. As soon as they entered, Zhonghai spoke to Lu Meng with a serious expression. Old Lu, this is the chef from our factory's canteen. He used you. You should know him. After hearing about the Jia family situation, he voluntarily offered to help guarantee for them. Since that's the case, let's witness it together. And let Zhuzi help guarantee for the Jia family. What do you think? Although Lu Meng had heard some rumors about Xiao'e and Qin Huairu in the factory, seeing him actively stepping up to help guarantee for the Jia family still surprised Lu Meng greatly. After exchanging a glance with Zhang Yang, Lu Meng nodded and said, good. As long as you old E vouch for it, that's enough. In that case, let's write the IOU. Under the witness of Zhonghai and Lu Meng, Qin Huairu wrote an IOU for Zhang Yang, with Xiao'e as the guarantor. After writing the IOU, they each pressed their fingerprints, and thus, this IOU had legal effect, and the matter of the milk powder was settled. Chapter 9. Universal braised sauce. After Qin Huairu and the others left, Lu Meng jokingly said to Zhang Yang, Xiao'e, I heard that Xiao'e's father, He Daqing, abandoned their siblings for a widow. It seems that Xiao'e really is He Daqing's son. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang couldn't help but smile. At this moment, Lu Meng suddenly became serious and said, Xiao'e, you can't be like Xiao'e, having an unclear relationship with widow Qin. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to find a good wife in the future. If I remember correctly, Xiao'e, you are 22 years old this year. It's time for you to get married. I've been asking around these days to see if there are any suitable girls. Once you're healed, I'll arrange for you to meet them. Although Zhang Yang had lived 2 lives, he was still a solid young man. In his previous life, he did not want to get married, but mainly because he had nothing to offer and didn't dare to pursue a good woman. So when he heard Lu Meng wanted to introduce him to a partner, Zhang Yang unconsciously blushed. He didn't mind Lu Meng's intention to introduce a partner, as this way of marriage was the mainstream at this time. Since he had come to this era, he had to accept it. Moreover, this elder-led matchmaking style of marriage might not necessarily be worse than the so-called free love of later generations. How much of what is called free love is true love? Most of it is just desire and transaction. Furthermore, without moral constraints, the divorce rate in later generations far exceeds that of now, and people's sense of happiness in marriage has greatly decreased. Seeing Zhang Yang blushing and not speaking, Lu Meng knew he was shy, so he did not bring up the matter again in the following time, instead keeping it quietly in his heart. After Zhang Yang finished dinner, Lu Meng bid farewell and left. This time Zhang Yang pretended to be weak and sent Lu Meng out of the courtyard. As they walked, Zhang Yang said to Lu Meng, Master, my health is much better now. Although I can't do heavy work yet, simple tasks like cooking are no problem. You've worked all day and must be tired. Starting tomorrow, you don't need to rush over to cook for me after work. If there's anything, I'll have someone let you know. Lu Meng looked at Zhang Yang upon hearing this, and after considering that he had indeed delayed quite a bit of work these days, he nodded and replied, All right, coincidentally, Master still has some unfinished business these days. Let's do this. I'll come see you in 3 days. That day happens to be the weekend, and I'll go to the market to buy a chicken to make up for you. Upon hearing this, a warm current surged in Zhang Yang's heart again. After sending Lu Meng off, Zhang Yang intentionally walked around the front yard before returning home, during which he greeted the yard's manager, Yin Buguei. The reason Zhang Yang did this was not to please this calculating man, but mainly to let the people in the courtyard accept the news that he was gradually recovering. Otherwise, if a seriously injured person suddenly became lively, it would easily attract others' attention. Soon, Zhang Yang returned to his room. Just as he was lying on the bed, thinking about his future plans, a familiar knocking sound suddenly came from the door. Then, Qin Huairu's voice came in. Xiao'e, are you home? It's your Qin sister. If it weren't for the repair task, Zhang Yang would have definitely sent Qin Huairu away with some excuse, thinking it was better to avoid trouble. But with this repair task, it was different. Zhang Yang wanted to see what the so-called mysterious prize was. So he replied, It's Sister Qin. What can I do for you? The door's not locked. Come in. When Qin Huairu entered, Zhang Yang noticed her eyes were red, as if she had just cried. But before he could ask, Qin Huairu said, Xiao'e, I forgot to take the laundry basin just now. I'm here to get it. By the way, Master Lu just said I shouldn't wash your clothes, fearing it would harm your reputation, so I can't wash them for you. Xiao'e, I've placed your dirty clothes on the stool. Although Zhang Yang didn't care much about Qin Huairu washing clothes, seeing her so quickly turn her back on him made him a bit angry. At the same time, Zhang Yang's understanding of this Qin Balian deepened. Just as he was about to send Qin Huairu away, suddenly, a new repair message appeared in his mind. The hungry neighbor of the courtyard, haven't eaten for several hours? The stomach is suffering greatly. Repair reward. 50 yuan universal braised seasoning 5. A small spoonful each time guarantees your shoe soles will taste good. Damn, this really works? The moment Zhang Yang saw this repair information, his eyes widened in surprise. He really didn't expect that this could count as a repair task. If repairing the stomach also counts as a repair, then this system of his is too perverse, simply godlike in concept. Moreover, this reward is just too in line with his wishes, just when he didn't know how to cook in the future. The system delivered this magical, universal, braised seasoning to him. For the sake of this universal seasoning, he had to complete this task, no matter what. After making up his mind, Zhang Yang pretended to be concerned and spoke to Qin Huairu. Sister Qin, why are your eyes red? Did something sad happen? Qin Huairu, already feeling wronged, immediately began to confide in Zhang Yang with tears in her eyes. Little Yang, Sister Qin has a hard life. Not only has Sister Qin lost her husband at a young age, but she also has an unreasonable, evil mother-in-law. Clearly, it was she who stole your milk powder, causing our family to pay money, yet she insists on blaming me. Tonight, she said I wasted 30 yuan at home, so she won't give me food to eat. I mean, I worked hard all day, came back to clean the house, and they didn't even leave me a bowl of cornmeal porridge. It hurts my heart, boo-hoo. Zhang Yang naturally wasn't interested in judging Jia Zhangshi, as there weren't many good people in this courtyard anyway. He only cared about his repair task. So, he pretended to be sympathetic and said, Sister Qin, how can Aunt Jia do this? How about this? I still have some leftover rice porridge in my pot. If you don't mind, you can have it. Really? Qin Huairu first exclaimed in surprise, then suspiciously said, Little Yang, you aren't trying to take advantage of Sister Qin, are you? After saying that, she glanced at the bulge in Zhang Yang's quilt. Chapter 10. Critical hit reward. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang awkwardly tugged at the quilt, then sincerely said, Sister Qin, how can you think that of me? I just think you have it tough too, so I wanted to help you a little. If you're really not at ease, just go back directly and don't forget to help me close the door before you leave. Zhang Yang's original appearance was already handsome with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, and after the system's enhancement, he gained an inexplicable charm. After getting used to Xiao'e's mature face, Qin Huairu felt that Zhang Yang looked extremely handsome at that moment. I doubt this little brat would dare to have any bad intentions. Since you've spoken up, then Sister Qin won't be polite. With that, Qin Huairu took a spoon and began to eat the rice porridge heartily. It seemed that Qin Huairu hadn't eaten such fine grains for a long time, and since she was very hungry today, Zhang Yang's remaining half pot of rice porridge was soon finished by her. Meanwhile, a reward panel appeared in Zhang Yang's mind. Repair completed. Hungry neighbor of the courtyard. Triggered extra critical hit reward. Successfully awarded the construction worker skills encyclopedia repair reward. In the next moment, in addition to 50 yuan and 5 units of universal braised seasoning being placed in the system space, a large amount of chaotic knowledge surged into Zhang Yang's brain. The working skills of various construction workers, such as bricklayers, tile workers, and stonemasons, were absorbed by Zhang Yang one by one. In just an instant, Zhang Yang became a highly skilled, all-around construction worker. After finishing her meal, Qin Huairu kindly helped Zhang Yang wash the pots and bowls. Then she picked up the laundry basin and quietly said to Zhang Yang, Little Yang, thank you for the rice porridge today. Sister Qin hasn't eaten such fine grains for a long time. If there's nothing else, Sister Qin will go back now. All right then, Sister Qin, take care, and please help me close the door. Seeing that Zhang Yang didn't keep her, Qin Huairu quickly left his house. But once she walked out of Zhang Yang's room, she felt a sense of loss. Although Zhang Yang always denied it, Qin Huairu believed that Zhang Yang had some purpose in letting her eat porridge. Otherwise, who would be willing to give away such good fine grains for free? She had secretly done similar exchanges before. So, Qin Huairu had already tacitly agreed that tonight she could give Zhang Yang a little sweetness. But she didn't expect that Zhang Yang really let her leave without proposing any demands. This gave a considerable blow to Qin Huairu, who was usually very confident in her charm. Recalling the experience of helping Zhang Yang change his pants, Qin Huairu's heart suddenly raced, and her legs unconsciously rubbed together. It seemed that letting Zhang Yang take advantage of her wasn't out of the question. Qin Huairu, what are you thinking? Just as she returned to the Jia family, Qin Huairu hadn't even put down the laundry basin when Jia Zhangshi hit her with a heavy blow. As a seasoned widow, Jia Zhangshi could tell what Qin Huairu was thinking just by looking at her blushing face. So, Jia Zhangshi warned Qin Huairu with a sideways glance. Qin Huairu, let me tell you, if you dare to do anything to hurt Dongshu, don't blame me for hanging you up and parading you through the streets, then sending you back to the countryside. With Jia Zhangshi's interruption, Qin Huairu temporarily stopped thinking about Zhang Yang. After coaxing the children to sleep, Qin Huairu looked at the pitch-black room and tossed and turned, unable to sleep. As the saying goes, at 30, like a wolf, at 40, like a tiger, Qin Huairu, in her 30s, was indeed in her prime. When Jia Zhangshi's snoring began, Qin Huairu quietly got out of bed, ready to find her old friend, the rolling pin. But halfway there, She remembered that the rolling pin had been broken when Bang Gung used it to hit something. So, Qin Huairu could only return to bed reluctantly and tossed and turned until the early hours of the morning before finally falling asleep. The next day, after the residents in the courtyard went to work or school, Zhang Yang, dragging his sickly body, began to do good deeds in the courtyard. Over the years, there had been many loose and broken floor tiles in Yard 95. If they wanted to replace them all with new ones, it would naturally be a huge project. But if it was just to simply repair, reinforce, and level them so they wouldn't shake, it would only be a bit tedious. With so many people in the courtyard, everyone would rather get splashed on rainy days than simply repair these floor tiles together. If it weren't for the repair reward, Zhang Yang wouldn't have been so noble as to do this thankless task alone. But with the repair reward, Zhang Yang didn't mind doing a good deed as well, as it was beneficial for him in terms of fame and fortune. After finding tools like a shovel, pry bar, hammer, and chisel from his room, Zhang Yang slowly began to repair the broken tiles in the courtyard using the construction worker skills he had just acquired. Although the great man had yet to say that famous quote about learning from Comrade Lei, the whole society had already formed a trend of advocating dedication and moral values. Thus, upon seeing Zhang Yang using his recovery time to fix the damaged ground of the courtyard, the aunties and others left in the yard all came to watch his repair actions and unanimously gave him a thumbs up. Little Yang, your awareness is quite high. The ground in our courtyard has been broken for so many years, and you're the first to take the initiative to repair it. Yeah, Little Yang, you're simply a role model for us to learn from. Besides these mainstream praises, there were, of course, some sarcastic comments as well. Sitting at the entrance of the Jia family and making shoe soles, Jia Zhangshi sarcastically said, Zhang Yang, you're so eager to do good deeds now. Is it because you suffered retribution for your past bad deeds and have changed your ways? I don't offend others, but if others offend me, I will definitely retaliate. Upon hearing Jia Zhangshi's mockery, Zhang Yang immediately responded in a sarcastic tone. As for retribution, I'm not sure, but the saying good people don't live long. While disasters last for 1,000 years, sometimes really isn't wrong. Old Jia and Dongshu were such good people. How come both father and son passed away at such a young age? Aunt Jia, if there is really retribution, was it because old Jia and Dongshu did too many bad things? Or were they implicated by someone? Losing her husband early and her son in middle age. These two events were the greatest pains in Jia Zhangshi's heart. Stabbed at the heart by Zhang Yang's words, Jia Zhangshi immediately put down the shoemaking tools, her eyes reddening as she lunged at Zhang Yang. Seeing this, the onlookers, including Aunt Jia, quickly rushed to intervene. Kulme, let Jia Zhangshi come over. My injury isn't fully healed yet, and I was thinking of staying in the hospital for a few more days. If Jia Zhangshi dares to lay a finger on me today, I can help the factory save on medical expenses. Chapter 11. Do you want to help? After hearing Zhang Yang's words, Jia Zhangshi gradually calmed down. Indeed, everyone in the courtyard knew how serious Zhang Yang's injury was. If he were to extort her, it would cost her at least several dozen to 100 yuan in medical expenses. Although old Jia and Dongol were very important to Jia Zhangshi, money was now more important to her. Realizing that she might have to spend a lot of money, Jia Zhangshi turned around, packed up her shoemaking tools, went home, and slammed the door shut, becoming an ostrich. After Jia Zhangshi left, the crowd, seeing that there was no more excitement, dispersed and went home. As Zhang Yang continued with his repairs, several reward panels appeared in his mind. Repair completed. Loose floor tiles. Repair reward successfully issued. Repair completed. Obvious mouse hole. Triggered extra critical reward. Received realistic mouse robot repair reward successfully issued. After finishing lunch at home, Zhang Yang continued to do voluntary labor in the courtyard in the afternoon. When the people who worked in the courtyard returned, they naturally gathered together again to praise Zhang Yang. Yin Bugue, upon seeing the repairs Zhang Yang had made in the courtyard, eagerly invited him to repair the front yard's flooring as well, to which Zhang Yang happily agreed. This made Yin Bugue, who was gaining face, find Zhang Yang increasingly pleasing. Uncle Lu Haizhong, upon hearing Yin Bugue's words, also, with his big belly, took on a leadership tone and requested Zhang Yang to repair the flooring in the backyard too. Although Zhang Yang was displeased with Lu Haizhong's attitude, He didn't care much about it for the sake of the repair rewards. Moreover, Lu Haizhong would have to endure a few days of strong winds later. So to avoid laying a trap for himself, Zhang Yang also smiled and agreed. This made Lu Haizhong, who was feeling like a leader, very happy. However, Zhang Yang secretly told himself that if he ever had the chance in the future, he must stop small people like Xu Damao and Lu Haizhong from gaining power. Although he couldn't stop the strong winds from blowing for 10 years, it would still be good to reduce the number of scoundrels in power. Finally, Uncle Yi Zhonghai gave a concluding speech. He first strongly affirmed Zhang Yang's actions, then expressed gratitude on behalf of the whole courtyard, and finally, he didn't forget to paint a bright future for Zhang Yang, saying that he would report Zhang Yang's commendable deeds to the street and the factory. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang naturally tankedi Zhonghai again. When the people in the courtyard gathered to praise Zhang Yang, Qin Huairu's gaze on Zhang Yang was almost melting. Seeing this scene, Xiao'e, Qin Huairu's #1 admirer, was not pleased. Seizing the opportunity while everyone was praising Zhang Yang, Xiao'e said, "Zhang Yang, since your ideological awareness is so high, why don't you help out the struggling families in our courtyard a bit more? Like Sister Qin's family, a single mother with 5 mouths to feed, relying solely on Sister Qin's meager salary. Zhang Yang, you are a level 4 repairman in the factory, earning more than 50 yuan a month. Surely, you can spare a little to help Sister Qin's family out." After hearing Xiao'e's astonishing remarks, everyone present was stunned by Xiao'e's bizarre logic. What do you mean? Since you won't use up your money anyway, just spare some to help Sister Qin's family? Everyone working in the courtyard, including Xiao'e and Yi Zhonghai, earned their money through hard work and sweat. Although the mainstream society at this time glorified poverty, how many people truly wanted to live a poor life? Otherwise, why would rural young women go to great lengths to marry into the city? Although Zhang Yang thought this way, he couldn't say it directly. Otherwise, he would be shot at this time. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhang Yang earnestly said to Xiao'e, "Comrade Xiao'e, I see that your ideological awareness is also very high. Normally, everyone sees the care you provide to Qin Huairu's family. Comrade Xiao'e, you're already around 25 or 26, right? You're considered a mature young man, and you should be at the age for marriage and having children. Since you sympathize so much with Comrade Qin Huairu's family and think she's a rare good woman, why not directly marry her? This way, you can help Comrade Qin Huairu's family openly and honestly. I believe with your assistance, the life of Comrade Qin Huairu's family will surely improve." After Zhang Yang finished this serious line, the people in the courtyard were first taken aback and then burst into laughter. At this time, a busybody took the opportunity to echo, "Yes, Xiao'e, what the Jia family needs most right now isn't money or food, but a trustworthy man like you. If you want to help Qin Huairu, you must show some sincerity. Right, Xiao'e, I think you might as well go over to the Jia family and become a son-in-law. You could even change your name to Jia Yuzhu and treat Jia Zhangshi as your godmother. This way, you could have a wife, a mother-in-law, and children all at once. Qin Huairu, Jia Zhangshi, Xiao'e, what do you think about him becoming a son-in-law? Would you agree? Banggong, would you like to call Xiao'e Dad?" Amid the chatter and jokes, Jia Zhangshi, unable to bear it any longer, rushed out of the room and scolded Xiao'e and Qin Huairu. "Xiao'e, Qin Huairu, you two shameless things have lost all of Jia family's face. Especially you, Xiao'e, you dead bachelor, thinking you can marry up. Don't you look in the mirror and see if you're worthy of marrying into the Jia family and call him your godmother?" Amid the neighbors' laughter and Jia Zhangshi's scolding, Xiao'e was enraged. "Zhang Yang, I'm going to smash you." With red eyes, Xiao'e clenched his fists and was about to lunge at Zhang Yang. Seeing this, Yi Zhonghai, who was originally chuckling on the side, immediately put on his signature grim expression. He hurriedly stepped forward and hugged Xiao'e, saying, "Zhuzi, don't be impulsive. Little Yang is still recovering from his injury. If you punch him, once you hurt him, and then you'll have to pay the price. Zhuzi, listen, we don't do things like this." After advising his good son Xiao'e, Yi Zhonghai then turned a stern face to Zhang Yang and scolded, "Little Yang, you should quickly apologize to Zhuzi. Your joke was too much." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang showed an innocent expression and said, "Uncle, I'm not joking. I'm genuinely making a sincere suggestion to Comrade Xiao'e for the sake of neighborly relations. If Comrade Xiao'e thinks I'm wrong, then he can just ignore what I said. By the way, Comrade Xiao'e, do you actually want to help Comrade Qin Huairu or not? Chapter 12. Wanting after hearing Zhang Yang's words. Everyone in the courtyard looked at Xiao'e with great interest, eager to know how he would respond to this question. At this moment, Xiao'e, who had originally been red-eyed and ready to fight Zhang Yang, suddenly became shy after hearing the question. Oh, Xiao'e is shy. Amidst the teasing from the crowd, Xiao'e looked at the blushing Qin Huairu and almost blurted out a word. Xiao'e, I can't believe you really want to take advantage of my daughter-in-law. Just watch me not beat you, you old scoundrel who preys on widows. Jia Zhangshi was genuinely anxious now. She knew that if Qin Huairu and Xiao'e got together, it would be a good thing for Qin Huairu, but not for her. After all, many people marry widows, but very few are willing to take care of the widow's mother-in-law. If Qin Huairu really became involved with Xiao'e, she would definitely be sent back to her rural hometown. Jia Zhangshi was all too aware of the current situation in the countryside. Therefore, she absolutely could not allow Qin Huairu to remarry. Seeing Xiao'e express his willingness to marry Qin Huairu in front of everyone in the courtyard, Jia Zhangshi was furious. The plump and fierce Jia Zhangshi lunged at Xiao'e. Xiao'e initially wanted to run, but the kind-hearted neighbors in the courtyard restrained him. After Jia Zhangshi's slap landed solidly on Xiao'e's face, the other good-hearted neighbors released him, except for Yi Zhonghai. After being slapped by Jia Zhangshi, Xiao'e felt angry and, with red eyes, wanted to retaliate. Although Xiao'e was burdened by his good father, Yi, he still fought back against Jia Zhangshi. Stop it, you all stop. Don't fight anymore. For some reason, when Zhang Yang heard Yi Zhonghai trying to mediate, he felt like it was about to rain heavily. Huairu, why aren't you coming to help? I'm holding Xiao'e. You go hold your mother-in-law. Reminded by Yi Zhonghai, Qin Huairu finally sprang into action. There was no way around it. The fight between Xiao'e and Jia Zhangshi was simply too exciting. Jia Zhangshi was initially able to hold her ground against the limited Xiao'e, but once Qin Huairu got involved, she quickly fell into a disadvantage. Seeing that she was getting hit more and more, Jia Zhangshi suddenly had a brainwave. When Xiao'e's hand came at her again, instead of stepping back, Jia Zhangshi took a step forward. Thus, Xiao'e's hand landed squarely on Jia Zhangshi's chest. Seeing this scene, the crowd that had been chattering and enjoying the show suddenly fell silent. Old Jia, don't you come take a look. Xiao'e, this dog, is taking advantage of your wife and mother. Hurry up and take him away. At this moment, the crime of assault was no small matter. It was a serious crime that could lead to execution. Jia Zhangshi's wailing made Xiao'e's face turn white with fear. He could no longer continue to fight with Jia Zhangshi and quickly shouted to defend himself. I'm sorry, Aunt Jia. I really didn't mean it. I just wanted to. Before Xiao'e could finish, Jia Zhangshi continued her loud lament. Ooh, I've been a widow for decades. How can my pure body be defiled by Xiao'e? How can I live with this in the future? Ooh, I can't live anymore. As she spoke, Jia Zhangshi made a move as if she were going to slam her head against the wall. But seeing this, no one, including Qin Huairu, stepped forward to comfort her. Jia Zhangshi could only angrily shout at Qin Huairu. Qin Huairu, you heartless one. You see your mother-in-law being bullied, and you don't even come to help. You're just waiting for me to die, so you can do whatever you want, right? If that's the case, I'll do the opposite of what you want. I want to see my good grandson grow up to be an official. After finding a way out for herself, Jia Zhangshi turned to Yi Zhonghai and the residents in the courtyard and said, Uncle and neighbors, you all have to keep an eye on this scoundrel Xiao'e. I'm going to the police station to report him. Saying this, Jia Zhangshi really turned to leave the courtyard. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Jia Zhangshi, Xiao'e could only cast a pleading look at Yi Zhonghai. Uncle, please help me out. You know what kind of person I am. I, Xiao'e, would never be a scoundrel. Yi Zhonghai had been waiting for Xiao'e to plead with him. After receiving Xiao'e's plea for help, he put on his trademark sorrowful expression and spoke to Jia Zhangshi. Sister-in-law, Xiao'e has been raised by you. If you say he wants to hit you, everyone in the courtyard would believe you. But if you say he wants to molest you, I'm afraid no one will believe you. Even if you report it to the police station, the officers won't just take your word for it. When we explain what happened today, I believe they won't think Xiao'e was really being a scoundrel. We're all neighbors in the same courtyard, and there's no need to make things this absolute. You know Xiao'e brings back leftovers for your family, right? Yi Zhonghai, what do you mean by that? Are you saying that my pure body should just be taken advantage of by that little scoundrel Xiao'e? Since Xiao'e lost his father, he to Qing. You're here to support him, right? Hearing the term little scoundrel, Yi Zhonghai felt like slapping Jia Zhangshi. But since he hadn't resolved the issue with his son yet, he could only suppress his anger and continue to appease Jia Zhangshi. Sister-in-law, I'm not saying Xiao'e didn't do anything wrong. Leaving facts aside, he did indeed take advantage of you. In my opinion, why don't we just have Xiao'e apologize to you and compensate you for some losses? What do you think? Jia Zhangshi had originally planned to take a hefty sum from Xiao'e. Hearing Yi Zhonghai's suggestion, she seized the moment and turned to Xiao'e. Xiao'e, for Uncle's sake, I'm willing to give you a chance. Tell me, how do you plan to compensate me for my pure body? Under the sympathetic eyes of the residents in the courtyard, Xiao'e gritted his teeth and said, $10. And Jia, I'll give you $10 as compensation. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the residents of the courtyard simultaneously gasped. $10. That's about the price of a new bride's dowry these days. Now, a visit to the underground market in the city only costs a few dimes, and even for top-tier services, it's only a couple of bucks. Xiao'e only accidentally touched Jia Zhangshi's chest through her clothes and was willing to compensate her $10, which made the calculating Yin Bugui thing sigh. If only Xiao'e had just touched Guifang instead. After lamenting this in his heart, Yin Bugui couldn't help but feel like slapping himself. After all, he was a teacher. How could he have such a sordid thought over $10? Fortunately, no one knew what was going on in Yin Bugui's mind. At this moment, everyone in the courtyard focused their attention on Jia Zhangshi. Chapter 13. Xiao'e's restless night. He thought Jia Zhangshi would agree directly to this almost heavenly opportunity. Unexpectedly, when Jia Zhangshi heard the conditions proposed by Xiao'e, she only showed a disdainful expression. Xiao'e, are you sending me off like a beggar? I've guarded my body for 30 years, and this pure body is only worth $10? If that's how you say it, uncle, then don't blame me for not giving you face. I think Xiao'e and I should go to the police station and sort this out properly. All right, Jia Zhangshi, just say it directly. How much do you want Xiao'e to compensate you? If it were up to me, let us say $10 a year. Uncle, I've worked hard to guard my body for a year, so asking for $10 I senti unreasonable, right? If that's the case, after 30 years, let Xiao'e compensate me $300. Upon hearing the number 300 again, Xiao'e felt as if something was about to burst out of his body. Before the furious Xiao'e could retort upon hearing the number Jia Zhangshi proposed, someone in the crowd outside spoke up. Jia Zhangshi, this is too much. Don't you know how much a steam bun costs? 5 cents. $300 could buy 6,000 steam buns, which would even fit in 10 small carts. Jia Zhangshi, even if it's buns for buns, this price is too high. Yeah, $300 is ridiculous. As a first person spoke up for Xiao'e, many others in the crowd began to voice their support for him. Some were speaking out of righteousness, while others simply couldn't stand Jia Zhangshi gaining such a big advantage. Old sister-in-law, you see, everyone in the courtyard is on Xiao'e's side. If this goes to the police station and everyone testifies, you get a good outcome. When it comes to money, Jia Zhangshi was always particularly shrewd. Seeing that the situation was turning against her, she circled back. Uncle, how much do you think Xiao'e should compensate me to be fair for my 30 years of chastity? Hearing Jia Zhangshi repeatedly mention her 30 years of chastity, Yi Zhonghai couldn't help but scoff in his heart. Others may not know you, but I do. It hasn't been long since old Jia left, and you, Jia Zhangshi, are quite well endowed. It was unclear what Yi Zhonghai was thinking, but under everyone's gaze, his previously serious expression suddenly turned oddly lewd. Ahem. Yi Zhonghai cleared his throat and continued, Old sister-in-law, since you say you've been widowed for 30 years, let's calculate it at $1 a year. Let Xiao'e compensate you $30, and we could drop the matter here. You know, last time. At this point, Yi Zhonghai suddenly stopped, leaving the crowd in the courtyard with curious expressions. Uncle, do finish your sentence. What happened last time with Qin Huairu? Yeah. Seeing the crowd seizing the opportunity to stir things up, Yi Zhonghai quickly shifted the topic. Old sister-in-law, what do you think of this proposal? No, $30 is absolutely not enough. Jia Zhangshi shook her head firmly at first, then grit her teeth and said, considering your uncle and the neighbors in the courtyard, I'll let Xiao'e off with half. 150 bucks, this is my final bottom line, otherwise, I'd rather go to the police station. 150 bucks was clearly still far beyond Xiao'e's expected limit. So after hearing Jia Zhangshi's words, Xiao'e chose to remain unmoved. Seeing the situation, Jia Zhangshi continued, Xiao'e, considering your father He Da Qing, I'll give you another half off, 75 bucks, and this time it absolutely can't be lower. Seeing Xiao'e still standing there unmoved, Jia Zhangshi became anxious. Xiao'e, say something. Xiao'e, come on, say something. Under Jia Zhangshi's pressing, Xiao'e finally revealed his bottom line. Aunt Jia, considering Sister Qin, 1 month's salary is my final bottom line. If it exceeds 1 month's salary, I'd rather go to the police station. Because Xiao'e often boasted about his salary, everyone in the courtyard knew that his monthly salary was 3750. Although 3750 had reached the acceptable limit for Jia Zhangshi, she still wanted to try to squeeze a bit more from Xiao'e. So, Jia Zhangshi walked firmly towards the front yard. After Jia Zhangshi exited the courtyard's corridor, she saw Xiao'e still unmoved. So she turned to him and said, forget it, Xiao'e, you've also suffered. You lost your mother when you were young, and your biological father ran off with a widow, leaving you with a younger sister. Considering you're also a person with a hard life, 3750 is fine. Hurry back and get the money. Upon hearing this, Xiao'e decisively slapped himself. Damn it, I bargained and it got more expensive. After slapping himself, Xiao'e returned to get the money with a dejected expression. This time, Xiao'e was smarter. After Jia Zhangshi counted the money, he reminded Qin Huairu, Sister Qin, your family has money now. Why don't you pay back the money owed to Zhang Yang first? In Qin Huairu and Jia Zhangshi's eyes, the 30 bucks owed to Zhang Yang last time was not from the Jia family, but from Xiao'e himself. So before Jia Zhangshi could speak, Qin Huairu directly responded to Xiao'e, even though you just compensated us a bit, our family really is out of food. We're all relying on this money to survive. Anyway, our debt to Zhang Yang isn't due for a while. So let us wait until life gets a bit easier before paying it back. Yeah, Xiao'e, it's our Jia family that owes Zhang Yang money, not you. Why are you in such a hurry? Are you planning to stop being a cook and become a eunuch? Under the mixed verbal pressure from Qin Huairu and Jia Zhangshi, Xiao'e could only stand there reluctantly, not daring to say anything more. At this time, Jia Zhangshi, who had just received the money and was in a good mood, returned to the Jia family with her head held high, amidst the envious gazes of everyone, looking just like a victorious general. Shortly after Jia Zhangshi left, Xiao'e returned home with his head down. Seeing that the excitement was over, everyone began to disperse and head home. That night, lying in bed, Xiao'e became increasingly angry as he thought about it. For some reason, he suddenly recalled the soft touch he had received from Jia Zhangshi. Then he thought of Jia Zhangshi's voluptuous figure and those two prominent features. At this thought, it seemed to unlock some magical switch in Xiao'e's body. Originally unable to sleep, Xiao'e suddenly felt inexplicably hot all over. Chapter 14. Perverted colored demon. Originally, during countless nights of rewarding himself, the figure that appeared in Xiao'e's mind was always that of Qin Huairu. But today, the image in his mind unexpectedly transformed into Jia Zhangshi. 2.5 minutes later, Xiao'e took a deep, satisfied breath. Ah, that feels good. After resting for a while, Xiao'e got out of bed to change into a clean pair of shorts. Sigh, I'm really damned. After the passion, when Xiao'e thought about how he had fantasized about Jia Zhangshi rewarding him, a strong sense of regret emerged in his heart. Sigh, I'm not clean. I've wronged Sister Qin. How could I have thoughts about that old witch Jia Zhangshi? I was just thinking about it this afternoon. Lost in thought, Xiao'e couldn't help but reminisce about the sensation from the afternoon again. So Xiao'e became restless once more. This time, he didn't compromise as quickly as before, but instead fought fiercely against the color demon in his heart. While Xiao'e was battling the color demon within him, Zhang Yang was taking the opportunity to tally up the gains from the day. Besides the money and supplies, Zhang Yang was most interested in the realistic mouse robot that came with a critical hit reward. According to the system introduction, this robot is far more advanced than any robot Zhang Yang has ever seen. It not only looks and feels just like a real mouse, but can also charge itself using solar energy. Most importantly, this simulated mouse robot is controlled by thought. This is something the robots Zhang Yang has seen before cannot do. Filled with excitement, Zhang Yang connected his thoughts to the simulated mouse robot. At that moment, he felt as if he had truly transformed into a mouse. Zhang Yang controlled the mouse to run into the yard, and he tried it out, discovering that the simulated mouse robot was much more agile and stronger than a real mouse. This immersive experience of seeing through the mouse's perspective fascinated Zhang Yang. So he maneuvered the mouse around the entire courtyard. After having his fun, he directed the mouse robot back toward his home. It was getting late, and he needed to sleep. When he controlled the mouse robot to the middle courtyard, Zhang Yang spotted a sneaky figure, Xiao'e. Logically, Xiao'e should have been asleep by this time, but he had been struggling with a pervert all night and couldn't fall asleep. Groggily, Xiao'e felt a sudden urge to urinate. So he stepped out of his room to use the outdoor toilet in the yard and get some fresh air to distract himself. Unexpectedly, after stepping out of his room, Xiao'e's gaze fell on a few pieces of undergarments hanging in front of the Jia family's house. He first glanced around cautiously, and after confirming that no one was watching, he quickly snatched a large red undergarment and a pair of blue high-waisted panties and returned to his room. Seeing this, Zhang Yang mischievously controlled the robot mouse to follow him. After returning to his room, Xiao'e let out a huge sigh of relief before rewarding himself. 2.5 minutes later, Xiao'e took another satisfied deep breath. Then he lay on the bed like a dead dog, motionless. After a while, he looked at the soiled blue panties and was troubled. It was impossible to just hang them back up, but leaving them at home seemed even more dangerous. After careful consideration, Xiao'e took the undergarment and panties and stealthily left his room. He sneakily approached Zhang Yang's door and quietly stuffed the undergarment and panties through the crack in the door. After stuffing them in, Xiao'e, thinking he was undetected, happily returned to his own house. Perhaps because he was too tired from the day, once he lay back down, Xiao'e quickly fell into a deep sleep. Xiao'e, heaven has a path, yet you don't walk it. Hell has no door, yet you barge in. Since you're unkind first, don't blame me for being unjust. Once Xiao'e was asleep, Zhang Yang quickly thought of a way to take revenge on him. He first controlled the mouse robot to return his own undergarments and panties to Xiao'e's bed. Then he directed the mouse robot to the Jia family's wardrobe. Looking at the numerous undergarments and panties in the Jia family's wardrobe, Zhang Yang didn't care which were Qin Huairu's and which were Jia Zhang's. He transported them all to Xiao'e's bed. After doing all this, Zhang Yang recalled the robot mouse into his personal space and slowly fell asleep. Looking forward to the next day, since Xiao'e had to rush to the steel factory canteen for breakfast, he usually woke up earlier than the other residents in the courtyard. The next morning, as soon as Xiao'e opened his eyes in bed, before he could even stretch, he found a large pile of colorful items on his bed. Rubbing his eyes, when Xiao'e realized what the pile was, he was immediately frightened into a cold sweat. Xiao'e was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't understand why there were so many undergarments and panties on his bed, including 2 dirty ones he had thrown at Zhang Yang's house last night. In an instant, a mix of fear, shock, confusion, and a bit of excitement surged within Xiao'e. Although he didn't know how these items got on his bed, he knew that he absolutely could not let this matter leak out. Otherwise, he would be finished. Xiao'e initially wanted to dispose of these items early to eliminate the evidence, but just as he was tidying up, a piercing scream came from the Jia family. "Help! Someone come! We've been robbed in our courtyard." Under Jia Zhang's pig-like wails, the people in the courtyard hurried to the Jia family to check the situation. Yi Zongkai, being one of the elders in the courtyard and living nearby, naturally became the first neighbor to arrive at the Jia family's house. "Old sister, what exactly was stolen from your house to make you so anxious?" Facing Yi Zhonghai's inquiry, Jia Zhang and Qin Huairu blushed as they told him everything about their missing undergarments and panties. After hearing what Jia Zhang and Qin Huairu said, Yi Zhonghai found it hard to believe. If it weren't for Jia Zhang and Qin Huairu opening the wardrobe for him to check, he would have a hard time believing that there were thieves specifically stealing undergarments and panties. As more and more people gathered, especially after Yin Bugue confirmed that no outsiders had entered the courtyard last night, everyone unanimously believed that it must be the work of a perverted pervert in the courtyard. Thus, everyone indignantly expressed that this matter must be reported to the police immediately. Under normal circumstances, Yi Zhonghai, Lu Haizhong, and Yin Bugui would definitely be unwilling to call the police, as doing so would not only make them seem incompetent in front of the neighborhood committee, but would also undermine their authority in the courtyard. However, under the threat of this pervert, the three elders quickly agreed to report it to the police. They were afraid that if they delayed, they would be suspected of being the pervert, and also because the oppressive feeling from the pervert was simply too strong. After all, if the pervert didn't even spare Zhang Yang's undergarments and panties, the three elders, all of whom had families, were also afraid of being targeted by that perverted man. Chapter 15. Sha Zhu is caught Juziyu. When Yi Zhonghai got halfway through his shout, he suddenly realized that his good son Sha Zhu was actually not there. He forcibly suppressed the doubts in his heart and sent Yin Bugui's eldest son, Yin Jieqing, and Lu Haizhong's eldest son, Lu Guanqi, together to report the crime. This was to prevent the person reporting from being the perverted thief, thus destroying evidence. Yi Zhonghai also ordered Yin Bugui to keep a close watch on the courtyard gate, forbidding anyone from leaving before the police arrived. After arranging all this, Yi Zhonghai suddenly remembered Sha Zhu. He thought Sha Zhu was deliberately not coming because of yesterday's incident and was having a spat with the Jia family. But what he didn't know was that at that moment, his good son Sha Zhu was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Sha Zhu realized he could no longer eliminate the evidence, so all he could think of was to quickly hide these items. After his relentless efforts, he finally hid the undergarments and panties before the police arrived. After listening to Jia Zhang and Qin Huairu's statements and carefully investigating the crime scene, the police were soon shocked by this case. Since the founding of the country, there had never been such a case in the city. The police were also deeply disgusted with such a perverted demon. Thus, they split into pairs and began searching house by house from the front yard for the Jia family's stolen undergarments and panties. Among them, unmarried young men like Sha Zhu and Zhang Yang naturally became the focus of attention. When the police searched from the front yard to the middle courtyard, Sha Zhu was terrified and his calves trembled at the sight of the uniformed officers. Although Sha Zhu kept praying in his heart to the Buddha, God, and various deities for protection, his last-minute appeal was clearly not recognized by them. A few minutes later, the police found the belly bands and underwear that Sha Zhu had hidden under the quilt and in the stove. As the colorful belly bands and underwear were laid out as evidence in the courtyard, the way people looked at Sha Zhu began to change, especially when the pair of underwear, stained with Sha Zhu's marks, was placed on the ground. The expressions of the onlookers shifted from simple shock and disdain to deep disgust and nausea. Sha Zhu, I'm going to castrate you. What have you done to my underwear? Amid Jia Zhang's furious shouts, the pointing and gossip of the people in the courtyard, and Yi Zhonghai's deep disappointment, Sha Zhu finally couldn't bear the torment any longer. He felt his vision go dark and collapsed straight to the ground. When Sha Zhu woke up again, he was already in the interrogation room of the police station. He sat on a special stool with his hands and feet restrained. As soon as he regained consciousness, he cried out to the two police officers in the interrogation room. I'm Rond, comrades. I'm really innocent. I don't know anything. Despite Sha Zhu's heartfelt pleas, the two officers in charge of his interrogation remained unmoved. Anyone who comes here claims to be wronged. In the eyes of these two officers, someone like Sha Zhu was already acting very exaggerated. At that moment, the older officer cleared his throat and quietly spoke to Sha Zhu. All right, stop crying. Tell me your name. Perhaps seeing that this officer had a relatively kind demeanor, Sha Zhu decided to try to negotiate further. Instead of answering the officer's question, he continued to shout about being wronged. Name. This time the officer's question was much simpler, and his expression became more serious. Seeing Sha Zhu still refusing to respond and continuing to shout about being wronged, the two officers finally couldn't hold back. After some helpful massage from the police, Sha Zhu finally recognized the situation and quieted down. Name? He Yuzhu. Age? 25. Gender? Hey, comrade, does that need to be asked? I'm a big man sitting here. Before Sha Zhu could finish, he was interrupted by a harsh massage from the officer. Gender? Male. Occupation? Cook at Hongqing Steel Plant, level 8. Marital status? Single. Why did you steal someone else's belly bands and underwear? Upon hearing this question, Sha Zhu became agitated again. Comrade, I really don't know who put those things on my bed. Isn't this just malicious intent to frame me? It must be. Before Xiao'e could finish, the younger officer interrupted him. "Oh, so you finally admit that those things were found in your home?" "No, I really didn't steal them." Seeing that Xiao'e still refused to admit it, the two officers could only give him another round of massage. After several hours of repeated massages, Xiao'e even confessed to peeking at an old lady taking a bath when he was a child. Yet he still refused to admit that he had stolen the belly bands and underwear. Xiao'e's stubbornness genuinely impressed the two officers. In their years of work, it was the first time they encountered such a strong-willed suspect. However, Xiao'e's stubbornness also ignited the competitiveness of the two officers. In their years of service, they had never encountered a suspect they couldn't crack. Time passed quickly to the afternoon, and by this time, most of the people who worked in the courtyard had returned. While Xiao'e was receiving massages at the police station, the others in the courtyard were not idle either. They gathered to discuss Xiao'e's situation. You really can't judge a person by their appearance. I never thought Xiao'e would be such a perverted freak. Yeah, he looked so honest. But who knew he was such a pervert? Ugh, disgusting. I always thought Xiao'e was interested in Widow Qin, but I didn't expect him to be after Zhang Yang. Using Zhang Yang's underwear for that. I guess Xiao'e is really desperate. Unlike the other people in the courtyard who were viewing it as a joke, Zhang felt very upset about Xiao'e's situation. After Jia Dongshu's death, Xiao'e had become his only retirement backup, so Zhang had high hopes for him. He simply couldn't accept how his honest and simple good son had suddenly turned into a perverted freak. Zhang wanted to question Xiao'e why. Why did you do such a thing? Even if you wanted to reward yourself with stolen underwear, you could have just stolen one. Why did you steal so many at once and make such a big deal out of it? You didn't even consult me, your good father, about it. Even if I wanted to protect you, I can't anymore. Although Zhang felt immensely disappointed in Xiao'e after so many years of father-son bond, he ultimately decided to visit Xiao'e at the police station after a complex inner struggle. Chapter 16. Weekend. When Zhang saw Xiao'e at the police station again, he almost didn't recognize his good son. Looking at Xiao'e, whose face was bruised and battered, Zhang couldn't help but ask the nearby officer, "Comrade Police, what happened to Xiao'e in our courtyard? How could he change so much in just one day?" In response, the middle-aged officer casually replied, "Oh, nothing. He just accidentally fell while at the police station." Although Zhang didn't believe this explanation at all, having come from the old society, he had an ingrained respect for the police station as an official institution. Thus, he decided not to dwell on the issue, but instead spoke well of Xiao'e to the middle-aged officer. "Comrade Police, isn't there some hidden story behind this? Xiao'e has always been a good kid in our courtyard. He often helps the elderly and is very honest and straightforward. He doesn't seem like someone who would do something like this." The middle-aged officer was feeling quite frustrated as well. After failing to interrogate Xiao'e, other officers in the station had also taken turns to give Xiao'e a massage, hoping to get him to confess sooner. However, despite all the efforts from the police, they still couldn't get Xiao'e to admit to his crime. But the middle-aged officer wouldn't truly believe Xiao'e was a good person. To prevent Zhang from thinking they were coercing a confession, the middle-aged officer, Zhang Xinfu, said to Zhang, "Comrade E, if I remember correctly, you should be the head of the courtyard at number 95, Nenlo Guxiang, right?" Yes, Comrade Police, I am the head appointed by the street office. Our courtyard has been rated as a civilized courtyard for many consecutive years." To this, Zhang Xinfu did not comment, but quietly showed Zhang part of Xiao'e's confession record. When Zhang saw that Xiao'e had confessed to peeking at an old lady taking a bath when he was a child, he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. If he were 10 years younger, Zhang would have been inclined to kill Xiao'e directly, but now that he was older, he had come to terms with some things. After a brief moment of anger, Zhang quickly forgave Xiao'e. He blushed and wore a deep, sorrowful expression as he spoke to Zhang Xinfu, "Comrade Police. This just shows that Xiao'e is innocent. Think about it. If he was willing to confess to something like this but still refuses to admit to stealing, doesn't that prove he didn't do it? Moreover, although Xiao'e is straightforward by nature, he is certainly not a fool. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become an 8th-level chef at the steel mill. Even if Xiao'e wanted to steal the underwear from the Jia family for that purpose, there was no need for him to steal all of it at once, right? This is simply unreasonable. In fact, The issues raised by Yi Zhonghai were also considered by Zhang Xinfu and the others. However, for them, as police officers, the truth of the matter is sometimes not that important. As long as the case can be solved, that's enough. Moreover, this case is something that has never happened in the city of Sijio, and if they could turn it into a solid case, their police station would certainly gain recognition throughout Sijio. It is precisely because of this consideration that even if there are doubts about Xiao'e's motive, Zhang Xinfu and the others still treat Xiao'e's case as a solid case to handle. If Xiao'e were a notorious or destitute person, Zhang Xinfu and the others could naturally resort to any means without hesitation. But now that Yi Zhonghai has come to plead for him, Zhang Xinfu and the others have to be a bit more cautious in their methods. Otherwise, if Xiao'e were to die in the police station, it would not end well for them. After sending Yi Zhonghai away, the police officers at the station had a collective discussion and ultimately decided to report the case to higher authorities for handling. Today is Sunday, the only day off of the week. According to Lu Meng's previous agreement with Zhang Yang, he brought a hen and some other vegetables, humming a little tune as he walked into the courtyard at number 95, Nanluo Guxiang. When Lu Meng arrived at Zhang Yang's room, he found the door locked from the outside. So he knocked on the door of Yi Zhonghai's house next door and asked them, "Master Yi, have you seen Xiao'e? I had agreed to come over today, but I didn't expect he wouldn't be home. Master Yi, has anything happened to Xiao'e in the past few days?" In response, Yi Zhonghai still wore that expression of deep sorrow and replied to Lu Meng, "Don't worry, Master Lu, Xiao'e has been recovering well these past few days. He left early this morning with a basket. He must have gone to the market to buy vegetables." Just as Yi Zhonghai and Lu Meng were chatting casually, Zhang Yang returned to the courtyard with a full basket of goods. "Wow, Xiao'e, you are quite extravagant today. Apples, white rabbit candies, pork, rice, flour, and 2 big front doors, plus 2 bottles of Fingio. This basket of yours could cover 2 months of my salary." Although Yan Bugui was surprised by Zhang Yang's wealthy behavior, he did not doubt the source of these items. After all, Zhang Yang is a level 4 maintenance worker with a monthly salary of over 50 yuan and being a single man. He can afford this much since he only needs to feed himself. "Third uncle, I'm treating my master to a meal today. After my injury, he has worried a lot, so I have to show my gratitude properly." "That's right, you should thank him, master." Perhaps because of his identity as a teacher, Yan Bugui praised Zhang Yang's respectful attitude towards his master. After Yan Bugui's eyes wandered for a moment, he said to Zhang Yang, "Xiao'e, you and your master are both grown men. Grown men don't know how to cook, right? How about this? I'll ask your third aunt to help you cook. After she has done, you can bring a small dish of meat to my house as payment. What do you think?" "Forget it. Third uncle, I appreciate your kindness, but I got some special seasoning recently, and I want to take this opportunity to experiment, so I won't trouble third aunt. How about this? If I don't cook well this time, I'll definitely ask third aunt for help next time." After sending Yan Bugui away, Zhang Yang hurriedly carried his things towards the central courtyard. Once in the courtyard, Zhang Yang saw Lu Meng chatting with Yi Zhonghai. "Master, you're here? Did you wait long? Come, please sit down. I'll open the door right away." Zhang Yang greeted Lu Meng while quickly opening the room door. Chapter 17. Braised pork with potatoes. Lu Meng saw how much Zhang Yang had bought and couldn't help but speak up. "Xiao'e, why did you buy so many things today? Isn't this a waste of money? You're still young. You should save more money to marry a wife." "Oh, master, I know what you mean. I just thought I'd celebrate a bit since I survived a big ordeal. I definitely want to do this regularly." "All right, as long as you know." Once they entered the room and set down the items, Lu Meng said to Zhang Yang, "Xiao'e, you rest for a while. I'll go kill the chicken." After saying this, Lu Meng prepared to get a knife. Seeing this, Zhang Yang quickly stopped him. "Master, let's not kill this chicken today. I've already got 2 pounds of pork. That's enough for the 2 of us. It would be a pity to just eat a hen that your wife raised. Keeping it for a month will yield quite a few eggs." Lu Meng was not one to be overly finicky. Upon seeing the pork Zhang Yang had brought out, he heeded the advice and changed his mind about killing the chicken. If it weren't for the intention to help Zhang Yang recover, Lu Meng would never have been willing to kill the laying hen. In this era, laying hens were often referred to as chicken, but banks. In the city, most people earn money through work. However, in the countryside, due to the lack of opportunities for farmers to earn money, Many families relied on hens to lay eggs, which they would then exchange at supply and marketing cooperatives for essential goods like salt, kerosene, and sewing supplies. For them, saving eggs was akin to saving money. When a family member fell ill or when children needed to go to school, these eggs became their support. Even during the strictest implementation of collectivism, raising chickens remained one of the few permitted side jobs, and for the housewives, the laying hens were treated with the same care as their children. Lu Meng's family had a tradition of keeping a few laying hens, so Zhang Yang was sure that this chicken was one raised by his wife. Although master and mistress were willing to kill a chicken for Zhang Yang's recovery, he still felt it would be better to keep it for laying eggs. After stopping Lu Meng from killing the chicken, Zhang Yang said to him, "Master, my health is almost back to normal now. Let me cook this meal today. You just relax." "All right, then I'll wait to eat what you make." While watching Zhang Yang prepare the ingredients, Lu Meng suggested, "Xiao'e, why don't we invite Master Yi and his wife from next door over for lunch today?" "Why, Master?" "Master, he doesn't lack for food. And my relationship with him isn't that close. He has always been closer to the Jia family and Shaju. Now that Shaju has just been arrested, if I invite Yi Zhonghai over for a meal, people in the courtyard might think I want to replace Shaju in Yi Zhonghai's good graces." After hearing Zhang Yang's words, Lu Meng thought for a moment and said, "That makes sense. In that case, let us not invite Yi Zhonghai for dinner. I was thinking that since he helped a bit when you were injured, inviting him for a meal would show my appreciation, but since you say the timing is not right, then let it go." I noticed that when I chatted with Yi Zhonghai just now, he looked troubled. It turns out it was because of Shaju's incident. If I had invited him for dinner now, he might really think too much about it. Yi Zhonghai has good skills as a mechanic, but he's also quite calculating. To avoid causing trouble, it's better not to invite him. While chatting with Lu Meng, Zhang Yang started cooking. Although he was not particularly skilled at cooking, he could manage simple meal preparation and stir-frying, steaming rice, washing and cutting the vegetables. Zhang Yang began preparing the big dish of braised pork. He first briefly burned the pork skin and then gave it a simple wash, finally cutting it into small chunks of about 2 centimeters. If it were before, Zhang Yang would have blanched the meat again. But according to the universal braising seasoning method rewarded by the system, he only needed to wash the ingredients and add an appropriate amount of water and seasoning. He put the cut pork into the pot, poured in a bowl of clean water to cover the meat, and added 2 spoons of the system-rewarded universal braising seasoning. As the heating progressed, a rich aroma of braised pork soon wafted out from Zhang Yang's home. Smelling the strong fragrance, Lu Meng swallowed and said, "Xiao'e, I never expected your cooking to be so delicious. The braised pork you made is much more fragrant than what your master's wife makes." "Hey, master, I can't cook anything. I rely entirely on the seasoning," Zhang Yang said, pointing to the transparent glass jar. "Master, this is the secret seasoning I traded for earlier. If you think it's good, you can take a jar back with you later, and when it's finished, you can come back to get more." "All right. Your master is really fond of braised pork, so I won't be polite." While Zhang Yang and Lu Meng were happily chatting, the other residents in the courtyard were suffering. After smelling the delicious aroma, they couldn't help but swallow, especially the residents in the middle courtyard, who could smell the rich scent of braised pork as soon as the wind blew. The other residents were fine. They just grumbled a bit in their hearts about who was cooking the meat so deliciously, making them so hungry, and then quickly drank a few more bowls of cornmeal porridge to cope. But it was different for the young master of the Jia family, Banggong. Upon smelling the intense meaty aroma, he immediately started to fuss. "I want to eat meat, Grandma. I want to eat meat. Our family hasn't eaten meat in a long time. I've lost weight." Hearing this, the plump Jia Zhangshi immediately scolded Qin Huairu. "Qin Huairu, are you dead? Didn't you hear my precious grandson wants to eat meat? Why don't you hurry up and see which family is stewing meat, and borrow a bowl back from my grandson?" In fact, Jia Zhangshi was also craving it, but being an adult, she had to maintain some dignity, so she felt embarrassed to be the first to speak. After hearing Banggong's words, she immediately ordered Qin Huairu to go. "Mom, Zhuzi was taken to the police station. Uncle is a frugal man. Besides those two, who else would be willing to lend us meat? Mom, Banggong, let's hold on a bit longer." When the meat is about 80 cooked, Zhang Yang added some potatoes to the braised pork and another spoonful of universal braising seasoning. Once the potatoes were stewed until soft, this potato braised pork could officially be served. Then, Zhang Yang stir-fried a vegetable dish, smashed a cucumber, and made an egg drop soup. 3 dishes and 1 soup, with meat at every meal. This was a rare feast at that time, something that most families in later generations could achieve as a modest life. Before the meal, Zhang Yang took out 2 bottles of Fingio he had just bought and smiled at Lu Meng. "Master, shall we have a couple of drinks?" "Sure, but Xiao'e, you can skip it. You just recovered, so take it easy." "All right." Just as Zhang Yang was about to pour wine for Lu Meng, an unexpected guest suddenly came to the door. "Xiao'e, are you home? It's your sister Qin." Upon hearing Qin Huairu's voice, Lu Meng, who had been cheerful, immediately furrowed his brows. "Sister Qin, what do you want? I'm busy having a meal with my master. If you don't have anything important, please go back first." Qin Huairu walked into the room holding a small bowl, looking pitifully at the two of them. "Master Lu, Xiao'e, could you lend me a bowl of meat? Bang Gung is growing, and he's been craving meat so much. He has been pestering me to find some because my mother-in-law keeps insisting I come to borrow meat from you. Master Liu, Xiao'e, I really had no choice but to come to borrow meat. Please, considering that we're a widow and an orphan, lend me a bowl of meat. I promise I will return it." Qin Huairu's previous pity tactics that worked on the silly Zhu had no effect on Zhang Yang and Lu Meng. Before Zhang Yang could speak, Lu Meng preemptively said, "Comrade Qin, I sympathize with your family situation. But I believe an old saying goes, children from poor families grow up early. In your situation, Bang Gung should be more sensible. How can he just want to eat meat when he smells someone else cooking it? Nowadays, doesn't he find it hard to eat meat? If we lend you a bowl, others will have 1 less bowl to eat. Comrade Qin, considering your family's difficulties, I'll let Xiao'e lend you a bowl of cornmeal." "No, that's not it. Master Lu, I want to borrow a bowl of meat, not cornmeal." Just as Qin Huairu was about to plead further, Zhang Yang impatiently interjected. "Sister Qin, this meal is to thank my master for taking care of me during this time. My master and I haven't even started eating, and you're rushing to borrow meat. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? How about this, Sister Qin? Since you don't seem to lack cornmeal, it means your family is doing okay. Why don't you go back first? If my master and I have leftovers after eating, I'll lend you a bowl then. How does that sound?" Xiao'e. Qin Huairu still wanted to make one last struggle, but Zhang Yang was not going to listen to her pleas anymore. "Sister Qin, you should go back first. I'm afraid if we keep talking, it won't look good for anyone." Reading the situation was Qin Huairu's strong suit, and seeing that things were not going her way, she stopped pressing further. After Qin Huairu left, Zhang Yang put a piece of well-balanced braised pork into Lu Meng's bowl, happily saying, "Here, master, try my cooking." "All right." Lu Meng first took a small sip of wine and then picked up the meat to put in his mouth. Delicious. This is the best braised pork I've ever had. Xiao'e, when I leave later, you must give me some of that secret seasoning so I can let your master's wife try making it too." "Sure." The master and disciple chatted while eating, and they took more than an hour for this meal. Toward the end, perhaps due to the effects of alcohol, Lu Meng's words became more frequent and increasingly sentimental. "Xiao'e, you mustn't be foolish. A woman like Qin Huairu is absolutely off limits. Look at silly Zhu. He is a typical example. Silly Zhu's conditions aren't bad, but because of the unclear relationship with Qin Huairu, he has never been able to marry. You must take this as a warning. Your master has already sent someone to help you with matchmaking, so you just need to take care of your health during this time and wait patiently. Once you're married and have a family, your master will finally feel at ease. Also, you need to be more cautious in the future. When it comes to high-altitude maintenance, you must pay attention to safety. If there are any safety hazards, even if factory director Yang personally asks you to go up, you cannot go. If you really don't know how to refuse, just pretend to be sick, got it? When your master is around, he can help keep an eye on you. But if your master is not around, you'll have to rely on yourself. Hey, master, don't worry. I definitely won't be as honest as before. I've already risked my life for the factory once. That's enough. I won't be so impulsive in the future. Besides, you're still young. You can still take care of your disciple for decades to come." Hearing this, Lu Meng suddenly became even more sentimental. Seeing this, Zhang Yang had a slight ominous premonition in his heart. "Sigh, Xiao'e, today, taking advantage of the alcohol, your master will tell you something that shouldn't have been said. You remember where your senior brother Lin Tian went, right? If nothing unexpected happens, there will be at most another month or two, and then I will also be going there. As an 8th-level maintenance worker, Lu Meng naturally has many apprentices in the mechanical repair workshop of the steel rolling mill, totaling about 20. However, the only 2 apprentices who truly bow to him and serve him tea, whom he regards as his own, are Zhang Yang and Lin Tian. Lin Tian is over 10 years older than Zhang Yang and is a veteran soldier. Although he hasn't climbed snow-capped mountains or crossed grasslands, he has fought against the Japanese and has experience in major battles. By the time Lin Tian was in the northern battlefield, he was already a regimental officer. Later, due to injuries, he could no longer adapt to the high-intensity life in the army. After a struggle with his thoughts, he ultimately chose to retire from the military. For veterans like Lin Tian, the government usually prioritizes their placement in public security or factory security units. However, after witnessing the terrifying industrial strength of the enemy on the northern battlefield, Lin Tian was determined to contribute to the industrial development of the Dragon Nation. So, when choosing the direction for his retirement placement, he opted for industrial production units. At that time, the mechanical repair workshop of the Hongqing Steel Rolling Mill had a vacancy for a deputy workshop director. With the arrangement of Lin Tian's former superior, he was able to work at the Hongqing Steel Rolling Mill as he wished. After arriving at the mechanical repair workshop, in order to adapt to the new work environment and master new skills, Lin Tian apprenticed himself to Lu Meng, the best 8th-level maintenance worker in the workshop. As they spent time together, they gradually developed a mutual understanding and became like father and son. About a year ago, the Hongqing Steel Rolling Mill issued a notice to all workers. It stated that in order to support the national construction of the Northwest, the steel mill was recruiting volunteers to work in the Northwest. Although the workers at that time were very aware, due to the long distance to the Northwest and the harsh conditions, only a handful of people from the entire steel mill volunteered. Lin Tian, Zhang Yang's senior brother, was one of them. Combining this memory from his previous life, although the steel mill and Lu Meng claimed it was for supporting the construction of the Northwest, Zhang Yang had a strong feeling that senior brother Lin Tian and the others were going to the Northwest Desert to forge swords for the Dragon Nation. Upon learning that Lu Meng was also going to participate in this glorious sword-forging mission, Zhang Yang felt both proud and somewhat worried. Chapter 19. Qin Huairu Boros meet. Seeing Zhang Yang nod, Lu Meng continued, "The factory leaders talked to me, saying that the Northwest is in urgent need of a batch of high-level skilled workers, hoping that we 8th-level workers can voluntarily go to support for the country's benefit. I originally didn't want to go. After all, the Northwest is too far, and I was thinking of returning to my roots. But your senior brother wrote to me, saying that we are going to the Northwest to do something unprecedented, something that can benefit future generations. As long as we can accomplish it, our Dragon Nation will no longer have to worry about being bullied by foreign enemies. Although I don't know what your senior brother is talking about. I believe in his character. Since he said so, it must not be empty talk. So after careful consideration, I decided to follow your senior brother's advice and support the national construction in the Northwest. This trip will involve high mountains and long roads. When I return to Sijio City again, I don't know when that will be. Your wife has you and Lu Yuan and the others to take care of her, so I'm not worried. But you, this child, are naturally honest and have just suffered such a serious injury. I worry that without me in Sijio City, someone might bully you. While I'm still here, let's settle your marriage. That would solve a major concern of mine." After hearing Lu Meng's words, Zhang Yang felt a myriad of emotions. Even in later years, the conditions in the Northwest were still not very good, let alone in this era. But just as senior brother Lin Tian said, what they were doing was a matter that would benefit the Dragon Nation for generations. The later Dragon Nation could have such a high international status, which was entirely due to their contributions. Although Zhang Yang was reluctant to see Lu Meng leave Sijio City, he truly couldn't bring himself to say that Lu Meng shouldn't go to support the Northwest. Zhang Yang didn't want to be a hero, but he couldn't stop others from being heroes, nor could he defame heroes. For the people of the Dragon Nation, those who forged swords in the Northwest, like his senior brother and master, were great heroes of the Dragon Nation. After dinner, a slightly tipsy Lu Meng left Zhang Yang's house, carrying an old hen, 2 large front doors that Zhang Yang had given him, 2 jars of universal braise seasoning, and half a bottle of leftover fingio, besides the wine and cigarettes. Zhang Yang had originally prepared 5 pounds of apples and 2 pounds of white rabbit milk candies for Lu Meng. However, before leaving, Lu Meng told Zhang Yang that while he was hospitalized, senior brother Lin Tian's wife, Xiao'e, had helped him a lot, so after he recovered, he should thank Xiao'e properly out of both obligation and reason. Xiao'e was a doctor at the steel mill hospital and reportedly had some military background, so her connections in the steel mill and Sijio City were far beyond what Zhang Yang could compare. Lu Meng encouraged Zhang Yang to build a good relationship with Xiao'e, so that if he ever encountered difficulties in the future, he would have someone to help him. Apples and white rabbit milk candies were rare items in this era and were perfect for gift-giving. Lu Meng asked Zhang Yang to keep these 2 items safe, and when he was feeling better in a few days, he would take him to thank Xiao'e. Although Zhang Yang told Lu Meng that he could prepare gifts for Xiao'e again, Lu Meng remained unmoved and insisted on not accepting them. Unable to persuade him, Zhang Yang could only keep the apples and candies. After sending Lu Meng off, Zhang Yang put the apples and candies back into his personal space. In the personal space, time is suspended, making it better than even the best fridge in later years for preservation. After tidying up the table, washing the dishes, and cleaning the room, it was time for dinner. Since Zhang Yang had made a large amount of food at noon and Lu Meng had intentionally eaten less meat, there was still quite a bit of the braised pork with potatoes left from lunch. As Zhang Yang heated the dishes, the rich aroma of meat wafted throughout the courtyard. After that noon, most of the residents in the courtyard already knew that Zhang Yang was cooking meat to treat his master. As long as people are alive, they cannot escape the intricacies of human relationships. After Zhang Yang was injured, Lu Meng had been busy taking care of him, and now that he was healed, it was only right for him to treat Lu Meng to a good meal. They all knew that this should be leftover from Zhang Yang's cooking during the hot noon. So most of the residents in the courtyard, aside from silently complaining about Zhang Yang's greed, had no other excessive thoughts. However, the Jia family across from Zhang Yang was different. Upon smelling the rich aroma of meat again, the chubby Jia Zhang and the plump, watermelon-headed Bang Gung exchanged a glance and saw a glimmer of greedy green light in each other's eyes. As expected of a grandparent and grandchild, they were in sync. After confirming with eye contact, Bang Gung threw down his chopsticks and cried out frantically, "Mom, I want to eat meat. Mom, I want to eat meat." Before Qin Huairu could react, Jia Zhang immediately chimed in, "Huairu, I can manage with this cornmeal porridge." But Bang Gung is still so young and in a crucial growth period. Eating cornmeal porridge every day lacks nutrition. What if he doesn't grow tall in the future? What if his brain doesn't develop well? Without a strong body and a smart brain, how will our Bang Gung study well in the future? How will he become an official? You said at noon that Zhang Yang himself mentioned that after he finishes eating with his master, if there's any left, we can borrow a bowl of meat. I can smell it, and I can tell there is still a lot of meat left. Huairu, hurry up and go borrow a bowl from that little bastard Zhang Yang. As the saying goes, when one act ends, another begins. Bonging has always been clever since he was little. He has teamed up with Jia Zhangshi like this, one playing the good cop and the other the bad cop, more than once or twice already. So as soon as Jia Zhangshi finished speaking, Bonging skillfully tossed down his chopsticks and continued to cry out, "Mom, I want to eat meat. Mom, I want to eat meat. Every day, it's just cornmeal porridge. I'm so hungry, I don't even have the strength to go to school. If this continues, how can I study properly?" For Qin Huairu, Jia Zhangshi, that fat woman, didn't he matter much, but she truly cared deeply for her son Bonging. To ensure Bonging could eat meat, after a brief moment of thought, Qin Huairu took a small bowl and left the Jia family. "Xiao'e, are you home? It's your sister Qin." As soon as Zhang Yang heard this familiar opening line, he knew Qin Huairu was here to borrow some meat. However, this was also within Zhang Yang's expectations. He and T made a definitive statement at noon today just to leave a loophole for Qin Huairu. After all, one needs to be familiar with things before they can be mastered, and if Zhang Yang wanted to win the first maintenance award, he had to be patient. Qin Huairu walked into Zhang Yang's room, looking at him with her misty, watery big eyes, pleading, "Xiao'e, didn't you say at noon today that as long as there is leftover meat, you would be willing to lend a bowl to your sister Qin?" Although Qin Huairu spoke sincerely, Zhang Yang was not like that foolish Zhu who was a hopeless sycophant. He wouldn't really believe her nonsense. The conditions of the Jia family were indeed relatively poor in the courtyard, But in this era, their situation couldn't be considered too difficult. The standard for determining urban poverty at this time was a family's per capita monthly income being less than 5 yuan. By this standard, the Jia family couldn't even be considered a poor family. So how could they be deemed to be in a dire situation? They always played the pity card as orphans and widows simply to take advantage of others, with Zhu being the best example. Of course, Zhu wasn't genuinely kind-hearted. The reason he was completely under Qin Huairu's thumb was that he was simply lecherous. Being lecherous was one thing, but the key was that he had the heart of a thief without the courage, letting the Jia family drain so much from him without ever tasting meat. Zhang Yang wouldn't be like him. If he wanted to make him bleed, he had to let him eat meat first. Sister Qin, your bonging is growing. But I'm recovering from an injury too. To allow me to eat a bit more meat and replenish my body, my master barely ate any meat at noon today. How about this, Sister Qin? Once my injury is healed and I can return to work at the steel mill, I'll lend you some meat then. After a few days of recovery, Zhang Yang's physical condition had returned to normal. Having just done some housework and cooked, he felt a bit hot. So he unbuttoned his jacket, revealing his strong muscles. Looking at Zhang Yang's 8-pack abs, Qin Huairu couldn't help but blush and say, Xiao'e, your body condition is something I can't be unaware of. You've recovered quite a bit. You don't need this little bit of meat. Just do me a favor and lend me a bowl of meat, and I will definitely remember your kindness. I've recovered quite a bit. I don't feel that way. Why do I feel like changing clothes is so exhausting? Upon hearing Zhang Yang mention changing clothes, the blush on Qin Huairu's face became even more apparent. Zhang Yang, taking advantage of the dim light, unabashedly sized up Qin Huairu's figure. Xiao'e, you hearing Zhang Yang's words and seeing his fiery gaze, Qin Huairu was both surprised and embarrassed, even feeling a bit of excitement. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel a little flustered. When did she not notice that Zhang Yang had such boldness? Although there were quite a few fish in the pond Qin Huairu tended, she had never crossed that line. At most, it was just trading buns for buns. Having someone take advantage of her. She acted pitiful in front of others just to establish a persona to manipulate those who were fooled by her. In her mind, these fools could serve as backups, but if they really wanted to get on board, that was out of the question. After a brief moment of panic, Qin Huairu angrily continued to speak to Zhang Yang. Xiao'e, I'm more than 10 years older than you. I could almost be your mother. Ah, Sister Qin, what are you talking about? As the saying goes, the riper the peach, the sweeter it is. I just love to eat ripe peaches. They're so juicy and delicious. Zhang Yang accelerated the conversation, driving it up to 120 miles per hour, so fast that Qin Huairu struggled to keep up. Realizing Zhang Yang had ulterior motives, Qin Huairu stomped her foot, blushing. Xiao'e, you're also not being honest. Sister Qin, how am I not being honest? I'm just saying I like to eat ripe peaches. Does that mean you prefer unripe peaches? Bitter, astringent, and less juicy? Men really aren't good people. Others bully me, and you bully me too. All men are bad. Seeing that Qin Huairu was still playing dumb and not making a clear statement, Zhang Yang was too lazy to continue indulging her. He made a gesture to shoo her away and said, Right, Sister Qin, you're absolutely right. There's not a good man among them. In that case, Sister Qin, you might as well not come to this bad guy's store anymore. Seeing Zhang Yang a bit angry, Qin Huairu's attitude changed for the better. She was a woman who admired strength. She looked down on sycophants like Zhu who obeyed her every word. After glancing at Zhang Yang's 8-pack abs again, Qin Huairu blushed and said, Xiao'e, if you lend me a bowl of meat today, after dinner, I'll find a time to come over and help you change your clothes. How about that? Okay, since Sister Qin has said so, what could be wrong with that? After reaching a consensus with Qin Huairu, Zhang Yang scooped her a bowl of braised pork with potatoes. Of course, the potatoes made up the vast majority, with only a few pieces of meat. Sister Qin, I want to lock the door tonight. Just come in directly when you arrive. No need to call me. As Qin Huairu was about to leave, hearing Zhang Yang's words, she was clearly taken aback for a moment, then quickly walked back to the Jia family. Seeing Qin Huairu really borrowed a bowl of braised pork from Zhang Yang, Jia Zhangshi and Bongging were overjoyed, rubbing their hands together. As soon as Qin Huairu entered, Jia Zhangshi snatched the bowl of braised pork right out of her hands. Once Jia Zhangshi saw what was in the bowl, her smile immediately vanished. Qin Huairu, How did you scoop the meat? The bottom of this bowl is all potatoes. With just these 2 pieces of meat, who can eat this? Hurry up and borrow 2 more bowls. No, just 1 bowl each. Qin Huairu didn't pay any mind to Zhang Yan's daydream and replied absent-mindedly, Mom. This bowl of meat was hard-won from Zhang Yang after I wore out my lips. Don't be so picky. Meat is so precious these days. It's already good enough for our family to get a bit of meat. After getting the meat, Zhang first stuffed the largest piece in her mouth, then gave Bongang the fattiest piece. Seeing this, Xiao'e also wanted to reach into the bowl for some meat, but was harshly scolded by Zhang. You worthless thing. You want to eat meat? Just getting a mouthful of steamed bun is already good enough for you. If you're still ungrateful, I'll send you back to the countryside. Hearing this, Xiao'e quickly withdrew her chopsticks and carefully nibbled on her steamed bun. Grandma, Xiao'e won't eat meat anymore. Don't send Xiao'e back to the countryside. After saying this, she unconsciously leaned closer to Qin Huairu. Although Qin Huairu felt sorry for her daughter, in her heart, it was ultimately Bongang who mattered more. Looking at the pitiful Xiao'e, Qin Huairu, feeling unable to bear it, still gave her a piece of potato. This alone has attracted the resentful gaze of Zhang. Qin Huairu, while holding little Huaihua, comforted little Dang. Don't be afraid, little Dang. Grandma is just joking with you. We won't send you to the countryside. Under Qin Huairu's reassurance, the panicked little Dang finally calmed down slowly. Chapter 21. Qin Huairu craved it soon. This small bowl of meat was finished by Zhang and Bongang. Even the broth at the bottom of the bowl was wiped clean by Zhang with a steamed bun. After the meal, the Jia family's Prince Bongang said with satisfaction, Mom, the braised pork made by Zhang Yang is really delicious. It's much better than the braised pork made by Xiao'e. Mom, if Zhang Yang makes braised pork again next time, you must borrow a bit more. Due to a lack of entertainment activities, people in this era often went to bed early. This is also one of the reasons why the birth rate was high in this era. After all, there wasn't much to do after dinner at night, so it was better to have more children. After all, a great person once said, more people means more strength. Under the sparse moonlight, when the night was deep and quiet, the entire courtyard was enveloped in silence. At this time, a figure left the Jia family and quickly slipped into the Zhang Yang family across the street. Qin Huairu thought her actions were stealthy and even prepared to scare Zhang Yang. However, what she didn't know was that just as she left the Jia family, her movements had already been detected by Zhang Yang, who had super hearing. As soon as Qin Huairu entered, Zhang Yang covered her mouth. Panicked, Qin Huairu was about to scream for help when she heard a familiar voice beside her ear. Sister Qin, don't turn around, it's Brother Dongshu. Feeling Zhang Yang's strong body, Qin Huairu felt her heart racing. Under Zhang Yang's guidance, Qin Huairu quickly became emotional. But just as she was about to take the next step, Zhang Yang stopped her. After all, he didn't want to actually have anything happen with Qin Huairu. After driving around in a semi-automatic car for 3 laps, Zhang Yang said with satisfaction, All right, Sister Qin, we're even. After the passion, Zhang Yang showed no pity and issued an eviction order to Qin Huairu. Qin Huairu wanted to say something, but Zhang Yang directly pushed her out the door. With a loud bang, Zhang Yang closed the door cleanly and went to bed to sleep soundly. He had been feeling quite uncomfortable these days. Regarding what happened with Qin Huairu, Zhang Yang was clear. This was a transaction of mutual benefit. Although he could have raised the stakes higher during this transaction, he understood Qin Huairu's nature. As long as he showed even a little bit of pity, this holy white lotus would find ways to draw nutrients from him. Xiao'e was drained dry by her like that. So Zhang Yang made it clear from the start that he was not Xiao'e and would not be led by the nose by Qin Huairu. If in the future Qin Huairu behaved well, Zhang Yang might give her some benefits, but if she didn't know her place, he wouldn't mind letting her know what it meant to be a heartless scumbag. Although Zhang Yang felt comfortable tonight, Qin Huairu felt even worse. It was like someone who craved meat. It was bearable when they couldn't see or smell it, but once they saw the meat and smelled its aroma, their saliva would uncontrollably flow. Today, Qin Huairu not only saw the meat and smelled its delicious scent, she also touched the meat and tasted its salty flavor. Under the stimulation of the salty meat, Qin Huairu's saliva had already flooded. If she could actually eat the meat, it would have satisfied her cravings long ago, but unfortunately, she hadn't really eaten any. So Qin Huairu's saliva kept flowing. Thinking of the broken rolling pin, Qin Huairu, lying in bed, tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She secretly made up her mind that this weekend she must buy a bigger and thicker new rolling pin. The next day, after everyone in the courtyard who had work went to their jobs, Zhang Yang began to repair the courtyard floor again. After several days of effort, the damage to the central courtyard floor had been repaired by Zhang Yang, and there was nothing more he could do about the remaining issues. After finishing the central courtyard floor, Zhang Yang carefully considered and ultimately chose to repair the back courtyard floor first. This was not only because Lu Hai was the second uncle and Yin Bugue was the third uncle, but also because Lu Xiao'e lived in the back courtyard. Lu Xiao'e could be considered one of the few good people in the courtyard. Countless time, travelers regarded causing trouble as a must-do achievement task, and Zhang Yang was no exception. After all, such a good woman had a truly tragic fate. Zhang Yang squatted on the back courtyard floor, hammering the tiles. The second aunt and other residents of the back courtyard surrounded him and praised him. Xiao'e, you've really done a great deed. Every time it rains, people in the courtyard can't help but get splashed with mud from those loose tiles. With your repair, you've saved us a lot of laundry effort. Yes, yes. At this moment, a woman in a blue wool coat, with fair skin and a dignified appearance, exuding the aura of a noble lady, spoke to Zhang Yang. Xiao'e, I heard you fixed the broken electric light in the central courtyard corridor. I didn't expect you could also fix electrical appliances. Hey, Sister Xiao'e, what I did can't really be considered fixing electrical appliances. It's more like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. You don't know. The circuit of that broken electric light in the central courtyard wasn't faulty. The problem was with the light bulb. The tungsten wire used for conducting electricity in the bulb was broken, which caused the light to not turn on. Normally, this situation would require a new bulb, but I thought I'd see if I could shake that broken tungsten wire back into place. Unexpectedly, I succeeded. You say, does this count as a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse? Ha ha, Xiao'e, I don't understand what you said, but it sounds impressive. Xiao'e, the light in my house doesn't work for some reason, and Damao has gone to the countryside to show movies. I don't know when he will come back. Xiao'e, can you help me take a look? It's really inconvenient to be in the dark at night. During the day, in front of the second aunt and others, Zhang Yang naturally didn't have to worry about any gossip. So he happily said, hey, what's the problem? I'll go check it out with you right now. Under Lu Xiao'e's lead, Zhang Yang followed her to the Su family. The light is not on. A broken light bulb affects my work. I need a new light bulb. Repair reward, 20 yuan, 100 eggs. It was indeed because the bulb was broken. So Zhang Yang said to Lu Xiao'e, Sister Xiao'e, do you have a new light bulb at home? I'll try replacing it. Yes. Wait a moment. I'll get it for you. After Lu Xiao'e found the bulb, Zhang Yang stepped on a chair and quickly replaced the bulb. Lu Xiao'e pulled the light string to test it, and when she saw the light come back on, she happily said, Xiao'e, thank you so much. Otherwise, I would have been in trouble these days. Hey, it's just a small effort. Just as Zhang Yang was about to leave, Lu Xiao'e suddenly turned and walked into the kitchen. Chapter 22. Police inquiry. She took out 2 eggs from the cupboard and handed them to Zhang Yang. Xiao'e, you got injured a while ago. Take these 2 eggs to nourish your body. Seeing this, Zhang Yang waved his hand and stepped back. Sister Xiao'e, you're being too polite. Eggs are precious nowadays. You should keep them to nourish yourself. I just helped change a light bulb. It was just a small effort. I feel undeserving. This is not Zhang Yang exaggerating. Nowadays, during the 3-year hardship period, ordinary people might not be able to eat an egg all year round. He just helped change a light bulb, and he truly feels undeserving of it. Moreover, according to the memories of his previous self, Lu Xiao'e had once given him a piece of date cake to eat. Although a piece of date cake is not a very precious thing, it was indeed the only gift Zhang Yang had ever received in the courtyard. Therefore, this matter has always been remembered by the original self. After pushing Lu Xiao'e's hand that was holding the egg back, Zhang Yang quickly left the Su family. His act of helping Lu Xiao'e change the light bulb was entirely out of kindness, not with the intention of taking advantage. After leaving the Su family, Zhang Yang continued to repair the ground in the backyard. Just as he was working hard, suddenly, an older woman from the central courtyard, accompanied by several police officers, approached him. Comrade Zhang Yang, there is some information about you in He Yuju's confession at the police station, so we would like to verify it with you and ask for your opinion on He Yuju as well. Can you cooperate with us? Seeing the serious-looking police officers, Zhang Yang hurriedly stood up and replied, "Of course, no problem, comrades. I just don't know how to cooperate with you. Do we need to go to the police station?" No, it's just a simple questioning. Just go to your home, Comrade Zhang Yang." Okay. Under Zhang Yang's lead, 2 police officers followed him back home, while the remaining officers continued to visit each household in the courtyard. "Comrade Police, come have a cup of water to wet your throat." Thank you, Comrade Zhang Yang." While drinking water, Zhang Xinfu took the opportunity to observe Zhang Yang's room. "Comrade Zhang Yang, your place is really tidy, much cleaner than the average single young man's home." "Hey, I've been recuperating at home during this time. Since I'm idle anyway, I took the opportunity to tidy up the house. It's more comfortable to live in this way." Good. Comrade Zhang Yang, not only have you kept your home clean, but you also repaired the public ground of number 95 courtyard. You are truly a good young man who loves to work." After praising Zhang Yang with a nod, Zhang Xinfu continued to ask, "Comrade Zhang Yang, what do you think of Comrade Huairu in your courtyard?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang's brain immediately began to race. It seems that Xiao'e had honestly confessed to stuffing the belly band and underpants into his house at night, which gives him a motive to take revenge on Xiao'e. Although it was indeed true, Xiao'e had no evidence. How credible could the words of a perverted sex fiend be? The reason the police came to inquire was likely just a formality. However, to avoid raising the police's suspicions, it would be best not to speak ill of Xiao'e. After coming to this conclusion, Zhang Yang sincerely replied to the police, "Comrade Police, I always feel that there might be some hidden reasons behind Comrade Huairu's incident. Although Comrade Huairu has some minor flaws, I never really believed he would do something so outrageous." Upon hearing Zhang Yang's answer, the 2 police officers silently despised Xiao'e in their hearts. Look at how good a comrade this is. Not only does he love to work and help others, but he's also so honest and simple. In contrast, Xiao'e, who had been peeping at his beloved elders taking baths since childhood, had always coveted the poor widow in the courtyard and ultimately committed the act of stealing the widow's underwear to reward himself. Even if this person is not a so-called perverted sex fiend, he surely isn't a good person. Although they had already ruled out Zhang Yang's suspicion in their hearts, Zhang Xinfu still asked as a matter of routine, "Comrade Zhang Yang, according to Huairu's confession, he said he only stole a belly band and a pair of underpants from the Jia family, and later stuffed those 2 items into your room. However, the next morning, not only did those 2 pieces of underwear return to his bed, but the remaining underwear from the Jia family also appeared on his bed. What do you think about this?" Under Zhang Xinfu's gaze, Zhang Yang suddenly stood up, his face filled with anger as he said, "How could Xiao'e do such a thing? Even if he did something so filthy, he still wanted to frame me. Comrade Police, you must punish this bad seed, Xiao'e, properly." As for what Xiao'e said about the Jia family's underwear returning to his bed, I really have no idea. I've been going to bed early these days. If I had known that Xiao'e would do such a thing, I would have definitely caught him right then and there. Afterwards, Zhang Xinfu asked Zhang Yang some other questions about Xiao'e, and Zhang Yang answered all of them honestly. After making the necessary records, Zhang Xinfu and the other police officers left the courtyard. Back at the police station, Zhang Xinfu and his colleagues made a final judgment on the Xiao'e case based on Xiao'e's confession, the records of the courtyard residents, and the opinions of their superiors. The police concluded that Xiao'e likely suffered from a rare condition known as sleepwalking. As the saying goes, what one thinks about during the day, one dreams about at night. Xiao'e must have had some fantasies about Qin Huairu and Jia Zhangshi, which led him to have related dreams. While dreaming, he happened to suffer from sleepwalking. So in a daze, Xiao'e stole those underwear from the Jia family, and afterwards had no recollection of it. There are many historical and contemporary records about sleepwalking, but a case like Xiao'e's, where he sleepwalked to steal underpants, is indeed the first of its kind. After the police determined that Xiao'e's theft of Jia family's underpants was due to sleepwalking, the police station, in conjunction with the street committee, the steel factory, and the opinions of the courtyard residents, ultimately decided to criticize and educate Xiao'e, urging him to change his mindset and contribute more to the country and the people, and not to think of dirty things every day. At the same time, to prevent Xiao'e's sleepwalking from occurring again and causing losses to the residents of the courtyard. The manager of number 95 courtyard would need to lock Xiao'e's room door from the outside while he slept at night, and only unlock it the next morning when daylight came. In this way, although Xiao'e avoided being taken for execution with his strong will, he would forever be known as an underwear fanatic. Chapter 23. Xiao'e returns. When Xiao'e was released from the police station, his already mature face looked even more so. Standing next to Yi Zhonghai, who had come to pick him up, he no longer looked like Yi Zhonghai's good son, but rather like his good brother. Xiao'e, like a walking corpse, was led back to the courtyard by Yi Zhonghai. Seeing Xiao'e in this state, the residents of the courtyard who had originally gathered to mock him silently closed their mouths. Amidst the pointing and whispering of the crowd, Xiao'e finally returned to his own home. Yi Zhonghai looked at his dejected son and sighed quietly. He patted Xiao'e's shoulder and said, "Zhuzi, this matter is in the past. You shouldn't be sad anymore. It's all because of sleepwalking. You're not to blame. As long as you behave well in the future, people will change their impression of you. Sit here for a while. I'll go back and ask your auntie to cook a few more dishes. Tonight, let's have a good drink together and consider it a way to ward off your bad luck." Just as Yi Zhonghai left, Jia Zhangshi came knocking at the door again. Upon entering, she looked at Xiao'e, who was sitting on the bed with a vacant stare at the ceiling, and for a moment, she felt a pang of sympathy. So similar. It's just too similar. Back then, old Jia had the same melancholic gaze. After old Jia died, Dongshu also looked at the ceiling in the same way. I never expected. Just as Jia Zhangshi was lost in her thoughts, Xiao'e finally noticed her. "Aunt Jia, I'm sorry for what happened recently. It was my fault. I stole so many of your family's underwear. I should compensate you, Aunt Jia. How much should I pay you?" Suddenly seeing such a polite Xiao'e, Jia Zhangshi was a bit unaccustomed. Seeing Xiao'e's good attitude, she also saw the shadows of the deceased old Jia and little Jia in him. So Jia Zhangshi changed her mind about asking for a huge amount. She stood still, thought for a moment, and said, "Xiao'e, considering that you didn't do it on purpose, I won't extort you. I'll count each piece of underwear as 2 yuan. You stole a total of 22 pieces from us, so that's 44 yuan. I'll round it up a bit, so you can pay me a total of 50 yuan. Okay, Aunt Jia, I'll pay you right away." Xiao'e found a box to hold money from the cupboard, counted out 50 yuan, and handed it to Jia Zhangshi. "Aunt Jia, you are really a good person. Thank you for rounding it up." Upon seeing so much money, Jia Zhangshi's eyes immediately brightened. Considering the 50 yuan, Jia Zhangshi rarely comforted Xiao'e. "Xiao'e, you need to pick yourself up again. Somnambulism is not a terminal illness. You have to believe that you can overcome it. Once you get over your somnambulism, you'll still be the good Xiao'e you were before, and nobody will look down on you." Apart from Xiao'e's good father, Jia Zhangshi was the first person to comfort him, and the first woman to do so. Plus, Xiao'e had previously rewarded himself with Jia Zhangshi's underwear, so after hearing her heartfelt words, his gaze towards her gradually became more affectionate. "Aunt Jia, you are so nice." Under Xiao'e's sincere gaze, Jia Zhangshi's face turned crimson. Looking at the melancholic Xiao'e, Jia Zhangshi unexpectedly replied, "Xiao'e, Aunt Jia has always been good." Just as the two were locked in a gaze, feeling the temperature in the air rising, suddenly heavy footsteps were heard from outside the door. "Jia Zhangshi, what are you doing here?" Disturbed by Yi Zhonghai, the somewhat ambiguous atmosphere between the two immediately became cold again. Xiao'e reverted to his dispirited self, while Jia Zhangshi returned to her proud old widow persona. Does Aunt Jia need your approval to look for Xiao'e? All of our underwear has been taken by Xiao'e in his sleepwalking, and I'm here to discuss compensation with him. Is there something wrong with that?" Jia Zhangshi's retort made Yi Zhonghai a bit unhappy, so he continued to question her suspiciously. Then, "Jia Zhangshi, has Xiao'e compensated you for the underwear? You haven't taken the opportunity to extort him, have you?" Seeing that Jia Zhangshi was misunderstood by his good father, Xiao'e hurriedly explained, "Uncle, I've already compensated for the Jia family's underwear. Considering my recent bad luck, Aunt Jia not only didn't extort me, but even rounded it down for me." After hearing Xiao'e's words, Yi Zhonghai's gaze towards Jia Zhangshi became much gentler. He nodded in satisfaction and said to Jia Zhangshi, "Sister Jia, since Xiao'e has already compensated you, you can go home now. I have some matters to discuss with Xiao'e." Normally, Jia Zhangshi would have quarreled with Yi Zhonghai a bit more, but today, under Xiao'e's gentle gaze, she surprisingly did not retort. After giving Xiao'e a soft glance in return, Jia Zhangshi took the 50 yuan and returned to the Jia family. As soon as Jia Zhangshi left, Yi Zhonghai put on his signature grim expression. He spoke to Xiao'e with a serious face. Xiao'e, this incident has a significant impact. Although the police station did not punish you in the end, your reputation will definitely be affected. During this time, whether in the yard or at the factory, many people will point fingers at you and say unpleasant things. You need to be mentally prepared for this. Don't let it lead to more trouble. Just pretend you didn't hear some things. After receiving careful help from the police, Xiao'e never wanted to return to that place again. Plus, he knew that the impact of this incident was not small and his reputation would definitely be affected. So, after hearing Yi Zhonghai's advice, he obediently nodded. Don't worry, uncle. After this incident, I won't be as impulsive as before. As long as I don't confront them, they'll stop saying things after a while. Seeing Xiao'e with such awareness, Yi Zhonghai felt relieved and continued to advise him. Xiao'e, I think you miss your wife too much, which is why you have such dreams. Why not lower your standards a bit and find a suitable girl to marry and live a good life? Hearing this, Xiao'e lowered his head and thought for a long time before responding to Yi Zhonghai. Okay, uncle. I'll go ask Lu the matchmaker in the street tomorrow to see if there are any suitable girls. This time, I definitely won't be picky. Looking at the obedient Xiao'e, Yi Zhonghai finally felt that his efforts were not in vain. If Xiao'e could learn from this incident, find a good girl early, and live a good life, it would be a blessing in disguise for him. That evening, when Yi Zhonghai was drinking at home with his good son Xiao'e, Xu Damao, who had just finished showing films in the countryside, finally returned to the courtyard, pushing a bicycle loaded with local specialties. Chapter 24, Xu Damao gets beaten. Oh, Damao is back. Third uncle Yin Bugue greeted Xu Damao while looking at the bicycle he was pushing. Damao, your harvest this trip is really rich. You're a good projectionist. Just a casual trip to the countryside is worth my monthly salary. Having lived in the same courtyard for so long, Xu Damao naturally knew what kind of person Yin Bugue was. The reason he ran out eagerly to greet him was just to take advantage. Xu Damao was not a stingy person. He casually took a small bunch of dried mushrooms from the bicycle and handed them to Yin Bugue. Third uncle, this is a little mountain product that the farmers in the countryside gave me. You can take some back to try. Oh, then I won't be polite. Among the young people in our courtyard, Damao is the most capable, unlike Xiao'e, who only knows how to steal other people's underwear. If it weren't for the police enforcing the law, Xiao'e would have probably been taken away for target practice long ago. Originally, Xu Damao wanted to hurry home, but upon hearing Xiao'e's name, he became interested and turned back to ask Yin Bugue, Third uncle, what happened to Xiao'e? What has been going on in the courtyard while I was away? Through third uncle's narration, Xu Damao finally learned most of what had happened in the courtyard during this time. He wasn't interested in the news about Zhang Yang getting better, but he was very excited about Xiao'e stealing Jia's underwear. Upon learning of Xiao'e's predicament, Xu Damao's mouth opened wide, and he couldn't close it again. After hearing Yin Bugue's gossip, Xu Damao happily took out another small bunch of dried mushrooms from the bicycle and handed it to him, then excitedly pushed the bicycle towards the backyard. Underwear maniac. Where is the underwear maniac? As soon as Xu Damao entered the courtyard, he shouted toward Xiao'e's room. Originally, Xiao'e was drinking with Yi Zhonghai, but upon hearing this voice, he felt the beast within him awakening. Xu Damao is back. I can finally vent my frustrations. After a silent shout, Xiao'e rushed outside under the worried gaze of Yi Zhonghai and Aunt Jia. Xu Damao, you are seeking death. Seeing Xiao'e rushing over with red eyes, the fear that Xu Damao had experienced at the hands of Xiao'e surged back. He didn't care about the bicycle loaded with mountain goods in his hands, threw it to the ground, and started running wildly in the courtyard. Help! Xiao'e is hitting people. Under Xu Damao's shout, everyone in the courtyard was drawn to the central courtyard. Normally, Xu Damao's speed would be slightly faster than Xiao'e's. However, it was unclear whether Xiao'e was particularly angry today or if Xu Damao was physically drained after his encounter with the widow from the countryside. But he was caught by the red-eyed Xiao'e after just a few steps. Xiao'e grinned maliciously and threw a punch at Xu Damao's kidney. After taking this hit, Xu Damao's lips turned pale from the pain, and he was unable to utter a sound of pleading. Just as Xiao'e was preparing to follow up with a few more punches, Lu Xiao'e rushed over from the backyard, protecting Xu Damao behind her like a mother hen, and shouted at Xiao'e, "Xiao'e, you want to go to the police station again, right? If you dare to touch a single finger of my Damao, I will call the police and have you arrested." Under the police's threat, Xiao'e finally withdrew his outstretched fist. At that moment, the tardy Zhonghai began his performance. "Xiao'e, what are you doing? Even if Xu Damao slandered your reputation first, you can't resort to violence. Hurry up and apologize to Damao." From childhood to adulthood, whenever Xiao'e and Xu Damao fought, Zhonghai had always handled it with this kind of mediating approach. Xiao'e was also very shrewd, always targeting Xu Damao's weaker spots, like the kidneys and abdomen, causing Xu Damao immense pain while appearing to be mostly unharmed. Since Xu Damao didn't seem injured, combined with Zhonghai's favoritism, Xu Damao always silently endured the bitter consequences after their fights. This time was no different. Although Xu Damao was in excruciating pain from the kidney punch, to outsiders, it appeared as if they were merely playfully fighting. Despairing kidney, on the verge of failure due to prolonged external impact and excessive indulgence. Repair reward: 500 yuan. Gender-neutral harmless contraceptive 110 pills. Seeing the repair information appear above Xu Damao's head, Zhang Yang couldn't help but mourn for him silently for 3 seconds. After Zhonghai's persuasion, Xiao'e reluctantly apologized to Xu Damao. "I'm sorry, Xu Damao. I just came out of the police station and was in a bad mood. I couldn't control my emotions and hit you. I apologize." The apology that Zhonghai made Xiao'e give was not for Xu Damao, but for everyone in the courtyard to see. After all, Xiao'e had indeed hit Xu Damao, and it would be unreasonable not to apologize. After the apology, Zhonghai pulled Xiao'e back. The people in the courtyard, seeing that there was no more excitement to watch, all went home, leaving only Xu Damao and his wife, along with the bicycle that lay on the ground. Lu Xiao'e supported the sweating Xu Damao, and the couple looked at the bicycle on the ground, puzzled. Seeing this, Zhang Yang took the initiative to speak up. "Sister Xiao'e, you help Brother Damao walk first, and I'll push the bike from behind." Upon hearing this, both Lu Xiao'e and Xu Damao cast a grateful glance at Zhang Yang. After Zhang Yang helped them push the bicycle back to the Xu family, Xu Damao took a salted fish from the bike and handed it to him. "Brother Zhang Yang, thank you for today. This is a little local specialty I received during my trip to the countryside. Take it home and try it." Zhang Yang initially didn't want to accept it, but the couple's warm insistence made it hard to refuse. Xu Damao even said that if Zhang Yang didn't accept it, it would be disrespectful to him. So Zhang Yang had no choice but to take the salted fish. In the central courtyard at Zhonghai's home, Xiao'e and Zhonghai's father-son relationship was heating up. Xiao'e had been starving at the police station these past few days, and coupled with his gloomy mood, he was drinking and eating while complaining to his good father, Yi. For a moment, the dining table at Zhonghai's home had a bit of a fatherly love and filial piety feeling. But the Jia family situation was dire. Without the lunchboxes Xiao'e brought back from the steel factory for relief, the Jia family's food consumption had increased several times compared to usual. Seeing the food supplies running low, Qin Huairu hoped that the Jiazhangs could take out some money to buy some high-priced grain in the pigeon market for emergency use. After all, their family had made quite a bit of unexpected money recently. However, Jiazhangs was the type of person who was like a human-shaped Pichio. Once money entered her pocket, she would never take it out again. No matter how much Qin Huairu pleaded, she always responded with 2 words: "No money." This left the head of the family, Qin Huairu, in despair. Just when she was thinking about whether she should ask Zhang Yang again, her holy knight Xiao'e finally returned. Chapter 25. Super Kidney Treasure. Through this incident, Qin Huairu recognized Xiao'e's importance, so she planned to take the opportunity to appease her loyal follower. Seeing Zhonghai and Xiao'e drinking together, Qin Huairu decided to prepare some side dishes to bring to them. However, after searching the Jia family, she couldn't find any suitable side dishes. In the end, Qin Huairu had no choice but to painfully use that thick cucumber she had specially picked out a few days ago. After making a dish of smashed cucumber, Qin Huairu carried it to Zhonghai's house. "Uncle Xiao'e, I heard you were drinking together tonight, so I specially made some smashed cucumber for you. Please don't dislike it." After placing the cucumber down, Qin Huairu patted Xiao'e on the shoulder and said, "Xiao'e, don't be discouraged. This incident was just an accident. With your cooking skills, as long as you are still in the cafeteria, you will definitely be able to change their views on you gradually. To Xiao'e, Qin Huairu's comforting words felt like timely help, moving him to the point of tears. At that moment, Xiao'e had only one thought in his mind. Indeed, Sister Qin is the one who cares about me the most. He stood up, his face flushed, grasped Qin Huairu's hand, and said with dreamy eyes, Sister Qin, you are so good. Grasping Qin Huairu's soft hand, Xiao'e felt as if a fire was burning in his heart, and under the influence of alcohol, he couldn't help but exert a bit more strength. Xiao'e, you're hurting me. I'm your Sister Qin. Cough, 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 Xiao'e, that's enough. Amidst Qin Huairu's complaints and Yi Zhonghai's coughs, Xiao'e reluctantly released his hand. I'm sorry, Sister Qin. I drank a bit too much today. I didn't mean it. Seeing that her charm had not diminished, Qin Huairu gently reassured Xiao'e. Xiao'e, Sister Qin doesn't blame you. I know you've been through a lot, but I hope you can be strong. Indeed, the best remedy for Xiao'e was Qin Huairu. After receiving such gentle comfort from her, Xiao'e felt revitalized. He looked at Qin Huairu with deep affection and said, Sister Qin, don't worry. I'll go back to work in the cafeteria tomorrow. This little thing won't defeat me. He used you. I will definitely bounce back. Xiao'e, Sister Qin believes in you. After leaving Xiao'e with an encouraging smile, Qin Huairu wiggled her waist and left Yi Zhonghai's home. As soon as Qin Huairu left, Xiao'e couldn't wait to take a bite of the smashed cucumber made by the goddess. It really is Sister Qin's smashed cucumber. It even has a hint of seafood flavor. It seems Sister Qin must have added a lot of soy sauce. Eating the seafood-flavored cucumber, Xiao'e felt warmth in his heart, as if he were basking in the sun. While Yi Zhonghai and Xiao'e were enjoying their father-son moment, Zhang Yang was also busy. Just now, while Xiao'e and Xu Damao were playfully fighting, Zhang Yang had kicked the broken rolling pin from the Jia family's front yard into the courtyard. After sending Xu Damao and the others off, he took the opportunity to pick it up on his way back. Looking at the two pieces of the rolling pin, a repair panel appeared in Zhang Yang's mind. The broken rolling pin, body weakened due to long-term corrosion from a certain liquid. I'm just a rolling pin. Please don't use me for strange things. Repair reward. 100 yuan for 5 sets of lingerie. Zhang Yang was not particularly interested in the mere 100 yuan. He was mainly curious about what kind of lingerie the system would provide. Ever since he first saw this repair information, Zhang Yang had already thought of a repair plan. He first tightly wrapped the broken rolling pin with string, and then took out a bamboo tube he had prepared earlier. After stuffing the broken rolling pin into the bamboo tube, Zhang Yang ended up with a new solid bamboo rolling pin. Repair completed. Broken rolling pin. Triggered additional critical hit reward. Received Super Kidney Treasure 1. 110 pieces. Repair reward successfully issued. Seeing the critical hit reward triggered again, Zhang Yang was extremely happy at that moment. He couldn't wait to check the introduction of the Super Kidney Treasure. As expected of a product from a system, the Super Kidney Treasure, a small blue pill, not only gives the user the feeling of first love, but also increases the user size by 30, enhances stiffness by 40, extends exercise time by 100, and reduces cooldown by 80. The most crucial part is that after use, it has no side effects and can somewhat nourish the kidneys, which is why it is called Super Kidney Treasure. For some reason, the more Zhang Yang read about the Super Kidney Treasure, the more he felt an itch in his heart. It was like someone boasting about how great they were, and Zhang Yang always wanted to see it for himself. Testing the drug was obviously not suitable for him, so Zhang Yang went through the people in the courtyard in his mind. If he had to choose someone most suitable, it would undoubtedly be Xu Damao. But thinking about the trouble he would cause, Zhang Yang immediately dismissed that idea. After much consideration, Zhang Yang ultimately decided to have Xiao'e be the lucky one. So he took out the mechanical mouse, had it carry a Super Kidney Treasure, and went to Xiao'e's home to wait for the right moment. Yi Zhonghai and Xiao'e's father-son duo continued until the hour of the pig. And it was only after most people in the courtyard had turned off their lights and gone to sleep that Yi Zhonghai helped the drunken Xiao'e back to his own home. According to the police's instructions, Yi Zhonghai was supposed to lock Xiao'e's front door from the outside at night, but since Yi Zhonghai had also drunk quite a bit today, he forgot about it. After sending Xiao'e home, Yi Zhonghai staggered back home. Not long after Zhang left, Xiao'e felt a wave of thirst. So he groggily walked to the table, ready to pour himself some water. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhang Yang controlled the mechanical mouse to add the super kidney treasure into the water. At this quiet hour of the night, it was clear that Zhang Yang was not the only one still awake in the courtyard. Ever since old Jia passed away, Jia Zhangshi had been raising Jia Dongshu alone, and the hardships she faced were known only to her. In her youth, she had once dealt with people like Zhang to survive, but as she grew older, Zhang and others had not contacted her for many years. She had resigned to her fate and planned to close her heart to love, no longer wanting anything to do with men. However, earlier that day, Xiao'e's melancholic aura, gentle voice, and that damned tenderness awakened Jia Zhangshi's inner desires. Thus, after years of guarding her chastity, Jia Zhangshi found herself sleepless once again because of a man. What she didn't expect was that this man would be Xiao'e. Recalling Xiao'e's words from earlier, "And Jia, you're really nice," Jia Zhangshi couldn't help but blush. Chapter 26. Xiao'e picks flowers. Feeling hot all over and unable to sleep, Jia Zhangshi decided to go to the outdoor toilet for a bathroom break and to cool off. At this time, it was clear that Jia Zhangshi was not the only one needing to use the toilet. Due to Xiao'e drinking quite a bit today, along with several large glasses of water before bed, he soon felt the urge to urinate after falling asleep. Furthermore, under the influence of the super kidney treasure, Xiao'e could only see Qin Huairu's figure swirling in his mind, making him feel the urge to urinate but unable to do so. Just as Jia Zhangshi was about to go to the toilet with her legs crossed, she saw the drunken Xiao'e also coming out to use the bathroom. Normally, Jia Zhangshi would have let Xiao'e go first and waited for him to finish before going herself. However, today, with her spirits high, she encountered a Xiao'e who exuded far more masculinity than usual, and under the sweet rain after a long drought, Jia Zhangshi couldn't bear to take her eyes off him. Seeing Xiao'e, who was a bit unsteady on his feet due to his drunkenness, Jia Zhangshi couldn't help but step forward to support him. "Xiao'e, you've had too much to drink. Let Aunt Jia help you." With Jia Zhangshi's thoughtful assistance, the drunken Xiao'e managed to avoid the embarrassing incident of a child wetting his pants. At this moment, Xiao'e was also engaged in an internal struggle. Under the effects of the super kidney treasure, while Xiao'e had received an epic boost, his consciousness was not greatly affected. Although the alcohol made Xiao'e's mind a bit hazy, he knew that the one supporting him was not as long for Qin Huairu. After a fierce internal battle, Xiao'e ultimately chose to play dumb. The muddled Xiao'e leaned against the supporting Jia Zhangshi. "Xiao'e, let Aunt take you back to your room." Feeling Xiao'e's restlessness, Jia Zhangshi, blushing, was not angry. She slowly helped Xiao'e walk toward his home. The distance from the outdoor toilet to Xiao'e's room was not far, just a few steps. But during those short steps, both of them became increasingly distracted. When Jia Zhangshi finally managed to get Xiao'e back to his room, Xiao'e found courage from somewhere and pretended to be unsteady, pressing Jia Zhangshi down onto the bed. At this point, Jia Zhangshi could no longer hold herself back. "Xiao'e, no. I'm your Aunt Jia." Although Jia Zhangshi said no, her body was very honest and quickly disarmed itself in the heat of the moment. Everything that happened next was too much for the mechanical mouse controlled by Zhang Yang to bear. He silently praised, "Super kidney treasure is amazing," and controlled the mechanical mouse to return to his home. With the help of the super kidney treasure, the battle between Xiao'e and Jia Zhangshi lasted the whole night. Although Jia Zhangshi was shocked by Xiao'e's vigor, she ultimately did not lose her reason completely. She knew that what happened between her and Xiao'e yesterday could not be exposed. Otherwise, they would be paraded through the streets. Seeing that dawn was approaching, Jia Zhangshi realized that even if this battle had not yet concluded, it was time to stop. "Xiao'e, it's getting light. You should stop for now. We can continue tonight." Originally, Xiao'e had been convincing himself that he was dreaming, but upon hearing Jia Zhangshi's words, he could no longer maintain that illusion. Reflecting on his outrageous actions from last night, Xiao'e could hardly believe it was real. In an instant, he went from being lustful to feeling like a saint, and he fell into deep regret and fear. "Aunt Jia, how could you be in my bed?" Originally flushed with color, Jia Zhangshi's face turned pale upon hearing Xiao'e's words. She never imagined that Xiao'e, who had been slightly tipsy, could say something so cold. But Jia Zhangshi was no stranger to life. After decades of living in widowhood, she had seen all sorts of people and situations. Seeing that Xiao'e seemed to want to play the "I was drunk and don't remember" card, Jia Zhangshi immediately mocked him. "Xiao'e, they say you can forget someone after pulling up your pants, but you haven't even pulled up your pants, and you already don't recognize me, right? You slept with me all night, and now you want to play amnesia? I tell you, no way. If you dare to deny it, I'll go to the police station to report you right now." Upon hearing the words police station, Xiao'e immediately calmed down. With the sky starting to brighten, Xiao'e decided to quickly send Jia Zhangshi away to avoid any complications. He took out 5 yuan and handed it to Jia Zhangshi, saying, "Aunt Jia, let us treat last night as a dream, and let us pretend it never happened. Here is 5 yuan, go buy something to nourish your body." Xiao'e wanted to solve the matter with money, but Jia Zhangshi, who had been longing for something good, was unwilling. With the help of super kidney treasure, Xiao'e had completely conquered Jia Zhangshi with his strong body. As Jia Zhangshi accepted the money, she shyly said, "Xiao'e, when it's just the two of us, don't call me Aunt Jia anymore. Just call me Xiao'e from now on." "Okay, Xiao'e." To quickly send Jia Zhangshi away, Xiao'e could only endure his disgust and complied. Sure enough, upon hearing Xiao'e call her Xiao'e, Jia Zhangshi looked very happy. She also knew it was not suitable to stay here for long, so she affectionately said to Xiao'e, "Xiao'e, it's almost dawn. Xiao'e will go back first. You focus on work, and we could talk when you come back." Not long after Jia Zhangshi left, a yawning Zhonghai came to help Xiao'e open the door, leaning on his waist. When he saw that Xiao'e's door was not locked, Zhonghai suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten to lock it for Xiao'e yesterday. But since he was already there, Zhonghai decided to greet his good son. "Xiao'e, get up. Today is your first day back at the cafeteria. Don't be late." "Got it, uncle." When Xiao'e opened the door, pretending to be nonchalant, he saw Zhonghai at the door and couldn't help but remind him, "Uncle, take it easy. At your age, you should know when to slow down." Seeing Zhonghai looking puzzled, Xiao'e handed him a mirror. Upon looking in the mirror, Zhonghai's face instantly turned red. It turned out his dark circles were so severe they could rival a panda. Thinking of his absurd actions last night for the sake of old clam pearls, Zhonghai couldn't help but shake his head. "Xiao'e, could you help me ask for a day off from the factory today? Just say I'm feeling a bit unwell." Zhonghai, a person who valued his image, clearly did not want to go to work with dark circles under his eyes. "All right, then you rest well today, uncle." After giving Xiao'e his instructions, Zhonghai slowly walked back home, leaning on his waist. Chapter 27. Proficient in mechanical knowledge, after everyone in the courtyard went to work, Zhang Yang came to the front yard with tools to repair the ground. He had already decided that once he finished repairing the front yard, he would return to the steel rolling mill. This afternoon, since Yin Bugui had no classes, he returned a bit earlier. While watching Zhang Yang work, Yin Bugui chatted with him casually. "Xiao'e, I've always heard you're a level 4 repairman at the steel mill. I didn't expect you could also do construction work." "Hey, Uncle San, I only know a bit about construction work. Anyway, since I'm free, I might as well help out around the yard with what I can." Upon hearing this, Yin Bugui immediately gave Zhang Yang a thumbs up. As expected of the working class, Xiao'e's awareness is high. After praising Zhang Yang, Yin Bugui then seized the opportunity to state his real purpose. "Xiao'e, since you can repair such big machines at the steel mill, fixing a bicycle should be a piece of cake for you, right? To be honest, my bicycle has been dropping its chain lately. Could you take a look for me?" Although Yin Bugui's bicycle was old, it was one of only 2 bicycles in the yard besides Xue's. Even Xu Damao's bicycle was only provided by the factory for showing films in the countryside. So strictly speaking, Xu Damao couldn't be considered to own a bicycle. That Yin Bugui could afford a bicycle had always shocked Zhang Yang. It's worth noting that the Yin family is even larger than the Jia family, and they also rely solely on Yin Bugui's income to make a living. Yet, Yin Bugui not only supports his whole family, but also has money to buy a bicycle and later even a television, which made Zhang Yang greatly admire his financial management skills. Zhang Yang had already thought that if there was a chance in the future, he could ask Yin Bugui to be a cashier. With his frugal nature, there would be no worries about accounting fraud. If it weren't for the system, Zhang Yang would naturally scoff at Yin Bugui's behavior of taking advantage of him. But now it was different. For Zhang Yang, he was worried there weren't enough things in the yard to repair. When Yin Bugue brought out his bicycle, a repair notification appeared in Zhang Yang's mind. Old bicycle that keeps dropping its chain. Long-term lack of lubrication has caused rust. Heaven, why did you let me meet such a stingy owner? Since I arrived at his house, I've never had a maintenance service, repair reward. 200 yuan full set of mechanical repair equipment. Seeing the repair notification, Zhang Yang said to Yin Bugue, Uncle San, your bike hasn't been oiled in a long time, has it? Look, these gears are starting to rust. If it continues like this, your bicycle will be useless. But it's not a big deal, wait here. I'll go home and get some oil to clean your bike. After Zhang Yang oiled the bicycle's chain and gears, Yin Bugue quickly tried it out. Sure enough, after applying the oil, the chain no longer dropped. Repair completed. Bicycle that keeps dropping its chain. Triggered extra critical strike reward. Successfully received proficiency in mechanical knowledge repair reward. With the appearance of this reward panel, a flood of complex mechanical knowledge surged into Zhang Yang's brain. Looking at Yin Bugue's bicycle again, Zhang Yang felt he could easily disassemble into parts and then put it back together without any damage. Xiao'e, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have had to spend a lot of money again. Hey, it's nothing, just a little effort. Uncle San, don't mention it. After Yin Bugue praised Zhang Yang again, he happily pushed his bicycle back home. Before long, the other people in the yard began to return home one after another. When they saw Zhang Yang repairing the ground, they all smiled and nodded at him, and Zhang Yang nodded back. This wasn't Zhang Yang trying to show off, mainly because he knew that in a few years, a big storm would come. To avoid trouble during the storm, he needed to establish a good reputation from now on. Otherwise, he might end up capsizing in the ditch when the time comes. In any case, leaving a good impression is always right. Since returning home, Qin Huairu had been washing clothes by the water tank in the middle courtyard. She really didn't know where she got so many clothes to wash every day. When she saw Xiao'e coming back with a lunchbox, Qin Huairu immediately greeted him with a smile and reached out to take the lunchbox from him. Her movements were as smooth as flowing water. However, this time, Qin Huairu missed the target. Xiao'e made a graceful turn, dodging Qin Huairu's outstretched hand while handing the lunchbox to Jia Zhangshi nearby. Be careful, it's hot, Aunt Jia. This is leftover food I brought back from the factory. You can have it. Seeing Xiao'e being so considerate, Jia Zhangshi gave him a satisfied look before taking the lunchbox and walking into the Jia family. Only Qin Huairu, disheveled in the wind, remained. At night, when the courtyard gradually quieted down, Yi Zhonghai supported his old back to lock the door of Xiao'e's house. Since it was merely to prevent Xiao'e from sleepwalking out, Yi Zhonghai was too lazy to really lock it. He simply hung the padlock and considered the task done. After all, he was getting old. After a night of madness, the older woman appeared rosy, but Yi Zhonghai felt as if he had been hollowed out. In the middle of the night, when the entire courtyard fell into silence, a plump figure sneaked out from the Jia family's house. It quickly moved to Xiao'e's door, removed the padlock, and slipped inside. Just as Xiao'e was dozing off, he suddenly felt someone covering his mouth, followed by a familiar voice saying, "Shuju, don't speak, kiss me." As Xiao'e opened his eyes, he saw Jia Zhangshi's plump face approaching him in the moonlight. "Don't come over." Despite Xiao'e's desperate resistance, he was still firmly pinned down by Jia Zhangshi and kissed. That kiss felt like it lasted for centuries. It wasn't until Xiao'e felt he was about to suffocate that Jia Zhangshi finally moved her plump lips away. Watching Xiao'e gasp for fresh air, Jia Zhangshi said indulgently, "Silly boy, can't you breathe during a kiss?" At that moment, Xiao'e, who had nearly been suffocated, couldn't hold back any longer and shouted at Jia Zhangshi, "Aunt Jia, why are you running to my bed in the middle of the night? Do you believe I'll report you to the police for being a pervert?" Chapter 28. The love saint Xiao'e initially intended to scare Jia Zhangshi a little, but he kicked an iron plate. After all, Jia Zhangshi was not a delicate young bride. After decades of being a widow, she had seen all kinds of men. Seeing that Xiao'e wanted to play the pull-up-your-pants and deny everything game, Jia Zhangshi decided to teach him a lesson. She looked at Xiao'e with a disdainful gaze and said in a dismissive tone, "Xiao'e, go ahead and report me. Have you forgotten what you did to me last night? Come on, let's wake everyone in the courtyard and let them judge whether I'm Jia Zhangshi being a pervert or you, Xiao'e." Seeing Jia Zhangshi ready to cause a scene in the courtyard, Xiao'e immediately wilted. So, he could only plead with Jia Zhangshi, "Aunt Jia, I was wrong. What do you want? Just say it, and I won't refuse as long as I can do it." Looking at Xiao'e, who was being spineless, Jia Zhangshi sneered inwardly, thinking, "If you hadn't performed well last night, I would have already extorted some money from you and run away. Why would I take the initiative to throw myself at you? In the past, I, Jia Zhangshi, was the belle of the courtyard. Do you think I would care for just anyone?" Though she felt disdainful inside, Jia Zhangshi put on a smile for Xiao'e. "Shuju, everyone knows how hard it is to live alone. I've endured it for so many years since old Jia passed. Shuju, I also know that our love is not easily accepted by outsiders, so I don't expect you to marry me. Although you don't have to marry me. You can't skimp on the things that should come with marriage, like the bride price and the 3 dowries. Since you can't deliver those things directly to my house, let's convert them into cash. 300 yuan will do. You just need to give me 300 yuan, and from now on, the lunch boxes you bring back from the factory must be handed to me, not your daughter-in-law. You know you're in a different generation from Huairu now, and it wouldn't sound good if it got out." Looking at Jia Zhangshi, who was blushing while planning their future, Xiao'e felt disgusted and wished he could slap her and then hang himself. Xiao'e regretted his actions from yesterday to the point where if he had another chance, he would rather become a eunuch than have anything to do with Jia Zhangshi. But the matter was already set in motion. Seeing that being tough with Jia Zhangshi did not work, Xiao'e decided to change his approach and take a softer route. He suppressed his anger and forced a warm smile for Jia Zhangshi, saying softly, "Xiao'e, what you just said is reasonable. I want to make sure you have everything others do. But I can't get that much money right now. How about this? When I take a break this weekend, I'll go to the bank to withdraw 300 yuan for you." Seeing the tears of gratitude shining in Jia Zhangshi's eyes, Xiao'e seized the moment and continued, "Xiao'e, there are many people in the courtyard and too many eyes. To avoid exposing our relationship, let's continue pretending like we used to. I'm not afraid of our relationship being discovered. I just can't bear to ruin your reputation for a lifetime. Perhaps a girl's IQ does indeed drop while in love." Xiao'e's sweet talk surprisingly managed to win over the shrewd Jia Zhangshi. Jia Zhangshi looked at Xiao'e affectionately and shyly replied, "Shuju, I knew you were someone I could trust for a lifetime. Don't worry, Xiao'e will be careful and won't let anyone discover our relationship." As she spoke, Jia Zhangshi leaned her head against Xiao'e's chest. Seeing that his deception was starting to work, Xiao'e could only endure his disgust and wrapped his arms around Jia Zhangshi's plump waist. In the ambiguous atmosphere, Jia Zhangshi's actions became increasingly inappropriate, and in the end, Xiao'e could only surrender. Before long, dawn was approaching. Jia Zhangshi, somewhat dissatisfied, said, "Shuju, your performance today was far worse than yesterday. Is this the result of being single for too long? If our bodies aren't well, we should make up for it." Feeling rejected, Xiao'e's old face flushed with embarrassment. So he quickly found an excuse. "Aunt Jia, it must have been last night's battle that was too intense. I haven't recovered yet. How about this? Give me 2 days to rest, and when you come back in 2 days, I will definitely satisfy you." Jia Zhangshi thought for a moment and felt that Xiao'e had a point. Plus, she was in a good mood after being treated by Xiao'e just now. So, she obediently nodded and said, "Shuju, then I'll go back first. I'll come find you in a couple of days. You must perform well then." After Jia Zhangshi left, Xiao'e lay on the bed, carefully considering his future strategies. Clearly, Jia Zhangshi did not intend to let him off easily, but as a young man, how could he really be with Jia Zhangshi long-term? However, if he ignored her, he feared she would expose his secrets. Tossing and turning, he unknowingly waited for Yi Zhonghai to come and open the door for him. "Shuju, are you awake? It's time for work." Seeing his father urging him to get up, Xiao'e put on his clothes and walked out. Without the boost from the super kidney treasure, Xiao'e, after a night of intense activity, felt his legs shaking. When he opened the door, Yi Zhonghai looked at Xiao'e, who also had panda eyes, and couldn't help but feel delighted. Just yesterday, he had been mocked by Xiao'e for being old, and today he could finally regain some face. Yi Zhonghai forcibly suppressed the corners of his mouth that were rising and put on his signature long face, then earnestly warned Xiao'e, "Shuju, take it easy. Playing like this alone can ruin yourself. You're still young. There are many days ahead. Don't wear yourself out before you even get married. Seeing Xiao'e's innocent expression, Yi Zhonghai gently pointed to the mirror. As soon as Xiao'e looked in the mirror, he saw two dark circles even thicker than Yi Zhonghai's from yesterday, and his face immediately turned red. All right, Xiao'e, just pay attention in the future. Let's go to work early. On the way to work, Xiao'e, feeling utterly exhausted, realized for the first time how far the distance was from the courtyard to the steel mill. Once everyone in the courtyard who had work went off to their jobs, Zhang Yang leisurely made his way to the front yard with his tools. Today was the last day. After today, the entire courtyard would be thoroughly renovated by Zhang Yang. Looking at the refreshed ground of the courtyard, Zhang Yang felt a strong sense of accomplishment surge within him. Chapter 29. Xu Damao's sixth sense while Zhang Yang was busy working in the front yard. The women in the courtyard who weren't going to work were not idle either. Some had brought shoe soles, while others had brought basins of clothes, gathering in the middle courtyard to pass the time. Don't think that telling risque jokes is a man-esque privilege when there are no men around. The jokes shared by these aunties and younger sisters made even someone from the future like Zhang Yang blush. Auntie, your charm hasn't diminished over the years. Look at how your husband, he has been worn out by you. His eyes are almost like a panda's. Go on. My just didn't get enough rest. But look at you, Auntie Air. Your complexion is so rosy. Uncle Air must have worked hard at night. Don't let him go to work too tired to swing a hammer. Ha ha. With his exceptional hearing, Zhang Yang could clearly hear the chatter from the middle courtyard. At that moment, a bold woman asked Xiao'e, Easy Eye, how many times does your Damao deliver grain in a night now? I tell you, with a projectionist like your Damao, he is quite popular with the young ladies and widows in the countryside. You really need to keep a close eye on him. Make sure he delivers enough grain to avoid him having extra energy to fool around outside. Although it wasn't her first time joining such a conversation, Xiao'e couldn't help but blush. In the past, she had only listened, but recalling Xu Damao's unusual behavior these past 2 days. She couldn't help but retort, sistering, how many times does your brother Qin deliver grain in a night? I need to see if my Damao is slacking off. All the women in the middle courtyard turned their attention to Li Ying in the backyard, and under everyone's gaze, she answered confidently, Ah, my useless Chun. When we first got married, he could deliver 3 to 4 times a night, but now he is reluctant to do it even once a day. If I weren't keeping a close watch, I'd really suspect he has a mistress outside. Li Ying, your old Chun is over 30, right? It's pretty good for a man over 30 to deliver once a night. My husband, after hitting 30, can manage once every 3 to 5 days. And that is already impressive. There is only a hard-working ox, not a worn-out field. The more the ox works, the thinner it gets. And the more the field is plowed, the richer it becomes. Li Ying, Xiao'e, make sure to let your men work while they're still young. Ha ha! Amidst the laughter, Xiao'e couldn't help but frown. Although her marriage to Xu Damao was arranged by their parents, they had been together long enough to develop some feelings. Reflecting on how sweet their relationship had been when they first got together, she remembered that Xu Damao had always been a flirt, coupled with his role as a projectionist. He had many mistresses in the countryside, especially since Xiao'e had been unable to conceive for years. Xu Damao's disdain for her had grown. Although he didn't dare to disrespect her for the sake of Liu Banqing's face, the couple's intimate moments had dwindled significantly. This time, when Xu Damao had been away for a while to show films in the countryside, Xiao'e had thought he would come back and make up for the grain he owed, but unexpectedly, he refused to deliver any, claiming he had been beaten by Xiao'e. This left Xiao'e, who had been holding her dissatisfaction for a long time, very unhappy. Being a proud woman, she couldn't bring herself to plead with Xu Damao, leading to a strange cold war between them. Now, listening to the women in the yard talk about these intimate matters, Xiao'e couldn't help but feel distressed. At this moment, the women in the courtyard shifted the topic to how many times their husbands had delivered grain in one night. Ultimately, the victory went to Uncle San, who reportedly managed 6 times in one night. Just as everyone marveled at how Uncle San looked weak and frail, but was surprisingly capable, Jia Zhang, with a cold huff, interjected, 6 times in a night is nothing. I've experienced 9 times in one night. TSK. That feeling was truly. Everyone's attention turned to Jia Zhang, who enjoyed the spotlight. As she spoke, She became more boastful. Don't think it's just our courtyard. Even among the women over 40 in the entire city, how many can still attract the affection of young men in their 20s like I do? My Jia Zhang's ability to do this isn't just due to money. It's my genuine personal charm, I tell you. Seeing Jia Zhang getting more outrageous, the straightforward and air couldn't help but chime in. Jia Zhang, weren't you just stolen a pair of underwear by that old bachelor Xiao'e? Look at how happy you are. Maybe Xiao'e was actually eyeing Qin Huairu's underwear. He just stole the wrong one. Yeah. Xiao'e has been eyeing Qin Huairu for quite some time. Everyone in the courtyard knows. Amidst the heated discussions, Jia Zhang grew anxious and retorted loudly. Nonsense. Xiao'e is interested in me. Qin Huairu is just his cover. My charm is something you ordinary folks can't understand. If you don't believe it, just wait and see this afternoon. Let us see if Xiao'e brings back the lunchbox for Qin Huairu or for me. In the afternoon, most of the women in the courtyard rushed home to cook. But a few bored ones stayed in the middle courtyard to verify whether Jia Zhang's claims were true. When Xiao'e returned with the lunchbox, Qin Huairu was still at the water basin in the middle courtyard washing clothes. After the previous day's experience, Qin Huairu was even more proactive than usual. Zhuzi, you're back. Do you have any dirty clothes? Bring them over so we can wash them together. Although Xiao'e wanted to talk to his goddess, seeing Jia Zhang glaring at him, he could only pretend he didn't hear Qin Huairu and turned to Jia Zhang instead. Aunt Jia, here are the leftovers I brought back from the factory today. You can have them. Thank you, Zhuzi. Watching the affectionate exchange between Jia Zhang and Xiao'e, both Qin Huairu and Lu Xiao'e were shocked, their mouths agape. That night, when Lu Xiao'e recounted the afternoon's events to Xu Damao, the naturally romantic Xu Damao quickly sensed something unusual. Although he had no evidence, he believed that something unspoken had occurred between Jia Zhang and Xiao'e. Otherwise, this hopelessly devoted Xiao'e wouldn't abandon the young and beautiful Qin Huairu to chase after Jia Zhang, that old hag. To get to the bottom of it, Xu Damao decided to talk to Qin Huairu the next day, believing she would also want to know what had happened between Jia Zhang and Xiao'e. Chapter 30. The Small Grove. The next day, during lunchtime at the steel mill, workers eagerly rushed into the cafeteria. Despite being in difficult times, the steel mill, as a state-owned large factory in the steel industry, occasionally treated the workers to some meat. Today, the cafeteria announced that there would be pork stew with vermicelli, so nearly all the workers arrived early. Otherwise, they would miss out on this dish. Qin Huairu was looking forward to lunch early today, when she learned there would be meat dishes. However, she was in a frontline production workshop with specific production tasks. So by the time she rushed to the cafeteria, it was already crowded. Just as Qin Huairu was at a loss, she suddenly heard a familiar voice in the line ahead. Qin Huairu, what are you doing? Yeah, Qin Huairu, go to the back of the line like everyone else. Isn't there a rule about first come, first served? Amidst the dissatisfied looks from the crowd, Qin Huairu naturally cut in front of Xu Damao with her lunchbox. After all, Xu Damao belonged to the publicity department, and those clerical workers always got off work a bit earlier than frontline workers. After cutting in, Qin Huairu gave Xu Damao a charming smile and confidently said to the workers behind her, Xu Damao is saving my place. Xu Damao, is that true? Amidst the angry gazes of many workers, Xu Damao directly put his hands on Qin Huairu's shoulders and said with a mischievous smile, Of course, Qin Huairu is my sister. What's wrong with me saving her place? Saying this, Xu Damao leaned closer to Qin Huairu and added, Right, sis? To this, Qin Huairu not only showed no displeasure, but instead smiled proudly. Exactly. TCH, what kind of people are they? A pair of shameless lovers. Neither of them is a good person. Watching the two of them dawdle in public, the workers were dissatisfied, but no one was willing to stir up trouble. After all, Xu Damao's identity as a projectionist in the factory still held some weight, and he wasn't the only one who had been cut in line. So no one wanted to take the risk to confront him. Xu Damao, hasn't your Lu Xiao'e been in bed with you recently? Why are you so sensitive? TCA, what's the point of that old hen who doesn't lay eggs? I prefer Qin Jia, who is good at bearing children. If you're willing to wait for me in the storeroom, I'll buy you lunch today. Upon hearing this, Qin Huairu pretended to be fierce and said, Aren't you afraid I'll castrate you? Hee hee. Xu Damao first grinned mischievously before continuing. No way. My Qin Jie. Recently Xiao'e has given his lunchbox to Zhang. If you push your brother out again, you'll really be left all alone. It's unclear what Qin Huairu was thinking at this moment, but after a slight hesitation, she bumped Xu Damao with her backside and said, then it's settled, but the storeroom and the factory 1T do. Let us go to the small woods tonight. And you have to add 5 steam buns. Seeing Qin Huairu relent, Xu Damao excitedly replied, no problem. Before long, the two reached the food distribution window. Qin Huairu handed over her lunchbox and bag, saying boldly, 1 portion of pork braised with vermicelli, 1 portion of stir-fried potato shreds, and give me 7 steam buns. 5 in the bag. Hearing this, Lulan, the server, exclaimed in surprise, Qin Huairu, you're not holding back? Hey, no matter how hard life gets, you have to eat well. After Lulan quickly finished serving the dishes and packing the buns, Qin Huairu slung her bag over her shoulder, picked up her lunchbox, and headed out. Qin Huairu, you haven't paid yet. Seeing Lulan in a hurry, Qin Huairu calmly turned and said, it's fine. Xu Damao will pay for me. Lulan looked at Xu Damao. You're paying for Qin Huairu? Yeah. After receiving Xu Damao's affirmative answer, Lulan no longer hesitated and teasingly said, Xu Damao, I didn't expect you to be so generous. So what do you want to eat? Looking at Lulan, who was also plump, Xu Damao continued with a lecherous grin, if you were as bold as Qin Huairu, I'd buy you something too. I'll have a portion of pork braised with vermicelli and 2 steam buns. After quickly packing Xu Damao's meal, Lulan scoffed, I don't have an appetite as good as Qin Huairu's. Feeling belittled, Xu Damao replied somewhat unhappily, That's because you don't have her kind of luck. That evening, in a small grove near the courtyard, Xu Damao was anxiously waiting for Qin Huairu to show up. At the same time, Qin Huairu was feeling quite frustrated. Logically, Zhang should have started snoring by this time, but for some reason, she hadn't yet. Since Zhang wasn't snoring, Qin Huairu didn't dare to get up. She could only lie in bed anxiously, pretending to be asleep, thinking about how to explain things to Xu Damao the next day. After waiting for a long time in the small grove without any sign of Qin Huairu, Xu Damao could only curse as he walked back to the courtyard, still plotting his revenge against her. Just as he reached the middle courtyard, Xu Damao saw a short, stout figure sneaking up to Xiao'e's door. He quickly stopped and hid to observe. Zhang stood in front of Xiao'e's door, skillfully taking down the padlock hanging on it, then tried to push the door open. After several attempts, she found that the door wouldn't budge. A bunch of question marks appeared in Zhang's mind. After observing, she quickly realized that the door was locked from the inside by Xiao'e. Xiao'e. Zhang called out softly for a long time, but the door remained unyielding. After a while, she stomped her foot and returned to the Jia family. Although Zhang left, Xu Damao, who witnessed the whole scene, was thrilled, although he was a bit disappointed not to get to enjoy Qin Huairu's big steam buns. Seeing Zhang sneaking to Xiao'e's door made him feel that the night wasn't wasted. After returning home, Xu Damao was just about to share the shocking revelation he had just discovered with Xiao'e when he heard her angrily say, Xu Damao, where have you been? Hearing this, Xu Damao's expression instantly changed, and he hurriedly explained, I didn't do anything. I just went out to the bathroom. Does it take that long to go to the bathroom? Why not? I had an upset stomach. Xiao'e, if you keep being so suspicious, I don't think we need to stay together anymore. Seeing Xu Damao dare to confront her, Xiao'e angrily grabbed his ear. Oh, Xu Damao, you think you've grown some backbone, huh? What are you doing? Xu Damao first pushed Xiao'e away and then warned, you old hen who doesn't lay eggs. Stop throwing your temper. If you provoke me, I'll divorce you tomorrow. Seeing Xu Damao bring up children, Xiao'e felt a bit guilty, as most people believed that being unable to have children was the woman's fault in this era. After their argument, neither of them felt like continuing the conversation. Xiao'e grabbed a pillow and turned to sleep on the other side. Chapter 31. Visiting Xiao'e. The next morning, Zhonghai looked at Xiao'e, whose complexion had improved significantly, and finally felt a rare sense of relief. It seemed that Xiao'e was indeed listening to him and knew to take care of his health. To encourage his good son, Zhonghai praised Xiao'e, Zhuzi, Well done, your complexion is much better today. You know, color is like a knife. No matter how strong the body is, it can't withstand daily wear. Upon hearing his father's praise, Xiao'e scratched his head happily, looking like a golden retriever that had just received a compliment from its owner. Today, it was the weekend, the day Zhang Yang and Lu Meng had agreed to visit Xiao'e. After breakfast, Zhang Yang took out the apples and white rabbit candy from his space. After thinking for a moment, he also pulled out 2 pounds of pork and a pound of white sugar to add to the mix. During this time, he had received quite a lot of repair rewards in his personal space, so gifts should be delivered all at once. It was just past 9 when Lu Meng came to visit. Clearly, he valued today's visit to Xiao'e very much. Under Lu Meng's lead, the two walked for about half an hour before arriving at senior brother Lin Tian's home. Zhang Yang originally thought Lin Tian's family would be living in the so-called cadre building, but upon arrival, he found they also lived in a courtyard house, just that they resided in a single-entry courtyard. Lu Meng must have informed Xiao'e about their visit beforehand, which is why Xiao'e was not surprised by their arrival. Upon seeing the items Zhang Yang was carrying, Xiao'e couldn't help but complain, "Xiao Yang, why do you bring so many things when you come to see your sister-in-law? Are you treating me like an outsider? If your senior brother were here, he would definitely have to give you a good talking to." At this moment, Lu Meng spoke up, "Xiao'e, you've put in quite a bit of effort for Xiao Yang this time. He is someone who knows how to be grateful. So after he recovers, he wants to come and thank you. This is all Xiao Yang's goodwill, so just accept it. It will also help replenish the bodies of Lin Shan and Lin Xiao'e, those 2 little rascals. Lin Shan and Lin Xiao'e are Lin Tian's twin sons, who are 5 years old this year and are at the age of being mischievous and greedy." After hearing Lu Meng's words, they immediately started munching on the big apples they each held. "Eating, eating, all you know is eating. Who bought these for you? Hurry up and thank your Uncle Yang and Master." "Thank you, Uncle Yang." "Thank you, Master." After the 2 children respectfully bowed to Zhang Yang and Lu Meng, they were taken away by the aunt responsible for looking after them. "Xiao Yang, how's your body recovering lately? Come here, let me check you." After a thorough examination, Xiao'e nodded in satisfaction and said, "Not bad. No hidden dangers left. It seems your body is really better now. But Xiao Yang, you must be careful in the future. If you encounter such dangerous work again, you must not act recklessly. If someone bullies you and forces you into dangerous work, you should go find Master. If he is not around, come to the factory hospital's emergency department to find me. Sister-in-law knows some people at the steel mill." Hearing Xiao'e's words, Zhang Yang knew that his efforts today were not in vain, although Lu Meng had previously mentioned that he could seek Xiao'e's help. Hearing it from Xiao'e herself was indeed different. Seeing that Zhang Yang had gained Xiao'e's approval, Lu Meng was very happy as well. With Xiao'e looking out for him, he no longer worried about Zhang Yang being bullied after he left the capital. After having lunch at Xiao'e's house for a short while, Lu Meng and Zhang Yang chose to take their leave. Since Lu Meng's home was not far from Xiao'e's, he did not accompany Zhang Yang back to Nanluo Guxiang. Walking alone on the street, Zhang Yang looked at the motivational slogans written along the roadside and then at the pride and satisfaction on the faces of the pedestrians. He couldn't help but once again marvel at the spirit of this era. But soon, Zhang Yang noticed something unusual. When he saw the damaged ground by the street, he realized that there was no repair panel appearing in his mind like there was in the courtyard. Zhang Yang quickly came up with a bold guess. It seemed that his repair system only worked effectively on items and people within the courtyard. Just as Zhang Yang was walking and pondering about the system, he suddenly saw a familiar figure emerge from a small alley by the roadside. "Big Brother Mao, what a coincidence! What were you doing in that little alley just now?" Combining the memories of the original body, Zhang Yang naturally knew what Xu Damao was doing in the alley. Although the 8 great alleys of the capital had been successfully transformed by the people's government, the profession of prostitution could never completely disappear across dynasties. Nowadays, while there were no visible brothels in the capital, there were still quite a few half-hidden doors, as there would always be women who were desperate or lazy. Xu Damao came here to find his old flame for some leisure. Regardless of the time, being caught soliciting by someone familiar was a very awkward situation. But Xu Damao was clearly not an ordinary person. When Zhang Yang asked him, he immediately fabricated a reason and replied, "Oh, it's Xiao Yang. I was a bit urgent just now, so I went to the alley to find a public restroom." "What are you up to, Xiao Yang?" "Oh, I see. I was wondering why your pants were wet, big brother Damao. It seems you must have been in a hurry. I just visited my sister-in-law with my master. You also know that my master and sister-in-law helped a lot when I was injured some time ago. That's right. Xu Damao casually deflected while quickly trying to cover his wet pants with his clothing. Xiao'e, are you going back to the courtyard? Do you want me to give you a ride? Seeing Xu Damao's bicycle, a repair panel appeared in Zhang Yang's mind. Old bicycle with malfunctioning brakes. Brake failure caused by misalignment of brake pads. If you don't fix me, I'll fix you sooner or later. Repair reward, 300 yuan. 1,000 universal parts. Zhang Yang originally did not plan to ride Xu Damao's bicycle, but after seeing the repair information, he thought it would be a good opportunity to help Xu Damao fix the bike. After all, there weren't many cars in this era, and a bicycle with malfunctioning brakes was manageable. He believed that with his super physique, he could handle it. After making up his mind, Zhang Yang smiled and replied to Xu Damao, "Then I'll trouble you, big brother Damao." After getting on Xu Damao's bicycle, Zhang Yang safely returned to the courtyard. "Big brother Damao, it seems there is something wrong with your bicycle's brakes. Just leave it in the middle courtyard, and I'll push it over to you once I fix it." Xu Damao was also aware of his bicycle's issues, and seeing Zhang Yang take the initiative, he readily agreed. To thank Zhang Yang for helping with the repairs, Xu Damao thought for a moment and said, "Xiao'e, why don't you come over to my place for dinner later? Since you're alone, it's just adding a pair of chopsticks, and you can keep me company for a drink." "All right, then, thank you, big brother Damao. I happen to have a bottle of good wine, and I'll bring it over later." Seeing Xu Damao's enthusiastic invitation, Zhang Yang agreed. Ever since he saw the repair information regarding Xu Damao's kidneys, he had been planning to deepen his relationship with Xu Damao. After all, Zhang Yang had been eyeing the system's harmless contraceptive pills for quite some time. Once he got his hands on the harmless contraceptive pills, he could boldly go after the mysterious grand prize. Chapter 32. Drinking with Xu Damao. With the mechanical knowledge in his mind and the repair tools provided by the system, Zhang Yang quickly repaired Xu Damao's bicycle. Repair completed. Old bicycle with malfunctioning brakes. Repair reward successfully issued. Zhang Yang was particularly interested in the 300 yuan reward from the system, but he valued the 1,000 universal parts very much. Filled with curiosity, Zhang Yang took out one universal part from his personal space. It looked like a small silver white ball. Holding it in his hand, Zhang Yang quickly recalled its usage method. Just place it on the part that needs to be transformed, confirm it with his mind, and he could get a brand new part. With excitement, Zhang Yang began to experiment. He placed the small ball on the brake pad of Xu Damao's bicycle, and the white small ball first transformed into a fluid that enveloped the brake pad, then flowed to the side to form a brand new brake pad. The universal parts are indeed products of the system, simple and easy to use. After putting the new brake pads into his personal space and tidying up the house a bit, Zhang Yang estimated it was about time and pushed the cart with a bottle of Fungio towards the backyard. In the backyard, at Xu Damao's house, come and stir-fry this last dish. I'll go to the courtyard to invite Zhang Yang over. Lu Xiao'e replied shyly. "Damao, you know me, I can't cook at all. How about I go invite Xiao Yang instead?" Hearing this, Xu Damao was so angry he almost flipped the pot. He mocked Lu Xiao'e. "You, Lu Xiao'e, truly are the daughter of a capitalist. You can't even cook a meal. Which wife in the 49 city can't cook?" Just as Lu Xiao'e was preparing to retort Xu Damao, someone knocked on the door. "Damao, Xiao'e, are you home?" Hearing Zhang Yang's voice, Xu Damao quickly responded, "Xiao Yang, I was just about to finish the last dish, and come a call you, come in." Lu Xiao'e enthusiastically took the wine Zhang Yang was carrying. But thinking about Zhang Yang just recovering from illness, she couldn't help but say, "Xiao Yang, your health just got better. Drink less later. Don't be like your Damao brother, that wine addict." To this, Zhang Yang could only smile awkwardly. Before long, Xu Damao finished the last dish. He warmly invited Zhang Yang to take a seat, while Lu Xiao'e took the opportunity to set the bowls, chopsticks, and wine glasses. Looking at the 5 dishes on the table, braised pork ribs with radish, fried peanuts, shredded potatoes stir-fried with meat, scrambled eggs, and stir-fried greens. This table of dishes was absolutely sumptuous for this time. For an ordinary family, this could easily cost a week's living expenses. "Damao, Xiao'e, you really went all out this time. 3 meat dishes is too much." Xu Damao valued face, and Zhang Yang's words made him very pleased. So he grandly said, "What is this? I invite you to dinner. Does it matter?" Besides, for me, the projector operator, this little meat is nothing. Xiao'e, just eat your fill. Consider me helping you regain your strength. Hearing Xu Damao bragging again, Lu Xiao'e couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, and she warmly said to Zhang Yang, Xiao'e, please sit down. Here it's just like your own home. Don't be polite. Sigh. Only Damao and Xiao'e treat me well in this yard. Today, I must take this opportunity to toast you both a few more times. Upon hearing this, Xu Damao and Lu Xiao'e both showed satisfied smiles. Under the enthusiastic hospitality of Xu Damao and Lu Xiao'e, Zhang Yang unconsciously drank a few more glasses. As they drank, Xu Damao started talking about Xiao'e. In his words, Xu Damao was filled with resentment and disdain for Xiao'e, constantly encouraging Zhang Yang to deal with Xiao'e together. Zhang Yang naturally understood the situation between the two. They had been at odds since childhood, but because Xiao'e could fight and was ruthless, Xu Damao had suffered a lot at his hands. Reflecting on Xiao'e's actions, Zhang Yang also felt very unhappy. How dare he shove the stolen underwear into his own house? If it weren't for the fear of causing unnecessary trouble, Zhang Yang would have long wanted to test the worth of this courtyard war god. Zhang Yang, with a flushed face, clinked glasses with Xu Damao and said, Damao, that Xiao'e, the underwear fanatic, I can't be bothered with him. It's not worth getting angry with such a fool. Hearing Zhang Yang scold Xiao'e, Xu Damao happily said, right? Xiao'e is just a fool. From now on, let's work together to make that fool Xiao'e submit. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Finding Zhang Yang as a friend to deal with Xiao'e made Xu Damao feel even more that this meal was worth it. After drinking for a while longer, Xu Damao drunkenly said, and that old miser Yi Zhonghai, that so-called manager, he's just a hypocritical scoundrel, always colluding with Xiao'e to help the widow of the Jia family. I see that father and son are likely eyeing Qin Huairu. Who knows? They might even become relatives in the future. If there's a chance later, we brothers can push Yi Zhonghai off the stage, and then we can also be managers ourselves. Zhang Yang had no interest in being the manager of the courtyard, but since he was eating Xu Damao's food and drinking his wine, it was better not to dampen his spirits. Zhang Yang raised his wine glass and declared to Xu Damao, I support Damao being the manager. Upon hearing this, Xu Damao, his face glowing red, said, Good brother, I knew I didn't misjudge you. Come, brother, let us toast again. Zhang Yang and Xu Damao's drinking session lasted from evening until late at night. Seeing Xu Damao drunkenly slumped over the table, Zhang Yang, feeling tipsy, got up to say goodbye. Xiao'e, don't rush off. You just got better. Wait for me to make you a bowl of hangover soup before you go. Lu Xiao'e wanted to go make the soup, but didn't notice her feet and tripped over an empty wine bottle, falling forward. Lu Xiao'e was instantly frightened, her face pale. In a critical moment, Zhang Yang caught her before she hit the ground, and Lu Xiao'e tightly hugged him back. Xiao'e, are you okay? With Lu Xiao'e's face pressed against Zhang Yang's chest, feeling his solid muscles and warmth, and being enveloped by the smell of alcohol he exhaled, her face turned red, feeling as hot as boiling water. I'm fine, thank you, Xiao'e. With a flushed face, Lu Xiao'e stood up, but it seemed she forgot to release her hold on Zhang Yang. Seeing this, Zhang Yang was also reluctant to let go, and, as their eyes met, both felt a little dazed. Chapter 33. Back to the steel mill. For work, Zhang Yang, drunk, looked at the curvaceous Lu Xiao'e as if he were Boss Chow, seeing Annie Zhang Xiao. Zhang Yang unconsciously tightened his embrace around Lu Xiao'e. Xiao'e, no. Damao is still here. Lu Xiao'e pushed Zhang Yang away with a dazed look. At this moment, Zhang Yang came back to his senses, took a deep breath, and reluctantly released his hands. Lu Xiao'e stepped out of Zhang Yang's embrace, her pretty face as red as a monkey's bottom when she was in Zhang Yang's arms. She felt a sense of security she had never experienced before. Xiao'e, help me get Damao out of bed. Zhang Yang nodded in a daze, and together with Lu Xiao'e, they helped Xu Damao out of bed. Xiao'e, sit for a while. I'll go make you some hangover soup. Watching Lu Xiao'e busily moving around, Zhang Yang felt interestingly restless. Here, Xiao'e, drink this bowl of mung bean sprout hangover soup. Thank you, Xiao'e. Zhang Yang took the hangover soup, not caring if it was hot, and drank it down. Xiao'e, be careful, it's hot. Wow, this hangover soup is really good. Thanks, Xiao'e. I'll head back now. Feeling anxious, Zhang Yang handed the empty bowl back to Xiao'e and hurriedly walked outside. Hey, Xiaoyang, take it slow, don't fall. Under Xiao'e's concerned gaze, Zhang Yang disappeared into the backyard, as if he were escaping. Back home, Zhang Yang didn't know how long he lay on the bed before finally dozing off. The next morning, looking at the messy underwear and sheets, Zhang Yang let out a helpless wry smile. Sometimes, being too healthy is also a kind of trouble. Today is Monday, the day Zhang Yang decided to return to work at the steel mill. After changing into a clean outfit, Zhang Yang began to make breakfast. After finishing a simple bowl of egg noodles, Zhang Yang left the courtyard and set off for the steel mill. When Zhang Yang reappeared in the steel mill's maintenance workshop, his co-workers greeted him warmly. Hello, Xiaoyang. Are you feeling better now? Yes, Xiaoyang. If you're feeling unwell, take a few more days off. Facing the concern of his fellow workers, Zhang Yang nodded in response to each of them. It wasn't until it was almost time to start working that the maintenance workshop director, Huang Guangwu, appeared in the workshop with several team leaders, including Lu Meng. Huang Guangwu was a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Although he wasn't technically skilled, he was quite adept at management, earning the respect of even an experienced team leader like Lu Meng. The many gifts Zhang Yang received after his last injury were also due to his reasonable arguments in the factory. Xiaoyang, is your body fully recovered? You must be careful in the future. Director Huang greeted Zhang Yang before organizing the workers for a pre-shift meeting. During the meeting, Director Huang reiterated the importance of safety and the positive situation in the country. Once the workers' enthusiasm for labor was stirred, he instructed the team leaders to take their workers to start their tasks. Zhang Yang's work group was naturally Lu Meng's team. Recently, their task was to repair a tempering furnace in the heat treatment workshop of the steel mill. Heat treatment is an important process in steel processing. It changes the microscopic structure of steel through heating, holding, and cooling without altering the material's composition, thereby enabling the steel to achieve the desired properties. Heat treatment can significantly adjust or improve metallic properties. For example, the hardness of the same type of steel can differ by up to double after quenching. However, despite its many benefits, heat treatment is a genuine energy guzzler. The critical temperature for steel is generally above 700 to 800 degrees Celsius, so, to carry out heat treatment, the steel must be heated to a high temperature. Unlike the smelting process where heat is primarily provided by coke, heat treatment mainly uses resistance heating furnaces. In this era, electricity is a precious energy source, and many rural areas still lack power. One heating furnace in the steel mill consumes over 1,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity daily. And if all furnaces are accounted for, the total daily consumption can reach tens of thousands of kilowatt-hours. If a heating furnace malfunctions during the heating process, not only will it waste a significant amount of electricity, but it may also produce a lot of scrap. Therefore, to avoid such situations, the heat treatment workshop has always been a focus for the maintenance workshop. Looking at these outdated machines, Zhang Yang felt a sense of pride for the people of this era. It was through these aging devices that the Dragon Country achieved the most basic and challenging initial stage of industrialization, producing the world-shocking 2 bombs and 1 satellite. The phrase handmade nuclear bomb might be more of a joke in later times, but in this era, it represented a spirit of self-reliance and resilience. Only by daring to think can one dare to act. If one is afraid to think, how could they possibly succeed? If the sages of that time had been influenced by discouraging words and believed that the industrial conditions of Dragon Country made it impossible to produce the 2 bombs and 1 satellite, would there have been later successes? As Zhang Yang was working with Lu Meng to repair the equipment, he voiced his confusion. Master, according to the maintenance requirements, shouldn't we replace these instruments with new ones? Even if we don't replace them, shouldn't we recalibrate them? Hearing this, Lu Meng smiled wryly before answering. Xiaoyang, you know the current situation in our country. Where are we going to get new instruments? The only technician in our factory who can calibrate instruments has been reassigned, so we can only reassemble them after cleaning them as they were taken apart. Don't worry, these instruments are just a bit inaccurate. They can still be used adequately. The various instruments on the hot processing equipment can be considered the worker's eyes. Heating steel is different from boiling water. Workers cannot judge by touch, nor can they tell by whether it bubbles. Heating a piece of steel to 500 degrees or 600 degrees seems to differ by only 20 degrees. But the energy consumed is far more than just 20. Inaccurate instruments often lead to process errors or energy waste. In either case, it represents a significant loss for the current dragon country. Since he had come to this era, Zhang Yang still planned to make some contributions within his capacity to his country. It was certainly impossible to create a batch of new instruments using universal parts, or he would surely be caught as an enemy's spy. With his mechanical knowledge, calibrating instruments was a piece of cake for Zhang Yang now. However, if he suddenly knew how to do it, it would be too unbelievable. After some thought, Zhang Yang spoke to Lu Meng Master. Could you help me get some books on instrument calibration? I want to try studying it on my own. If I can actually succeed, it would be a contribution to my country. Good. Xiao'e, Master didn't misjudge you. It's great that you have this idea of researching. No matter whether you succeed in the end or not, your effort is already better than most people. Just wait, I'll talk to Director Huang about it during lunch. He knows many people and can definitely help you find relevant materials. After work, Lu Meng took Zhang Yang to Director Huang's office. Director Huang kindly patted Zhang Yang's shoulder and said, Xiao'e, I've already heard from Master Lu about your desire to research instrument calibration technology. You're doing great, Xiao'e. I see in you the vigor of youth that is unafraid of difficulties and ready to face challenges. Of course, don't put too much pressure on yourself. It would be great if you succeed, but if you fail, don't be discouraged. We are still young. We can take our time. I called a friend in the technical department of the Industrial Bureau this afternoon, and he has already agreed to send me some materials on instrument calibration within 2 or 3 days. After hearing Director Huang's words, Zhang Yang finally understood why he held such high esteem among the workers in the maintenance workshop. Unlike leaders who are good at making empty promises, Director Huang truly puts in the effort. After expressing his heartfelt gratitude to Director Huang, Zhang Yang hummed a little tune as he returned to his courtyard. Just as he reached his front door, the smile on Zhang Yang's face instantly disappeared. Looking at the pried lock, a repair message appeared in Zhang Yang's mind. Old iron lock with a deformed lock cylinder, damaged by some thief with a wire. Don't be fooled by my age if not damaged. I could still last for decades. Repair reward. 100 yuan for a little handyman. Although this repair message was an unexpected delight for Zhang Yang. Anyone who's been robbed would inevitably feel furious. Who pried open my lock? Who stole from my house? Come out now. Since Zhang Yang had returned home a little later today, it was now mealtime for the residents in the courtyard. In this era lacking entertainment activities, news of a commotion quickly drew the residents over with their bowls. Xiao'e, what was stolen? Yeah, was it valuable? A thief in the courtyard. Such a big deal naturally required the 3 managing elders to preside over the matter. After some discussion, the 3 elders decided to hold a general meeting of the courtyard to address the issue. Lu Haizhong sent some of his sons to notify the residents in the back courtyard, while Yin Bugui sent his sons to inform those in the front courtyard. As for the middle courtyard, apart from the Jia family, the other residents had already gathered to watch the excitement. At this moment, Qin Huairu, who was drinking white rice porridge, looked at the nervous Jia Zhang and suspiciously asked Mom, Bangung, did the extra rice and flour from our house really come from the Shaju family? Seeing the two stammering and unwilling to answer, a sense of ominous premonition flashed through Qin Huairu's mind. When everyone had arrived, the second elder, Lu Haizhong, with his belly out, waved his hand authoritatively to speak. Today, something very serious happened in our courtyard. Zhang Yang's home was actually broken into. The rice and flour in his house were stolen. What is this? This is a typical case of burglary, which is a serious violation of the law and a criminal act that tarnishes the reputation of the country. Lu Haizhong originally wanted to say a few more formal words, but was interrupted by Yi Zhonghai beside him, which made him feel very unhappy. Yi Zhonghai continued with a serious face. Burglary is not a trivial matter. If reported to the police station, he could spend several years in prison at the very least. However, if he can recognize his mistakes and come forward to admit them, compensating for Xiao Yang's losses, I believe, considering the neighbors in the courtyard, Xiao Yang would agree to leniency. Burglary is not a minor crime. Even if the stolen items are not particularly valuable, once convicted of this crime, he would face at least a few years in prison. After understanding the seriousness of the situation, everyone present immediately fell silent, exchanging glances, none daring to speak easily. At this moment, Uncle Yin Bugue pushed up his glasses and said, "Stop hiding it. Once this reaches the police station, it will be hard to settle." Seeing the pale face of Jia Zhangshi, Zhang Yang immediately had his suspicions. However, he did not directly point the finger at the Jia family, but shouted at Xiao'e. "Xiao'e, why won't you admit it? Besides you, who else in our courtyard would break in and pick locks?" Under everyone's gaze, Xiao'e became anxious and hurriedly tried to explain. "Zhang Yang, don't slander me. He usually would not steal from you. Besides, there are others in our courtyard who can pick locks. Bang Gung can too." Hearing this, everyone quickly turned their attention to Qin Huairu. Jia Zhangshi immediately began to scold Xiao'e. "Xiao'e, you deadbeat. My Bang Gung is so well-behaved. How could he steal from Zhang Yang? If you dare to spout more nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart." Yin Bugue looked around and asked Qin Huairu, "Why haven't your 3 kids come?" "Oh, my 3 kids are busy eating, so I didn't call them out." Seeing that the Jia family continued to deny everything, Zhang Yang said to Zhonghai, "Uncle, why don't we call the police? I believe the police will definitely be able to catch the thief. After all, there are only 2 people in our courtyard who can pick locks. I don't believe they would still be tough in front of the police." No, don't call the police. Zhang Yang, at most, you can search my house. Anyway, we haven't bought any fine grains recently. If you can find any fine grains, then you can consider it as me stealing from you." There was no way. Xiao'e's previous experience at the police station left a deep impression, so he absolutely did not want to be a suspect again. At this moment, Zhang Yang pretended to look troubled and said, "Xiao'e, you are willing to be searched. But what about the other suspect, Bang Gung? Is he willing to be searched? In my opinion, we might as well call the police directly." Hearing this, Xiao'e cast a pleading look at Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu. "And Jia, Sister Qin, why don't you let Zhang Yang search your house? After all, you haven't bought any fine grains for a long time. Just let him search to prove my and Bang Gung's innocence." After hearing Xiao'e's words, Qin Huairu immediately realized where the fine grains in her house came from. Before she could think of how to respond, Jia Zhangshi shouted from the side, "Why should we let you search our house? You're just bullying us, bullying our Jia family, because we are a widow and an orphan. Old Jia, don't you? Come up and take a look." "All right, Uncle, let's call the police to avoid someone saying we are bullying a widow and an orphan. Uncle, let your son Jielong help run to the police station. When he comes back, I'll give him 50 cents for his trouble." Hearing this, Yin Bugue's eyes immediately lit up. Just as he was about to agree, Qin Huairu panicked and said, "No, we can't go to the police station." Chapter 35. Seeking benefits. Xiao Yang, we agree to let you search our house, but you must not go to the police station. Upon hearing that Qin Huairu agreed to the search, Yin Bugue's eyes dimmed. Zhonghai took the opportunity to say, "All right, let us split into 2 groups. Xiao Yang and I will take people to the Jia family, while Old Lu and Old Yin will take people to Xiao'e's house." Under the leadership of Zhonghai and Zhang Yang, a group of people rushed to the Jia family. Pushing open the door of the Jia family, everyone immediately noticed the panic on the faces of Bang Gung, Xiao Dang, and Huaihua. "Wow, Qin Huairu, your family is living quite well, actually eating rice porridge. How can you still have the face to complain about not being able to live, asking people in the courtyard for donations?" "Yes, Uncle. Don't just take care of the Jia family. They can drink rice porridge. You should take care of us who drink cornmeal porridge." Amidst the crowd's mockery, Zhonghai couldn't help but feel embarrassed. "Huairu, where did your family's fine grains come from?" Seeing that Qin Huairu hesitated to answer, Jia Zhangshi spoke up. "These fine grains were bought from Pigeon Market. You all know that Xiao'e lost some money to our family recently, so I thought to buy some fine grains to nourish the children at home." "What? Do you mean to say all fine grains in the world belong to you, Zhang Yang? Or are you going to report us for going to Pigeon Market?" Although everyone present had guessed what was going on, they still fell silent in the face of Jia Zhangshi's unreasonable arguments. The Pigeon Market, while opportunistic, indeed helped many people during this difficult time. For those in the courtyard, there were more people who had been to Pigeon Market than those who had tea. If Zhang Yang really reported Jia Zhangshi for going to Pigeon Market, while she would be fined, he would also be looked down upon in his heart, just like a few friends gathering to play mahjong. If they lose and report gambling, they might succeed, but they would surely be seen as having character issues. Jia Zhangshi dared to speak so openly because she was confident no one would dare to bring up Pigeon Market. If the victim had been someone else, they might really have found it troublesome to deal with Jia Zhangshi's unreasonable behavior. But who is Zhang Yang? He is a man with an advantage. Jia Zhangshi, you said your family's fine grains were all exchanged from Pigeon Market. Did you also exchange salted fish from Pigeon Market? Salted fish? What salted fish? In Jia Zhangshi's puzzled gaze, Zhang Yang continued to speak to himself. Besides fine grains, I also lost the salted fish that Damao gave me. Jia Zhangshi, you didn't also exchange a salted fish from Pigeon Market, did you? Jia Zhangshi knew full well what Bang Geng had stolen from Zhang Yang. Seeing Zhang Yang mention the salted fish, she confidently replied, "No salted fish, we don't have salted fish." Whether you have salted fish or not is up to you to say. It has to be searched to find out. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zhang Yang slowly pulled a salted fish from the rice jar of the Jia family. Jia Zhangshi, let's see how you will argue your way out of this. With Zhang Yang's reprimand, Jia Zhangshi immediately cast her anxious gaze towards Bang Geng. Bang Geng turned pale with fright and quickly explained loudly, "Grandma, it wasn't me. I didn't take the salted fish." Seeing Bang Geng still refusing to admit it, Xu Damao stepped forward and said, "That's right. This is the salted fish I gave to Xiao'e. I remember it because it was given to me by a villager when I was out in the countryside to show movies. With both witnesses and evidence present, there was no way the Jia family could deny it anymore. Uncle, can we notify the police now?" Under everyone's gaze, it was definitely impossible to help the Jia family get off the hook openly, so Zhonghai could only play the emotional card. Xiao'e, they say that distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. In my opinion, it's best not to escalate this matter to the police. Bang Geng is still young. If he goes to prison like this, his life will be ruined. You are magnanimous, so let the Jia family compensate you a little more and let it go. Dealing with moral coercion, Zhang Yang has quite a bit of experience. He put on a bitter expression like Zhonghai and said, "Uncle, I'm not harming Bang Geng. I'm genuinely helping him. You also have to consider that Bang Geng is just a small child. What does he understand? His habit of stealing isn't something he learned by himself. If he learns to steal at such a young age, won't he eventually learn to kill, set fires, and commit rape? Changing these bad habits now is saving him. Uncle, you wouldn't want to see Bang Geng grow up to get shot, would you?" As soon as Zhang Yang finished speaking, Jia Zhangshi began to wail. "Shaju, you deadbeat, heartless scoundrel. No wonder you taught my Bang Geng how to sneak in and pick locks. You wanted him to grow up to get shot." With Jia Zhangshi's cries, the crowd that had originally gone to search Shaju's house gathered around. "Shaju, it's all your fault. If you hadn't taught Bang Geng how to sneak in and pick locks, he wouldn't have stolen Xiao Yang's things. How could you do this?" Faced with the accusation from his goddess with teary eyes, Shaju panicked. "Sister Qin isn't like that. I taught Bang Geng to pick locks just to help him get my things easily. I didn't expect him to steal from others." After explaining to Qin Huairu, Shaju turned to Zhang Yang, indignant. "Zhang Yang, are you really so unfeeling? Bang Geng is only in the 3rd grade of elementary school. Are you really going to ruin a child over a fish? Bang Geng only stole some rice, flour, and salted fish from your house. I'll compensate you. I'll pay you double." Most people in this era are still very kind-hearted. After all, Bang Geng is just a child, and he's grown up in front of them. If they really send Bang Geng to prison over this matter, the residents would still feel a pang of sympathy. Zhang Yang actually believes that it would be better for Bang Geng to go to a juvenile detention center for reform. After all, daring to steal at such a young age might lead him to do worse things when he grows up. Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu's pampering of Bang Geng will only harm him. But since they don't recognize what's good for them, Zhang Yang is too lazy to play the bad guy. He is much more interested in taking advantage of Shaju than in educating Bang Geng. "Shaju, since you're so kind to the Jia family, can't you be a bit nicer to me, your neighbor? My master is going to introduce me to a partner soon, but my house is really too small. Shaju, can we swap houses? Of course, I won't let you help me for free. As long as you agree to swap houses, I'll not only give you all the things the Jia family is compensating me for, but also an extra $100 as a thank you. Shaju, would you be willing to help me with this?" Chapter 36. House swap. Once Zhang Yang's words came out, The crowd immediately fell into a commotion, and the residents began to whisper among themselves. A house swap? Zhang Yang's move is indeed ruthless. Yeah, I didn't expect Zhang Yang to be so dark-hearted. $100. If only Zhang Yang would swap houses with me. Get lost. Your house is even worse than Zhang Yang's. Do you think Xiao'e would take the bait? Upon hearing that this matter could be resolved without much effort, Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu immediately became excited. After all, what Zhang Yang wants to swap is Xiao'e's house. It has nothing to do with the Jia family. Moreover, Xiao'e could get $100 as a thank you. So isn't Xiao'e's money just the Jia family's money? Xiao'e, Sister Qin is begging you, just help Bang Geng out. You're his most beloved silly uncle. Xiao'e, can you really bear to let Bang Geng go to prison? Seeing Qin Huairu's pitiful appearance, Xiao'e's heart nearly melted. But Xiao'e isn't truly foolish. What he needs to give up is not just a little money, but his proud main room. Even if it were $300, he wouldn't be willing to swap houses with Zhang Yang. Although Xiao'e is a bit kinder towards Bang Geng because of Qin Huairu, Bang Geng is not his own child. He might spend a little money on him normally, but when it comes to a situation where he needs to bleed heavily, Xiao'e inevitably hesitated. Seeing this, Zhang Yang decided to add fuel to the fire. Xiao'e, you see, only when the knife cuts into your own body do you know the pain. It wasn't you who was stolen from. You can stand there and speak without feeling the pain. When it comes time for you to show generosity, aren't you being very stingy too? Xiao'e, stop pretending to be a good person from the Jia family. This matter has nothing to do with you. Let's handle it as a business matter. And consider the house swap a joke. After saying this, Zhang Yang lifted Bang Geng and headed towards the police station. Seeing that Zhang Yang was serious, Jia Zhangshi anxiously shouted at Xiao'e. Xiao'e, do you really want Bang Geng to go to prison? You have to know that Bang Geng is my dear grandson. Grandma, I don't want to go to prison. Mom, I don't want to go to prison. Mom, please save me. Grandma, please save me. Silly uncle, please save me. After being lifted by Zhang Yang, Bang Geng finally got scared. He struggled desperately, tried to escape Zhang Yang's grip, but it was all in vain, struggling without success. Bang Geng's face was now covered in snot and tears, making Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu feel extremely heartbroken. Xiao'e, say something. Xiao'e, please say something. Jia Zhangshi was genuinely anxious at this point. Although she was harsh and selfish, she indeed regarded Bang Geng, the only heir of the Jia family, as her lifeline. Xiao'e, if you don't say anything, don't blame me for sending you to prison to accompany my good grandson. Xiao'e, the last incident isn't over yet. Others might think Jia Zhangshi was referring to Xiao'e stealing her underwear, but Zhang Yang and Xiao'e knew that she wasn't talking about that. Looking at Jia Zhangshi's frenzied expression, Xiao'e ultimately couldn't withstand the pressure in his heart. Zhang Yang, you just want my house, right? Let's swap. Just let go of Bang Geng. Currently, the property in the 49 city belongs to the public, and what Zhang Yang and Xiao'e own is merely usage rights, so they cannot buy or sell. The act of swapping houses between Zhang Yang and Xiao'e is like two families in the countryside swapping land. As long as both parties reach an agreement and find a few witnesses, it's fine. If they want to be formal, they might write a receipt. But most people would be too lazy to do that. After all, the social atmosphere in this era is different from later generations. Most people are very trustworthy. As long as something is agreed upon, no one would dare to easily violate it. Otherwise, if one's reputation is tarnished, they would surely be isolated by everyone in this collective society. Although Zhang Yang looks down on Xiao'e's character, he doesn't doubt his integrity at all. Seeing Xiao'e agree to the house swap, Zhang Yang relaxed his grip and dropped Bang Geng onto the ground. Woo-woo, ignoring the crying Bang Geng. Zhang Yang turned around and went home to take out 10 brand new big black bills from his personal space. Xiao'e, here, that's $100 for you. When will you move out of my house? Seeing Zhang Yang so readily take out the money, Xiao'e felt embarrassed to dawdle. He accepted the money, his face dark, and replied, tomorrow, I'll move my things to the rainwater house tomorrow, and you can move your things over the day after at the latest. Good. Xiao'e, it's settled then. As the saying goes, empty words have no proof. Xiao'e, it's better for us to write a receipt for our voluntary house swap to avoid misunderstandings in the future. Okay, if you want to write it, let's do it. In front of the witnesses in the courtyard, Xiao'e and Zhang Yang wrote a receipt for their voluntary house swap. The ownership of the two houses still belongs to the collective, but their usage rights have changed hands. In the gaze of the crowd, looking at him like a fool, Xiao'e dully returned home. Today might be his last day living in the main house of the courtyard. With the matter resolved, and the crowd that had gathered for the excitement starting to leave in twos and threes, Xu Damao turned to Zhang Yang with envy in his eyes. "Xiao Yang, you've really struck gold this time. Xiao'e's main house has so many people envious of it." "Ha ha, Brother Damao, it's all because Brother Zhu is kind-hearted. No more talk about that. I'll treat you, Sister Xiao'e, and Xiao'e to dinner this weekend. Consider it a celebration for my moving." Upon hearing this, Xu Damao immediately became unhappy, pouting, "Xiao Yang, it's fine if you treat me and your sister-in-law to dinner. But why invite that fool Xiao'e?" Zhang Yang patiently explained, "Brother Damao, do you know what it means to kill the heart after killing the person? Killing the person and also killing the heart? What do you mean by that, Xiao Yang? Think about it, Brother Damao. If we invite Xiao'e to dinner in his own house, how will he feel while eating?" After Zhang Yang said this, Xu Damao finally understood his point. "Xiao Yang, I didn't expect you to look so innocent, but actually be full of schemes. All right, let's invite Xiao'e to dinner this weekend and properly kill his heart." After sending Xu Damao away, Zhang Yang returned home. Although he still had plenty of rice and flour in his space, he had just been visited by the Jia family today. If he took out the rice and flour to cook again, it would inevitably raise suspicion. But pretending to go out to buy grains at this time would be too late. After some thought, Zhang Yang decided to just have some of the cookies and fruits he had received as rewards for dinner tonight. Chapter 37. Wealth after filling his stomach. Zhang Yang repaired the lock that had been damaged by the stick today while eavesdropping on a conversation between Yi Zhonghai and an older woman with his super hearing. "Sai, my partner, Xiao'e's performance today disappointed me too much. He was reckless and impulsive. Simply brainless. He mindlessly exchanged the house for the Jia family. If we rely on him to support us in our old age, can we trust him? Forget it, Lao, don't be angry." Although Xiao'e's actions were indeed a bit foolish, it also shows that he's a warm-hearted person. He was able to give up his house for the Jia family today. So he definitely won't neglect us in the future. I'm not angry with Xiao'e. I'm angry with Zhang Yang. That kid is too hard-hearted. The stick is still a child. He makes a small mistake, and he wants to send him to prison. Someone like him is not a good person. Moreover, he doesn't even regard me as an elder. If I don't find a chance to deal with him, I fear no one in this courtyard will take me seriously. Listening to Yi Zhonghai's complaints about him, Zhang Yang didn't care at all. Yi Zhonghai was just an old curmudgeon. Why should he be concerned about him? If it weren't for the system only being effective in the courtyard, Zhang Yang would have already found a way to leave and live in a single courtyard. If Yi Zhonghai had any sense, that would be fine. If not, Zhang Yang wouldn't mind giving him a proper lesson. Repair completed. Deformed old iron lock. Triggered additional critical hit. Successfully received proficiency reward in heat treatment knowledge. With the appearance of the reward panel, a surge of heat treatment knowledge flooded into Zhang Yang's brain. Combining it with his understanding of the heat treatment workshop at the steel rolling mill, he suddenly had various ideas for improving the heat treatment workshop processes. Suppressing his excitement, Zhang Yang checked the introduction for the system reward, the household helper. It turned out that the so-called household helper was actually a bionic dog. At the beginning, the dog's age, gender, and breed could be freely chosen, but once set, it cannot be changed. Additionally, once it was taken out of the space, it could never be returned unless it died. Although the household helper was just a bionic dog, it was more loyal, smarter, and stronger than an ordinary dog, and it could even breed with other dogs. Zhang Yang, being a dog lover, set the breed to a dragon country rural dog, commonly known as a big yellow dog. As for the gender, he set it as a little male dog. For age, he set it to 3 months old. Zhang Yang had already thought about it. When he returned home from work tomorrow, he would find a deserted place to take out the puppy and say he found it on the way. Although he currently had no wife, having a little dog to accompany him would at least alleviate his loneliness. The next day at work, Zhang Yang told Lu Meng about the house swap with Xiao'e. When Lu Meng learned that Xiao'e had actually swapped houses with Zhang Yang for the sake of Qin Huairu's son, the stick, he was shocked into silence. After a long while, Lu Meng exclaimed, "I didn't see it, but this Xiao'e is really a romantic. For a widow like Qin Huairu, he actually invested so much. If that stick didn't look anything like Xiao'e, I would suspect he was Xiao'e's son. But Xiao Yang, you really made the swap at just the right time. Originally, the house should have been your weak point, but now that you've swapped with Xiao'e, your last weak point for finding a wife is gone. Just wait. It won't be long before the master introduces a good girl to you. Seeing Zhang Yang scratching his head shyly, Lu Meng couldn't help but laugh happily. After work, Zhang Yang bought some vegetables and groceries at the cooperative of the steel rolling mill. This is the advantage of a large state-owned enterprise. A big factory like the steel rolling mill, with thousands of employees, covers all aspects of life, such as clothing, food, housing, and transportation. It's no exaggeration to say that a large state-owned factory in this era is like a small city, capable of meeting almost all the living needs of workers. On his way back, Zhang Yang deliberately strolled through a deserted area. Taking this opportunity, he took some rice and flour out of his space and then released the little yellow dog. Woof, woof, woof. Seeing the little yellow dog greet him affectionately, Zhang Yang couldn't help but smile. From now on, you'll be called Wealth, got it? Wealth. Woof, woof, woof. After receiving Wealth's response, Zhang Yang walked home with a vegetable basket in his left hand and Wealth in his right hand. In the courtyard, Xiao'e was silently moving out with his head down. To comfort Xiao'e and prevent the people in the courtyard from gossiping, Qin Huairu voluntarily went to help Xiao'e move after work. While moving things, she wiped her tears and said pitifully, "Zhuzi, thank you for standing up for our family. Dongshu is gone, and now the only person we can rely on is you. Don't worry, I will find a way to get Zhang Yang to swap the house back with you." Looking at the weak and helpless Qin Huairu, Xiao'e's heart was almost melting. How he wished he could hold this pitiful woman in his arms and take good care of her. "Sister Qin, I..." Just as Xiao'e was gathering the courage to express his feelings, the sharp and harsh voice of Jia Zhang came over. "Qin Huairu, what are you doing? It's after work. And instead of rushing home to make dinner, you're running off to help that old bachelor Xiao'e move? Do you want to starve our whole family to death so you can remarry?" After being scolded by Jia Zhang, Qin Huairu dared not stay at Xiao'e's house any longer. She wiped a tear from the corner of her eye and responded aggrievedly, "Mom, how can you say that about me? Zhuzi helped our family so much yesterday. Isn't it right for me to help him move? Just wait a moment. I'll wash my face and come back to cook right away." Looking at Qin Huairu, who was slightly sweating and all wet, Xiao'e felt a pang of heartache. "Sister Qin, you've worked all day and just moved so many things. You must be exhausted. Go home and rest for a while. Once I finish moving the last few things, I'll start cooking. When the food is ready, I'll bring it right over to you." Hearing Xiao'e's words, Qin Huairu felt a surge of emotion in her heart. She spoke to Xiao'e with rare sincerity. "Zhuzi, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have given up long ago. You're truly a good person." Xiao'e felt invigorated by Qin Huairu's compliment, and his previously tired body was suddenly filled with energy. His back didn't ache, and his legs didn't feel weak anymore. He huffed and puffed as he moved the last few items. Xiao'e had decided that he wanted to finish moving as soon as possible so he could cook for his sister Qin. Looking at the emptied living room, Xiao'e felt immense anger. "Zhang Yang, you despicable little man. Sister Qin's life is so difficult, and instead of helping, you are trying to take advantage of her misfortune. Just wait. One day Zhu Yi will settle the score with you." Chapter 38. Defeating Magic with Magic in the front yard of the Yin family's house. The 7 members of the Yin family were gathered around the table drinking cornmeal porridge. When it came to living conditions, the Yin family was much worse off than the Jia family. There were 7 people in the Yin family. Although Yin Jieqing had married Yu Li, neither of them had a proper job. Yin Jieqing was better off, having found a temporary job, while Yu Li could only earn money by doing odd jobs like making paper boxes. Currently, the entire Yin family mainly relied on Yanbu Gui, a primary school teacher, to support them. In such circumstances, it was indeed difficult for Yanbu Gui to make ends meet without being frugal. After finishing his porridge, Yanbu Gui spoke to his family with a tone of envy. "Zhang Yang is really clever. He used just $100 to buy Xiao'e's main house. This deal has made Zhang Yang a big profit." When Yin Jieqing heard his father mention Zhang Yang, he also spoke enviously. "Yeah, I never realized how wealthy Zhang Yang was, but unexpectedly, yesterday, he casually pulled out $100. $100? I've never seen so much money. Look at your little aspirations. You're shocked by $100? You don't think about it. A mere $100 is nothing to Zhang Yang. Yanbu Gui first mocked Yan Jieqing and then continued calculating with confidence. That kid Zhang Yang's family background is quite substantial. He has been working for 4 or 5 years now. Even if he saves $30 a month, that adds up to nearly $2,000 over the years. $2,000. If only our family had that much money. After hearing Yin Bugui's words, everyone's eyes lit up, and at that moment, Aunt San suddenly spoke up. Eldest daughter-in-law, your sister just got a job at the steel mill. What do you think about introducing Haidang to Zhang Yang? Haidang and Zhang Yang? Seeing his wife's surprised expression, Yan Jieqing disdainfully said, just a maintenance worker like Zhang Yang. How could he be worthy of Haidang? Haidang is young and beautiful, and she's a proper high school graduate who just graduated and got a job at the steel mill as a broadcaster. She's now known as the flower of the steel mill. How could she look at Zhang Yang? At this time, Yuli also shook her head and said, Mom, you don't know, my sister is very proud. She probably wouldn't think much of Zhang Yang. Just as Yanbu Gui was about to say something, Zhang Yang's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Uncle San, are you home? Yes, what is up, Xiao'e? As Yanbu Gui stepped out of the house, he saw Zhang Yang carrying a basket of vegetables and a little yellow dog squatting at his feet. Uncle San, this is a little dog I found on the road today, and I plan to adopt it. If you see it coming in and out of the door in the future, please don't treat it as a stray dog. As Zhang Yang spoke, he handed 2 eggs to Yanbu Gui. Seeing Zhang Yang being so generous, Yanbu Gui's old face instantly broke into a smile like a wild chrysanthemum. He accepted the eggs while assuring Zhang Yang, Xiao Yang, don't worry, since you've specially told Uncle San, how could I not give you face? But Xiao Yang, you have to take good care of this dog. There are many elderly and children in the yard, and if it bites someone, that would be a problem. Don't worry, Uncle San, I know. This little dog I found is very smart. Come, Wang Kai. Wag your tail for Uncle San. Yanbu Gui initially thought Zhang Yang was joking, but to his surprise, the little dog actually wagged its tail at him. Hey, Xiao Yang, this dog you picked up is quite interesting. As Yanbu Gui looked on with curiosity, Zhang Yang brought Wang Kai back to the courtyard. Not wanting to cook for just himself, Zhang Yang still chose to make noodles. He divided a large portion of noodles for himself and a small portion for Wang Kai. Just as the man and dog were eating, Wang Kai suddenly began barking wildly at the door. Woof, woof, woof. Not bad. Little Wang Kai's hearing is already on par with my reinforced self. When it grows up, it will definitely be a good watchdog. All right, Wang Kai, you don't have to bark when I'm home. After hearing Zhang Yang's words, Wang Kai indeed quieted down. You've raised a dog, Zhang Yang? Seeing Sha Zhu's unfriendly expression, Zhang Yang revealed a mocking smile. What's wrong? Is there a government regulation against raising dogs? Or do I need to get your approval, Sha Zhu? Provoked by Zhang Yang, Sha Zhu's voice immediately grew louder as he shouted, everyone in the yard, come out and see. Zhang Yang is raising a dog in the yard without regard for public morals. With so many elderly and children around, if his dog hurts someone. Under Sha Zhu's shouting, the people in the courtyard gathered around. After figuring out what was going on, Yi Zhonghai, with a deeply pained expression, spoke up. Xiao Yang, there's so many people in the yard. Raising a dog is indeed not very good. From a collective perspective, you should give the dog away. Seeing Yi Zhonghai starting to impose moral pressure again, Zhang Yang also played the victim. Uncle, it's not that I want to raise a dog. It's mainly because there have been thieves in our yard. Raising a dog is just for theft prevention. Rest assured, I will take good care of my dog. If it really bites an innocent person, I will take full responsibility. To prevent Yi Zhonghai from continuing the moral pressure, Zhang Yang added a poignant remark. Uncle, those who are most afraid of me raising a dog are probably the thieves. Don't you think those who do everything they can to stop me from raising a dog are up to no good? After hearing Zhang Yang's words, those who originally wanted to persuade him along with Yi Zhonghai all shut their mouths. After all, no one wanted to be associated with the potential reputation of thieves. Indeed, only magic could defeat magic. The moralist Yi Zhonghai was most afraid of moral attacks. After Zhang Yang said that, he didn't dare to oppose firmly anymore. However, to salvage some face, Yi Zhonghai still warned Zhang Yang, Xiao Yang, if the dog bites someone, it's not a small matter. If your dog really bites someone, you'll be in trouble. Don't worry, uncle. If my dog really bites a good person, you can do whatever you want to me. But if my dog bites a thief, I hope you can praise it as a good dog. Seeing Zhang Yang make a promise in front of everyone, Zhonghai felt embarrassed to say anything more. He nodded at Zhang Yang and then walked back to his house. Once Zhonghai left, the onlookers also returned to their homes, leaving only a reluctant Xiao'e behind. Chapter 39. Yan Bugui introduces a matchmaker, although Xiao'e felt unwilling. Seeing that his good friend, he had already given up, and the other residents of the courtyard had stopped talking, he had no choice but to stop dwelling on the matter. Zhang Yang, I have cleared out the main house in the courtyard. You can move in now. Looking at the angry Xiao'e, Zhang Yang happily replied, Xiao'e, I didn't expect you to be quite straightforward in handling things. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. By the way, Xiao'e, to thank you, I'm planning to treat you to drinks this weekend. Are you coming? Hearing this, Xiao'e initially wanted to refuse. But then he thought, Zhang Yang is treating, so the food must be good. Embracing the spirit of not turning down a free meal, Xiao'e agreed. After all, he had already given his house to Zhang Yang. What was wrong with having a good meal from him? As the saying goes, a person feels good when happy events occur. After finishing the noodles, Zhang Yang eagerly began moving. He worked until midnight, transferring all his belongings. After finding a few old clothes to make a dog bed and settling Wang Kai in, Zhang Yang slowly fell asleep. The next day, after work, Director Huang called Zhang Yang to his office. He pointed to a box of books and said, Xiao Yang, this is the information my friend sent me. Besides some books on instrument calibration, there are also books on machinery, heat treatment, and steel rolling processes. Take them home and study them well. Once you have a solid theoretical understanding, combine it with some practical experience on the equipment. If you can achieve results, I will report to the factory leadership to commend you. Looking at Director Huang's trusting gaze, Zhang Yang quickly assured him, Please rest assured, Director. I will complete my theoretical studies as soon as possible and ensure I achieve results. So, as not to let you down, after saying goodbye to Director Huang, Zhang Yang returned to the courtyard with a whole box of books. As he passed the front yard, Yan Bugui said to Zhang Yang, Xiao Yang, didn't you say your master was introducing you to someone? How's it going? Any targets? When Zhang Yang shook his head, Yan Bugui continued with a smile, Xiao Yang, our school has a beautiful teacher named Ran. She not only looks good, but also comes from a scholarly family. Would you like me to introduce you to her? A scholarly family? Zhang Yang, who knew the future trends, wouldn't put himself in trouble by finding someone from a scholarly family. Just as he was thinking of a reason to refuse, Xiao'e suddenly walked in from outside. He ignored Zhang Yang standing aside and said to Yan Bugui, Third uncle, this isn't fair. Your school has such a good girl, and you're not thinking of introducing her to me? I've been asking you for a long time. Yan Bugui thought to himself, what kind of reputation does Xiao'e have? How could I push a female teacher from the school into this fire pit? Although he thought this way, Yan Bugui wouldn't say it in front of Xiao'e. If Xiao'e really said that, who knows how he would retaliate? After a forced smile, Yan Bugui told Xiao'e, Zhuzi, it's just that you and teacher Ran have an age gap. If there was someone more age-appropriate, I would have introduced you long ago. Oh, how old is this teacher Ran you're talking about? Under Xiao'e's gaze, Yan Bugui gently replied, 20. Only 20. Xiao'e first sighed and then continued, forget it, 20 is fine. I don't mind her being younger. Third uncle, just introduce this teacher Ran to me. Looking at Xiao'e's forced expression, Yan Bugui wished he could give him a good beating. But after comparing their sizes, he decisively abandoned that thought. Ha ha ha. Seeing Zhang Yang laughing so hard he could barely breathe, Xiao'e angrily said, Zhang Yang, what are you laughing at? It's nothing, I just suddenly thought of something happy. Huh. Under Zhang Yang's laughter, Yan Bugui also started to laugh. Third uncle, what are you laughing at? Oh, like Xiao Yang, I also thought of something very happy. After laughing for a while, Zhang Yang took the opportunity to say to Yan Bugui, Third uncle, you and Xiao'e chat slowly. I'm going back first. As for that teacher Ran you mentioned, forget it. I don't deserve her. Upon hearing Zhang Yang say he didn't deserve teacher Ran, Xiao'e became even more interested in her. He thought if he could win over teacher Ran, it would mean he was better than Zhang Yang. Thinking of this, Xiao'e handed the lunchbox he was carrying to Yan Bugui. Third uncle, this is what I brought back from the small kitchen today. It has a lot of meat dishes. If you can really introduce me to teacher Ran, I will reward you handsomely once it's successful. Hearing that Xiao'e brought back meat dishes from the small kitchen, Yin Bugui ultimately couldn't resist the temptation. He took Xiao'e's lunchbox home, poured out the contents, and then returned the empty box to Xiao'e. Zhuzi, third uncle is telling you in advance that I will only introduce you, but I can't guarantee it will work. Xiao'e readily smiled. You can rest assured, third uncle. There's no guarantee in matchmaking. It's not like the arranged marriages of the old society. This is a new society, and we value free marriage, I understand. After obtaining Yin Bugui's promise, Xiao'e hummed a little tune and returned to the central courtyard, as if his connection with teacher Ran was already a done deal. In Xiao'e's eyes, he was such an excellent young man. Marrying a primary school teacher would be a piece of cake. Humming his tune, Xiao'e walked towards the main room of the central courtyard, but after just a few steps, he remembered that the main room now belonged to Zhang Yang. Sigh. After sighing in his heart, Xiao'e prepared to walk to He Yushui's room. At this moment, Qin Huairu, who was washing clothes by the water tank in the central courtyard, immediately came over when she saw Xiao'e returning with the lunchbox. As usual, Qin Huairu reached out to take Xiao'e's lunchbox and charmingly said, Zhuzi, Bang Jin told me you would bring back meat dishes today. He was so happy. Bang Jin said today that his silly uncle is the most capable. Seeing Qin Huairu, Xiao'e suddenly remembered that he had told her at noon he would bring back meat dishes. Now that he had given the meat dishes to the Yin family, how would he explain it to Sister Qin? Why is today's lunchbox so light? Confused, Qin Huairu opened Xiao'e's lunchbox. Looking at the empty lunchbox, Qin Huairu became furious. Where's the food? Zhuzi, where's the food? Didn't you say there would be meat dishes today? Faced with Qin Huairu's questioning, Xiao'e felt like a man caught cheating and stammered as he explained to her, Sister Qin, the cafeteria director was watching closely today, so I didn't find an opportunity to pack the food. Xiao'e thought he had come up with a flawless excuse, but unexpectedly, after hearing his words, Qin Huairu began to cry. Chapter 40. Forget it. Woo-woo. While crying, Qin Huairu glared at Xiao'e with her misty big eyes and said, Zhuzi, I always thought you were honest, but I didn't expect you to start lying to me. Ooh, why is my life so hard? Zhuzi, look, your lunchbox clearly still has leftover oil, yet you lied to me saying you didn't pack food. Zhuzi, do you dislike me and not want to give me the lunchbox? So you made up a random excuse to fool me? Zhuzi, even if you don't want to give me the lunchbox, just say it directly. Please don't lie to me, okay? The thing I fear the most is being deceived. Woo-woo. It was also Xiao'e's bad luck today. Normally, Yin Bugui would not leave any oil or water in Xiao'e's lunchbox. However, today, Yin Bugui was afraid Xiao'e would wait too long, so he didn't have time to rinse it with hot water. Looking at the crying Qin Huairu, Xiao'e felt like a terrible person for deceiving such a kind-hearted and pitiful Sister Qin. With an overwhelming sense of guilt, Xiao'e told Qin Huairu everything that had just happened in the front yard, as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Regarding Xiao'e's plan to go on a blind date with teacher Ran, Qin Huairu was not worried at all. After all, given the conditions of teacher Ran as described by Xiao'e, it would be a miracle if she actually liked him. Seeing that there was no lunchbox to take home today, Qin Huairu gave Xiao'e an incredibly disappointed look before hurriedly returning to the Jia family with her clothes. As soon as she entered the door, the Jia family's young master, Bang Yang, anxiously asked, Mom, where's Xiao'e's lunchbox today? Didn't you say he would bring back meat dishes? I'm so hungry I could die. Looking at Bang Yang's eager expression, Qin Huairu scolded Xiao'e silently in her heart before shyly explaining, Bang Yang, your uncle Xiao'e couldn't bring back the lunchbox today. Just wait. Mom will make you some cornmeal porridge. Bang Yang immediately protested. But we agreed that there would be meat dishes today. How can it suddenly turn into cornmeal porridge? No way. What kind of food is cornmeal porridge? It doesn't suit my identity as the Jia family's young master. He began to cry. Seeing Bang Yang's tantrum, Jia Zhangshi also joined in the complaint that useless Xiao'e. If he hadn't promised to bring back meat dishes, would my precious grandson have been tempted? Now he says there are no meat dishes. No, I have to go find him. He must bring some meat dishes for my precious grandson. When Jia Zhangshi really started to walk towards the door, Qin Huairu quickly confessed, Mom, forget it. You shouldn't go looking for Xiao'e today. To be honest, he did bring back meat dishes, but he gave them to third uncle while passing through the front yard. Upon hearing that Xiao'e wanted to go on a blind date, Jia Zhangshi was instantly filled with a nameless rage. Ignoring Qin Huairu's persuasion, she continued walking towards Xiao'e's house. "Aunt Jia, what brings you here?" Xiao'e felt a bit nervous looking at the furious Jia Zhangshi. Jia Zhangshi coldly snorted. "A few days ago, you were calling her Xiao'e when you were doing that. And now that there's a new person, you call her Aunt Jia. Xiao'e, you are too much. Don't blame me for not giving you a heads up. If you don't give me an explanation about our affair, don't think you can go on a blind date peacefully." Xiao'e had just swapped houses with Zhang Yang because of Bong Ying's theft, and he felt that he and Jia Zhangshi had settled their accounts. So, facing Jia Zhangshi's threat, Xiao'e got angry too. "Aunt Jia, how do you want me to explain? For Bong Ying's sake, I even swapped my main house with Zhang Yang. If you think I haven't given you an explanation, then you can help me get the main house back. Let me tell you, Aunt Jia, our affair is already settled. If you keep making a fuss, don't blame me for not giving Sister Qin face. I warn you, if I can't marry a wife, your family won't have it easy either." Xiao'e was inherently reckless, and his hard stance made Jia Zhangshi soften immediately. She knew that if she pushed Xiao'e too hard, the Jia family would definitely not benefit. Seeing that a hard approach wouldn't work, Jia Zhangshi decided to take a softer one. "Xiao'e, Aunt knows that our age difference is not suitable, but I've kept myself pure for 30 years. After being pure for 30 years, are you really that heartless to take it away from me?" Xiao'e was indeed someone who responded better to softness. Hearing Jia Zhangshi say this made him feel a bit guilty. After thinking for a moment, he took out 10 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Jia Zhangshi. "Aunt Jia, this 10 yuan is my final compensation to you. From now on, forget about what happened between us." Seeing Xiao'e's resolute expression, Jia Zhangshi ultimately chose to take the money and leave. When she got home, she scolded Yin Bugue harshly. It was time for dinner. Bang Ying painfully drank the cornmeal porridge, his eyes showing a fierce look like a wolf cub. In contrast to the oppressive dinner atmosphere at the Jia family, the atmosphere at the Yin family was quite lively. They had never eaten this much meat during the New Year. While enjoying the delicious meat dishes, Third Aunt spoke to Yin Bugue with some concern. "Head of the family, don't you think it's a bit rash to promise to help Xiao'e find a date? With his reputation as a panty maniac, what teacher at your school would be interested in him?" Hearing this, Yin Bugue replied nonchalantly, "It's fine. I've already told Xiao'e in advance. I'm just helping to introduce. I can't guarantee it will work out. Tomorrow, I'll ask Teacher Ran if she's heard of the panty maniac and then tell Xiao'e that his reputation is too big and Teacher Ran won't tea like him. And that will be that. Anyway, we've already enjoyed Xiao'e's meat dishes. We could just brush him off later." Third Aunt looked at Yin Bugue with admiration. "Head of the family, you're so clever. That way, we can eat Xiao'e's meat dishes for free." Yin Bugue smiled proudly. "What do you think? If I lived in ancient times, I would definitely be a strategist of the level of Zhuge Liang or Wang Lang." After praising himself, Yin Bugue turned to educate the children with a frown. "You all need to learn from your father. Always think more in everything. Remember, you won't go broke from eating or wearing, but if you can't calculate, you'll suffer." Seeing the children busy with their meals, Yin Bugue could only shake his head helplessly. After dinner, Zhang Yang took out the materials given by Director Huang and began to review them. Combining the knowledge provided by the system, Zhang Yang found that while the materials were generally correct, there were many misconceptions in some details. This meant Zhang Yang could make improvements in many areas. Originally, Zhang Yang's talent for studying could only be considered average, but after the system's enhancement, he discovered that his learning ability had greatly improved, especially his memory, which had almost reached a photographic level. After browsing through a book on steel rolling technology, Zhang Yang entered a dreamland with a smile. Chapter 41. Li Yu. The next day at work, Lu Ming excitedly told Zhang Yang that he had already found a blind date for him, and he would bring the girl over to meet him this weekend. For the next few days, he planned to clean up the house and prepare some dishes for the guests. Hearing that he was going on a blind date this weekend, Zhang Yang felt both nervous and excited. Originally, Zhang Yang had planned to invite Xu Damao and Xiao'e for drinks, but since his master said he had a blind date this weekend, he would have to postpone the drinking plans. When Zhang Yang informed Xu Damao and Xiao'e about this news, they didn't say much, as it was indeed an important matter for Zhang Yang. Over the past few days after work, Zhang Yang carefully tidied up the room and collected wooden boards to make a small house for Wang Kai. After spending time together, most people in the yard had already accepted Wang Kai. It neither made a mess nor barked randomly, and sometimes it even helped catch rats for the people in the yard. How could they not accept such a well-behaved little dog? Today was the official blind date day, and Zhang Yang got up early to go to the market. When he returned to the courtyard with a basket full of goods, everyone in the yard was amazed. Wow, little Yang, are you planning to feast? You got chicken, fish, and meat, and that big piece of pork must weigh 4 or 5 Jin. Little Yang, how long have you been saving meat tickets? Little Yang, it seems the rumors about your blind date are true. The neighbors watched enviously as Zhang Yang carried the basket. Ever since Zhang Yang recovered, his life had been getting better and better. He had a new house, he was about to have a wife, and his food was getting better and better. The things Zhang Yang brought today were even more abundant than their New Year's ingredients. Yin Bugue stood at his doorstep, feeling a deep sense of heartache. If it weren't for his family's lack of discernment, Zhang Yang should have had a share of the things he was carrying. Zhonghai looked at Zhang Yang, who was returning home with a full load, his gaze deep, lost in thought. Zhang Yang didn't say much to the people in the courtyard. After casually brushing them off with a few words, he went back home with his things. Most people in the courtyard probably didn't have any bad intentions, but there would always be a few who were strongly envious. Zhang Yang wasn't afraid of trouble, but he also didn't want to stir up any. He neither had the ambition to help the world nor wanted to provoke others' jealousy. He just wanted to live a good life, focusing on himself. As long as it didn't jeopardize his safety, he wouldn't mind making some contributions to the country, but if it might bring him trouble, he wouldn't hesitate to bury his head in the sand like an ostrich. As soon as Zhang Yang returned home, Qin Huairu enthusiastically came to the door. While she diligently picked up a broom to sweep the clean floor, she smiled and said to Zhang Yang, "Xiao Yang, your blind date is here today. We can't have no one cooking. I'll help you make dinner, and you can just give me a bowl of meat and vegetables later. How's that sound? Get lost." Today was a day for serious matters, and Zhang Yang had no mood to indulge Qin Huairu. With that one word, Qin Huairu ran out of Zhang Yang's house. Her eyes red. Around 10 o'clock, Lu Meng led Zhang Muji and Zhang Muji's niece Li Yu to the courtyard. As soon as they entered, they caught the attention of the residents. There was no helping it. Li Yu was just too beautiful, with her twin ponytails and a trendy army green jacket, complemented by blue long pants. Her figure looked exceptionally tall, and her delicate face was as pure and graceful as a lotus flower in water. "Captain Zhang, Master Lu, who is this?" Seeing Zhonghai step forward to greet them, Lu Meng and Zhang Muji exchanged a glance before Zhang Muji responded at Master Lu's invitation. "I brought my niece to meet Zhang Yang for a blind date." "Your niece is the one dating Zhang Yang? Such a beautiful girl. Zhang Yang is really lucky." Zhang Muji laughed heartily at this remark. "What luck? She's just a country girl. If she could come to the city, that would be her fortune. Country girls are good. They're simple and kind, and they work quickly. Marrying a wife like this who knows how to care for her family will make life comfortable. Xiao Yang will have a blessed future." "Hey, what you said makes it sound like whether they can make it depends on fate," Zhonghai chimed in. Under Zhonghai's lead, the group moved from the front yard to the middle courtyard. "Xiao Yang, come out quickly. Your master and Captain Zhang are here." Hearing Zhonghai's call, Zhang Yang hurried out. "Uncle, sorry to trouble you." As Zhang Yang handed out cigarettes to Zhonghai and Zhang Muji, he warmly welcomed them. "Master, Captain Zhang, please come in." Upon seeing Li Yu beside them, Zhang Yang's eyes instantly lit up, noticing Zhang Yang's tidy appearance and proper manners. Lu Meng couldn't help but nod in approval. He introduced, "Xiao Yang, you must have seen Captain Zhang at the factory. He is the captain of the first security team in the factory security department. This is his niece, Li Yu." "Captain Zhang, Li Yu, this is my apprentice Zhang Yang, currently a level 4 maintenance worker at the factory." Shortly after Zhang Yang welcomed the three into his home, Zhang Muji turned to Lu Meng and said, "Old Lu, why don't we let the young people chat by themselves? Let's go out for a stroll?" "Sure," Zhang Yang replied happily. "Master, you and Captain Zhang don't wander too far. It won't be long before it's time to eat. Don't worry, we know what we're doing." Once Lu Meng and Zhang Muji left, laughing, Zhang Yang nervously poured a cup of tea for Li Yu. "Thank you, Comrade Zhang Yang." "You're welcome, Comrade Li Yu." Both of them awkwardly raised their teacups to drink, and perhaps due to the tea being too hot, they both felt a bit warm, their faces turning slightly red. Zhang Yang pushed a plate of white rabbit candy and peanuts towards Li Yu. Comrade Liu, have some snacks. Thank you, Comrade Zhang Yang. Liu shyly reached for a candy while blushing and thanked Zhang Yang. Her voice was soft and gentle, like a breeze that touched Zhang Yang's heart. Gathering his courage, Zhang Yang asked, Comrade Liu, can I call you Xiao'e? Liu's soft made Zhang Yang feel as sweet as if he had eaten honey. Xiao'e, what do you usually do? Feed old 8. Feed old 8? Who is old 8? Seeing Zhang Yang's puzzled expression, Liu blushed and quietly explained. Old 8 is a cow in the brigade. My job is to feed it. A cow. Xiao'e, you're really amazing. As they chatted, the distance between them gradually closed. Chapter 42. Mutual affection. Zhang Yang glanced at the clock in the house and saw it was already past 11. He stood up and said to Liu, Xiao'e, you stay here and have some snacks. It's almost time for dinner. What dishes do you like? Since it's our first meeting, I didn't know your preferences, so I just bought some random things. I hope they'll suit your taste. Upon hearing this, Liu quickly stood up and replied, Comrade Zhang Yang, I'll help you cook. I can cook too. Plus, I'm not picky. I like potatoes, pumpkins, and cornmeal. When Liu saw the ingredients Zhang Yang had prepared, she couldn't help but exclaim, Comrade Zhang Yang, why did you prepare so much meat? Especially this piece of pork. It's huge. Seeing Liu's astonishment, Zhang Yang gently explained, It's okay, Xiao'e. I prepared all this on purpose. Apart from that fish and chicken, we'll just take a little bit of that pork to stir-fry, and the rest will be divided into 2 portions for you and Captain Zhang to take home. Consider it a small gift for your family. Liu felt extremely sweet in her heart at Zhang Yang's thoughtfulness regarding their blind date. Zhang Yang, this braised fish you made is really fragrant. Oh, it's just the spices. Xiao'e, this chicken soup you stewed is really delicious. Just as the two were happily cooking together, Lu Meng and Zhang Muji returned to Zhang Yang's home. Seeing the harmonious scene between the two, Lu Meng chuckled at Zhang Muji, Old Zhang. Did we come back a bit too early? Should we go out and stroll some more? Ha ha. Yes. Maybe we should go out and stroll a bit more. Teased by Lu Meng and Zhang Muji, Liu shyly retorted, Uncle, Master Liu, are you ready to eat? We have braised fish, mushroom chicken stew, stir-fried cabbage with meat, scrambled eggs with chives, fried peanuts, and a stir-fried vegetable. As each dish was placed on the table, Zhang Muji and Lu Meng nodded repeatedly, feeling Zhang Yang's sincerity through the full spread of dishes. After pouring wine for Zhang Muji and Lu Meng, Zhang Yang warmly said, Master Captain Zhang, please dig in and try the dishes Xiao'e and I made. With Lu Meng's modesty, Zhang Muji was the first to pick up his chopsticks. He had long been tempted by the aroma of the braised fish, so he immediately took a piece of fish for himself. Fresh, fragrant, and tender. It melts in your mouth. I didn't expect you to cook so well, Xiao'e. Your fish is no worse than Shaju's skill. Seeing her uncle praise Zhang Yang so highly, Liu couldn't help but take a piece of fish as soon as it entered her mouth. Her big watery eyes lit up. Since it was their first meeting, everyone drank only lightly, and after a hearty meal, Liu couldn't help but burp, which made her shy enough to want to find a hole to hide in. It was too embarrassing. As Lu Meng and Zhang Muji looked at Liu with smiles, Zhang Yang thoughtfully handed her a cup of water. Here, Xiao'e, have a sip of water. Seeing the scene, Zhang Muji's smile grew even wider as he turned to Zhang Yang and said, Not bad. Knowing how to care for others makes you suitable for living together. Upon hearing this, Liu, holding the teacup, felt both shy and happy. At that moment, Zhang Muji suddenly stopped smiling and turned serious as he addressed Zhang Yang. Xiao'e, tell me honestly, do you have feelings for my niece? Zhang Muji's sudden question caught Zhang Yang off guard. Under the gaze of everyone present, he felt his heart racing and his face turning red. Meanwhile, Liu, upon hearing the question, unconsciously tightened her grip on the teacup, and at that moment, it felt like both their heartbeats had stopped. Ahem! At Lu Meng's reminder, the startled Zhang Yang quickly stood up to express his feelings. I do like her. I like Xiao'e the moment I saw her. After Zhang Yang's declaration, Lu Meng turned to Liu and asked Xiao'e, My disciple has expressed his feelings. So are you satisfied with Xiao'e? Hearing this, Liu blushed deeply and nodded, softly replying, satisfied. Upon hearing Liu's official response, Lu Meng laughed heartily and said to Zhang Muji, Ha ha ha, old Zhang, our matchmaking has been successful. Now that both parties had expressed their intentions. They could move on to discussing marriage formally. There's no other way. Marriage in this era is quite efficient. As long as the family background is acceptable and the two young people are attracted to each other, they can directly discuss marriage. Zhang Muji and Lu Meng, being elders and matchmakers for the two, took charge and began discussing the bride price and wedding date in front of them. Zhang Yang readily agreed to a bride price of 10 yuan without a second thought, which made Liu look at him with even more admiration. As for the specific wedding date, Zhang Muji would need to discuss it with Liu's parents first. They agreed that next weekend, Zhang Yang would go to Liu's house to formally propose, and then they could obtain a marriage certificate from their workplaces and the commune. Although it was a difficult time, the wedding would be simple, but some basic ceremonies were still necessary. Zhang Yang, being an orphan, and the Li family would at least need to treat relatives to a meal to introduce Zhang Yang to them. After the discussion, Zhang Muji happily took Liu home to share the good news. Before they left, Zhang Yang insisted on giving them each a piece of pork. Zhang Muji hesitated briefly, but accepted it. Once Liu brought the pork home, the Li family would surely be more satisfied with Zhang Yang. After sending Zhang Muji and Liu off, Lu Meng patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder with satisfaction. "Not bad. Xiao'e, you performed well today." Seeing Zhang Yang scratching his head and remaining silent, Lu Meng continued, "Xiao'e, you must not think that your master introducing you to a rural girl is a disadvantage. Liu is a carefully chosen match for you. Although she is from the countryside, her family is not to be trifled with. Liu's father is an old revolutionary and the secretary of their brigade. 2 of her 3 brothers are in the army, and 1 is the militia captain of their commune. Liu's maternal relatives are also quite influential. For instance, Captain Zhang is her uncle. Marrying Liu means a union of workers and farmers, and with her military relatives, you will be considered a military family. With the triple identity of worker, farmer, and military, you won't have to worry during any future movements. Also, you're an orphan without family support, but Liu has many relatives, which can make up for your shortcomings in this regard. In critical moments, having blood relations is always more reliable. If Liu had an urban household registration, I would be worried that you might be bullied by her family, but since she has a rural registration, she must rely on you to survive in the city. This way, you won't have to worry about her taking advantage of her family's numbers to bully you. Xiao'e, do you understand the stakes involved here? Chapter 43. Making furniture. Looking at Lu Meng, who was earnestly advising him, Zhang Yang felt fortunate for the original owner's situation. Although he had no relatives, he had a good master who was like family. Seeing Lu Meng's caring gaze, Zhang Yang quickly replied, "Master, don't worry, I understand everything you said, and I believe you would never harm me." Seeing that Zhang Yang understood his intentions, Lu Meng nodded in satisfaction. After advising Zhang Yang, Lu Meng mentioned he had other matters to attend to and prepare to leave. Before leaving, Zhang Yang packed the leftover peanuts, milk candies, and snacks from today into a bag for his master to take home to share some joy with his family, and Lu Meng accepted it without being polite. When he took the bag from Zhang Yang, he realized it was particularly heavy. Lu Meng opened it to find 2 bottles of Fingio and 2 packs of Dacumin inside. Looking at the sheepish Zhang Yang, Lu Meng took out the liquor and placed it on the table, saying with a hint of annoyance, "Xiao'e, you are not treating your master as family. Your master helps you not for gifts, but hopes you will live well in the future. You have a long life ahead with Xiao'e, so you can't develop a habit of being extravagant. Keep these things for next week when you go to Liu's house. After all, your master is a level 8 worker. You don't need to worry about living expenses. When your master retires, you can show your filial piety then." Knowing Lu Meng's temperament, Zhang Yang could only nod in agreement after hearing his master's instructions. After sending Lu Meng out of the courtyard, Zhang Yang returned to his room to check the supplies in his personal space. Recently, he had received a considerable reward for repairing the public area of the courtyard, totaling over 2,000 yuan in monetary rewards, combined with the original owner's savings. Zhang Yang's total money now exceeded 5,000. In addition, there were many material rewards. After deducting recent consumption, he still had over 100 jin of rice and flour, over 80 jin of pork, and 30 jin of various candies, and 50 jin of fruits. Besides these living supplies, there were also special items like Super Kidney Treasure and Mouse Robot, as well as a bicycle ticket. Although he had the ticket, Zhang Yang did not dare to use it directly, Otherwise, if someone reported him, he would not be able to explain the source of the bicycle ticket, which would cause him significant trouble. Currently, the trend of 3 turns and 1 sound had not yet started, and weddings only required 32 legs. Referring to wooden furniture, such as beds, wardrobes, dressers, desks, dining tables, and chairs. By this standard, Zhang Yang still needed more than 10 pieces of furniture. However, since he knew woodworking, he thought it would be a good opportunity to gather some wood to complete the missing furniture. Although wood was also a control material, its wide application meant that regulations were not too strict. Zhang Yang had some wood tickets saved up and estimated that he would need about half a cubic meter of wood tickets to have enough for his furniture. After considering the residents in the courtyard, Zhang Yang ultimately decided to buy wood tickets from Yin Bugui. Although Yin Bugui was stingy as a primary school teacher, he had some literary integrity, so Zhang Yang didn't have to worry about him pulling any tricks in their transaction. After making up his mind, Zhang Yang took some money and went to the front yard. When Yin Bugui learned of Zhang Yang's intention, he thought it over briefly and agreed to the deal. It wasn't because Yin Bugui wanted to help Zhang Yang, but because the price Zhang Yang offered was simply too generous. Zhang Yang bought 0.5 cubic meters of wood tickets from Yin Bugui at a high price of 50 yuan under the pretense of borrowing money to repay later. After securing the wood tickets, Zhang Yang took the money and tickets to the state-run timber supply station. When Zhang Yang returned to the courtyard with a truckload of wood, the neighbors all came out to see the commotion. After the cart master unloaded a big front door, he enthusiastically helped Zhang Yang unload the wood. Zhonghai looked at the wood on the cart and asked Zhang Yang, "Xiao'e, why did you buy so much wood? Are you planning to ask a master craftsman to make furniture?" Zhang Yang replied with a smile, "Yes, uncle. I'm getting married soon, and there's a bit of a shortage of furniture at home. I want to take this time to complete the missing furniture myself." Hearing that Zhang Yang planned to make the furniture himself, the residents of the courtyard were filled with surprise, and they began to chatter. "Xiao'e, can you make furniture?" "Yes, Xiao'e. Making furniture isn't something you can just do. You should honestly hire a master craftsman to avoid wasting this wood." Everyone knew Zhang Yang was a maintenance worker at the steel mill, and while they wouldn't doubt that he could do some carpentry work, if he claimed he could make furniture on his own, they would think he was bragging. After all, there aren't many master craftsmen who can make furniture alone these days. If Zhang Yang really could make furniture, he would be better off working as a master craftsman in a furniture factory than as a maintenance worker at the steel mill. Faced with everyone's skepticism, Zhang Yang didn't explain much. After all the wood was moved home, it wasn't long before the sound of Zhang Yang sawing wood echoed in the courtyard. As the saying goes, a true expert shows their skill. Zhang Yang's sawing movements were smooth and fluid, clearly indicating he wasn't a novice. Seeing this, the residents watching were dumbfounded, except for the third uncle, Yin Bugui, whose eyes lit up. Relying on the connection from just selling wood to Zhang Yang, Yin Bugui smiled and said to Zhang Yang, "Xiao'e, I didn't expect you to be skilled in carpentry. You're really impressive. The leg of my stool is broken. Can you help me fix it when you have time?" This was exactly the effect Zhang Yang wanted. Now that he had repaired almost everything in the common areas of the courtyard, if he wanted to earn more repair rewards, he would have to help the residents fix things. However, if he proactively offered to help, it would seem too cheap. The best way was to showcase his skills and let the residents ask him for help. Although Yin Bugui's request was exactly what Zhang Yang wanted, he pretended to be reluctant, saying, "Third uncle, of course, I can help you fix the stool, but you'll need to find the wood for it yourself. You know, these days, wood tickets are hard to come by." Even though he couldn't get the wood for free, saving some labor costs was still good. After hearing Zhang Yang's response, Yin Bugui cheerfully said, "Don't worry, Xiao'e, I won't let you lose on the wood." With Yin Bugui setting the tone, other residents in the courtyard began to invite Zhang Yang to help them fix their furniture as well, to which Zhang Yang agreed one by one. Just as the residents were praising Zhang Yang for his skills, Jia Zhangshi suddenly spoke up. "Zhang Yang, you're quite capable. Can you also find time to help our family make a set of furniture? When Bangung gets married, we will definitely give you a big red envelope." Upon hearing Jia Zhangshi's words, everyone was taken aback, thinking, sure enough, Jia Zhangshi is the most shameless. Everyone else is embarrassed to ask Zhang Yang to help fix furniture. But Jia Zhangshi wants him to make a whole set of furniture for them. This kind of request was something even the shrewdest Yin Bugui wouldn't dare to make. Silly Zhu, who was already unhappy seeing Zhang Yang being praised, jumped in before Zhang Yang could respond, saying, "Zhang Yang, we're all neighbors in the same courtyard. You wouldn't refuse to help with such a small favor, would you? When Bang Gung gets married, I will definitely help him with the wedding banquet." Looking at Silly Zhu's righteous demeanor, everyone couldn't help but curse inwardly. "Ha, you want to help the neighbors? You are just lusting after Qin Huairu's body, Silly Zhu. You're shameless." Although the residents all knew Silly Zhu's true intentions, no one dared to say out loud, as they were happy to see Silly Zhu take the lead. If Zhang Yang really confronted Silly Zhu, they would gain a chef and a carpenter for free. Silly Zhu was foolish, but Zhang Yang was not. Since Silly Zhu liked to help with wedding banquets, Zhang Yang chose to lighten the topic, saying, "Silly Zhu, since you like helping with wedding banquets, I'll leave my wedding banquet to you when the time comes. We're all neighbors in the same courtyard. You and T only want to help Jia's family, would you?" Under the teasing gazes of the crowd, Silly Zhu hesitated for a long time, but still didn't dare to voice his true thoughts. Yi Zhonghai watched Silly Zhu being schemed against and felt an indescribable discomfort in his heart. When he was selecting someone to take care of the elderly in the courtyard, he had considered Zhang Yang, but at that time, Zhang Yang was timid and seemed like he wouldn't amount to much. Yi Zhonghai first chose Jia Dongshu, whom he thought highly of, only to find out later that Jia Dongshu was a short-lived person. After Jia Dongshu passed away, he turned to Silly Zhu, thinking he was honest and reliable, but it turned out he was neither. Silly Zhu not only acted impulsively, but was also completely enchanted by the two widows, Qin Huairu and Jia Zhangshi. At this rate, not only would Silly Zhu not be able to help him in his old age, but he would be lucky if he didn't have to clean up after him. Just as Yi Zhonghai was pondering how to help Silly Zhu out of the situation, Silly Zhu finally couldn't hold back any longer. He gritted his teeth and said to Zhang Yang, "All right, Zhang Yang, when you get married, I promise to help you with the wedding banquet, but don't forget to help Sister Qin's family make a set of furniture." Seeing that Silly Zhu, the fool, actually agreed, Zhang Yang was somewhat surprised. "Great, with Silly Zhu's help, I can worry about one less thing." After hearing Silly Zhu's response, the residents of the courtyard gathered around Zhang Yang and Silly Zhu, eagerly asking them to help with cooking and making furniture. Silly Zhu agreed to all requests. As for Zhang Yang, he neither refused outright nor mindlessly agreed. He simply said he didn't have time at the moment, but might help later. Moreover, he made it clear that his skills were definitely not as good as those of real master carpenters, so the wood expenses for his furniture making might be higher. If the courtyard residents wanted to ask him for help making furniture, they would need to prepare more wood. Upon hearing that hiring Zhang Yang to make furniture would cost more wood, the residents felt a chill in their hearts. Nowadays, wood is precious, and each household only has a quota of a few cubic meters per year. Knowing that Zhang Yang would require more wood to make furniture, their enthusiasm for asking him for help immediately cooled down. After sending the neighbors away, Zhang Yang continued working on the furniture, sawing, planing, chiseling, cutting, and chopping. He worked fervently until evening. It must be said that making furniture is indeed a time-consuming task, even with Zhang Yang's extraordinary strength and superb skills. He had only completed half of the cabinet by afternoon. At this rate, Zhang Yang would need at least a week or two of free time to finish all the furniture. In the front courtyard at Yin Bugui's home, at the dining table, Yin Bugui's eyes glowed as he said, "I never expected Zhang Yang could also make furniture. He is truly impressive." Hearing this, third and also chimed in, "Yes. I thought Zhang Yang was just an ordinary maintenance worker at the steel mill, but I didn't realize he had so many skills. With so many skills, he'll never go hungry." Thinking of Zhang Yang's carpentry skills displayed today, as well as his previous demonstrations of masonry skills while repairing the Sihuan and his mechanical skills while fixing bicycles, Yin Bugui pondered, "Boss, you should come to the courtyard more often and build a good relationship with Zhang Yang. He has so many skills. As long as you can casually learn one, you won't have to do those hard-labor jobs anymore." Yin Bugui's words made Yin Jieqing, who was all show and no skill, a bit unhappy. But before he could respond, he heard Yuli also chime in from the side. "Yeah, Jieqing, if you could learn a skill from Zhang Yang, Then we could live a good life. After hearing Yu Li's words, Yan Jieqing couldn't hold back anymore. Not daring to vent his anger at Yan Bugui, he instead lashed out at Yu Li. Yu Li, you really dare to dream. No matter how many skills Zhang Yang has, they're his. Can he teach me for free? Who doesn't want a good life? But it also depends on whether one has that luck. Look at Li Yu. She obviously has good luck. Didn't you hear the old man say? Her uncle is the captain of the security department at the steel mill. If you had such an uncle, we could also benefit from it. Yan Jieqing's words left Yu Li feeling both angry and wronged, lamenting her bad luck for marrying such a useless man. They were clearly already married, yet they still had to live with his parents, crammed into 2 small rooms with 7 people. Usually, they had to divide the cornmeal porridge and pickled vegetables by the root. Yan Jieqing hadn't learned any other skills, but had learned Yan Bugui's scheming ways. Since Yu Li married into the Yan family, Yan Jieqing not only had never bought her a new piece of clothing, but also required her to hand over half of her earnings from odd jobs every month. The reason was that a couple should keep clear accounts. Since they were living in his father's house, they had to contribute to the lodging and food expenses, which should be shared by the 2 of them. Yu Li was already dissatisfied with Yan Jieqing, and seeing him dare to mock her in front of the whole family. She angrily said, "It's my bad luck for being blind and marrying a useless man like you. If you had the ability, you should go find another wife. I guarantee I won't stop you." After saying this, Yu Li ran out with tears in her eyes. Chapter 45. 2 billion when Yu Li and Yan Jieqing argued. The Yan family naturally sided with Yan Jieqing. After Yu Li ran out, Yan Bugui coldly said, "Oh, the eldest daughter-in-law wants to rebel." Upon hearing this, Aunt San angrily scolded, "I see she has little ability, but a big temper. Just like Lu Xiao'e, she's just someone who eats without contributing anything. At least Lu Xiao'e brought a lot of dowry to Xu Damao. What does Yu Li have?" The Yin family did not lose their composure due to Yu Li's departure, as women daring to divorce were rare in those days. Besides, every couple has their arguments. They all thought Yu Li would calm down and come back after a while. To teach Yu Li a lesson, Yan Bugui even distributed the untouched cornmeal porridge to the whole family, wanting to see if Yu Li knew what hunger was. That evening, taking advantage of the gentle breeze at dawn, Zhang Yang took Wang Kai out of the Sihiyuan. Walking the dog every evening had become a habit for Zhang Yang. Although Wang Kai was very obedient and wouldn't make a fuss if he didn't take it out, Zhang Yang still wanted Wang Kai to be happy since he was the one who raised it. Every time Zhang Yang took Wang Kai out, its tail would wag vigorously. Enjoying exercise was a dog's nature. There was an abandoned construction site near the Sihiyuan, which was Wang Kai's favorite place because it could run freely there. Just as the man and dog were having fun, Wang Kai suddenly ran toward the cement pipe. Woof, woof, woof. Seeing Wang Kai barking softly while wagging its tail, Zhang Yang hurried over. Looking at Yu Li curled up inside the pipe, her eyes red from crying, a maintenance message instantly appeared in Zhang Yang's mind. Hungry neighbor of the Sihiyuan, not getting enough food, the stomach is protesting severely. Repair reward, 100 yuan universal Sichuan style, stir fry, seasoning 5. Add a small spoon when cooking, and you'll be a master of Sichuan cuisine. Sister Yu Li, what's wrong? Yu Li had already guessed Zhang Yang was nearby when she first saw Wang Kai. Although she was dissatisfied with the Yan family, she felt that family matters should not be aired outside, and being a strong-willed person, she replied to Zhang Yang perfunctorily. "I encountered a bit of an unhappy situation while working part-time today, so I'm just sitting outside to avoid worrying my family." Seeing that Yu Li didn't want to say much, Zhang Yang also didn't plan to pry further. He took a pack of biscuits from his personal space, put it in his pocket, and then pretended to be rummaging through his pockets. "Sister Yu Li, these are some biscuits I bought a few days ago. Try them." Looking at the biscuits Zhang Yang offered, Yu Li, though wanting to refuse, ultimately couldn't resist her body's craving for food. Seeing Yu Li accept the biscuits, Zhang Yang knew that if he stayed, she might feel embarrassed to eat. So after casually finding a reason, he said goodbye and left. Before Zhang Yang could return to the Sihiyuan with Wang Kai, a reward panel appeared in his mind. Maintenance completed. Hungry neighbor of the Sihiyuan. Triggered extra critical reward. Successfully received 5 tons of universal living supplies repair reward. After returning home, Zhang Yang couldn't wait to check this critical reward. Through his thoughts, he discovered that in his personal space, there was something resembling a vending machine. Unlike any vending machine Zhang Yang had seen before, this one in his personal space didn't display specific products. It only had a large screen and a huge outlet. In the top right corner of the display screen, a red number 500,000 appeared. When Zhang Yang focused his thoughts on the vending machine, he quickly understood how to use it. He could control the machine with his mind and then choose the type and quantity of living supplies he wanted from the machine's large screen. Once confirmed, the machine would dispense the supplies Zhang Yang wanted. The machine could produce a wide variety of supplies, including grains, oils, cloth, cigarettes, alcohol, sugar, tea, meat, eggs, poultry, and milk. Everything could be produced. By observing the images on the display screen, Zhang Yang found that the various supplies inside were all from this era, and he couldn't use this machine to obtain supplies not belonging to this time. After figuring out how to use the machine, Zhang Yang controlled it to produce a bottle of 5-star Matai from this era. Looking at the brown rough pottery bottle, the light yellow handmade cotton paper, and the cork seal, Zhang Yang couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Although this Matai was worth only a few dollars a bottle now, by the time the economy of Longwood took off, this bottle could be auctioned for over $1 million, which would be commonplace. After the machine dispensed this bottle of Matai, the red number on the top right corner of the display screen changed immediately. Logically, this bottle of Matai was only 500 milliliters, which would be about 0.5. But the red number on the display screen decreased by a little more than that, indicating that the machine had also calculated the weight of the Matai bottle. By this calculation, Zhang Yang could produce over 4,000 bottles of Matai, and even if each bottle was valued at 500,000, it would be worth $2 billion in the future. $2 billion. Just thinking of this enormous number made Zhang Yang's mouth dry. After persuading himself for a long time, he ultimately decided against converting all 5 tons of universal living supplies into Matai. After all, Matai would only become valuable decades later. If he was still hoping to get rich by selling Matai, then it would mean he had wasted this trip. Nowadays, what matters most to him is living in the moment. In the front yard of the Yin family, after sitting outside for a few hours, Yuli finally slowly returned to the Yin family home. Seeing Yuli's swollen eyes, the Yin family members ultimately refrained from mocking her again. As the saying goes, couples may quarrel, but they reconcile in the end. After the lights were out at the Yin family, Yin Jiaqing intentionally tried to ease the relationship with Yuli. However, as soon as he placed his hand on her back, Yuli hugged a pillow and moved to the other side. After being met with this cold shoulder, Yin Jiaqing lost the motivation to actively mend the relationship, with the daily struggle to fill his stomach. He was genuinely too lazy to deal with this if it weren't for trying to please Yuli. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day at work, Zhang Yang estimated that his study time was about up, so he formally submitted an application to Lu Meng for the calibration of the instruments. Such a significant matter was beyond Lu Meng's authority, but out of trust in Zhang Yang, he immediately reported it to Director Huang. Although Director Huang did not understand the technology, he valued it highly. After receiving the reports from Lu Meng and Zhang Yang, he promptly organized a meeting with the workshop technicians. During the meeting, Zhang Yang engaged in an in-depth technical discussion with the workshop technicians. Ultimately, Zhang Yang won the support of the workshop technicians, and they all agreed to let him conduct the experiment. Under Director Huang's leadership, a temporary joint technical transformation group was established between the mechanical repair workshop and the heat treatment workshop, with the heat treatment workshop providing 2 of the oldest and most energy-consuming furnaces for Zhang Yang's experiment. This joint technical transformation group was led by Director Huang himself, with the technical team leaders from both workshops serving as vice leaders, while Lu Meng and Zhang Yang were members, truly doing the work. With the approval of the leadership, Zhang Yang and Lu Meng began equipment maintenance and instrument calibration that very day. Once they completed the maintenance and calibration of the 2 furnaces, they could restart production and then compare the production data, such as the previous machine failure rate, product qualification rate, and energy consumption ratio. As long as they confirmed that Zhang Yang's work was effective, Director Huang would immediately report the achievements of their joint technical transformation group and promote the experience throughout the factory. Chapter 46. Proposal equipment overhauls are delicate work. So Zhang Yang and the others were not in a hurry to rush the progress. Instead, they proceeded normally step by step. After getting off work on Saturday, as Zhang Yang was leaving the steel mill, Zhang Muji called him into the security department's office. Zhang, what trouble has this kid gotten himself into that warrants your personal intervention? Seeing the security personnel looking at Zhang Yang with ill intentions, Zhang Muji quickly spoke up. Get out of here with your nonsense. This is Zhang Yang, a maintenance worker from our mechanical repair workshop, and my future nephew-in-law. I called him over to discuss something. After learning that Zhang Yang was Zhang Muji's future nephew-in-law, the person who had just spoken quickly changed his tone. Oh, so he's one of our own. Brother Zhang Yang. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Hearing this, Zhang Yang quickly responded while distributing cigarettes. Thank you. Thank you. After Zhang Yang finished greeting the security personnel, Zhang Muji began discussing business with him. Xiao'e, tomorrow is the day we agreed to go to Li Yu's house for the proposal. Have you prepared everything you need? Zhang Yang quickly nodded. Don't worry, Captain Zhang. I prepared the betrothal gifts. I'll rent a bicycle later. I'm just waiting for you to lead the way tomorrow. After taking a puff of his cigarette, Zhang Muji said, I trust you to handle this. But Xiao'e, you don't need to rent a bicycle specifically. I can lend you one. Nowadays, bicycle tickets are indeed a bit scarce. Just wait. After this proposal, I'll introduce you to a way to get bicycle tickets. When Zhang Yang returned to the courtyard riding a somewhat used bicycle, Yin Bugue greeted him enthusiastically. Xiao'e, is this a second-hand bicycle you bought? Oh no, I'm going to my fiancé's house for the proposal tomorrow, and Captain Zhang helped me borrow a bicycle to make it more convenient. After casually chatting with Yin Bugue for a bit, Zhang Yang pushed the bicycle back home. He had prepared 18 feet of polyester fabric, 8 feet of corduroy, 2 boxes of date cakes, 2 packs of jasmine tea, 2 large bottles of Fingio, and a small bag of white rabbit milk candies, along with a large bag of fruit hard candies. These items made up the betrothal gifts Zhang Yang prepared. While it may not seem like much in this era, it was already considered quite generous. It's not that Zhang Yang was unwilling to spend more, but it would go against the simple ethos of this time. After all, a bun can have meat inside without showing it on the surface. Being too ostentatious in these times is not a good thing. Early the next morning, Zhang Muji and Lu Meng rode bicycles to meet him. Upon seeing the betrothal gifts Zhang Yang had prepared, both said it was too much and would attract too much attention on the road. Following Zhang Muji's suggestion, Zhang Yang found a bamboo basket to tie to the back seat of the bicycle. After placing the items inside, he covered it with a cloth. This way, they wouldn't attract too much attention while riding. The three of them rode for over an hour before finally arriving at the destination, the Shangguan Brigade of the Four Seasons Commune. Although it was rural now, it would soon become a valuable computer information industry park in Longhua. Stop. What are you doing? As soon as they reached the village entrance, Zhang Yang and his companions were stopped by 2 armed militia members. Under the equalizer's intimidation, even Zhang Muji, the security captain, answered honestly. Comrades, we are here to propose to Secretary Li's family. I am Zhang Muji, the brother of Secretary Li's wife. And these are Lu Meng and Zhang Yang. We all work at the Hongxing Steel Mill in Siju City. Here are my credentials. After reviewing Zhang Muji and the others' credentials, the 2 militia members immediately became friendly. The older militia member smiled and spoke to Zhang Yang. So you're the one who caught the eye of our uncle's daughter? You better be careful walking around our commune. You have no idea how many young men like Xiao'e. The number of people proposing to her has almost worn down uncle's doorstep. I didn't expect Xiao'e to fancy you. You don't seem like anything special. This was probably the feeling of the older militia member, seeing a precious cabbage he had watched grow being pushed by a stranger. Zhang Yang smiled and took out a pack of big front doors from his pocket, politely offering cigarettes to the 2. Dog, you stand guard here for a moment. I'll take them to uncle's house. Zhang Muji knew the way, but under Li Erniu's insistence, everyone had to let him lead the way. Before long, a courtyard with a blue brick and tile house appeared in front of them. Before they got close to the courtyard, Li Erniu shouted at the top of his lungs, Uncle, come out quickly. Xiao'e's fiancé is here. Shortly after Li Erniu shouted, a large crowd poured out of the house. Leading the pack was an old man in military uniform, looking to be in his 50s or 60s. Xiao'e, that's Li Yu's dad. He had a daughter late in life, so be careful not to mess it up. As Zhang Yang observed Li's father, Li's father was also sizing up Zhang Yang. After a thorough examination, Li's father had a decent first impression of Zhang Yang. Sturdy build, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and neatly dressed. "Hello, uncle. Here, have a cigarette." Good." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the three of them were escorted into the Li family's home by the Li relatives. Upon entering, Zhang Yang immediately spotted Liu, who was shyly hiding next to her mother. After nodding at her, Zhang Yang took the bamboo basket off the bicycle. "Uncle, Auntie, it's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please don't mind." Seeing the basket full of gifts, the smiles on Li's father and mother grew even wider. "Xiao'e, why don't you introduce Xiao Yang and Master Lu to our relatives at home?" Under Zhang Muji's reminder, Liu blushed and began the introduction. "This is my uncle, my aunt, my second sister-in-law, and my big nephew." Each time Liu introduced someone, Zhang Yang greeted them as well. It was clear that the Li family was also very satisfied with Zhang Yang. After Liu finished introducing her relatives, Zhang Yang made a self-introduction in front of everyone. At this point, it was time for Zhang Yang's master, Lu Meng, to step in. Lu Meng seriously said to Li's father and mother, "Brother Li, sister Zhang, you are already aware of my disciple's situation. His parents are no longer around. So I am here to formally propose to your family. What do you think of my disciple?" Seeing Zhang Yang standing there blushing and not moving, Lu Meng quickly kicked him. With this kick, Zhang Yang came to his senses and hurriedly stated in front of everyone, "Uncle and aunt, I swear by great people, if Xiao'e marries me, I will definitely take care of her and be the most solid partner on her revolutionary path." Chapter 47. Buying a bicycle with Zhang Yang's declaration. Li's father and mother formally agreed. Zhang Yang solemnly presented 10 yuan as a betrothal gift, and after Li's father accepted it, it represented the official engagement between Zhang Yang and Liu. The only thing left for them to become a real couple was the wedding and that marriage certificate. There were 3 days until National Day, and according to convention, there would be a 2-day holiday for National Day, during which they could also take 2 days off for their wedding. After discussing the matter, Lu Meng and Li's father decided that Zhang Yang and Liu would go to get their marriage certificate on National Day, have their wedding the next day, visit the bride's family the day after, and after taking a day off, Zhang Yang would return to work at the factory. After discussing business, the three had lunch at the Li family's house, and in the afternoon, they rode their bicycles back to Sijiacheng. After Lu Meng left, Zhang Yang shyly asked Zhang Muji in a low voice, "Uncle, didn't you say yesterday that you would introduce me to a way to get a bicycle ticket? I think it's still necessary to have a bicycle for convenience." Since Zhang Yang was already engaged to Liu, he and Zhang Muji were considered real relatives. After hearing Zhang Yang's words, Zhang Muji thought for a moment and said, "Xiao'e, go home and take 60 yuan, and also prepare a small gift worth about 10 yuan. Once you're done, come find me at the factory security department." "Xiao'e, don't think that spending 70 yuan to get a bicycle ticket is expensive. The way I found for you can stand up to scrutiny, unlike buying it on the black market, which could lead to trouble if reported." Zhang Yang naturally understood the stakes involved. After bidding farewell to Zhang Muji, he pretended to ride back to the courtyard. Since it was a gift, Zhang Yang first thought of cigarettes and alcohol. Because cigarettes were much lighter than alcohol, he ultimately chose cigarettes. Holding 2 packs of Dakiaman wrapped in oil paper, Zhang Yang rode his bicycle to the factory security department. After returning the bicycle to the colleague at the security department, Zhang Yang sat on the back seat of Zhang Muji's bicycle as he was taken to a courtyard. Knock, knock, knock. Just after Zhang Muji knocked, the gate of the courtyard was opened by a woman in her 50s. "Hello, I'm Zhang Muji from the steel mill, here to visit Director Li. Please help us notify him." Shortly after the woman went inside, a middle-aged man in a black Zhongshan suit came out. "Ha ha, Lao Zhang. What brings you here today? Come in, come in." After entering the house, Zhang Yang placed the 2 packs of cigarettes on the coffee table. "Director Li, this is just a small token of appreciation. Please don't mind. Hey, you don't need to bring gifts when you come over." "Lao Zhang, who is this?" Zhang Muji quickly introduced, "Director Li, this is Zhang Yang, a worker from our factory's machinery repair workshop, and also my future nephew-in-law. I brought him here today because I want to ask for your help with something. You don't know, my niece is from the countryside, and it's really inconvenient for them without a bicycle." "Director Li, since you manage the logistics in the factory and treat the workers like brothers. You have to help with this." After saying this, Zhang Muji gave Zhang Yang a knowing look. Seeing this, Zhang Yang quickly took out the prepared envelope and handed it to Director Li. Li Huai just touched the thickness of the envelope and roughly estimated the amount of money inside. To be honest, he didn't think much of this small amount of money and 2 packs of cigarettes. However, he didn't want to offend Zhang Muji. It wasn't that Li Huai was afraid of Zhang Muji, but it was mainly unnecessary. The security department had significant power in the steel mill and was under the dual leadership of the factory and the public security organs. Such a powerful department was something both factory director Yang and he wanted to control, but ultimately, it depended on whose skills were stronger. As one of the 3 security team leaders under the security department, Zhang Muji had often received Li Huai's overtures. Li Huai, in charge of logistics, understood that in this era of material scarcity, whoever controlled the distribution of resources had the upper hand in winning people over. Although the resources belonged to the state, personal relationships were his own, and through previous allocations of resources to the security department, Li Huai had built a good reputation there. After careful consideration, Li Huai ultimately decided to agree, as it was just a bicycle ticket, and he didn't take it to heart. Moreover, from a value perspective, he wouldn't be losing out. Helping Zhang Yang with this would also earn him a favor from Zhang Muji. After making up his mind, Li Huai smiled and said, "Muji, Xiao'e, it's only right for colleagues to help each other, and as a leader, I should also care for my subordinates. If I remember correctly, Xiao'e, you suffered an injury for the factory not long ago, right? So you should be taken care of even more. Please wait a moment. I will go get the tickets for you." After receiving the bicycle ticket handed to him by Li Huai, Zhang Yang expressed his gratitude. "Director Li, thank you so much. You're the best leader I have ever seen in the factory. Without your help, I really wouldn't know where to get a bicycle ticket. Flattery never hurts," Li Huai said with a smile. "Ha ha, Xiao'e, you are both sensible and good with words. You are a rare talent. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to come to me. As a fellow worker, I will definitely help if I can." Absolutely. Having a good leader like you is truly a blessing for us workers. After flattering Li Huai a few more times, Zhang Yang and Zhang Muji bid him farewell. After leaving, Zhang Yang pretended to go to the bank to withdraw money, then timed it to visit the state-owned shop when it was closing time, with Zhang Muji leading the way to buy a bicycle. State-owned shops in this era were quite impressive. As soon as Zhang Yang entered the simply decorated state-owned shop, he saw big words on the wall that read, "No unnecessary beating of customers. Hello, comrades. I would like a Forever brand 28-inch bicycle." After handing over the bicycle ticket and work documents to the salesperson, several nearby customers immediately cast envious glances at Zhang Yang. After checking everything was in order, the salesperson smiled at Zhang Yang and said, "Hello, comrade. The Forever brand 28-inch bicycle costs 175 yuan. Zhang Yang generously pulled out a thick stack of large black bills, causing the nearby young women to light up with excitement. After confirming that the money and ticket were correct, the salesperson pushed out a brand new Forever brand 28-inch bicycle and handed it to Zhang Yang. At this point, the salesperson reminded Zhang Yang, "Comrade, would you like to buy a bicycle lock as well? It would be inconvenient to park outside without one." Damn, how could I forget such an important thing as buying a lock? If the bicycle I just bought got stolen on the first day, that would be quite a disaster. After thanking the salesperson for the reminder, Zhang Yang spent an additional 5 yuan to buy a lock. Riding on his newly bought bicycle, Zhang Yang felt like the most stylish kid on the street, with people constantly casting envious glances at his bike. Chapter 48. Dong Lishun. After Zhang Yang's excited mood calmed down a bit, he sincerely spoke to Zhang Muji, "Uncle, let me treat your whole family to dinner tonight, to celebrate my new bike." In this era, buying a bicycle is akin to purchasing a car in later times, making a worthy occasion to celebrate. Therefore, Zhang Muji didn't want to dampen Zhang Yang's spirits, and replied with a smile, "Sure, let us indulge a bit today, just the two of us." Perhaps fearing that Zhang Yang might misunderstand, Zhang Muji continued to explain, "Your aunt passed away a few years ago, and your 2 cousins either sacrificed in the north or are stationed in the northeast. Now in Beijing, it's just me who eats well while the family goes hungry." Zhang Muji's words immediately turned the festive atmosphere a bit chilly. This era is different from later times. The smoke of war has just cleared, and countless people still bear the scars left by it. Zhang Muji is evidently one of them. The pain of losing a child in middle age is something that only those who have experienced it can understand. Zhang Yang didn't know how to comfort Zhang Muji, and in silence, he led him to the entrance of Donglishun restaurant. Donglishun, one of the time-honored brands in Beijing, was founded in 1903 and underwent public-private partnership in 1955. Here, a meal could cost as much as half a month's rations for an average family. When Zhang Yang first arrived in this world, he had been thinking about when he could taste the most authentic dishes in Beijing. In the later times of Longhua, although these old brands still have a loud reputation, the public's perception has long changed. Smelling the aroma of lamb drifting out from inside, Zhang Muji swallowed and said, "Xiao'e, we're family. No need to be so polite. You and Xiao, you are still young. There will be plenty of opportunities to spend money in the future. Let us go somewhere else and just have a simple meal." Zhang Yang replied sincerely, "Uncle, I've seen the care and help you've given me during this time. Compared to your kindness, a meal at Donglishun is nothing. Please don't be polite." Enthusiastically pushing Zhang Muji into Donglishun, Zhang Yang spoke to the waiter. "One signature hot pot for portions of lamb, a plate of frozen tofu, a platter of vegetables to dip, 1 gin of loose white liquor, and 2 gins of handmade noodles to cook in the pot. 142-111, a total of 12 pieces. And I need 1 gin of meat tickets and 2 gins of grain tickets." After Zhang Yang paid, Zhang Muji couldn't help but advise Xiao'e, "Eating here is too expensive. You mustn't waste money like this in the future." Donglishun's lamb hot pot is known for its select ingredients, meticulous preparation, strong firepower, and complete seasonings, earning the title of the best lamb hot pot in Beijing. How skilled are their chefs? It is said that once the lamb slices are cut, they are laid on a porcelain plate, and the patterns on the plate can be faintly seen through the slices. Thin as paper, even straight as a line, beautiful as a painting. This is how people praise Donglishun's lamb. The high-quality lamb, quickly cooked in Donglishun's secret shrimp and mushroom broth, is fragrant and tender. Not gamey or greasy, even without dipping sauces. If paired with sesame sauce, fermented tofu, or braised shrimp oil, the flavor is even more unique. When the dishes arrived, Zhang Yang and Zhang Muji began to feast. They enjoyed the hot pot so much that they were left with greasy mouths and felt quite satisfied. After saying goodbye to Zhang Muji, Zhang Yang took home some leftovers and rode his new bicycle back to the courtyard. As soon as Zhang Yang entered the courtyard, he immediately caused a stir. "Xiao'e, you bought a bicycle? My goodness, this is a brand new Forever brand bike. This must cost nearly 200 yuan, right? Xiao'e, you're amazing." The neighbors' reactions were understandable, as this was the first brand new bicycle in the courtyard, and it was a top brand of the time. In later times, it would be equivalent to buying a car, a surefire luxury item. Yan Bugue looked at Zhang Yang's new bike with jealousy, almost tearing up. He had scrimped and saved for years to buy a second-hand bicycle, while Zhang Yang, in his early 20s, had just bought a brand new Forever bike. This greatly impacted Yan Bugue's self-esteem. Jia Zhangshi muttered in envy, "That black-hearted beast Zhang Yang, clearly so wealthy, yet he still haggles with us. Sooner or later, he'll fall." Qin Huairu looked at Zhang Yang pushing the bike, her mind racing with thoughts. "If only I could be the one on the bike. Ugh, I mean, if I were sitting on it while he pushed me. Xiao'e is so rich. I must find a way to get him to help me." Silly Zhu watched as everyone surrounded Zhang Yang, feeling both envious and ashamed. When Xiao'e had just started high school, Silly Zhu had promised to buy her a bicycle. But now that she had graduated and started working, he and T fulfilled that promise. Because of this, Xiao'e hadn't returned to the courtyard since starting her job at the textile factory. Silly Zhu looked at Zhang Yang's new bike with resentment and suddenly noticed a point of suspicion. In front of the crowd, he spoke with an unfriendly tone. "Zhang Yang, where did you get this bicycle? There's no steel seal or license on it. Tell me quickly, did you engage in speculation?" With Silly Zhu's words, the previously warm atmosphere in the courtyard suddenly turned cold, and the neighbors looked on with expressions of interest at Silly Zhu and Zhang Yang. Speculation was a serious offense at that time, considered undermining socialism, and could lead to prison time. Zhonghai carefully examined Zhang Yang's bike and with a long face. Pretended to be serious. Xiao'e, your bike indeed doesn't have a steel seal. You should explain to the neighbors where your bike came from. Don't make any mistakes. Zhang Yang replied calmly, Uncle, I bought this bike from state-run store. As for the steel seal and license, I'll go to the police station to sort it out tomorrow. Zhang Yang would never engage in speculation. He then added, if you don't believe me, I have the receipt from the state-run store. Do you want to see it, Uncle? Even when Zhang Yang took out the receipt, silly Zhu still wasn't convinced. Zhang Yang, even if you bought this bike from a state-run store, where did your bicycle ticket come from? Cornered by silly Zhu, Zhang Yang felt angry. But in this era, the authorities encouraged citizens to report on each other, so silly Zhu's actions weren't entirely unreasonable. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Zhang Yang decided to explain the origin of his bicycle ticket since he could stand scrutiny. Zhang Yang mockingly retorted, what is wrong with my bike ticket being given to me by the factory leaders? Silly Zhu, you have no ability and still love to meddle. What about the bicycle you promised Xiao'e years ago? Why hasn't there been any news? If I were you, I would have been ashamed and found a block of tofu to die under. And you still have the face to be envious of others? Zhang Yang continued. If you don't care about the consequences of false accusations, then go ahead and report me to the police. Chapter 49. Getting the certificate, seeing the mocking gazes of the neighbors, a furious silly Zhu yelled, Zhang Yang, you're asking for a beating. Face flushed with anger. Silly Zhu clenched his fists and charged at Zhang Yang. Bang! In response to silly Zhu's provocation, Zhang Yang simply lifted his leg and kicked him away. Seeing Zhu suffer, his good friend Iwa stopped helping him. Zhang quickly stepped forward to lift Zhu and confronted Zhang Yang. Xiao'e, what are you doing? We're all neighbors in the same courtyard. How can you hit someone? This is too unreasonable. Zhang Yang remained calm and collected. Uncle, you and the neighbors in the courtyard just witnessed everything. Clearly, Zhu made the first move. How did it turn into my fault? Should I just stand there and let him hit me? Zhu, known as the god of war in the courtyard, was also a loyal henchman of Zhang. He had never suffered such a loss in a fight with the people in the courtyard before. Even if Zhang wanted to favor Zhu in front of so many neighbors, he couldn't be too obvious. He could only pretend to be lecturing, saying, regardless of the facts, we should all be united and friendly in our courtyard. We can't hurt each other. Putting aside the fact, Xiao'e, you just kicked Zhu, quickly apologized to him. Looking at Zhu, who was holding his waist in pain, Zhang Yang simply said, deserved it, before arrogantly pushing his bike back home. The next day at work, Zhang Yang formally submitted his marriage application to the factory. Once the factory approved his application, they would issue him a letter of introduction and provide him with some necessary tickets for the wedding. In this planned economy era, even if one had money, it was still useless without tickets. After work, Zhang Yang took the certificate issued by the security department and went to the police station. After paying the tax, he had the steel seal stamped on places like the handlebars and frame and affixed the bicycle license plate issued by the police station. Finally, he received a bicycle license, thus completing the paperwork for his bicycle. When Zhang Yang rode back to the courtyard, the neighbor saw the steel seal and license plate on the bike, and no one dared to question the origins of Zhang Yang's bike anymore. Since he had a conflict with Zhu yesterday, Zhang Yang contemplated whether he should find another cook. After all, Zhu was not an easygoing person. However, what Zhang Yang did not expect was that just after he finished dinner, Zhu proactively came to visit him. Zhang Yang, you'll be getting married in a few days. How are you planning the wedding banquet? How many tables will there be? How many dishes per table? Although it seemed unusual for Zhu to be so inquisitive, since he took the initiative to ask, Zhang Yang felt it inappropriate to refuse, lest he appear petty. So, Zhang Yang honestly shared his plan with Zhu. I plan to invite 2 people from each household in the courtyard and a few friends. If we count 8 people per table, 3 tables should be enough. Plus, we'll have a table for our family, making a total of 4 tables. Each table will have 8 dishes: braised pork, for happiness meatballs, stewed chicken, steamed pork with rice flour, boiled cabbage, scrambled eggs, fried tofu, and potatoes stewed with vermicelli. The meat dishes will be a bit less, while the vegetable dishes will be more. Zhang Yang's plan was quite standard, and after listening, Zhu replied, all right, this is easy work. I can handle it all by myself. Just don't forget to get the ingredients a day in advance. Okay, As soon as Xiao'e left Zhang Yang's room, a sly smile appeared on his face. He wasn't genuinely concerned about the wedding banquet. He had already decided to make Zhang Yang embarrass himself on his wedding day. After returning home, Xiao'e smugly took out a small bottle from the cupboard, thinking that no one would notice his actions, but unbeknownst to him, a mouse had been watching everything. On October 1st, National Day, Zhang Yang rode his brand-new bicycle to the Li family, accompanied by Li Yu and Li Jin. The three first went to the square of the 49 cities to watch the celebration activities, then took their already prepared certificates to register their marriage at the street office. On this special day, there were particularly many newlyweds. Everyone solemnly swore in front of the portraits of great leaders. I promise to form the deepest revolutionary partnership from now on. When Zhang Yang and Li Yu walked out of the street office, each held a certificate of marriage resembling an award. After lunch, Zhang Yang intended to take Li Yu and Li Jin around the 49 cities a bit more. But Li Jin mentioned that they had to prepare for the wedding tomorrow and had things to do at home, so they needed to leave early. Although he felt reluctant, Zhang Yang had to concede that Li Jin was right, and he could only watch him leave first with a heavy heart. With Li Jin gone, the atmosphere between Zhang Yang and Li Yu became lively. They first went to the photo studio to take pictures, then watched a movie at the cinema. As it got late, Zhang Yang took Li Yu to eat a bowl of authentic Beijing fried sauce noodles and then planned to ride her back home. With a blush on her face, Li Yu sat on the back seat of Zhang Yang's bicycle, her small hands nervously resting on him, carrying his new bride. Zhang Yang pedaled happily, the bicycle's speed increasing. Li Yu gripped Zhang Yang's hand tighter. Once they left the 49 cities and hit the bumpy roads of the suburbs, the bicycle jolted violently. Just as Zhang Yang was about to remind Li Yu to be careful, he suddenly felt two long arms around his waist. This tangible feeling made Zhang Yang's heart soar. Xiao'e, hold on tight. I'm going to speed up. Yang, slow down. It's too fast. I'm scared. Zhang Yang laughed. Xiao'e, we can't go slow. It'll get dark soon. Li Yu, blushing, whispered, then you should go a bit faster. Li Yu hugged Zhang Yang's waist tightly, her body pressed against his back, her cheeks as red as ripe apples. It wasn't until they reached Shangwan village that Li Yu finally released her grip around Zhang Yang. After having a bowl of sweet water at the Li family, a delighted Zhang Yang hurried back to the 49 cities on his bicycle. Chapter 50. Wedding the next morning, just as the sun was rising. After everyone had eaten 2 poached eggs, Zhang Yang, Lu Meng, Xu Damao, and Yan Jieqing rode their bicycles to fetch the bride. When they arrived at Shangwan village, a crowd of villagers had gathered at the entrance to watch the excitement. Here he comes, the groom from Secretary Li's family. Wow, for bicycles. And the groom is riding a new one. It seems Secretary Li's son-in-law is doing well. Of course, if he was doing well, would my uncle let Xiao'e marry him to suffer? In those days, owning a bicycle in the countryside was a status symbol. Generally, only cadres from communes and brigades had them, while ordinary people could only dream of it. Nowadays, having a bicycle to fetch the bride was already considered good. As for a sedan chair, that was only for those who didn't care about their lives. Zhang Yang parked his bicycle at the village entrance and cupped his hands to the onlookers, saying, "Dear uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters, from today on, I am the son-in-law of Shangwan village. Given the limited conditions, I don't have many wedding candies to share. Please accept it as my heartfelt gesture." With that, Zhang Yang took out a big bag of wedding candies and scattered them generously. It's fruit candy. So much fruit candy. The groom is generous. Watching the villagers praise Zhang Yang, Li Jin welcomed him with a smile. "Brother-in-law, come on in and sit." After Zhang Yang arrived at the Li family, he greeted his father-in-law and mother-in-law and distributed wedding candies to the relatives at home. This time, he handed out white rabbit milk candies. The Li family had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast, and after they finished eating, amid the cheerful blessings of the family, Zhang Yang saw the bride, Li Yu. Li Yu wore a red floral shirt with a red flower pinned to her chest and a hint of blush on her face. Under everyone's gaze, Zhang Yang sincerely asked the shy Li Yu, "Comrade Li Yu, do you wish to marry me? From now on, we're the closest revolutionary comrades. I assure the great leader that our revolutionary friendship will last until the end of time." Li Yu blushed and replied, "Comrade Zhang Yang, I believe you. I am willing to become your closest revolutionary comrade." The groom carries the bride out. You must not let her down halfway. Xiao'e, do you have the strength for this? Amidst the cheers of relatives and friends, Zhang Yang picked up Liu. Zhang Yang carried Liu in front, while Li's father and mother follow behind to see them off. Li's father managed to keep a serious expression. However, Li's mother couldn't help but tear up. Yes, although today is a joyous occasion, how could Li's parents not feel sad when their daughter, whom they had raised for 20 years, is being carried away by Zhang Yang? Seeing her mother with red eyes, Liu couldn't help but cry as well. Noticing this, Zhang Yang hurriedly comforted her. Xiao'e, don't worry. We live close to mom and dad, and we can visit them often. Whenever you miss them, I will come back with you. Zhang Yang carried Liu to the place where they parked the bicycles at the village entrance without breaking a sweat, which made Li's family silently nod in approval. Gently setting Liu down on the back seat of the bicycle, Zhang Yang bowed to Li's parents. Mom and Dad, I will take good care, Xiao'e. We'll head home now. After receiving a nod of approval from his in-laws, Zhang Yang rode back to Suzhou City with Liu. They arrived with 4 bicycles and 4 people, but returned with 6 bicycles and 8 people. Aside from Liu, Zhang Mu, Li Jin, and Li Jin's wife formed part of the wedding procession. They brought with them the gifts prepared by Li's family, including quilts, thermoses, spittoons, basins, and other items. Returning to Suzhou City with Zhang Yang and the others. Once the wedding procession returned, the courtyard immediately became lively. After Zhang Yang and Lu Meng went to fetch the bride, he temporarily entrusted the family matters to his sister-in-law, Xiao'e. Zhang Yang led Liu to Xiao'e and introduced her. Sister-in-law, this is my wife, Liu. Xiao'e, greet your sister-in-law. Liu shyly greeted Xiao'e. Hello. Sister-in-law. Xiao'e smiled and said, good. Hello, Xiao'e. Xiaoyang. Xiao'e, you two must live well together in the future. Aim for 2 kids in 3 years. Upon hearing this, Liu's face turned red with embarrassment, while Zhang Yang cheerfully replied, I promise to complete the task. After greeting the neighbors in the courtyard, Zhang Yang and Liu began distributing wedding candies. Soon, the wedding banquet began in full swing. Under the direction of Sha Zhu, the 2 chefs, Qin Huairu and Yu Li, served the dishes in an orderly manner. Zhang Yang, with a red flower pinned to his chest, along with Liu, went from table to toast. While Sha Zhu served the dishes, he looked enviously at Zhang Yang, who was thriving and accompanied by a beautiful partner. Why? Clearly, He Zhu, am much better than Zhang Yang, yet he is doing better while I remain all alone. Sha Zhu smirked as he pulled out a small bottle from his pocket. After pouring some powder into a large bowl, he casually filled it with stewed chicken. As a chef, his actions naturally did not raise any suspicions. Once the bowl of stewed chicken was full, Sha Zhu personally carried it to the small table reserved for Zhang Yang and his group. 8 large bowls were already a rare feast in this era, and under the temptation of delicious food, even those like the Jiazhang family, who were at odds with Zhang Yang, had no interest in causing trouble. They just wanted to grab as much meat and vegetables as possible. After toasting at each table, Zhang Yang finally sat down with Liu to eat. After all the commotion, they were indeed hungry. Watching Zhang Yang gulping down the chicken soup, Sha Zhu couldn't help but show a smug smile. By the time the banquet ended, Zhang Yang had drunk quite a bit, but his mind remained clear. He handed out 2 packs of the Qianmin cigarettes to Sha Zhu, Xu Damao, and Yin Jiecheng each, and also distributed some wedding candies and peanuts to the 2 chefs, Qin Huairu and Yu Li. After asking them to help tidy up the courtyard, Zhang Yang pretended to be drunk and returned to his room. In the afternoon, while Sha Zhu and Qin Huairu were cleaning up the courtyard, they observed Zhang Yang's reactions. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang and Li were being teased in their bridal chamber. Sha Zhu's expectations turned into confusion and finally despair. He couldn't understand what had gone wrong, why Zhang Yang could be perfectly content in the bridal chamber. The festive atmosphere continued until dusk. At this point, Lu Meng and Zhang Mu decided to take their leave, as they knew what the next steps were. As the saying goes, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. They didn't want to waste the precious time of the newlyweds. Chapter 51. A stick in the pocket. Although Lu Meng and Zhang Mu left, the single young men in the courtyard became excited. They loved eavesdropping on such matters. However, this time they were disappointed. As soon as they approached Zhang Yang's house, a series of barking sounds erupted. With Wang Kai, the loyal bodyguard, around, their plans to eavesdrop fell flat. Once Wang Kai's barking stopped, a rustling sound of clothes being removed soon filled the room. "Brother Yang, I'm scared." "Don't be afraid, Xiao'e. I will be gentle." While Zhang Yang and Li were consummating their marriage, Zhu was hosting a meal for the Jia family. The family and the deaf old lady from the backyard at his new house. Looking at the large table of dishes, Qin Huairu couldn't help but speak up. "Zhuzi, I was wondering why the amount of food at lunch fell off. Turns out it was here with you." Zhu's face turned red, and he quickly defended himself. As the saying goes, a chef doesn't steal, and grains don't go unharvested. "I'm cooking for Zhang Yang for free. What's wrong with that?" Qin Huairu was not one to shy away from confrontation, especially since she was there to eat for free, so she didn't bother arguing with Zhu. Jia Zhang held a plate of braised pork and stuffed it in her mouth. She and had enough of this dish at the wedding banquet. Due to the excellent meal prepared by Zhu, even Jia Zhang, known for a sharp tongue, was too busy eating to mock Zhu. Seeing this, Bang Gung also picked up a plate of steamed pork, and the sight of the old and young eating together displeased Yi Zhonghai and the deaf old lady. The lavish spread that Zhu had secretly prepared was devoured clean by them. After eating their fill, Jia Zhang and Bang Gung belched and returned to the Jia family, leaving no thought of helping Zhu clean up. Qin Huairu and a neighbor aunt voluntarily stayed behind to help Zhu tidy up, while Bang Gung and Jia Zhang returned to the Jia family, full. Just as Bang Gung lay on the bed, relishing the taste of the meal, his expression suddenly changed, feeling a storm brewing in his stomach, and the sensation kept intensifying. Could it be that he had eaten too much meat? Just as Bang Gung was pondering this, he felt his stomach condition deteriorate rapidly, with something flowing chaotically inside him, ultimately converging at his rear. Bang Gung's little rear felt an unprecedented pressure. I can't hold it anymore. What should I do? I'll take a chance." With a sense of luck, Bang Gung thought it might be just a fart. He planned to release it to relieve the pressure. Adjusting the angle of his rear, Bang Gung relaxed his sphincter. With a series of continuous sounds that were part fart, part liquid, Bang Gung's pants were instantly soaked with yellowish excrement. Jia Zhang looked at Bang Gung in shock, seeing an expression of extreme relief on his face. "Good grandson. What is wrong, good grandson?" Before Bang Gung could come back to his senses from the relief of his stress, he suddenly felt multiple streams of air gathering towards his rear. Bang Gung's expression changed, and he hurriedly ran towards the family spittoon. Soon after, a series of splashing sounds erupted. "Grandson, what's wrong with you? Did you mess your pants?" Even though Bang Gung was on the verge of exhaustion, he stubbornly explained, "No, Grandma, that was just a fart. I didn't mess my pants." The spittoon in the Jia family was already nearly full, and with Bang Gung's continuous diarrhea, it quickly overflowed. The yellowish liquid spilled over the edge of the spittoon, flooding the Jia family's floor, enveloping the entire household in a terrible stench. Jia Zhangshi wanted to help Bang Gung, but upon seeing the puddle of filth, she hesitated. But she couldn't just stand by. What if something happened to Bang Gung? Clever Jia Zhangshi quickly thought of a solution and shouted loudly to Bang Gung, "Grandson, hang in there a bit longer. I'm going to get your mother." When Jia Zhangshi ran to Zhu's house, Qin Huairu and the others had already finished cleaning up and were gathered together, cracking sunflower seeds. Unsurprisingly, these seeds were also taken by Zhu from Zhang Yang. Zhao Xia saw that Zhu was the main chef of the wedding banquet, so she turned a blind eye to his petty theft. "Qin Huairu, how can you still be here cracking seeds? Bang Gung has diarrhea and has messed his pants." Qin Huairu frowned upon hearing this, but she didn't take it too seriously. Although Bang Gung was supposed to have outgrown messing his pants, she had seen him do it many times when he was younger. "You, Jia Zhangshi, are already a grandmother, and you're still so flustered over your grandson messing his pants. What kind of a mess is this? You still have to trouble me with such trivial matters." Seeing Qin Huairu's indifferent expression, Jia Zhangshi urged, "Huairu, this time Bang Gung's diarrhea is really different. You should go home and check on him." Saying this, Qin Huairu followed Jia Zhangshi back to the Jia family, with Zhu and others trailing behind to watch the commotion. As soon as they entered, they quickly fled in embarrassment. Although the Jia family already reeked, The loving Qin Huairu quickly covered her nose and rushed back inside. Seeing that the goddess had gone in, Xiao'e hurriedly followed. Bang Geng, who had already lost the strength to maintain his balance, lay pale-faced on the ground of the Jia family. But even in this state, he continued to leak fluids from his rear. The excrement he had just expelled and the waste and the spittoon mixed together, flowing throughout most of the Jia family. Shuju, Qinjie, I'm begging you. Let's take Bang Geng to the hospital together. Looking at Bang Geng, who was covered in filth, Xiao'e hesitated for the first time in front of the goddess Qin Huairu. Shuju, please, if you help Qinjie save Bang Geng this time, Qinjie will definitely repay you well. Qinjie has a cousin who is very pretty. If you help save Bang Geng, I'll introduce her to you. Faced with the goddess's tempting offer, Xiao'e ultimately couldn't resist. He gritted his teeth, picked up the spraying Bang Geng, and ran towards the steel factory hospital. Mom, please tidy up the house. I'm taking Bang Geng to the hospital with Shuju. After giving Jia Zhangshi a quick explanation, Qin Huairu hurriedly followed Xiao'e to the hospital. After Qin Huairu and Xiao'e left, Jia Zhangshi initially wanted to ask Yi Zhonghai and an older lady to help clean the house. But Yi Zhonghai was much more cunning than Xiao'e. Sister, we'll keep an eye on little Dang and Huaihua. You just go ahead and be busy. After saying this, Yi Zhonghai and the older lady each took a child back home. Although Jia Zhangshi didn't want to clean up the mess left by Bang Geng, she had to do it to have a place to sleep. Just as she was about to resolve to start working, she suddenly felt a storm brewing in her belly. Chapter 52. A terrifying thought. Jia Zhangshi's experience far exceeded Bang Geng's. She knew she couldn't trust any fart at this moment. She quickly held her breath, clenched her sphincter, and awkwardly made her way to the outdoor toilet. Even though Jia Zhangshi exerted all her strength, there were still continuous popping sounds coming from behind her. The unusual happenings in the Jia family had already attracted the attention of the people in the courtyard, who gathered in the middle courtyard to watch the fun. In this era, not many people were nearsighted. Everyone had sharp eyes. Auntie San immediately spotted the yellow liquid seeping out from behind Jia Zhangshi, excitedly shouted, Jia Zhangshi messed her pants. Jia Zhangshi messed her pants. Instantly, everyone turned their attention to Jia Zhangshi's rear. Faced with such a rare scene, the residents were astonished, pointing and whispering about Jia Zhangshi. What's going on with her? How could someone her age suddenly not be able to hold it? At that moment, an elderly resident from the Sichuan region quietly said, I've heard of this situation back home. Our doctors are best at treating anal and rectal issues. They say it's something like sphincter dysfunction or tearing. In short, the muscle that controls the anus just isn't working and can't hold it in. Impressive, impressive. You really know a lot. A clever person gave the old man a cigarette and continued to ask, so, what exactly causes that sphincter to fail? We need to know the reason to prevent such diseases. The old man took a melancholic puff of a cigarette, seemingly lost in thought about his hometown. After exhaling a smoke ring, he continued, I've heard there are many causes for this condition. I once heard about a person accidentally sitting on a glass soda bottle, and then, just hearing the old man's words made everyone tense up. But if that's the case, what about Jia Zhangshi's situation? If she accidentally sat on a soda bottle, she would have been in pain and cursing. But if it wasn't an accident, then everyone felt a chill run down their spine. Could it be that this old widow, Jia Zhangshi, is so perverted and playful? This is too shameful, too shameless. Hearing the increasingly perverted discussions from the neighbors in the courtyard, Jia Zhangshi was infuriated. Normally, she would have shouted at them, but at this moment, she didn't even dare to let out a fart. She was afraid that if she opened her mouth and lost control, the blockage in her sphincter would be uncontrollable. Under everyone's gaze, Jia Zhangshi finally awkwardly walked to the door of the outdoor toilet. In a flash, she darted inside and quickly shut the door, unleashing a series of explosive sounds. The noises were akin to firecrackers. Jia Zhangshi was in there for nearly half an hour when Anida, who was still watching the commotion, suddenly felt a storm brewing in her belly. Having learned from Jia Zhangshi and Bang Geng's experiences, Anida quickly ran to the other squat toilet in the outdoor toilet. Just a short while after Anida entered, Yi Zhonghai began to feel the urge as well. But there were only 2 squat toilets in the courtyard, so if he wanted to go again, he would have to use the public toilet outside. Yi Zhonghai didn't even bother to grab any paper. He hurriedly ran towards the public toilet. His unusual behavior quickly attracted the attention of the onlookers in the courtyard, who followed Yi Zhonghai outside. At first, Yi Zhonghai could still run, but soon he could only waddle along. Watching Yi Zhonghai walk awkwardly, everyone felt a sense of déjà vu. At that moment, someone suddenly remarked, "Could it be that Uncle Da also likes to play with soda bottles like Jia Zhangshi?" Upon hearing this, the residents of the courtyard widened their eyes in shock. At this moment, Qin Huairu, who was accompanying Xiao'e to the hospital with Bongging, also showed signs of distress. She was desperately trying to hold back her urge to defecate and said to Xiao'e, "Zhuzi, you go ahead. I'll be right back from the restroom." Without waiting for Xiao'e's reply, she hurried toward the public toilet. Xiao'e, holding Bongging, hadn't run far when he felt the same urge, so he could only chase after Qin Huairu while holding Bongging. "Sister Qin, wait for me. I also need to use the restroom." Both Xiao'e and Qin Huairu were young and had strong resistance. Plus, they hadn't eaten much meat or vegetables, so their symptoms of diarrhea were much lighter than those of Bongging and Jia Zhangshi. After spending more than half an hour in the public toilet, a somewhat exhausted Xiao'e finally felt a little better. He shivered and said to Qin Huairu, "Sister Qin, you stay here with Bongging. I'm going to find a porter. I really can't carry Bongging anymore." At this point, Qin Huairu also looked pale and her legs felt weak. She nodded and said to Xiao'e, "Okay, Zhuzi, you go quickly. I'll wait here with Bongging." The foul smell emanating from Xiao'e made most porters hesitate, and he finally managed to pay a high price to hire someone willing to help him carry the goods. When the porter saw Bongging, who was covered in excrement, he hesitated again, and reluctantly, Xiao'e had to offer more money. "All right, we've arrived at the steel plant hospital. Could someone please cover the 2 yuan fare?" Such a generous offer, Qin Huairu definitely couldn't accept. She looked at Xiao'e with a pitiful expression and said, "Zhuzi, Sister Qin forgot to bring money in such a hurry. Could you lend me some first? I'll pay you back when I get home." Since Qin Huairu had asked, Xiao'e naturally complied. After paying the fare, when Xiao'e and Qin Huairu brought Bongging into the hospital, they unexpectedly saw 2 familiar figures, one fat and one thin, in the hospital lobby. Qin Huairu, "Xiao'e, why did you only arrive now? The deaf old lady, Jia Zhangshi, and the old couple have already been taken for gastric lavage for a while." After Bongging was also taken by the doctor for gastric lavage, Yin Bugui and Lu Haizhong began to explain to the two what had happened in the courtyard after they left. It turned out that not long after Yi Zhonghai also had diarrhea, everyone was drawn to the backyard by the sound of something smashing against glass. When they rushed over, they found the deaf old lady, who was also on the verge of collapse from diarrhea. At her age, no one dared to step forward to help. But it wasn't right to just stand by and watch her suffer. So under Yin Bugui's suggestion, they informed Yi Zhonghai and Aunt Yi about the old lady's condition. With so many people having diarrhea at the same time, Yi Zhonghai quickly realized something was off. He used moral persuasion to urge Yin Bugui and Lu Haizhong, the 2 responsible elders, to notify the hospital. A suspected case of food poisoning involving multiple people was no small matter. When the hospital staff arrived, although they were also disgusted by the situation, it was their duty to take them back to the hospital for gastric lavage. During this process, since there were no other adult relatives present, Yin Bugui and Lu Haizhong, as the responsible elders in the courtyard, were required to accompany the hospital staff. Chapter 53. Returning home after explaining the ins and outs of the situation to Qin Huairu and Xiao'e, Yin Bugui said to them, "Xiao'e, Qin Huairu, since you're here, we don't have anything more to do here. We have to work tomorrow, so we'll head back first. By the way, Jia Zhangshi and the others haven't paid their medical bills yet. Don't forget." After giving this last reminder, Yin Bugui turned and walked home without looking back, and Lu Haizhong hurriedly followed. Soon, Bongging and the others finished their gastric lavage. The doctor kindly arranged for them all to stay in the same ward. Seeing Bongging in pain, Qin Huairu couldn't help but ask the doctor, "Doctor, what's wrong with my son?" The doctor replied without looking up, "They probably ate too many castor beans, causing gastrointestinal damage and dehydration." After the doctor left, Jia Zhangshi, regaining some strength, slammed the bed and angrily shouted, "Which bastard did this? How dare they give us old people and children laxatives? Call the police. I want to report this." Hearing the words castor beans and call the police, Xiao'e's heart trembled, and he quickly advised, "Forget it, Aunt Jia. It must be because the leftover food we ate today was kept too long. That's why everyone has an upset stomach. Let's not eat leftovers in the future. Jia Zhangshi glared at him and scolded. Shut up, Shaju. You think I haven't had diarrhea from leftover food before? I've eaten spoiled food for days and never had diarrhea like this today. If it weren't for someone poisoning us, I wouldn't be in this state. At this point, Qin Huairu pretended to be innocent and said, Mom, we had lunch at Xiaoyang's wedding banquet and dinner at Juzi's house. If someone poisoned us, who could it be? Who else could it be? It must be that black-hearted Zhang Yang. I'm going to the police station to have him arrested. But Mom, there were several tables of people at lunch, dozens of them. How come everyone else is fine and only we have issues? Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Shaju quickly explained, I really don't know why this happened. I also ate the dinner tonight, and I got diarrhea too. I really don't understand why this happened. Wenli, Sister Qin, you have to believe me. The others in the room were very cunning, except for Bongying, who was a primary school student. The rest quickly deduced that this matter was related to Shaju. Seeing Yi Zhonghai and Qin Huairu still looking at him with scrutinizing eyes, Shaju could only reveal that he had secretly poisoned Zhang Yang. But strangely, he had clearly poisoned Zhang Yang, yet Zhang Yang was unharmed, while they all suffered. Yi Zhongkai, being clever, quickly made his own hypothesis. Juzi, could it be that you were too nervous and mixed up the castor bean powder with the spices? You accidentally gave Zhang Yang the spices and gave us the castor bean powder? Although Shaju didn't believe he would make such a low-level mistake at this point, it was the most plausible explanation. Seeing that Shaju didn't argue, they assumed he had tacitly accepted the matter. Upon learning that it was Shaju who caused her to have diarrhea, Jia Zhangshi wished she could slap him to death right then and there. She had never been so humiliated in her life. Although she secretly wished to kill Shaju, the matter had already happened. And the shrewd Jia Zhangshi quickly began to think about how to use this incident to her advantage. Jia Zhangshi scolded Shaju, You deadbeat, you stupid fool. How could you mess up something as simple as poisoning? Tell me, how are you going to compensate for our family's losses? Shaju already knew he would have to pay a hefty price today, and he hung his head, saying, Aunt Jia, I've already covered your medical expenses, and I can give you each an additional 5 yuan as compensation. How does that sound? Oomph. Shaju, are you trying to pass off a beggar's offering? You think 5 yuan is enough to settle this? I don't care about others, but our family needs at least 50 yuan each, or you can forget it. 50 yuan each? That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Looking at the angry Shaju, Qin Huairu timely played the victim. Forget it, Mom. Juzi didn't do it on purpose. He originally invited us to dinner out of goodwill. 50 yuan is too much. Can you ask for a little less? Jia Zhangshi sarcastically replied, Oh, Qin Huairu, are you feeling sorry for Shaju because I asked him to pay? Are you still hoping Shaju will save up to marry you? You unfaithful harbinger of bad luck. Just wait until I beat you. Seeing that his beloved sister Qin was about to fall victim to Jia Zhangshi's wrath, Shaju's eyes turned red as he shouted angrily, Aunt Jia, let go of Sister Qin. I'll pay for this. Looking at the 2 widows of the Jia family playing with the good big sun in their palms, Yi Zhonghai felt inexplicably suffocated. Aside from the deaf old lady and the serious situation with the stick, both Jia Zhang and Yi Zhonghai felt much better after gastric lavage. However, after the commotion tonight, Yi Zhonghai and the others would definitely not be able to go to work tomorrow. Qin Huairu was left in the hospital to take care of them, while Shaju was sent back to the Sihiyuan to get money and take care of Xiao'e and Huaihua along the way. Xiao'e and Huaihua, having not eaten meat dishes tonight, actually escaped a disaster. The next morning, Zhang Yang woke up feeling refreshed, looking at the dazzling red stain on the bedsheet. He couldn't help but feel guilty about last night's roughness. Besides men, brown sugar and jujubes are the most nourishing things for women. Seeing Liu still sleeping soundly, Zhang Yang quietly got up to make breakfast. It smells good. What delicious food are you making, Yangge? Seeing that Liu was also awake, Zhang Yang pointed to the table and said, brown sugar egg rice soup with jujube cake. Xiao'e, we're having this for breakfast. After eating, let's rest for a bit and then head back home. I've prepared 10 kilograms of rice, 10 kilograms of flour, 2 kilograms of lard, and 2 kilograms of soybean oil as gifts for our return home. What do you think? Hearing that Zhang Yang had prepared so much for their return, Liu was both happy and a bit reluctant. After thinking for a moment, she said, Yangge, you've prepared too much. Half of this is enough to take back. My brother and the others brought back 2 kilograms of noodles last time, and that was enough. If you bring too many gifts, my brother and sister-in-law won't be happy. As the saying goes, listen to advice and eat well. Since Li Yu felt that bringing so many gifts was inappropriate, Zhang Yang listened to her and halved the amount. After taking half of the things out of the bag, Zhang Yang jokingly said to Li Yu, "As expected of my good daughter-in-law, you know how to help save things for the family as soon as you enter the door. You are someone who can manage. When we come back from my parents' house, I'll hand over the family finances to you." Upon hearing this, Li Yu felt both shy and sweet inside. Due to the intense commotion last night, Li Yu needed Zhang Yang's support to walk when they returned home. When they arrived at her family's place and chatted privately with her sister-in-law, Li Yu was teased by her sister-in-law until she was blushing. Chapter 54. Xiao'e changes houses. Seeing the couple so sweet, the Li family finally felt relieved. In the evening, when Zhang Yang drove Li Yu back to the Sihiyuan, people in the courtyard were gathered in the middle courtyard to watch the fun. It turned out that due to the stick causing too much trouble yesterday and knocking over a chamber pot filled with filth, the Jia family now smelled worse than a public toilet. After Jia Zhang and the others returned from the hospital, they were immediately driven out by the stench as soon as they entered the house. Looking at the mess on the floor of the Jia family, Jia Zhang knew that they could no longer stay there. After rolling her eyes, she turned her gaze toward Xiao'e's house. "Xiao'e, get out here quickly." Xiao'e was originally helping the deaf old lady clean up in the backyard, and when he heard Jia Zhang shout, he hurried back to the middle courtyard. "Aunt Jia, what's wrong again? I've already compensated you for the money owed." Jia Zhang glared at him with her triangular eyes and disdainfully said, "Xiao'e, this is all because of you, you idiot. If you had any sense of guilt, you would swap houses with us. It's not like it's your first time changing houses. It wouldn't be a big deal to do it again." Hearing the words, "change houses," Xiao'e went numb. Ever since he swapped houses with Zhang Yang last time, he felt heartbroken whenever he thought of it. Originally already angry, Xiao'e couldn't hold back any longer after Jia Zhang's words poked at his heart and immediately shouted at her, "Aunt Jia, what are you talking about? If it weren't for the stick, would I have swapped houses with Zhang Yang? Your family has taken enough advantage of me, having received so much money, and you're still clinging to me. I'm telling you, swapping houses is impossible. It will never happen." The more Xiao'e resisted, the more excited Jia Zhang became. First, she glanced at Zhang Yang and his wife watching the fun, then threatened Xiao'e. "Xiao'e, you didn't forget what you did yesterday, did you? If we hadn't eaten your cooking, would we be like this? Our family wouldn't have turned into this? I'm telling you, this house must be swapped, whether you like it or not, or you can wait to go to the police station." Aunt Jia, seeing Xiao'e's furious expression, Zhang Yang couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. The neighbors watching the fun were confused, but Zhang Yang was clear about the situation. That day, when he sensed that Xiao'e might try to drug him, he manipulated the machine mouse to steal that bottle of casting powder. Then, after replacing Xiao'e's casting powder with another similar but harmless powder, he put it back. On the day of the wedding, Zhang Yang pretended not to notice when Xiao'e stole vegetables and used the system space to secretly add the casting powder to the meat dishes he had hidden. That evening, when Xiao'e happily invited Qin Huairu and the others to his house for dinner, little did he know that a nightmare awaited him. As the saying goes, those who are pitiful must also have their faults. The reason Xiao'e ended up in this situation was not just because of being schemed against, but also due to his own issues. Jia Zhang was already the type to stir trouble, especially now that she held something over Xiao'e. Under Jia Zhang's arrogant gaze, Xiao'e could only lower his proud head in the end. Xiao'e also knew what the Jia family was like at this moment. After thinking for a moment, he said to Jia Zhang, "Sai, and Jia, if you say we should change houses, then let us change. You guys clear out your things first, and I'll finish up the last bit of work in the old lady's room and come over." Seeing Xiao'e give in so quickly, the onlookers felt bored, and, with no more excitement to watch, people began to disperse and head home. Back at home, Li Yu couldn't help but ask Zhang Yang, "Yang, do you think Xiao'e is really stupid or just pretending? How can he treat such a big matter of changing houses like a game?" Looking at Li Yu's curious expression, Zhang Yang pretended to be mysterious and said, "Xiao'e, you just came to the Sihiyuan, and there are many things you don't understand yet. You'll understand the relationship between Xiao'e and the Jia family after living here for a while. Remember, besides Lu Xiao'e in the backyard, who can barely be considered a good person, the others are not easy to deal with. But Lu Xiao'e comes from a capitalist background, so don't get too close to her. We should just focus on our own lives behind closed doors and not get involved in the courtyard troubles. Although Li didn't know why Zhang Yang said this, since he said so, there must be a reason. Moreover, although the 3 cardinal principles and 5 constants are no longer emphasized, the view that a man is the pillar of a family is still widely accepted. Since her husband said so, she would just listen well. After all, her husband would definitely not harm her. Seeing that Li Yu absorbed his words, Zhang Yang was very pleased. While there was still time, he continued to work on the furniture in the house. Li Yu took the opportunity to help, and watching the wooden boards transformed into furniture in Zhang Yang's hands, her eyes were full of admiration. When Xiao'e returned to the middle courtyard again, the Jia family had already started moving. Seeing Xiao'e return, the chubby Jia Zhang enthusiastically said to him, "Xiao'e, where's the key to the rainwater room? Since you agreed to change houses, you should give us the key as soon as possible." A series of question marks flashed through Xiao'e's mind. He originally thought that Jia Zhangshi's earlier mention of changing houses was simply swapping his current East Wing room with Jia's West Wing room. However, he never expected that Jia Zhangshi also had her sights set on the side room that Xiao'e used to live in. Seeing that Xiao'e's expression was not right, Qin Huairu, aware that she had gone too far, quickly started to play the victim. "Zhuzi, you know our family is big, and one room is simply not enough. Bang Gung is growing up, and it's really inconvenient for us all to squeeze together. Zhuzi, please do us a favor and let us stay in Xiao'e's room for a few days. Don't worry, when Xiao'e returns, we will definitely give the room back to her." If Xiao'e's resistance to Jia Zhangshi's nagging was 50, then his resistance to Qin Huairu's emotional ploy was only 5. Looking at the pitiful Qin Huairu, Xiao'e's heart softened, and he agreed. As Xiao'e took out the key, Qin Huairu couldn't help but continue to flatter him. "Zhuzi, you're so good. Sister Qin really didn't misjudge you. You're the kindest person in the whole courtyard. Without you, Sister Qin wouldn't know what to do." Watching Qin Huairu's overly sweet gaze and hearing her praise, Xiao'e felt happier than if he had eaten honey. Chapter 55. Qin Huairu wet the bed. The process of Xiao'e and Jia family swapping houses continued late into the night. Due to the time wasted on the house swap, Xiao'e was unable to clean the Jia family's room tonight. He originally planned to just rough it out in the courtyard for the night, but was rejected by Yi Zhonghai on the grounds of his night wandering syndrome. After all, Xiao'e had learned from past experiences. If anything else went wrong, he might really end up being sent to the shooting range. With no other choice, Xiao'e had to endure the foul smell and was locked inside the Jia family's house. Sleeping in the Jia family's room felt like sleeping in a public restroom. The stench made him feel dizzy. On the other hand, with 2 rooms now available, the Jia family split into 2 groups. Jia Zhangshi and Bang Gung stayed in the originally Zhang Yang's East Wing room, while Qin Huairu took Xiao Dang and Huaihua to the side room of Xiao'e, which was next to Zhang Yang's main room. After all the commotion, Xiao Dang and Huaihua fell asleep as soon as they got into bed, leaving Qin Huairu tossing and turning, unable to sleep. In the quiet of the night, even the smallest sounds became particularly pronounced. Listening to the creaking sounds of the bed from next door, along with intermittent moans, Qin Huairu felt as if she might catch fire from embarrassment. Unable to bear it any longer, Qin Huairu quietly got out of bed and, like a large gecko, pressed herself against the wall to eavesdrop. "Brother Yang, let us sleep. I really can't take it anymore. Besides, you have to go work tomorrow. Don't stay up too late. Xiao'e, don't forget. I don't have to work tomorrow. I took a marriage leave, remember? Let us have another." "Okay, but this is the last time tonight." Before long, the familiar creaking and moaning sound started again. It's unclear how long it lasted, but with a sudden burst of heavy breathing, the night briefly returned to its intended tranquility. Not long after, a rustling sound came from next door again. "Brother Yang, it's all your fault. The sheets and blankets are soaked with sweat. What are we going to do now? It's okay. We could just air them out overnight. We did the same thing yesterday." Seeing that Zhang Yang and Li Yu were really sleeping, Qin Huairu returned to her bed. As she reminisced about what had happened with Zhang Yang, she gradually fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, when Qin Huairu woke up again, she saw the two children staring at each other. Xiao Dang pointed at Huaihua and scolded, "Huaihua, you wet the bed again." Huaihua, feeling embarrassed, turned to Qin Huairu and admitted her mistake. "Mom, I'm sorry, Huaihua wet the bed again." Qin Huairu replied with a red face, "It's okay. Huaihua is still small. Wetting the bed is normal. When you grow up, you won't wet the bed anymore." Xiao Zhang, you must not tell anyone about Huaihua wetting the bed last night, or else she will be scolded by Grandma again. Did you two hear that? Got it, Mom. Under Xiao Dang and Huaihua's determined gazes, Qin Huairu quickly changed the sheets. Since she had taken marriage leave, Zhang Yang could rest for another day. After everyone in the courtyard left for work, Zhang Yang slowly got out of bed. Looking at Li Yu, who was still sleeping soundly, Zhang Yang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. So weak. This is really weak. They say there's no land that can't be plowed, only cows that die from exhaustion. But I'm really afraid of ruining the land at home. Zhang Yang was reluctant to pedal his own bike too hard, as he wanted to know just how powerful his body, now enhanced by the system, would be when pedaling at full strength. By the time Li Yu woke up naturally, the sun had already come out. How is it so late? I specifically reminded myself last night to get up early to make breakfast today. Looking at the embarrassed Li Yu, Zhang Yang leaned over and whispered in her ear, "Xiao'e, you're my best breakfast. Don't you know the saying, a beautiful sight is worth a feast?" Even though they were already married, Li Yu still had no resistance to Zhang Yang's sweet talk. After hearing his words, her entire body turned hot. Seeing such an enticing Li Yu, Zhang Yang naturally wanted to experience what it meant to have a feast for the eyes. The two remained entangled in bed until nearly noon. When Li Yu saw that the clock showed it was already 11 o'clock, she finally made up her mind to push Zhang Yang's hand away and began to get dressed. After washing up, Li Yu opened the door to the room and started preparing to cook. Although there were plenty of fine grains and eggs in the cupboard, Li Yu still chose to scoop out cornmeal. Seeing this, Zhang Yang had to speak up. "Xiao'e, that bag of cornmeal is just for show from now on. Our family will eat fine grains." Eat fine grains? Li Yu couldn't help but advise Zhang Yang, "Brother Yang, although we still have plenty of fine grains. Being frugal is the long-term way to live. We've already spent a lot of money on our wedding. If we don't save a little, what will we do if we have children in the future? Brother Yang, 1 pound of fine grains can be exchanged for several pounds of cornmeal. We should exchange some fine grains for cornmeal." Looking at Li Yu, who was serious, Zhang Yang felt a bit helpless. There was no choice. The reality of a society with scarce resources, along with the prevailing frugality, meant that most people emphasized being economical and opposed indulging in luxury. Especially since Li Yu came from a rural background. For most rural people today, not having to eat wild vegetables and being able to fill their stomachs with cornmeal was already a rare blessing. Although Li Yu knew Zhang Yang earned a good income, their future life was still long, so being careful with expenses wouldn't hurt. To broaden Li Yu's horizons, Zhang Yang closed the room door and mysteriously pulled out a military green shoulder bag from the cupboard. "Xiao'e, this is for you. Take a look inside." "What is it?" Seeing Zhang Yang's mysterious behavior, Li Yu took the shoulder bag with a puzzled expression. Zhang Yang smiled and said, "Xiao'e, this is our family's money bag. From now on, it will be managed by you." Hearing this, Li Yu ran to the table and nervously opened the bag. "Wow, why is there so much?" Looking at the thick stack of money in the bag, Li Yu couldn't help but exclaim. It was her first time seeing so much money. Zhang Yang looked at her seriously and said, "Xiao'e, we should save when we need to save, and spend when we need to spend, but we mustn't deprive ourselves. You know my work is physically demanding. If I don't eat enough and lack energy, it will be troublesome if something happens." Zhang Yang's injury was naturally known to Li Yu, and after hearing Zhang Yang's instructions, she replied seriously, "Brother Yang, don't worry. I will take good care of our home from now on. Just wait, I will steam some white buns and then stir-fry a couple of dishes. I'll set this bag aside for a while, and after dinner, I'll count our family's assets properly." Seeing the excited Li Yu, Zhang Yang couldn't help but smile. Chapter 56. Director Yang's embarrassment. As soon as they finished eating, Li Yu eagerly took out the money from her bag to count it. 10, 20, 366 yuan, 300 jin of grain coupons from the 49th city, and 50 jin of national grain coupons. Besides this money, there was also a savings book in the bag with a deposit of 1,500 yuan. According to the habits of her predecessor, whenever she saved up 500 yuan, she would take it to the bank. This money was all saved bit by her predecessor, while the money Zhang Yang received from the system was safely kept in the system space. When Liu learned that there was nearly 2,000 yuan in the house, her face turned red with excitement. She kept hiding the bag here and there, feeling that nowhere was safe enough. At the steel mill, in the cafeteria, other food service windows had long lines, with workers chatting and laughing while they waited. In contrast, the window where Xiao'e served food was deserted, and the few people there wore expressions of deep resentment, similar to that of Zhonghai. This strange scene puzzled Director Yang, who was there to get his meal. He curiously asked the workers, "Comrades, why aren't you lining up at Comrade He's US window? It's such a waste of time to crowd here." In this era of workers and peasants being in charge, the workers felt confident and responded honestly to Director Yang. "Director Yang, if you go to Xiao'e's window and take a whiff, you'll understand. He smells terrible." "Yes, Director, although bathing is a personal matter. Xiao'e is the cook in the factory and should pay attention to personal hygiene. If he smells worse than a public toilet, and if there are any germs, it could lead to everyone getting sick." "Ah, Director Yang, it's not a big deal that Xiao'e smells a bit. Everyone knows he is a lifelong bachelor, so it's normal for him not to pay attention to hygiene. But he clearly smells awful and doesn't he allow anyone to say anything. Anyone who dares to cover their nose when getting food from his window gets scolded by him. Director Yang, we all do heavy physical work, and we can't afford to be hungry. So we'd rather wait in line longer than go to Xiao'e's window for food." The worker's words made Director Yang skeptical. He couldn't believe that in just a few days, Xiao'e could smell that bad. Under the collective gaze of the workers, Director Yang, disbelieving, walked towards Xiao'e's window. This smell feels a bit overwhelming. Although he sensed something was off, with so many workers watching, Director Yang had no choice but to tough it out and approach Xiao'e. Xiao'e was feeling frustrated, but when he saw Director Yang walking towards him, he immediately became excited and greeted him. "Director Yang, you're here for food too? Let me serve you extra." Originally, Director Yang could have held on with sheer willpower, but as soon as Xiao'e leaned in closer, the foul smell overwhelmed him, and he began to gag uncontrollably. At this point, Director Yang could no longer maintain his composure. Amid the laughter of the workers, he hurriedly left Xiao'e's window. After such a humiliating experience, Director Yang naturally wanted to find a way to make up for it. He shouted towards the kitchen of the cafeteria, "Wang Duofu, get out here. How are you managing as the cafeteria director if you can't even handle basic hygiene management? The cafeteria is a place for eating, not a toilet. Go to window number 8 and take a whiff. See what that smell is." With such a smell, do the workers still have an appetite? How can they build a country if they can't even fill their stomachs? Are you trying to hold back the country's progress? Under such a serious reprimand from Director Yang, cafeteria director Wang Duofu quickly ran out wearing a mask. He was sweating profusely and had no way to express his grievances. Usually, Xiao'e would take advantage of his good cooking skills to often help entertain factory leaders, and he didn't pay much attention to Wang Duofu. Moreover, this morning, Director Yang specifically instructed him that there would be a banquet tonight, and Xiao'e was to be in charge of the cooking. Because of Director Yang's face, Wang Duofu had turned a blind eye to Xiao'e's bad odor today. Originally, Wang Duofu had planned not to let Xiao'e serve food to the workers, but Xiao'e was stubborn and insisted on doing it, threatening to quit otherwise. Now that he saw Director Yang also developing a dislike for Xiao'e, Wang Duofu immediately scolded him. "Xiao'e, what is wrong with you? You're the factory cook, and your personal hygiene affects the food safety of thousands of workers. I don't care how you do it, but you need to go to the bathhouse right now and wash off that smell. Come back to the cafeteria before your shift ends for an inspection. If you still smell this bad at work in the future, you won't be working in the cafeteria anymore. I heard the cleaning team is short on hands. From now on, you can help out there." After being scolded by the cafeteria director, Xiao'e immediately cast a pleading look towards Director Yang. When he saw Director Yang's grim face refusing to speak up for him, Xiao'e could only nod dejectedly. After leaving the cafeteria, Xiao'e took a bath ticket and headed straight to the bathhouse of the steel mill. He soaked in the bath for an entire afternoon, until his skin turned white, finally getting rid of most of the terrible smell. When Xia Zhu returned to the cafeteria to seek Wang Duofu's inspection, Wang Duofu was startled by Xia Zhu's appearance, which looked like he had just been fished out of the water. After confirming that Xia Zhu no longer smelled bad, Wang Duofu handed him the task of preparing dishes for the banquet. After finishing the dishes, Xia Zhu, in a slightly better mood, returned to the courtyard with his lunchbox. In the middle courtyard by the water tank, Qin Huairu was bending over, vigorously scrubbing the sheets. Seeing her backside sticking out toward her door, Liu couldn't help but spit, shameless. When she saw Zhang Yang focused on fixing the furniture, she nodded in satisfaction. Since news of Xia Zhu's incident in the cafeteria had spread throughout the steel mill, Qin Huairu planned to comfort Xia Zhu, the devoted admirer, today. Zhuzi, you're back. The cafeteria director Wang and director Yang didn't make things difficult for you, did they? Seeing the goddess worried about him, Xia Zhu was immediately filled with emotion. He raised the lunchbox he was holding and proudly said, Sister Qin, who am I? I'm the famous heir of Tan family cuisine. How could our Factory S banquet be without me? Look, didn't Tea Director Wang and Director Yang respectfully invite me to prepare the banquet dishes again? Qin Huairu pretended to be surprised and admired him, saying, wow, Zhuzi, you're really amazing, while subtly taking the lunchbox from Xia Zhu's hands. Zhuzi, you go ahead. Sister Qin is going home to eat. As Qin Huairu turned around, Xia Zhu gazed at her voluptuous figure that even her work clothes couldn't hide, nearly drooling. Chapter 57. The iron chain ties Xia Zhu. It wasn't until Qin Huairu's figure completely disappeared from Xia Zhu's view that he walked home with a foolish grin. As soon as he entered the Jia family door, he was overwhelmed by the terrible smell inside, which left him in a dilemma. Xia Zhu thought to himself, no, if I sleep in here for another night, I end up smelling bad again? After thinking for a long time, Xia still couldn't come up with a good solution, and in the end, he placed his hopes on his good uncle Yi. Xia walked into the Yi family and pleaded with Yi Zhonghai, who was having dinner with his wife. Uncle, you must have heard about what happened in the cafeteria at noon today, right? The Jia family's house is too smelly. After sleeping there for a night, I woke up the next morning and was covered in that smell. Our director has made it clear that if I smell like that again, I won't be able to stay in the cafeteria. Uncle, you have to help me no matter what. Facing the plea of his good nephew, Yi Zhonghai showed a bitter expression and replied, Zhu, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I really don't have a good solution. With the current situation in the Jia family's house, I estimate it will take at least 10 to 15 days for that smell to go away. Why did you agree to swap rooms with them in the first place? Xia didn't come here to listen to Yi Zhonghai's lecture. After casually brushing aside Yi Zhonghai's words, he stated his purpose. Uncle, could you let me stay in your house for a few days? Don't worry, I won't stay for free. I will pay you 20 cents rent for each day I stay at your house. Moreover, I will definitely remember your great kindness in the future. Seeing Xia's reckless demeanor, Yi Zhonghai fell into deep thought. He didn't care much about the rent Xia mentioned, but he didn't want to lose the opportunity to win Xia over. If Xia could live with him, maybe under his guidance, he could help Xia escape from the gentle trap of the Jia family's widow. Then, he would be the most trusted person in Xia's heart. Just as Yi Zhonghai was about to agree, he suddenly remembered a record he saw at the police station. According to the record, Xia had confessed that when he was a teenager, he had peeped at Aunt Yi while she was bathing multiple times. Although Aunt Yi was nearly 50 now, the fact that Xia, a confirmed bachelor, even stole the underwear of Jia Zhangshi, made Yi Zhonghai increasingly uneasy. He thought it might be better not to let the wolf into the house. Otherwise, if Xia went crazy, his old bones might not be able to handle it. After making up his mind, Yi Zhonghai showed a bitter expression and spoke to Xia. Zhu, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that it's really inconvenient. Although I always see you as my own son, you're still not my biological son. If it were just me, it would be one thing, but there's also Aunt E in the house. Having a strange man live here is indeed inappropriate for her, right? Rejected by his good uncle. Xia felt as if he were a 200-pound child, helplessly saying to Yi Zhonghai, Uncle, what should I do? Am I really going to be assigned to the cleaning team? Yi Zhonghai thought hard for a while before finally speaking. Zhu, I have thought of 2 solutions for you. You can choose which one you want to use. Under Xia's expectant gaze, Yi Zhonghai elaborated. The first and best solution is for you to go back to the Jia family and ask for the room back. Then move into the rainwater room. Seeing that Shizhe was unmoved, Zhonghai realized he still couldn't bring himself to face Qin Huairu. Zhonghai continued, Zhu, if you don't want to go back to the Jia family for the room, then there's only this last option left. You can just make do for a while in the yard. Upon hearing this, Shizhe became anxious. Uncle, I mentioned yesterday that I could make do in the yard for a night, but you absolutely refused and insisted on putting me in the Jia family. Why is it different today? Before Shizhe could finish, Zhonghai interrupted him. Zhu, I know you're anxious, but please listen to me first. To avoid you wandering around in the yard at night, you must be tied up before going to sleep. Tied up? Wouldn't that make me a dog? Even Xiao'e's dog isn't tied up. Looking at the blushing Shizhe, Zhonghai said helplessly, Zhu, Xiao'e's dog hasn't caused any trouble but you. Zhu, this is for your own good. The last time the police said that if you do something disgraceful again, you'll be charged with being a hooligan. Zhu, better safe than sorry. Under Zhonghai's pained gaze, Shizhe's eyes widened in despair. After a long while, he finally sighed deeply. All right, uncle, I will go with your plan. Tie me up in the yard tonight. After saying this, Shizhe ran out with tears in his eyes, leaving Zhonghai calling after him, Zhu. Since Shizhe had already decided to make do in the yard, he inevitably had to take the bed apart and move it outside. As Shizhe was assembling the bed in the yard, it soon attracted the attention of everyone in the courtyard. After learning about Shizhe's purpose, people quickly expressed concerns similar to Zhonghai's. At this point, Zhonghai took out the rope he had prepared earlier. Looking at Shizhe tied up with the rope, Zhang Yang mischievously said, Uncle, this rope won't work. Shizhe can just untie it, right? What good is that? Upon hearing this, Zhonghai wore a bitter expression and addressed Zhang Yang. Xiao'e, do you have any good ideas? Zhang Yang suppressed a smile and said seriously, Uncle, I have a piece of iron chain that I prepared for Wankai, along with 2 locks. If you and Shizhe don't mind, I can lend them to you. I think an iron chain and locks would be more reliable than a rope, right? Yes, Uncle. Shizhe's night wandering is no small matter. Amidst the crowd's teasing, Zhonghai had no choice but to replace the rope with the iron chain for Shizhe's. At this time, people felt that Shizhe's and Zhang Yang's Wankai seemed somewhat similar. Before going to bed, Zhonghai covered his nose and placed a clean spittoon in the Jia family's house. He finally instructed Shizhe, Zhu, if you need to go to the toilet in the middle of the night, just go inside. There are many women in the yard, so don't scare them. Also, try to be quiet at night so you don't disturb the neighbors in the yard. Otherwise, they won't let you make do in the yard. After giving Shizhe his instructions, Zhonghai yawned and returned to his own home. Not long after, just as Shizhe was falling asleep, the drunken Xu Damao returned to the courtyard. Chapter 58. Shizhe calls him Dad. Nowadays, movie projectionists are still quite popular. In this era of scarce entertainment, leaders like to watch movies to digest their meals after eating. Although Xu Damao's character isn't great, his skills in film projection are undeniable. Plus, with his eloquent speech, he often gets invited to liven up the atmosphere during entertainment tasks at the steel factory. Xu Damao has a unique skill when drinking with the leaders. He drinks 3 large cups while the leaders have 1 small cup. With his skill, Xu Damao often ends up drunk. However, even so, he enjoys attending these gatherings because it makes him seem close to the leaders. As a young man with a lively mind, Xu Damao, like Liu Haizhong, has a dream of becoming an official. At the entrance of the courtyard, Xu Damao, with a thick tongue, shouted, Uncle San, open the door. It's me, Damao. Hearing the voice, Yin Bugue, who was disturbed from a good dream, felt a bit displeased. However, thinking that Xu Damao often treats him well, Yin Bugue quickly got up, put on his clothes, and went to open the door for Xu Damao. Damao, why are you back so late today? Oh, today our factory had a reception task, and I was invited by the factory leaders to project a movie and had a few drinks along the way. After finishing this sentence, Xu Damao handed the 2 oil paper bags he was carrying to Yin Bugue. Third, Uncle, this is some leftover peanuts and melon seeds from the leaders watching a movie today. You could take them back to eat? I'm sorry for bothering you tonight. Seeing something to collect, Yin Bugue immediately smiled like an old chrysanthemum. Remembering the conflict between Xu Damao and Shaju, Yin Bugue smiled kindly at Xu Damao. Damao, you missed a good show today by not being in the courtyard. You don't know, Shaju. Just as he learned that Shaju was tied up in the courtyard like a dog, Xu Damao became excited. He hurriedly bid farewell to Yin Buguwei and walked excitedly toward the courtyard. By the moonlight, Xu Damao immediately saw the bed placed outside the Jia family's house. It was already early October, and the nights in the Fourth Nine City were starting to feel a bit chilly. To keep warm, Xiao'e had buried his head in the quilt while sleeping. They say alcohol gives courage to the timid. Under the influence of alcohol, Xu Damao picked up a stick and poked Xiao'e. With that poke from Xu Damao, Xiao'e immediately woke up, angrily lifting the quilt to see who was so wicked. Seeing Xu Damao with a cheeky grin, Xiao'e was furious and rushed at him without even putting on his shoes. But Xu Damao was clever, knowing Xiao'e was chained up. He wouldn't give him a chance. Xiao'e was tightly bound at the Jia family's door, and no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't escape the control of the chain. When he saw that Xiao'e was really tied up like a dog, Xu Damao completely relaxed. He stepped closer to Xiao'e, stopping just a step away. "Xiao'e, call me Dad. Otherwise, today Damao will treat you like a dog." Seeing Xiao'e with red eyes and not calling out, Xu Damao poked him again with the stick. Without the quilt as a barrier, Xiao'e felt the pain from Xu Damao's stick. After receiving a painful poke from Xu Damao, Xiao'e, feeling humiliated, called out to him, "Dad. Hey, my good son, call my name together with Dad." "Xu Damao, you're going too far." Xiao'e wanted to refuse, but after convincing himself, he called out to Xu Damao again. "Damao Dad, Damao Dad." At that moment, Xu Damao felt an indescribable pleasure in his heart. It was even more satisfying than when he went to the alley to meet his old flame. After praising Xiao'e a couple of times for being a good son, Xu Damao suddenly felt the urge to urinate. He casually tossed aside the stick in his hand and hurried to the dry toilet in the courtyard. After Xu Damao left, Xiao'e looked at the stick on the ground and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Ignoring his chained feet, he lay on the ground and reached out to pick up the stick Xu Damao had thrown away. He moved the stick slightly forward and then backed away a bit. After doing all this, he sat back down on the ground, feeling dejected. After using the toilet, Xu Damao initially wanted to go home, but upon seeing Xiao'e's miserable state, he couldn't help but walk over to him. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With each step Xu Damao took closer, Xiao'e silently counted in his heart. Taking advantage of Xu Damao bending down to pick up the stick, Xiao'e lunged and grabbed him. At that moment, the roles of attacker and defender switched. The smile on Xu Damao's face instantly turned to fear, while a sinister grin appeared on Xiao'e's face. "Hee, Xu Damao, your grandpa Zhu has finally caught you." To prevent Xu Damao from escaping and to avoid waking everyone in the courtyard, Xiao'e first pinned Xu Damao down, then covered his mouth with his left hand and started to pummel Xu Damao's kidneys with his right hand. In the dark of night, it looked from afar as if Xiao'e was assaulting Xu Damao. As the saying goes, a cornered rabbit will bite, unable to bear the beating any longer. Xu Damao suddenly bit Xiao'e hard. With Xiao'e's scream, everyone in the courtyard rushed to the center. When they saw the two entangled together, they were all stunned. "Those who aren't married, hurry back." It was unclear who shouted this, but it instantly changed the atmosphere. The residents began to murmur. Could Xiao'e and Xu Damao have a homoerotic relationship? What is a homoerotic relationship? Oh, you really have no culture. A homoerotic relationship is when a man likes another man. A man likes another man? How do they do that? No wonder Xiao'e hasn't married for so many years, and Lu Xiao'e hasn't had children for so long. At that moment, seeing Xiao'e and Xu Damao entangled together again, the men felt a tightness in their rear ends while the women couldn't help but spit in disgust. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Zhang quickly scolded the two. "Xu Damao, why aren't you separating? You're both big men. How can you act like this?" Hearing Zhang reprimand, Xiao'e reluctantly let go of Xu Damao. Xu Damao quickly covered his waist and escaped from Xiao'e's grasp. Zhang frowned and said, "Zhu, tell me, what was going on between you and Damao just now?" Under the watchful eyes of Zhang and the neighbors, Xiao'e, feeling wronged, recounted what had just happened in detail. Chapter 59, A Mouthful of Spit, You Bad Seed. "Xu Damao, how could you do such a thing to Zhu? You should quickly apologize to him." Zhang immediately defined the situation between the two. Xu Damao knew that he had provoked Xiao'e first, and, feeling intense pain in his kidneys, wanted to go home to rest. So upon hearing Yi Zhonghai's scolding, he obediently apologized to Xiao'e. I'm sorry, Xiao'e, I was wrong today. I drank too much and went crazy. I hope you won't take it to heart. Although Xiao'e was still resentful about Xu Damao forcing him to call him dad today, he nodded reluctantly to resolve the matter quickly. With the issue settled, Xu Damao painfully returned home while holding his waist. While sleeping, recalling the gossip he had just heard, Lu Xiao'e couldn't help but speak to Xu Damao. Damao, we haven't had marital relations for a long time. Should we have some tonight? Lu Xiao'e rarely took the initiative to make such a request to Xu Damao. To prove that he wasn't a min, Xu Damao immediately agreed. But no matter how hard he tried, Xu Xiaomao showed no reaction. To help Xu Xiaomao, Lu Xiao'e even took the unprecedented step of being proactive for the first time. But he still showed no response. After struggling for over 10 minutes, Lu Xiao'e finally lost her patience. Let's sleep, Damao, I'm tired. Xu Damao, unwilling to give up, said, Don't, Ao, just give me a little more time. Oomph. After giving Xu Damao a mocking glance, Lu Xiao'e turned her head to prepare for sleep. Although Lu Xiao'e had given up, Xu Damao still was not discouraged. He wanted to persuade Lu Xiao'e with sweet words. But in the end, he was met with Lu Xiao'e's cold sarcasm. What can you do besides making me covered in spit? Hearing this, Xu Damao felt as if his heart was being cut, but he could only helplessly sigh. The next morning, after finishing a bowl of egg noodles made by Li Yu, Zhang Yang, with a brilliant smile, took a bag of wedding candies and rode his bicycle to work. Xiao'e, finally willing to come to work, huh? You won't be weak-legged while working, will you? Ha ha. I see Xiao'e is physically in the factory, but his heart is still with the bride. Ha ha ha. The co-workers happily teased him while eating Zhang Yang's wedding candies. Zhang Yang was not shy about it, instead boasting about his love with Li Yu. This could make many single men in the workshop feel sour, as if the sweetness of the sugar in their mouths has disappeared. Some time ago, Zhang Yang and Lu Meng had already maintained those two experimental devices to a satisfactory state, and after Lu Meng's maintenance a few days ago, these two furnaces could now be put into production experiments once Zhang Yang recalibrated the instruments. With Lu Meng's help, Zhang Yang calibrated the instruments of both devices today. After confirming that the two could resume production, Zhang Yang and Lu Meng handed them over to the production workers in the heat treatment workshop, reminding them to keep good data records. After finishing today's work, Zhang Yang and Lu Meng happily headed to the finance department. Today was the 5th, the payday for the steel rolling plant. By the time they arrived at the finance department, a long line had already formed at the entrance, everyone wearing happy smiles. Holding a small piece of pork in a bulging envelope, Zhang Yang returned to the courtyard with a spring in his step. Seeing the pork hanging from Zhang Yang's bike handle, Yan Bugue said enviously, Xiao'e, buying meat again? Your family's living standard is quite high these days. Zhang Yang casually replied, Isn't today payday? I thought I'd buy some meat to celebrate. We should still have a good meal at least once a month, right? After Zhang Yang left, Yan Bugue said to Aunt San, Xiao'e used to be frugal, but now that he's married, he spends extravagantly. It seems he doesn't know how to manage life. Aunt San sighed. Whether he's frugal or not is another matter. But you can't deny that he's really good to his wife, afraid of making Li Yu hungry. Hearing this, Yan Bugue curled his lips. Young people are newlyweds. It's the sweet period. Once that novelty wears off, who knows what will happen? Have you forgotten about Xu Damao and Lu Xiao'e back in the day? Before even entering the door, Zhang Yang shouted towards the house, Xiao'e, I'm back. Hearing Zhang Yang's voice, Li Yu quickly put down her work and joyfully came out to greet him. You're off work, Yanga. Why did you buy meat again? Didn't we just agree to be frugal? It's not that Li Yu didn't like eating meat. It's just that she felt reluctant. Eating fine grains every day was already a heavenly life for her. If they frequently had big fish and meat, she thought of the villagers back home who couldn't even afford cornmeal, and she felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. Seeing Li Yu pouting, Zhang Yang hurriedly handed her the envelope containing his salary. Xiao'e, it's payday today. I thought I'd buy some meat to celebrate. Don't worry. I promise I won't buy meat for at least a week. Li Yu explained to Zhang Yang, Yangge, my dad once said, it's not about scarcity but inequality. Nowadays, most people can't even fill their stomachs. If we often eat big fish and meat, it will definitely make others envious. If someone secretly trips us up, it wouldn't be good. Nowadays, with movements happening every year, Even though our status is fine, we still need to be cautious. Otherwise, we might stir up unnecessary trouble. Li Yu's words resonated deeply with Zhang Yang. He couldn't view this era from the perspective of the future. Wealth in this era carried original sin. Many times, others didn't care how you acquired your wealth. In this time when most people were living in poverty, envy towards the rich was an inevitable mindset. Not to mention a small worker like Zhang Yang. Even leaders had to put on an appearance of frugality to avoid being labeled as seeking enjoyment, corrupt, or petty bourgeois. In today's era, it was best for him to heed Li Yu's advice and live a low-key life. Although both husband and wife believed in living modestly. Since Zhang Yang had already bought the meat, they would definitely cook it to eat. Under Zhang Yang's guidance, Li Yu used a universal braised seasoning to make a big pot of braised pork with potatoes. The rich aroma was so incredible that Li Yu could hardly believe such a delicious dish was made by her. When the aroma wafted into the courtyard, the residents couldn't help but swallow hard. That smell. It seems Zhang Yang's family is stewing meat again. Zhang Yang frequently eats meat and makes it smell so good. Isn't that torturing people? Just after payday, Xiao'e is eating meat. He really doesn't know how to live. Other neighbors were mostly okay, just complaining a bit after smelling the aroma. But the Jia family was different. When Jia Zhangshi and Bang Gung smelled the scent, the two of them exchanged glances and were ready to pressure Qin Huairu for meat. Chapter 60. Qin Huairu comes to borrow meat again, encouraged by Jia Zhangshi. Bang Gung banged on the table and cried, "Mom, I want to eat meat. Mom, I want to eat meat too." Looking at the noisy Bang Gung, Qin Huairu softly comforted him. "Bang Gung, your silly uncle brought back good food today too. You can make do with that for now. In a few days, Mom will buy meat for you." Faced with Qin Huairu's empty promises, Bang Gung refused to compromise, throwing the steamed bun on the ground and screaming, "I don't want to eat cabbage and potatoes. I want to eat meat. I want braised pork today." Qin Huairu helplessly bent down to pick up the bun, wiped off the dust with distress, and angrily scolded, "Bang Gung, do you know how precious food is nowadays? Your grandparents in the countryside can't even get steamed buns. How can you throw such precious food on the ground?" Hearing Qin Huairu scolding Bang Gung, Jia Zhangshi knew it was time for her to step in. With a dark expression, she spoke to Qin Huairu. "Qin Huairu, you're a mother who can't provide meat for your child, and you don't even know how to cherish your child. Why are you scolding Bang Gung? Which child isn't greedy? Blame it on you, the mother, for being useless. And that Zhang Yang, that heartless beast, stewing meat so deliciously. Even adults can't resist, let alone children. Bang Gung is growing. Can he not eat something good? Qin Huairu, you go to Zhang Yang's house right now and ask him and his wife to give my grandson a bowl of meat." Remembering the cost of borrowing meat last time and the sound she had overheard in the past few days, Qin Huairu's heart began to heat up. She also wanted to take this opportunity to see if Zhang Yang was really that cat who wouldn't stray. After making up her mind, Qin Huairu took a small bowl and walked out of her house. Zhang Yang and his wife were happily having their meal when Qin Huairu arrived at the door. "Xiao'e, are you home?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang had no particular reaction, but Li Yu was slightly taken aback, looking at Zhang Yang with confusion. "Yang, it seems the Jia family's sister-in-law is calling for us. What does she want at this time?" Zhang Yang sneered. "What else could it be? She must have smelled our meat and come to borrow some." Li Yu found it hard to believe. In these times, who can afford to eat meat? Who will be so shameless? Zhang Yang smirked. "Just wait and see. You'll see it today." Although Li Yu believed Zhang Yang wouldn't joke around, out of courtesy, she put down her chopsticks and walked over to open the door. When she saw the bowl Qin Huairu was holding, she couldn't help but think, this is bad. Qin Huairu stepped inside Zhang Yang's house and somewhat awkwardly addressed the couple. "Xiao'e, Xiao'e, I'm really sorry to intrude on your meal, but my child is greedy and, upon smelling the aroma of your meat, insists on eating it. As a mother, I have no choice but to come over and borrow a bowl of meat from you. Xiao'e, rest assured, once my family is better off, I will definitely return it to you." After hearing Qin Huairu's words, Li Yu turned her gaze to Zhang Yang. Although she despised Qin Huairu's actions, she would still serve her a bowl of meat if Zhang Yang spoke. Noticing Li Yu looking at him, Zhang Yang thought it was a good opportunity to train Li Yu, so he spoke to her. "Xiao'e, from now on, all matters in our family will be decided by you. If you say to lend, we will lend. If you say not to lend, we won't." Upon hearing this, Li Yu immediately put on a shy expression and said, Sister Jia, it's not that I don't want to lend you meat, but our family supply is also limited. We only have a few pieces of meat, and we finished them a long time ago. You also know that the head of our family was injured some time ago, and this meat is for his recovery. Otherwise, we wouldn't be willing to buy meat. Qin Huairu sneered to herself, surprised that Li Yu, who looked delicate and pretty, was actually so petty. However, she wouldn't give up because of this small setback. With a pitiful expression, Qin Huairu said to Li Yu, Sister Li, we are both from the countryside, so when I first saw you, I felt particularly close to you. My life has been tough. I'm married into the city, and not long after, my husband had an accident, leaving me and my children alone. You know how children are when they are growing? They crave food the most. If it weren't for the fact that I have no other options, I wouldn't be shamelessly asking for meat here. Please have a heart, and even if you don't pity me, at least pity my children. Just give me some soup or something to take back to satisfy their cravings. People in this era are inherently kind and simple-hearted. Coupled with Li Yu's youth and lack of experience, she felt somewhat conflicted after Qin Huairu's sob story. After hesitating for a long time, Li Yu reluctantly said, All right, Sister Qin, since we both come from the countryside, I will scoop a few pieces of potatoes for you to take back and satisfy your cravings. Amidst Qin Huairu's endless thanks, Li Yu scooped her a small bowl of potatoes and drizzled a spoonful of soup over it. Although Li Yu ultimately gave something to Qin Huairu, Zhang Yang was still somewhat satisfied with her performance. Kindness itself is a valuable quality. Li Yu had just arrived at the courtyard and was not yet familiar with the Jia family situation. Once she recognized the true nature of the Jia family, she would naturally know how to handle matters related to them. When Qin Huairu returned to the Jia family holding the bowl, Jia Zhang and Bang Geng's eyes lit up. However, when the grandfather and grandson joyously looked into the bowl, their expressions immediately changed. Jia Zhang, while reaching for the potatoes with chopsticks, complained, Why is it all potatoes? There's not a single piece of meat. Qin Huairu replied irritably, Getting some potatoes is already pretty good, and I only managed to get these after begging. Bang Geng originally wanted to make a fuss, but seeing the few potatoes being quickly devoured by Jia Zhang, he couldn't care less and hurriedly started grabbing them from her. Watching Jia Zhang and Bang Geng eat so happily, little Huaihua couldn't help but drool and said, Mom, Huaihua wants to eat too. Upon hearing this, Qin Huairu took a corn muffin and dipped it in the bowl. She split the muffin that had been dipped in meat juice in half, giving one half to Xiao'e and one half to Huaihua. As the sisters enjoyed their halves of the dipped muffin, Jia Zhang couldn't help but sneer, Eat. You two good-for-nothings only know how to eat. Qin Huairu thought to herself that these two good-for-nothings would eventually get married, and no matter how much they ate, it would be someone else's. In the future, she would only need to give them a bowl of cornmeal porridge each day, as long as they didn't starve. She wouldn't give them any more muffins. Chapter 61. Two slaps. Seeing her two daughters frightened pale by Jia Zhang, Qin Huairu couldn't help but feel angry. Mom, how can you say that? Xiao'e and Huaihua are also your granddaughters. Jia Zhang glared angrily. Am I wrong? If it weren't for these two good-for-nothings, could our family be suffering like this? If it weren't for them being a burden, my precious grandson wouldn't have to beg for a piece of meat. Qin Huairu, don't think I'm speaking harshly. I'm telling you, when you get old, you will still have to rely on Bang Geng. These two good-for-nothings are not reliable. The mindset of valuing sons over daughters, even decades later in Longhua, cannot be completely eradicated, let alone in this era. In Qin Huairu's heart, Bang Geng is somewhat more important, but Xiao'e and Huaihua are, after all, her own flesh and blood. So she still has maternal love for them and cannot be as heartless as Jia Zhang. According to the customs of the courtyard, every month on the day of the grain distribution, Zhonghai would organize the residents of the courtyard to hold a so-called mutual aid meeting. At this meeting, families with higher incomes would donate some money to help families with lower incomes. This was said to showcase the virtue of mutual assistance and harmony among the courtyard residents. But in reality, most of the donations were distributed by Zhonghai to the Jia family and the deaf old lady in the back courtyard. Although the courtyard residents had long been dissatisfied with this, Zhonghai continued this practice by using moral coercion. After dinner, Zhang Yang was still busy working on furniture at home, while Shaju helped Zhonghai set up the meeting venue. after preparing an 8 immortals table and 3 long benches. Zhonghai sat down in the middle with his enamel cup, asking Xiao'e to notify Lu Haizhong and Yan Bugui. As the residents of the courtyard gradually gathered in the middle courtyard, Liu couldn't help but ask Zhang Yang, "Brother Yang, what are they doing?" "It feels like a meeting in our production team." "That's right. They're preparing to hold a meeting." After Zhang Yang explained the ins and outs of this mutual aid meeting to Liu, she couldn't help but frown. "Brother Yang, what should we do later? Do we also have to donate money? If we do, how much should we donate?" Zhang Yang smiled and said, "Little Liu, you don't have to worry about our family donating money this time. Maybe we will even get a lot of donations ourselves. Just quietly watch my performance later." Once the people in the courtyard had arrived, Zhang Yang and Liu each took a small stool and walked out. Zhonghai, Lu Haizhong, and Yan Bugui, the 3 managers, were sitting at the table, drinking water and waiting for the residents to gather. Once everyone except the deaf old lady had sent a representative, Zhonghai tapped the table with his enamel cup. "All right, everyone is here. Our mutual aid meeting for this month will officially begin. Now, let us invite the second elder to explain the significance of this mutual aid meeting." Seeing everyone's attention focused on him, the chubby Lu Haizhong was very pleased, feeling like a leader giving a speech. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Haizhong began earnestly, "Today is a meaningful day." "Why is it meaningful?" "Because our courtyard's glorious tradition cannot be separated from the efforts of a few of our managing elders." Lu Haizhong's long-winded speech made everyone feel drowsy, and even Zhonghai couldn't help but want to interrupt. However, thinking about how the donation matter still depended on Lu Haizhong's cooperation, he forced himself to endure. Lu Haizhong continued talking until he felt a bit dry, and taking advantage of a water break, Zhonghai quickly seized the opportunity to speak. "All right, the second elder has finished speaking. Let's invite the third elder to talk." Upon hearing this, Lu Haizhong, who was truly drinking water, was momentarily dumbfounded, thinking, "Good for you. Always interrupting me while I'm drinking water. If it weren't for wanting to experience this feeling of giving a leadership speech, would I support you in holding this broken meeting? Just wait and see how I'll make things difficult for you later. Sigh, I really should learn to control my urge to drink water." Yan Bugui's family was also considered a struggling household in the courtyard. So every time the Jia family and the deaf old lady had meat, he could also drink some soup. After hearing Zhonghai's words, Yan Bugui smiled and said, "I don't have much to say. Let the first elder speak." Zhonghai was very pleased with Yan Bugui's perceptiveness, feeling that it was worth giving the Yin family a share of soup to drink. Zhonghai glanced around before slowly speaking. "Everyone, I believe you all know the reason for today's meeting. We have upheld the glorious tradition of the Mutual Aid Association for over a year now. Our country is currently going through a difficult period, and how can I, as an individual, guarantee that I won't encounter difficulties? Today, we help others, and when we need help in the future, others will help us. All right, I won't say much more. Let's officially start our Mutual Aid Association tonight. As one of the elders in the courtyard and the initiator of this meeting, I will donate 5 yuan on behalf of my family. Everyone can donate according to their own situation. Those who can afford it can donate a bit more, and those who can't can donate a bit less. No matter how much you donate, it's all about showing love." As soon as Zhonghai finished speaking, Lu Hai stood up and said, "As the second elder of the courtyard and also an initiator of the Mutual Aid Association, I will donate 2 yuan." After other families like Xiao'e and Xu Damao finished donating, they noticed that Zhang Yang and Liu were still sitting still. Zhonghai couldn't help but speak up. "Xiao Yang, why aren't you coming up to donate today?" Hearing this, Zhang Yang showed a surprised expression. "Elder, didn't you say that today is about helping others, and tomorrow when we need help, others will help us? I have helped others before, and now I need help." He continued, "Elder, and all the neighbors in the courtyard, everyone knows about my injury last month, and even the factory sent me many consolation gifts. Shouldn't our courtyard show some support too? I have donated a fair amount in the past." Before Zhonghai could respond to Zhang Yang's reasoning, Jia Zhangshi couldn't hold back any longer and scolded, "Zhang Yang, you heartless person. You bought a car, got married, and bought meat, yet you still have the face to think about donating to the courtyard? Why didn't you just fall and die last time?" Suddenly, with 2 loud slaps, Jia Zhangshi's words were cut off. Liu, having slapped her twice, was still not satisfied and raised her leg to kick Jia Zhangshi's belly. Chapter 62. Wang Kai Jia Zhangshi, as an old shrew, had much more fighting experience than Li Yu. After being ambushed with 2 slaps, Jia Zhangshi's eyes turned red. When she saw Li Yu kick again, she quickly dodged to the side, letting out a sharp scream before attempting to charge at Li Yu like a wild boar. Jia Zhangshi was not light, and if she charged, Li Yu might suffer. Seeing this, the quick-witted Zhang Yang immediately pinned Jia Zhangshi down. All right, Aunt Jia, my wife didn't mean it. Let's just let this matter go. With Zhang Yang pinning her down, Jia Zhangshi felt as if she was fixed in place by an iron grip, unable to move. And she urgently shouted, "You little beast, let go of me." Hearing Jia Zhangshi cursing Zhang Yang again, Li Yu couldn't help but step forward and give her a few more slaps. While Zhang Yang held Jia Zhangshi down, he pretended to advise, "Let's just forget it. It's not easy for anyone. We are all neighbors in the same courtyard. There's no need." The onlookers initially thought Zhang Yang was genuinely trying to mediate. But after a while, they realized something was off. Zhang Yang was clearly favoring Li Yu. He was pinning Jia Zhangshi down for Li Yu to hit her. Jia Zhangshi was initially unconvinced and continued to curse Zhang Yang and his wife. But after receiving several hard slaps, she gradually quieted down, especially when she noticed that no one came to her aid. Seeing this, Yi Zhonghai hurriedly walked over, scolding, "Xiao'e, Li Yu, what are you doing? How can you hit an elder? Our courtyard values respect for the elderly and love for the young. We should all respect our elders. It's something everyone should do. How could you do such a heartless thing? You should apologize to Aunt Jia. Otherwise, don't blame me for representing the courtyard to punish you." Hearing the word represent, Li Yu felt a bit intimidated because she had often heard her father use that term when her father dealt with the black 5 categories in the brigade. He was also representing the entire brigade. Zhang Yang noticed that Li Yu was scared by Yi Zhonghai, and with a cold laugh, he replied, "Elder, regardless of whether you can represent the entire courtyard, let's talk about today's situation. Do you really think we're the only ones who need to apologize? Everyone heard how Aunt Jia cursed me. If Aunt Jia hadn't insulted us first, would my wife have hit her? With so many people here, why didn't my wife hit anyone else?" Yi Zhonghai, with a dark face, continued to argue, "Xiao'e, Aunt Jia was just joking. She has a sharp tongue, but a warm heart. How could you hit her just because of a few playful words? Look at Aunt Jia's face. It's all swollen. You went too far." Li Yu was still not heartless enough. Initially angry, she didn't feel it, but now that she had calmed down and saw Jia Zhangshi's swollen face, she indeed felt a bit embarrassed, since her family was the one benefiting from this situation, to quickly resolve the matter. Li Yu thought for a moment and said to Jia Zhangshi, "I'm sorry, Aunt Jia. I was rude just now. I got too angry when I heard you curse my husband, and I lost my temper. I apologize to you. But Aunt Jia, I also want to remind you that it's okay to eat randomly, but you can't speak recklessly. If I hear you curse my husband again, I will hit you even harder than this time." Seeing Li Yu apologize, Yi Zhonghai thought Zhang Yang had also softened, so he took advantage of the situation and said, "All right, since you have apologized, let's discuss how to compensate Aunt Jia." Hearing the word compensation, Jia Zhangshi, who had been feeling down after being beaten, suddenly perked up. She sat on the ground, crying and wailing, "Help! Young people are hitting old people. Zhang Yang and his wife have beaten me like this. If I don't get at least 100 yuan, I won't get up." Jia Zhangshi's wailing annoyed the residents of the courtyard. Just as Zhang Yang was contemplating how to deal with her, Wang Kai suddenly ran over and barked at Jia Zhangshi. "Woof! Woof woof!" Every time Jia Zhangshi wailed, Wang Kai would bark in response, making it seem like Jia Zhangshi was arguing with the dog. Seeing this, the initially annoyed residents of the courtyard found it amusing. They wanted to see who would win this argument, Jia Zhangshi or Zhang Yang's dog. At first, Jia Zhangshi could keep up with Wang Kai, but after wailing for over half an hour, her voice inevitably became hoarse. In contrast, Wang Kai's barking grew more spirited. After another half hour of barking, Jia Zhangshi could no longer hold on and sat down, gasping for breath. Taking advantage of Jia Zhangshi's moment of weakness, Wang Kai quietly snuck up behind her and lifted a leg. "Wow, Xiao Yang's dog has been a bit fiery lately. Look at its yellow urine." Amidst the teasing gazes of the crowd, Jia Zhangshi, realizing she had been urinated on by the dog, became furious. She jumped up and attempted to kick Wang Kai, but missed and fell flat on her face. Amid the laughter of the crowd, Jia Zhangshi returned to her room. Her face flushed. With Jia Zhangshi gone, Yi Zhonghai realized it was pointless to keep blaming Zhang Yang and Li Yu. So with a dark expression, he addressed everyone. The meeting is adjourned. Today's mutual aid association is over. Just as everyone was laughing and preparing to leave, Zhang Yang shouted, "Wait." Under everyone's gaze, Zhang Yang seriously said to Yi Zhonghai, "Uncle, you haven't answered my question yet. Should I enjoy the help from the people in the courtyard? I need a clear answer from you." Yi Zhonghai thought for a long time before responding. "Xiao'e, although you were indeed injured last month, the factory has already compensated you. Plus, your salary is quite high in the courtyard, so I believe you should not enjoy the help from the people here." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang smiled nonchalantly. "All right then, Uncle, since that's the case, I won't participate in the mutual aid association from now on. You don't need to call me for meetings anymore." Yi Zhonghai wanted to persuade Zhang Yang a few more times, but Zhang Yang didn't give him any chance and walked home with Li Yu, holding a stool. After Zhang Yang left, Xu Damao and others, who had been donating money without ever receiving any, also spoke to Yi Zhonghai. "Uncle, we won't participate in the mutual aid association anymore either." After they left, only 3 managers, Shaju, Qin Huairu, and 1 other poor household were left in the courtyard. With just these few people, Lu Haizhong lost interest and said to Yi Zhonghai, "Old Yi, you and Old Yin can host this mutual aid association from now on. No need to call me." After saying this, Lu Haizhong also left. Among the remaining people, besides Yi Zhonghai and Shaju, the rest were those who received money. Seeing Yi Zhonghai's displeased expression, Shaju quickly stated, "Uncle, don't worry. Even if they all drop out, I will still help you run the mutual aid association." Upon hearing this, Yi Zhonghai was in a bad mood, but Yin Bugue was overjoyed. He knew that Yi Zhonghai was looking for an excuse to cancel the mutual aid association. And with Shaju's words, Yin Bugue quickly fanned the flames. "Yes, Old Yi, we can't let them look down on us. If they leave and our mutual aid association can't continue, then where will your authority as the elder be?" Faced with Yin Bugue's words, Yi Zhonghai felt embarrassed to announce the cancellation of the mutual aid association. After distributing today's donations, according to the proportions of the deaf old lady 4, Jia family 3, Yin family 2, and Chun family 1, they each returned to their homes. The next day, after everyone in the courtyard went to work, Jia Zhangshi sat at her door pretending to sew shoe soles while casting a vicious look at Wang Kai. After getting urinated on by Wang Kai yesterday, the smell of dog urine on her body lingered. At this moment, her hatred for Wang Kai even exceeded that for Zhang Yang and Li Yu. Although Zhang Yang and Jia Zhangshi had a hostile relationship, Wang Kai had a good relationship with Xiao'e and Huaihua. Children often like pets like cats and dogs, and Wang Kai enjoyed playing with them, innocent kids. Watching Wang Kai play happily with Xiao'e and Huaihua, a malicious plan emerged in Jia Zhangshi's mind. Jia Zhangshi spent money to buy 3 meat buns, and after eating 2, she went to buy a pack of rat poison. Carefully stuffing the rat poison into a bun, she sneaked back to the courtyard with the poisoned meat bun. While he was not paying attention, Jia Zhangshi threw the poison bun in front of Wang Kai. She thought Wang Kai would quickly eat it, but to her surprise, Wang Kai just sniffed the bun, glanced at her, and walked away. Not willing to give up, Jia Zhangshi tried a few more times, but each time Wang Kai showed no interest in the bun. After several failures, Jia Zhangshi completely abandoned the plan. To avoid being discovered by Qin Huairu and Bongging for stealing the meat bun, and to leave some hope of poisoning Wang Kai, Jia Zhangshi casually threw the bun in the yard, fantasizing that Wang Kai would fall for it. In the afternoon, while Jia Zhangshi was happily napping at home, she suddenly heard Li Yu's anxious voice outside. Aunt Jia, come out quickly. Your Xiao'e and Huaihua seem to be sick." Jia Zhangshi was already unhappy about being disturbed from her sweet dream, and since she held a grudge against Li Yu, she deliberately didn't respond. After all, they were just 2 money-wasting kids. If they were sick, so be it. She would wait for Qin Huairu to come back and deal with it. Seeing that Jia Zhangshi kept silent, Li Yu got angry and began to kick Jia's door. "Aunt Jia, come out. Xiao'e and Huaihua are sick." With Li Yu kicking the door and shouting loudly, others in the courtyard who were not at work gathered around. seeing the two children vomiting continuously. Second aunt anxiously said, "Quick, give them soap water. Their symptoms look like poisoning. I've seen it before." Seeing that Jia Zhangshi was still hiding inside and playing dead, Liu had no choice but to help the other aunts to give the two children soap water first. Once the two children had vomited most of the contents of their stomachs and were mostly throwing up soap water, second aunt continued, "Hurry, take them to the hospital. We need to get them treated." Upon hearing this, everyone in the courtyard except Liu and Lu Xiao'e froze momentarily. "Aunt Jia, open the door. Your two granddaughters are poisoned and need to go to the hospital. Hurry up and get the money." Even though third aunt was almost shouting herself hoarse, Jia Zhangshi still showed no reaction. This made everyone inwardly sigh. Jia Zhangshi doesn't even care about her sick granddaughters. She truly lacks humanity. Since Jia Zhangshi didn't take care for her granddaughters, third aunt and the others also lost the desire to help. However, looking at the suffering Xiao'e and Huaihua, Liu and Lu Xiao'e ultimately couldn't stand by and do nothing. Liu carried Xiao'e while Lu Xiao'e carried Huaihua, and the two rushed towards the hospital one after the other. Fortunately, Xiao'e and Huaihua were not destined to die. On their way to the hospital, Liu and Lu Xiao'e encountered a kind-hearted leader. After understanding the situation, he kindly offered them a ride in his car. Since Liu was unfamiliar with the roads in the city, they decided that Liu would stay at the hospital with Xiao'e and Huaihua, while Lu Xiao'e went to the steel factory to inform Qin Huairu. By the time Qin Huairu arrived at the hospital, the two children had already passed the critical period. According to the doctor, if they had arrived half an hour later, it could have left the two children with severe lifelong sequelae. Although there were some sequelae now, the impact on the children was not significant. The doctor determined that the two children had likely accidentally ingested rat poison and reminded them to be careful when exterminating rats in the future. After the doctor left, Qin Huairu suddenly knelt down in front of Liu, sincerely saying, "Xiao'e, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, my two children would be in serious trouble." As a woman herself, Liu could understand Qin Huairu's feelings at that moment. After comforting her for a bit, Liu took her leave and returned to the courtyard. When Liu returned to the courtyard, she noticed that everyone's gaze toward her had changed. Once the news of her saving Xiao'e and Huaihua spread, even Yi Zhonghai looked at her with new respect. The residents of the courtyard had originally thought Liu was a selfish and petty shrew, but after this incident, they realized that she was actually a kind-hearted person who helped those in need. They had previously thought her cold, but in reality, she had principles. Helping in emergencies, but not in poverty, was already quite remarkable. When Liu returned home, she saw Zhang Yang cooking. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she said, "Yanggu, I'm sorry. You worked hard all day and still have to cook." Zhang Yang smiled. "It's nothing. I can cook. I used to do it all the time. Besides, our Xiao'e went out to do a good deed today. It's only right." Seeing that Zhang Yang was not angry about her actions today due to Jia Zhangshi's reasons, Liu finally felt relieved. During dinner, Zhang Yang asked Liu to tell him in detail about what happened in the courtyard today. Although Zhang Yang had heard about the incident where Xiao'e and Huaihua mistakenly ingested rat poison when he returned, he felt there was more to the story. After dinner, just as he was about to start working on the furniture, he received a notice about a meeting for the entire courtyard. Chapter 64. Jia Zhangshi confesses as before. 3 elder gentlemen sat around the 8 immortals table, while the residents scattered around. Yi Zhonghai saw that most people had arrived and began to address everyone about the purpose of today's meeting. "Neighbors, I believe you all know about the incident that happened in the courtyard today. The 2 children from the Jia family mistakenly ingested rat poison found in the courtyard and are currently in the hospital fighting for their lives. Who put out this rat poison, and how much was there? I hope that person will step forward and confess. I'm sure everyone would be willing to give him a chance to make amends. This is a matter of life and death, and with so many children in our courtyard, if such an incident happens again, we won't be able to forgive him." After hearing Yi Zhonghai's words, everyone looked at each other, but no one stepped forward to admit anything. Just then, Jia Zhangshi suddenly shouted loudly, "Zhang Yang, Liu, did you two put out the rat poison? You are truly heartless. How could you come up with such a scheme to harm my 2 granddaughters just because I offended you? You have no humanity at all." With Jia Zhangshi's outburst, everyone turned their attention to Zhang Yang and his wife. Liu stood up angrily and said to Jia Zhangshi and Jia, "How can you say such things? If it weren't for me and the neighbors helping today, Xiao Dang and Huaihua might not have made it. You don't appreciate the fact that I saved your granddaughters, and now you're slinging mud at us?" Jia Zhangshi sneered. "How we know you didn't do it on purpose? If it wasn't your family that put out the rat poison, why were you the first to discover that Xiao Dang and Huaihua were poisoned? I think you're just guilty." Liu's face turned red, wanting to explain. But Zhang Yang stopped her. He calmly addressed everyone. "Dear elders and neighbors, I believe the poisoning incident involving Xiao Dang and Huaihua is serious and might even involve saboteurs. To prevent any other children from falling victim, we should report this to the police immediately. I'm sure the police will investigate this thoroughly." Upon hearing the word saboteurs, everyone's nerves tightened. There had been several cases of sabotage in Sijiacheng before. After Zhang Yang made that connection, they too felt that this incident could indeed be the work of saboteurs. Although Yi Zhonghai usually advocated for resolving courtyard matters internally, after Zhang Yang linked this incident to saboteurs, he didn't dare to stop everyone from reporting it, for fear of being suspected of colluding with them. Zhang Yang and Yin Bugui went to the police station to report the incident, and upon learning that it might be sabotage, the police took it very seriously. They immediately dispatched 2 teams, one to follow Zhang Yang back to the courtyard for investigation, and the other to the hospital to check on Xiao Dang and Huaihua's condition. When the police arrived at the courtyard in uniform, 2 people were trembling in fear. One was Shaju, and the other was Jia Zhangshi. Since the incident occurred during the day, the police focused on questioning those who were not at work in the courtyard. The investigation in the courtyard progressed slowly, but the police team at the hospital had surprisingly smooth progress. With the information provided by Zhang Yang and Yin Bugui, the police quickly found Qin Huairu and her 3 daughters in the hospital. After emergency treatment, although Xiao Dang and Huaihua were still weak, they had regained consciousness. Through casual conversation, the police quickly gathered a wealth of useful information from Xiao Dang and Huaihua. According to the children's accounts, the buns that their grandmother threw on the ground became a focal point of the investigation. After talking to Xiao Dang and Huaihua, the police also inquired about Qin Huairu's family situation and Jia Zhangshi's usual behavior. Finally, they shared their suspicions with Qin Huairu. They believed Jia Zhangshi was likely to blame the family's poverty on the 2 little girls, and under the influence of a patriarchal mindset, had conceived the idea of poisoning her 2 granddaughters. After hearing the police's analysis, Qin Huairu felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She was unwilling to believe that Jia Zhangshi could commit such a heinous act. But the police's reasoning was so logical. The police noticed Qin Huairu's distress and comforted her before rushing back to the courtyard. Nangguo Guxiang, number 95 courtyard. When the hospital's police team entered the courtyard, the residents waiting in line for questioning felt the gravity of the situation increase. Why else would another team of police arrive? Jia Zhangshi. Which one is Jia Zhangshi? Seeing the new police officers asking for Jia Zhangshi, the residents all pointed her out. "Officer, that's Jia Zhangshi." The leading officer waved his hand and loudly commanded his team, "Arrest her and take her back for questioning." Upon hearing this, everyone present was shocked, and Jia Zhangshi was so frightened that she nearly lost control. Jia Zhangshi trembled and pleaded with the leading officer, "Officer, I swear I didn't do anything wrong. You must have made a mistake." The leading officer glared at Jia Zhangshi for a long time until she was sweating profusely, before expressionlessly stating, "Jia Zhangshi, your 2 granddaughters have said they were poisoned after eating the meat buns you bought. Even if you favor your eldest grandson and dislike girls, even a tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs. I've seen many cruel people in the police station, but I've never seen a grandmother so cruel as to poison her own granddaughters. People like you should be arrested, not left free." After hearing the officer's words, Jia Zhangshi's mental defenses completely crumbled. She collapsed to the ground, crying, "I'm innocent, officer. I never intended to poison my granddaughters. I just wanted to poison Zhang Yang's dog. I never thought those buns would be picked up and eaten by the children." In front of the residents and the police, Jia Zhangshi confessed everything she had done. Based on her confession, the police asked the courtyard residents for additional information, and they generally believed her account. Although Jia Zhangshi's act of poisoning was now seen as unintentional. She was still taken away by the police, given the special relationship between the victims and her. How to handle Jia Zhangshi would ultimately require communication between the police and Qin Huairu. As soon as the police left with Jia Zhangshi, the courtyard erupted in chaos. Everyone gathered to condemn Jia Zhangshi's madness. Chapter 65. Xiao'e practices martial arts with Jia Zhangshi taken away by the police and Qin Huairu caring for Xiao Dang in Huaiwan Hospital. Bang Gung became a lonely figure in the courtyard. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Bang Gung tearfully said to Xiao'e, "Uncle Xiao'e, take me to the hospital to find my mom. I'm scared." This was the first time Bang Gung had actively called Xiao'e uncle. Seeing the helpless Bang Gung, Xiao'e couldn't help but think of his own past. Xiao'e nodded to Bang Gung and said, "Wait here, I'll borrow a bicycle and take you to the hospital." After borrowing a bicycle from Yin Bugue for 50 cents, Xiao'e took Bang Gung to the steel factory hospital. Qin Huairu's heart ached when she saw Bang Gung's swollen eyes. After listening to Xiao'e recount the events involving Jia Zhangshi, she fell silent. How to handle Jia Zhangshi was something Qin Huairu could temporarily set aside. Looking at the three children in front of her, Qin Huairu's eyes turned red as she pitifully spoke to Xiao'e. "Zhuzi, can you lend me 30 yuan and help take care of Bongin?" 30 yuan. Xiao'e was surprised, and, just as he was about to speak, he heard Qin Huairu continue to cry. "Zhuzi, you know the situation at Qin Jia's house. There's no extra money at all. Now, Bonging's grandmother has also been taken away by the police, and I have to figure out the hospital fees myself. Zhuzi, I can only rely on you now." Looking at Qin Huairu's sorrowful and delicate expression, a strong sense of pride surged in Xiao'e's heart. He held Qin Huairu's soft, fragile hand and boldly promised, "Don't worry. Qin Jia, I'll bring the money tomorrow, and I will definitely take good care of Bonging." After agreeing to help Qin Huairu take a leave of absence from the steel mill, Xiao'e returned to the courtyard with Bonging, feeling proud amidst Qin Huairu's endless gratitude. That night, after 2 rounds of couple games, Liu lay in Zhang Yang's arms and talked about what happened in the courtyard that day. Liu said contentedly, "Yanggu, our Wankai is really a good dog. Even after Jia Zhangshi used such despicable means, it didn't fall for it. If it were in our commune, Wankai could definitely be the head dog of the hunting team. When it grows up, we can have my brother help train it. And maybe Wankai can help us hunt in mountains." Zhang Yang, with his hands still roaming over Liu's body, obediently replied, "I'm should." Under Zhang Yang's seduction, Liu felt a wave of heat rising in her body, and beads of sweat began to flow. Noticing that Liu was becoming emotional again, Zhang Yang. In the courtyard, Xiao'e, using Qin Huairu's request to take good care of Bonging as an excuse, brought Bonging to sleep in a room where Qin Huairu used to sleep with Xiao Dang and Huaihua. In the middle of the night, listening to the sounds of a rocking bed and moaning coming from next door, Xiao'e, the old bachelor, felt a burning desire. Estimating that Bonging should be asleep, he quietly got up and began rummaging through the room. He took out a pair of women's panties from the cupboard, took a deep breath, and began to reward himself. Just as Xiao'e was squinting his eyes and fantasizing about Qin Huairu, he suddenly saw Bonging staring at him intently. Startled by this, Xiao'e froze, awkwardly tidied up the battlefield, and pretended to be calm as he spoke to Bonging. "Bonging, why aren't you sleeping? How long have you been awake?" Bonging honestly replied, "Uncle Xia, I woke up when you were smelling my mom's panties. By the way, Uncle Xia, what were you doing just now?" Xiao'e cursed Bonging in his heart for not sleeping well, then replied with a smile, "Bonging, Uncle Xia was practicing a martial art just now, and you must not tell anyone about this." Upon hearing this, Bonging's eyes lit up. No wonder Uncle Xia is called the god of war in the courtyard. Unbeatable in the yard. Turns out you know martial arts. Thinking of this, Bonging couldn't help but ask Xiao'e, "Uncle Xia, what martial art are you practicing? Can you teach me, just like you taught me how to pick locks?" Looking at Bonging's sincere gaze, Xiao'e blushed and perfunctorily replied, "You're still too young. You can't learn this martial art yet. Wait until you're 18, then Uncle Xia will teach you." "Oh, is that so? How about you practice it again for me to see?" After fooling around with Bonging for a while, Xiao'e finally managed to coax him back to sleep. The next morning, Xiao'e entrusted the task of asking for leave for Qin Huairu to Zhonghai, as they were in the same workshop, making it convenient to take leave. In the afternoon, At the steel mill elementary school. After school, the other students gradually returned home, leaving Bongging standing alone at the school gate. Although Bongging's academic performance was poor and he was disobedient, seeing this scene, teacher Ran couldn't help but approach and ask, Jiagung, why aren't you going home after school? What are you doing standing at the school gate? Bongging honestly replied, Teacher Ran, my 2 younger sisters are sick, and my mom is in the hospital taking care of them. My Uncle Sha told me this morning. After school today, I won't go home. I'll wait here for him to finish work and come pick me up, then we'll go to the hospital together. Ah, I see. Because she was worried something might happen to Bongging. Teacher Ran stayed by his side, waiting for Xiao'e. Not long after, Xiao'e appeared at the school gate. Seeing Bongging chatting with a clean, fair, gentle, and beautiful young lady beside him, Xiao'e couldn't help but ask Bongging, Bongging, who is this? Bongging replied, This is our class's homeroom teacher, Teacher Ran. She is worried I might get into trouble, so she is waiting here with me for you. Upon hearing the name Teacher Ran, Xiao'e immediately remembered that Yin Buguwei had promised to help him find matchmaker. So, Xiao'e smiled and said to Teacher Ran, Hello, Teacher Ran. Speaking of which, I recently went on a blind date with another teacher from your school, but she wasn't interested in me. Hearing this, Ran Xue blurted out, That's not right. Although there are several teachers with the surname Ran at our school, I'm the only young teacher who is unmarried. I haven't heard of any of them getting divorced recently. Xiao'e unwillingly asked, Teacher Ran, has Teacher Yin Buguwei introduced you to any blind dates recently? Ran Xue thought for a moment and replied, He hasn't introduced me to any blind dates, but he did ask me if I had heard of someone called the Underwear Maniac. You tell me, how many people in the City Haven Tea heard about the Underwear Maniac? Upon hearing Ran Xue's words, Xiao'e's face turned red, and after saying goodbye to Bongging, he hurriedly took him to the hospital. Chapter 66. Chief Engineer Zhao's Appreciation at the Steel Mill in the Heat Treatment Workshop. Although it was already time for the day's shift to end, the heat treatment workshop was still unusually lively. In front of the 2 furnaces that Zhang Yang and Lu Meng had overhauled a few days ago, Director Huang and Director Ma of the heat treatment workshop were respectfully standing behind a thin, elderly man wearing glasses. Zhao Xinqing, the chief engineer of the steel mill and one of the 5 leaders of the factory committee, was primarily responsible for technical management, production guidance, and scientific research innovation throughout the steel mill. After comparing production data over the past few days, the heat treatment workshop confirmed that the overhaul conducted by Zhang Yang and Lu Meng was effective. It not only effectively saved energy consumption during the production process, but also slightly improved the product qualification rate. Upon learning this, Directors Huang and Ma were overjoyed and immediately reported the achievements of the joint technical team. After the previous years of exaggeration, Chief Engineer Zhao was very sensitive to such reports, and he immediately decided to conduct an on-site inspection of the heat treatment workshop. Chief Engineer Zhao stood in front of the furnace, personally observing the workers producing products according to the process flow. After the products were completed, he calculated the energy consumption of the production. Through calculations, the furnace that Zhang Yang and the others overhauled reduced energy consumption by at least 15 compared to those that had not been overhauled. If this effect could be promoted throughout the factory, it could save the steel mill tens of thousands of kilowatts of electricity every day. Chief Engineer Zhao smiled at Directors Huang and Ma and said, Old Huang, Old Ma, you 2 did a good job with this joint technical team. Tomorrow, I will officially report to the factory committee and commend you. You 2 should go back today and think about how to promote this experience to the entire heat treatment workshop and even the whole steel mill. Yes, yes, yes. Directors Huang and Ma nodded eagerly like chicks pecking at rice, while introducing Lu Meng and Zhang Yang to Chief Engineer Zhao. Lu Meng didn't need much introduction. Even Chief Engineer Zhao had an impression of him since there were fewer 8th-level workers in the steel mill than technicians. When Chief Engineer Zhao learned that this technical transformation mainly relied on Zhang Yang's self-taught instrument calibration technology, he suddenly became interested in this young man. After briefly testing Zhang Yang's basic knowledge of mechanics, materials, and other areas, he half-jokingly said to Director Huang, Old Huang, after the batch of technicians and skilled workers supporting the construction in the Northwest leave in a while, I plan to set up a technical training class in the factory to train some technicians from our outstanding workers. When the time comes, you leaders from the workshops and branches better not hide your best workers. Like Xiao Yang, I'm reserving him in advance. Director Huang patted his chest and said, Chief Engineer Zhao, don't worry. When your notice comes, I guarantee to recommend the best workers from the workshop. For outstanding young people like Xiao Yang, if he can have the opportunity to contribute even more to the factory, I, as his leader, will definitely support him. After Chief Engineer Zhao left, Lu Meng saw that Zhang Yang was still standing there in a daze and couldn't help but give him a light pat and whispered, Xiao Yang, you should thank Director Huang for his support. Zhang Yang, as if waking from a dream, turned to Director Huang and said, Thank you for your support, Director. Director Huang waved his hand. This is all due to your own efforts. When leaving the factory, Lu Meng chatted with Zhang Yang as they walked. Lu Meng grinned and said, Xiao Yang, you've really hit the jackpot. If you can transition from a worker to a technician, that will be a promotion in your records. If luck is on your side, who knows, you might even become an official one day, even in the new society. Due to the influence of the imperial examination culture for thousands of years, most people still have an obsession with being an official. As the saying goes, all are inferior. Only reading is high. But Zhang Yang believes that all are inferior. Only being an official is high. Naturally, Zhang Yang also wanted to be an official, but he knew his own limitations. In any case, bloodline or connections are the most important things in becoming an official. Without connections, one might be scapegoated at any time. Understanding the darkness of the officialdom, Zhang Yang just wanted to be an ordinary wealthy man. After Zhang Yang perfunctorily responded to Lu Meng's expectations of him becoming an official, Lu Meng suddenly changed the subject. Xiao Yang, I have some news to share with you today. Remember I told you about supporting the construction in the Northwest? According to some inside information, our departure might be moved up. It could be in the next week or two that we head to the Northwest. Lu Meng spoke calmly, but Zhang Yang was taken aback. He stopped and was about to say something, but Lu Meng continued, Xiao Yang, Master is telling you this news not to make you worried or sad. Going to the Northwest is my own choice, and I never regret it. It's just that Master won't be in the factory anymore and won't be able to look after you. You must pay attention to safety at work, and also live well with Xiao'e. When Master returns, I want to hear someone call me Master. Looking at Lu Meng's determined and sincere gaze, Zhang Yang wanted to persuade Lu Meng to stay, but ultimately couldn't he say it. He nodded vigorously and said, Master, don't worry. I'm already a real man and will take on family responsibilities. When you return from the Northwest, Xiao'e and I will ensure we complete our tasks. After Lu Meng patted Zhang Yang's shoulder with relief, he left under Zhang Yang's watch at the entrance of the steel factory. When Zhang Yang rode his bike back to the courtyard, he saw Liu anxiously looking around at the entrance. When she saw Zhang Yang, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Liu, who was worried about him, Zhang Yang said embarrassedly, Xiao'e, there was a last-minute issue at the factory today, and I didn't have time to ask someone in the courtyard to tell you. I'm sorry for making you worry. Liu gently replied, It's okay, Yang. I just couldn't stay at home and came out to get some fresh air. You must be tired after working all day. Let us go home for dinner. During dinner, Zhang Yang casually mentioned Lu Meng's upcoming support for the construction in the Northwest. Hearing this, Liu admired. Master is indeed a level 8 worker. His awareness is so high. Yang, I heard the conditions in the Northwest are tough. We should find a way to get some tea, white sugar, and national grain coupons for Master, as those are in short supply. Zhang Yang nodded and said, I was thinking the same. Master surely doesn't lack money, but those scarce materials are treasures no matter where they are. Xiao'e, give me 300 yuan. I'll go to the pigeon market when I have time to see if I can buy some scarce material coupons. Okay. After dinner, Liu readily gave Zhang Yang 300 yuan and reminded him to be careful while visiting the pigeon market, since buying and selling there is illegal. Chapter 67. Visiting the pigeon market. There is a pigeon market near Nanluoguxiang, and due to the recent reduction in quotas, the authorities are not cracking down on the pigeon market as harshly to give people a way to survive. Zhang Yang stealthily arrived at this pigeon market, located in a secluded forest. After paying a 1-cent entrance fee, he was allowed into the woods. Paying the entrance fee is the rule of the pigeon market. It allows the organizers to profit from the watchers and helps avoid unwanted visitors. After all, the pigeon market is not a legitimate market. The more people wandering around, the greater the risk. Letting those without real buying needs and is counterproductive. In the dark woods, lights occasionally flickered. These were buyers and sellers checking items. Some might bring flashlights if they had the means, while others used matches. Zhang Yang wandered around the woods for quite a while before finally finding a stall selling tickets. Looking at the masked man in front of him, Zhang Yang asked in a muffled voice, "Do you have national grain coupons?" "Yes, but the price is a bit high." "How much per pound?" 10 yuan per pound. No bargaining. Zhang Yang pretended to think for a moment before saying, "Give me 10 pounds. Okay. After both parties confirmed the money and tickets were correct, Zhang Yang quickly left the pigeon market. Of course, Zhang Yang intended to buy more than just 10 pounds of national grain coupons. But as the saying goes, wealth should not be flaunted. If Zhang Yang revealed too much wealth at once, it would be hard to avoid being targeted. Nowadays, there are quite a few illegal firearms circulating in the city. Even though Zhang Yang has a body enhanced by the system, he is not arrogant enough to think he can handle someone with a gun barehanded. In any case, it's just a matter of making a few more trips. Safety is the most important thing. When Zhang Yang returned to the courtyard after visiting the pigeon market, he happened to run into Silly Zhu and Bang Geng, who were returning from the hospital at the entrance. Seeing the affectionate demeanor between Bang Geng and Silly Zhu, Zhang Yang was quite surprised. In an unusually cheerful mood, Silly Zhu took the initiative to greet Zhang Yang with a smile. "Where have you been, Zhang Yang? Why are you back so late?" As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Seeing Silly Zhu being so agreeable, Zhang Yang also smiled and replied perfunctorily, "Not much, just out for a casual stroll." "Silly Zhu, you seem to be in a good mood. Is there something good happening?" Under Bang Geng's watchful gaze, Silly Zhu suppressed his laughter and seriously replied, "How could there be? Aunt Jia has gone to prison. I'm still upset about that. How could I be happy? Aunt Jia is in prison?" Zhang Yang suddenly became more curious and asked Silly Zhu. Silly Zhu, being a big mouth, eagerly explained, "Today, the police went to the hospital to consult Sister Qin. Although Sister Qin forgave Aunt Jia's actions, the police still sentenced Aunt Jia to 2 years in prison for endangering public safety. Sigh, just thinking about Aunt Jia not coming back for 2 years makes me sad." Looking at the Silly Zhu, who couldn't hide his happiness, Zhang Yang turned around and went back home after leaving a meaningful smile. During a moment of wisdom, Zhang Yang told Liu about what happened at the courtyard gate. Liu, resting her head on Zhang Yang's chest, asked in confusion, "Brother Yang, why is Silly Zhu so happy now that Jia Zhang has gone to jail?" Zhang Yang pinched Liu's nose and said, "Liu, you really are quite silly. Didn't you notice that Silly Zhu is interested in Qin Huairu? If that roadblock Jia Zhang is gone, wouldn't Silly Zhu be able to embrace the widow?" Liu exclaimed in shock, "No way, Brother Yang. Silly Zhu is still a single young man, and his conditions aren't bad. Why would he choose to marry a widow with 3 children instead of a good young girl?" Zhang Yang smiled mysteriously. "Who knows? Maybe the He family has a taste for that. His father, He Daqing, also left Silly Zhu for a widow. Little Yu, let's not worry about Silly Zhu and Qin Huairu. Let's focus on completing the tasks assigned by our master." As Liu hesitated between refusing and accepting, the bed in Zhang Yang's house began to shake again. The noises from next door left Silly Zhu distracted. After yesterday's experience, Silly Zhu was much more cautious tonight. Before practicing martial arts, Silly Zhu called out a few times to test the waters. And only after confirming that Bang Geng was asleep did he take out Qin Huairu's panties to start his practice. Silly Zhu thought he was practicing without anyone noticing. But little did he know that his actions were secretly observed by Bang Geng. This made Bang Geng increasingly believe that his silly uncle was practicing a formidable martial art that he was unwilling to teach him. Bang Geng silently noted Silly Zhu's movements and decided that he would secretly practice Silly Zhu's martial arts at some point. The next day, after everyone in the courtyard went to work, Qin Huairu hired a cart to bring Xiao'e and Huaihua back to the courtyard. At this time, the 2 children's faces were still very pale, and seeing their weak appearance, the women in the courtyard couldn't help but scold Jia Zhang again. After returning to the side room in the middle courtyard and laying Xiao'e and Huaihua down on the bed, Qin Huairu immediately noticed the signs that someone had rummaged through her home. Although Silly Zhu had cleaned her panties while in sage mode, the remaining traces were still enough for Qin Huairu to deduce what Silly Zhu had done with her underwear. Blushing, she threw the panties into the wash basin. Qin Huairu then changed into a clean outfit for herself and the children before heading to the laundry sink in the middle courtyard with the dirty clothes. While washing clothes, an older woman also came to do laundry. Initially, just glancing casually, the sharp-eyed older woman quickly noticed something amiss. As an experienced person, she recognized the stains on Qin Huairu's panties at a glance. While appearing nonchalant, her mind was racing. In the evening, when Zhang returned from work, the older woman mysteriously approached him and said, "Old E, guess what I saw while doing laundry today? I saw stains on Huairu's panties. Do you think Silly Zhu and Huairu are secretly together?" Recently, Silly Zhu has been visiting Huairu at the hospital, and he seemed so happy yesterday, like he had eaten honey. If anyone else had said this, Zhang would have scoffed, but he was too familiar with his wife to dismiss it. Although Zhang had been considering matchmaking Silly Zhu and Qin Huairu, he was still quite surprised when it actually happened. He found it hard to believe that Silly Zhu, who lacked both courage and insight, had really managed to win over such a good woman as Qin Huairu. After initially being shocked, when he thought about Qin Huairu's curvy figure and beautiful face, Zhang even felt a twinge of jealousy towards Silly Zhu. Just as Zhang was lost in thought, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Old uncle, are you home?" Qin Huairu's voice pulled Zhang back to reality. After exchanging a look with the older woman, Zhang pretended to be nonchalant and responded, "It's Huairu. Your old uncle is home." Qin Huairu entered Zhang's house, looking pitiful as she pleaded, "Old uncle, you know our family situation. We're struggling as a widow and orphans, and now my mother-in-law has caused such a mess. The medical expenses for Xiao'e and Huaihua cost over dozens of yuan, more than my monthly salary. Old uncle, we really can't go on like this. Could you please help organize a meeting in the courtyard to gather support for us?" Zhang hesitated. "Huairu, just a few days ago, we held a mutual aid meeting in the courtyard, and everyone just donated money. I fear not many will be willing to donate again." Seeing disappointment on Qin Huairu's face, Zhang then feigned a deep sigh and said, "Alas, who told you that your family situation is so difficult? If that's the case, I'll put my pride aside and ask our neighbors for help." Seeing Zhang's determined look, Qin Huairu gratefully replied, "Thank you so much, old uncle." Since Zhang Yang went to the pigeon market after dinner, he missed this donation meeting. When he returned and heard from Li Yu that under Zhang's moral pressure and Qin Huairu's sob story, everyone in the courtyard had donated a little money, he realized he had no choice but to donate a dime as well. Late at night, Zhang tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Reflecting on what the older woman had told him earlier, his mind was filled with thoughts of Silly Zhu and Qin Huairu. Although he had indeed wanted to matchmake them, now that it was happening, he couldn't help but worry. Both Silly Zhu and Qin Huairu were still young, and Qin Huairu was fertile. If they had more children in the future, would they still be willing to care for their elderly father? Moreover, with He Daqing's fate uncertain, what if he returned one day? Would Silly Zhu be able to support such a large family? Since he had no children, the issue of aging had always been a concern for Zhang. As he pondered, a bold idea suddenly struck him. If Silly Zhu, who was so clueless, could win over Qin Huairu, why couldn't he try as well? If he could also win over Qin Huairu, have her bear him a robust son, and let Silly Zhu raise the child for him. Then as he thought about it, Zhang couldn't help but feel excited, his eyes shining with a green light. How to win over Qin Huairu? To Zhang, this question seemed far from difficult. Given Jia's situation, both in the courtyard and the factory, he was indispensable. If Qin Huairu behaved obediently, he would be generous with money and resources, but if she didn't, she wouldn't have a good time either at the factory or in the courtyard. As long as he secured Qin Huairu, she would have to obey him. When he told her to bend, she would bend, and when he told her to lie down, she would lie down. Thinking of Qin Huairu's voluptuous body made Zhang feel a heat rising from his heart to his body. Was this old tree about to bloom again? That would truly be wonderful. The more Zhang thought about it, the more he felt elated, as if he had taken Zhang Yang's super kidney treasure, becoming inexplicably spirited. Although Qin Huairu was temporarily out of reach, he still had the older woman by his side. Zhonghai excitedly wanted to wake her up, but the older woman impatiently turned to the side. A minute later, Zhonghai felt satisfied and shivered. With beautiful hopes for the future, Zhonghai fell asleep contentedly. The next day, in the steel plant's machinist workshop, Zhonghai held an unqualified part and sternly shouted at Qin Huairu, "Huairu, can't you pay a bit more attention to your work? You've been in the factory for almost 3 years, and you still often make mistakes with even the simplest parts. Do you know how much effort goes into this one part from the workers? You're wasting the country's resources. If you're really not cut out for being a machinist, you might as well apply to the cleaning team. After all, it's still contributing to the factory." Zhonghai's words surprised Qin Huairu and the other workers in the workshop. Qin Huairu's high rate of unqualified parts was not a new issue, if it weren't for Zhonghai having his apprentices help share the burden of her unqualified products. She might have been kicked out of the machinist workshop long ago. Although unsure why Zhonghai was behaving unusually today, Qin Huairu still bowed her head and said to him, "Uncle I know I was wrong. I will work harder in the future." Zhonghai replied seriously, "Huairu, how many times have I told you? When you work, you should address me by my title, call me Master I." Qin Huairu pitifully responded, "Okay, Master I." That morning, Qin Huairu worked especially diligently, fearing she would produce another unqualified product and be scolded by Zhonghai again. After lunch, during a brief break, Zhonghai pretended to complain to Qin Huairu, "Huairu, I know it's not easy for you, but work is work. We can't keep dragging down the collective. If the defect rate is high, everyone's bonuses and allowances will be affected. Over time, even if no one says anything for my sake, there will inevitably be complaints." He continued, "Huairu, if you follow me closely and learn well, I will teach you diligently. As long as you listen, I promise to pass on all my skills to you. By then, even if you can't become a level 8 worker like me, just becoming a level 5 worker would be enough for your whole family to live well." Upon hearing Zhonghai's words, Qin Huairu's big eyes instantly lit up. A level 5 worker's salary was over 60 yuan. If she could earn that much every month, how comfortable the Jia family's life would be. Qin Huairu felt excited just thinking about it. She looked at Zhonghai with eager eyes and promised, "Uncle I will definitely listen to you. As long as you can help me become a level 5 worker, I will do whatever you say." Seeing that Qin Huairu was tempted by him, Zhonghai couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. He wasn't worried about her being greedy. He was afraid she wouldn't be. As long as Qin Huairu needed him, he believed he would eventually win her over. Chapter 69. Medicinal wine in the afternoon. When work resumed, Zhonghai said seriously to Qin Huairu, "Comrade Qin Huairu, come over, and I'll teach you how to operate." When Qin Huairu reached Zhonghai's workstation, he kindly said, "Come, give me your hand, and we'll start the lesson." Zhonghai's demeanor was calm, but this hands-on teaching made Qin Huairu's face turn red. This scene left the other workers nearby stunned. Master I was taking his teaching of the apprentice too seriously. It was literally a hand-in-hand teaching. Although they all thought Zhonghai was shameless, no one spoke out. After all, Zhonghai was Qin Huairu's real master and an elder from her courtyard. Gossiping would only make them seem petty. While there were many instances of male teachers teaching male students or female teachers teaching female students, this was the first time they had seen hands-on teaching between a man and a woman, even though the new society no longer adhered to strict gender roles. This incident would not sound good if it got out. Ordinary people wouldn't have the courage or face to do such things in public, which showed that both Zhonghai and Qin Huairu were not ordinary people. One was a hypocrite disguised as a moral paragon, and the other was a white lotus pretending to be a single mother. The hypocrite was for the people, while the white lotus was for money. Zhonghai held Qin Huairu's small hand, feeling as if he had returned to his 30s. Meanwhile, Qin Huairu, for the sake of money, endured the discomfort and accepted Zhonghai's advances. After work, returning to the courtyard, Zhonghai transformed back into the upright and warm-hearted Uncle I. Since tomorrow was the weekend, the courtyard felt more relaxed than usual that evening. After dinner, Zhang Yang went to the pigeon market and, on his way back in an empty place, took out 2 tails of Maojian tea from the system space. Since there was nothing to do over the weekend, Li Yu and Zhang Yang discussed going home to visit. This 2 tales of fine Maojian tea was one of the gifts Zhang Yang planned to take back. The next morning, after breakfast, Zhang Yang rode his bicycle back to Shangguan Brigade with Li Yu. Tea was a rare commodity in those days. It was considered good if an ordinary person could drink some high-foam tea, let alone good or famous teas. Even ordinary whole tea leaves were a symbol of status. The 2 tales of Maojian tea that Zhang Yang gifted immediately won over his father-in-law's heart. When Li Yu took out 10 jin of food stamps from her pocket to give to her mother, her father, somewhat angrily, said to her, "Xiao'e, you 2 young people are not having it easy either. Take these food stamps back." Zhang Yang quickly smiled and smoothed things over, saying, "Dad, this is our heartfelt gesture from Xiao'e and me. We're doing fine, so don't worry." Since Zhang Yang had said so, Li's father had no choice but to accept them. In the afternoon, when Zhang Yang was preparing to return to the capital, Li's father handed him a basket containing a jar-like item wrapped in a cloth bag. Li's father quietly said to Zhang Yang, "Xiao Yang, this is our family's heirloom. It was originally meant to be passed down to sons, not daughters, but I really like you as my son-in-law, so I've decided to pass it on to you." Inside the jar was a piece of Tai Sui that their ancestors had obtained. As long as it was soaked in wine, it would slowly grow. The wine soaked with it would have effects on men. Seeing his father-in-law reveal an expression that men would understand, Zhang Yang knew what its effect must be. Afterward, Li's father explained to Zhang Yang the taboos of raising this Tai Sui. Before leaving, Zhang Yang sincerely thanked his father-in-law. As soon as he got home, Zhang Yang couldn't wait to take out the jar. Looking at the fist-sized, konjac-like grayish-white transparent object, a bold plan emerged in Zhang Yang's mind. Before going to bed that night, Zhang Yang poured himself a small cup of medicinal wine. As soon as the medicinal wine entered his mouth, Zhang Yang felt like he had swallowed a ball of fire, and then a warm current began to spread throughout his body from his stomach. The medicinal wine Zhang Yang drank was not just ordinary Tai Sui wine. It was Tai Sui wine infused with super kidney treasure. Although only 1 piece was added to a bottle of wine, the effect of the medicinal wine was still astonishing. Zhang Yang usually didn't drink medicinal wine, and Li Yu would often lose to him. But after drinking this medicinal wine, Li Yu nearly shouted for help. When it came to their critical moment, Li Yu couldn't suppress her voice any longer, and the sounds reached Qin Huairu next door, scratching at her heart like a little cat. Through this experiment, Zhang Yang also gained a deeper understanding of the effects of this medicinal wine. This cup of wine had an effect comparable to half of a super kidney treasure, but its duration was much shorter. That fiery sensation could only last for a little over 2 hours. Even so, this result was enough to make Zhang Yang happy. After all, with a small cup for each serving, this bottle of wine could be consumed at least 12 times, equivalent to turning a super kidney tonic into over 12 uses. The next day at work, Zhang Yang specifically brought the unfinished bottle of wine from the night before, thinking to share such a good thing with his master. At the steel rolling plant, in the maintenance workshop's break room, Zhang Yang mysteriously handed the medicinal wine to Lu Meng. "Master, this is a good thing my father-in-law gave me. You should take it home tonight and try a small cup before bed. I guarantee you'll enjoy it." Seeing Zhang Yang's lewd smile, Lu Meng took the medicinal wine with a serious expression and advised, "Xiao Yang, remember, lust is like a bone-scraping knife. Moderation is key." The next day at work, Zhang Yang maliciously asked Lu Meng, "Master, how was the medicinal wine last night?" Lu Meng, feeling embarrassed, nodded with a lewd smile and said, "No wonder Li Yu's dad can still have children at his age. It turns out he has such good stuff. Good boy, knowing to share such good things with your master. It seems I didn't spoil you for nothing." After work that day, Zhang Yang unusually did not go home directly, but instead took 2 small bottles of medicinal wine to Director Li's house. Knock, knock, knock. Just after Zhang Yang knocked, the old lady he had seen last time came out again. "Hello, I'm a worker from the steel rolling plant, and I have some local specialties I'd like to ask Director Li to help taste. Could you please inform him?" Zhang Yang was self-aware. He wasn't like Zhang Muji, who had the privilege to directly announce his name. Unlike the last time, when Director Li quickly came out to greet him, this time Zhang Yang waited outside for a long time before the door to Director Li's house finally opened. Seeing Zhang Yang still there, the old lady was somewhat surprised and said, "I didn't expect you to still be here." The leader has just finished. You can come in with me to meet him." Under the old lady's guidance, Zhang Yang finally entered the courtyard. In the yard, a fair-skinned, curvaceous woman was exercising, and her prominent features were particularly eye-catching. Zhong Xiaoqin, Director Li's wife, although in her middle age, had maintained her skin well due to her upbringing in a cadre family and her advantageous family background. Coupled with her long-term work in a cultural troupe and her love for dancing, she exuded an air of elegance. "Who is this?" Upon seeing her wife inquire. The old lady quickly replied, "Madam, this is a subordinate of the leader from the steel rolling plant. He said he has something to discuss with the leader, and I've been instructed by the leader to bring him in." Noticing Zhong Xiaoqin's gaze on him, Zhang Yang quickly flashed her a shy smile. In the Li family's reception room, Director Li was sitting on the sofa, casually flipping through a newspaper. When Zhang Yang entered, Director Li merely raised his head slightly and casually said, "You're Xiao Yang, right? What brings you here today?" Zhang Yang placed the 2 small bottles of medicinal wine he was carrying on a coffee table and smiled broadly as he said, "Director, I remember your help last time, so I managed to get some good stuff this time and want to give it to you for tasting. Director, based on my personal experiment, this medicinal wine is quite effective. Just a small cup before bed will guarantee you will enjoy it." Seeing the smile on Zhang Yang's face, Li Huai understood what was going on. As the saying goes, one doesn't hit those who are smiling. And how many men can resist the temptation of such a miracle drug? Li Huai's current situation could be described as having great desire, but lacking strength. He mainly relied on his father-in-law to rise to his position, so his status at home was not as high as Zhong Xiaoqin's. In their marital life, Li Huai was also more of a submissive partner. Due to being often looked down upon by Zhong Xiaoqin, he preferred to find lovers outside of his marriage. But his limited abilities made him feel powerless. Li Huai had often sought various so-called tonics for enhancing vitality, even drinking the legendary Tiger Whip wine. But he was often dissatisfied with the results. Even if Li Huai didn't believe that the medicinal wine Zhang Yang gifted was that miraculous, he still accepted it with a smile. First, he thought it was worth a try, and second, he didn't want to hurt Zhang Yang's feelings. After giving the gift, Zhang Yang flattered Li Huai a bit more before taking his leave. As the saying goes, a gift given with good intentions often comes with requests. Zhang Yang gave Li Huai the medicinal wine, naturally with something to ask of him, but he didn't directly state his purpose today. He wanted to wait until Li Huai tried the wine and came to him for more before he revealed his intentions. Zhang Yang believed that for someone like Li Huai, only after confirming his value to him would he be willing to help. Otherwise, he would likely just brush him off. Before going to bed that night, Li Huai, with a mindset of giving it a try, drank a small cup of the medicinal wine Zhang Yang had given him. As soon as the wine entered his mouth, Li Huai felt as if he had swallowed a ball of fire, and then a warm current began to spread throughout his body from his stomach. Under the effect of this warm current, Li Huai felt as if he had returned to his 20s. Dressed in a loose nightgown, Li Huai walked confidently towards the bed. In Zhong Xiaoqin's surprised gaze, the couple engaged in a long-awaited battle. It seemed that the duration of the medicinal wine's effect varied from person to person. Zhang Yang's small cup lasted over 2 hours, while Li Huai's effect lasted nearly an hour. Even so, it was enough to make Li Huai and Zhong Xiaoqin happy, considering that since turning 35, Li Huai had rarely been able to last more than 10 minutes. After 2 rounds, Li Huai and Zhong Xiaoqin fell asleep contentedly. When he woke up the next morning, Li Huai felt particularly energetic, completely free of the fatigue he usually felt after performing his marital duties. Li Huai treasured the 2 small bottles of medicinal wine Zhang Yang had given him and decided to ask Zhang Yang how many more of these wines he had. After having breakfast, as soon as Li Huai stepped out the door, the driver waiting for him praised, "Director Li, you look really good today." Li Huai laughed heartily and happily took the car to the steel rolling plant. During the routine factory committee meeting at the steel rolling plant, Chief Engineer Zhao formally reported the joint technical group between the heat treatment workshop and the maintenance workshop to the factory committee, also mentioning the training of technicians. The factory committee originally had 5 members: Secretary Qin, who was in charge of overall operations; Factory Manager Yang, who was responsible for daily operations; Director Han, who oversaw discipline and supervision; Director Li, who was in charge of logistics; and Chief Engineer Zhao, who managed technology. Secretary Qin was undoubtedly the top leader of the steel rolling plant, but due to his old age and poor health, he had been in recuperation. Even though Secretary Qin had repeatedly requested to be relieved of his position by the department, they had not agreed. So the actual top position at the steel rolling plant was effectively vacant. Among the remaining 4 committee members, both Chief Engineer Zhao and Director Han were primarily concerned with their own areas and had little desire for power, but Factory Manager Yang and Li Huai were different. The two have been openly and secretly vying for actual leadership of the steel rolling plant. Although Factory Manager Yang ranked higher than Li Huai in the committee, he was not as skilled in political maneuvering. Among the middle-level cadres in the steel rolling plant, more people listened to Li Huai than a Factory Manager Yang. Originally, technical matters at the steel rolling plant were decided solely by Chief Engineer Zhao, but since the training of technicians involved personnel matters, it had to be discussed and approved by the factory committee. A few members of the factory committee casually flipped through the report submitted by Chief Engineer Zhao and were ready to approve it directly. But at that moment, Li Huai spoke up. "Old Zhao, I see in your report that this achievement is largely thanks to comrades Lu Meng and Zhang Yang from the maintenance workshop, especially comrade Zhang Yang, who, despite being young, has already become a level 4 maintenance worker and has utilized his spare time to independently study and research technology related to instrument calibration. We must promote such comrades. Old Lu, since you're organizing that technical training class to cultivate technical talents for the factory, now that we have such a ready-made talent, why should we beat around the bush? In my opinion, we should promote Zhang Yang directly to technician, allowing him to promote the achievements of the joint technical team as a technician sooner rather than later. What do you think?" Chapter 71. Promotion to Technician. Chief Engineer Zhao already admired Zhang Yang. Although he didn't understand why Li Huai was speaking up for Zhang Yang, he certainly wouldn't obstruct Zhang Yang's career. After a moment of thought, Chief Engineer Zhao nodded and replied, "I agree in principle to promote Zhang Yang to technician. But this involves personnel matters, so I still need to listen to the opinions of the comrades." Li Huai supported Zhang Yang, and the first reaction from Factory Director Yang was to oppose it. But before he could speak, Li Huai continued, "Since old Zhao, as the factory leader responsible for technical work, has no objections, this matter will be easier to handle. Promoting just a technician doesn't need to be discussed at the factory committee meeting. How about this? I'll give old Wang from the personnel department a call later and let them handle this matter directly. Now, let's continue discussing other important matters." In the steel rolling mill, maintenance workshop director's office. With a beaming expression, Lu Meng brought Zhang Yang before Director Huang and another middle-aged man dressed in a people's outfit. Director Huang smiled and introduced, "Xiao'e, this is Section Chief Fong from the personnel department. He has good news for you." Section Chief Fong. "This is our outstanding worker Zhang Yang." As soon as Director Huang finished the introduction, Section Chief Fong reached out to shake Zhang Yang's hand. Seeing this, Zhang Yang hurriedly took off his gloves. While shaking hands, Section Chief Fong smiled and said, "Comrade Xiao'e, hello there." Zhang Yang quickly replied, "Hello, Section Chief Fong." After exchanging greetings, Section Chief Fong's expression turned serious. He earnestly addressed Zhang Yang, "Comrade Zhang Yang, I am here on behalf of the organization to conduct an assessment of you. Let's borrow Director Huang's office to go through the organizational procedures." For the next hour or so, Section Chief Fong asked a lot of personal questions about Zhang Yang, focusing particularly on his family background and ideological situation, to which Zhang Yang answered honestly. Section Chief Fong asked while taking notes. After the conversation, a smile returned to Section Chief Fong's face, and he stood up to address Zhang Yang seriously. "Xiao'e, your personal and family background is fine, and your ideology is very good, meeting the promotion criteria. Comrade Zhang Yang, I now officially notify you on behalf of the factory's personnel department that, in light of your outstanding performance in your previous work and the recommendations of Director Li and Chief Engineer Zhao, you are officially promoted from worker to technician, with a technical title of Level 11 and a monthly salary of 735 yuan. Comrade Zhang Yang, from now on, your work position will change from maintenance worker in the maintenance workshop to instrument technician in the maintenance workshop. Although you will continue to work in the maintenance workshop, your organizational affiliation will belong to the technical department, under the dual leadership of the workshop and the technical department. Comrade Zhang Yang, I hope you will continue to work hard in your new position and not let down the trust of the organization. Hearing this, Zhang Yang quickly stood up and expressed, rest assured, I will listen to the organization, appreciate the organization's grace, and strive to make greater contributions to the organization, the country, and the people in my new position. Good. Section Chief Fong nodded in satisfaction and prepared to take his leave from the maintenance workshop. Before departing, Section Fong quickly instructed Zhang Yang, Xiao'e. Director Li is very concerned about your promotion, so after the assessment, it's best to thank Director Li for his trust. Understood. Since learning about Section Chief Fong's purpose, Lu Meng had not stopped smiling. Once Section Chief Fong left, Lu Meng and Director Huang congratulated Zhang Yang with laughter. Xiao'e, congratulations. Congratulations, Xiao'e. During lunch, a broadcast announcement quickly caused a stir and discussion among the workers in the entire factory. Comrade Zhang Yang from our maintenance workshop has achieved results through hard work in his spare time. And in order to encourage him, he has been promoted to. Upon hearing this news, Shaju, Zhonghai, Qin Huairu, and other residents of the quadrangle were stunned. They simply couldn't believe that suddenly Zhang Yang, a worker, had become a technician with a cadre identity. Although it was just a cadre identity and not a true leader position, it was enough for them to feel envious. Especially Shaju, who was so jealous that his eyes turned red. Why? Clearly, he was much stronger than Zhang Yang. But why was Zhang Yang's life getting better while his own was getting worse? Just as Shaju lamented the unfairness of fate, he suddenly heard a colleague in line at the food window boasting, this Zhang Yang is my junior. You guys don't know. When it was this worker's turn to get food, Shaju vented all his anger towards Zhang Yang onto him, deliberately shaking the ladle like a sieve. In the end, the dish that ended up in this worker's bowl was less than half of the normal portion. Shaju intended to bully an honest person, but unexpectedly, he hit a hard wall. The worker who was affected hadn't even had a chance to speak when another tall and strong worker behind him shouted, Uncle, second uncle. Fourth uncle's son, someone is deliberately messing with our family's food. Immediately, a large crowd surrounded the window. Seeing the food box, everyone was furious. They had seen food being messed with before, but they had never seen it done so excessively. This wasn't just messing with the food. It was clearly an attempt to star someone. It was unclear who shouted, hit him. Suddenly, a large group of people surrounded the window, grabbing Shaju by the arms and collar and dragging him out from behind the counter. As the warrior of the quadrangle, Shaju still tried to resist. But this group of strong workers was not comparable to the weak and sickly residents of the quadrangle. They easily pinned Shaju to the ground and beat him up. By the time the cafeteria director arrived with security personnel, Shaju was curled up on the ground, looking like a stray dog. Looking at the chaotic scene, the security team leader asked in a deep voice what happened. The first man to strike pointed at the food box and replied sternly, this Shaju actually messed with our line workers' food. We worked hard all morning, and as a result, couldn't he even fill our stomachs at lunch. If we don't beat him up, he'll think we line workers are easy to bully. The cafeteria director looked at the battered Shaju and suppressed a smile as he spoke to the workers. Even if Shaju messed with the food, you all went too hard on him. How about this? You apologize to Shaju, and he promises to never mess with the food again. We are all co-workers. So let us leave this matter at that. Chapter 72. Long-term concerns under the cafeteria director's mediation. The incident where Shaju was beaten up and left with a bruised face passed just like that. By the time Zhonghai heard the news and arrived at the cafeteria, the crowd of onlookers had long since dispersed. Looking at the swollen cheeks and bruised eyes of the clumsy Zhu, who was limping as he walked, Zhonghai sighed, but ultimately helped his good son to the nearest clinic. Zhonghai, feeling frustrated, said, Zhu, didn't I tell you not to stir the pot? Why don't you ever listen? Stirring the pot is something that angers everyone. It's even worse than offending a leader. With so many frontline workers, a single spit from each of them could drown you. You must never do such foolish things again. Zhu, feeling wronged, replied, Uncle, I didn't intend to stir the pot. But when I heard about Zhang Yang's promotion, I couldn't help myself. Upon hearing Zhu mention Zhang Yang, Zhonghai fell silent. He regretted placing his hopes for retirement on Jia Dongxiu and Zhu. The former was short-lived, and the latter was simply dim-witted. If only he had bet on Zhang Yang back then, how much better it would have been. Unfortunately, there are no pills for regret in this world. And now, Zhonghai had invested too much effort in Zhu to start cultivating another retiree. At the steel mill, in Li Huaida's office, Li Huaida smiled warmly at Zhang Yang and said, "Xiao'e, the liquor you sent me yesterday was very effective. How much more do you have? Can you get some more?" Zhang Yang pretended to hesitate, saying, "Director, I got this medicinal liquor from an old Chinese medicine doctor by chance. He gave me a jar that can brew about 3 gene at a time, and it takes half a month to brew. I still have about 1 gene left. If you want more, you'll have to wait a while." Li Huaida thought for a moment and said, "Xiao'e, for now, just bring me that 1 gene you have, and see if you can find that old doctor to buy more brewing jars. To be honest, I plan to give this medicinal liquor to a few old leaders to try. If they like it, it would be very beneficial for both of us." Hearing this, Zhang Yang was excited and said, "Thank you for your support, Director. I'll bring all the remaining medicinal liquor from home after work today." Director Li smiled with satisfaction and said, "Xiao'e, you truly are someone worth cultivating. I didn't misjudge you." After leaving Director Li's office, Zhang Yang also stopped by Chief Engineer Zhao's office to express his gratitude. Although Chief Engineer Zhao wasn't as enthusiastic as Director Li, he still encouraged Zhang Yang seriously. At the end of the workday, Zhang Muji praised Zhang Yang enthusiastically at the factory gate. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yang invited Zhang Muji to dinner at his home this weekend to celebrate his promotion. After bidding farewell to Zhang Muji, Zhang Yang rode his bicycle to Li Huaida's house. Li Huaida was not home, so Zhang Yang handed the medicinal liquor to Zhong Xiaoqin, who, having witnessed the liquor's effectiveness, treated Zhang Yang with great courtesy. Today was the first time Zhang Yang had tea at Li Huaida's home. After finishing the tea, he happily rode back to the courtyard. With the medicinal liquor as a key, Zhang Yang believed that as long as he didn't offend Li Huaida would become his strongest support. Although Li Huaida's character was questionable, his abilities were undeniable. He not only thrived during the turbulent times, but also managed to navigate the changes after the reforms and still prospered. With Li Huaida as a support, Zhang Yang at least didn't have to worry about suffering during the difficult times. In the evening, the courtyard became lively as workers began returning home. Technicians. Although this was not a leadership position, it was the first instance of someone in the compound holding a cadre status. When Zhang Yang was a level 4 repairman, his monthly salary of 525 yuan was already enviable. Now, having been promoted to technician, his monthly salary instantly rose to 735 yuan. Apart from Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong, Zhang Yang, just over 20, was now the highest paid person in the compound. The news of Zhang Yang's promotion spread like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples throughout the courtyard. Once inconspicuous, Zhang Yang now stood out, and this sudden change elicited both envy and admiration. When Zhang Yang pushed his bicycle into the yard, Yin Buge, who had been waiting at the front gate, rubbed his hands together and smiled. "Xiao'e, I heard you've been promoted to technician. That is fantastic news. You should host a few tables and cook some good dishes to celebrate with the neighbors so that everyone can share in your joy." To deal with Yin Bugue, who loved to take advantage, Zhang Yang had a clever plan. He pretended to be troubled and said, "Third uncle, I just got married and spent all my savings. Could you lend me some money and some food and meat tickets? If you're willing, I promise to host a few tables." Yin Bugue quickly replied, "Oh, I don't have any money to lend you, Xiao'e. Since you don't have money, then forget it." Disappointed, Yin Bugue walked away, while Zhang Yang happily returned to his home with his bicycle. "Brother Yang, I heard you were promoted to technician. Is that true?" Liu asked with sparkling eyes, looking at Zhang Yang earnestly. When Zhang Yang nodded with a smile, Liu's face lit up with admiration. During dinner, Zhang Yang discussed with Liu about inviting Zhang Muji and Lu Meng for a meal this weekend, to which Liu had no objections. After dinner, Liu tidied up the house while Zhang Yang sat at the door, continuing to work on furniture. Neighbors in the courtyard saw this and gathered around to congratulate and flatter Zhang Yang. Although Zhang Yang didn't want to be taken advantage of, he wasn't a miser either. Seeing everyone congratulating him at his doorstep, he brought out peanuts and melon seeds to share. Liu also took out some snacks to distribute among the crowd. Qin Huairu looked at Zhang Yang, who was chatting animatedly with everyone, and couldn't help but feel melancholy. "Sigh, as a rural girl, why is my fate so harsh? If I were a few years younger and married Zhang Yang, How beautiful my life would be, thinking of the sound she had heard from next door at midnight. Qin Huairu's face flushed. Today, the courtyard was even livelier than during a full compound meeting, as no one had provided snacks during those meetings. Just when the atmosphere was at its peak, Zhang Yang returned to the courtyard, supporting his beaten son Zhu, who was limping and had a bruised face. Chapter 73. Shaking hands doesn't count as stirring the pot, ha ha ha. Seeing Zhu's miserable state, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. At this moment, when Zhu needed comfort the most, Qin Huairu, suppressing her laughter, pretended to be concerned and said to Zhu, "Zhu, what happened to you? Did it hurt?" This made Zhu feel deeply moved. Qin Huairu's concern pierced through the darkness in his heart like a ray of sunshine. At that moment, Zhu not only felt that his whole body didn't hurt anymore, but also felt empowered. Zhu pushed away Zhang Yang, who had been supporting him, stood up straight, and gazed affectionately at Qin Huairu. Being looked at in such a loving way by Zhu made Qin Huairu shiver, but also made her reluctant to give up this perfect opportunity to win over her admirer. Zhang Yang, feeling dejected, resembled an abandoned wife. He had worked hard to bring Zhu back, but his efforts seemed insignificant compared to Qin Huairu's simple inquiry. At that moment, Zhang Yang became even more determined to carry out his deceptive plan. Zhu puffed out his chest and said, "Sister Qin, I was just accidentally ambushed. It's just a minor injury, nothing serious. You know my body is strong." Qin Huairu's gentle greeting was the best remedy for Xiao'e. To avoid embarrassing himself in front of the goddess, Xiao'e patted his chest hard to show off his strength. At this moment, Zhang Yang pointed to the corner of Xiao'e's mouth and said, "Zhuzi, it seems like you've coughed up blood. Let an old man help you back to rest." Xiao'e secretly wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, then disdainfully waved his hand at Zhang Yang, gazing affectionately at Qin Huairu, and said, "Old man, you should go home quickly. Don't interrupt me and Sister Qin." Alas, Zhang Yang sighed heavily, suppressing his urge to hit someone, and walked back home in disappointment. Yan Jieqing then shouted loudly, "Xiao'e, I heard you were beaten at the steel plant today while flipping the ladle. I didn't believe it at first, but it seems to be true now." Xiao'e's face turned red, the veins on his forehead bulging, and he argued, "Shaking hands can't be considered flipping the ladle. I was tired from cooking, and my hands shook a bit. Can that be called flipping the ladle?" Then he went on about how those people were not honorable, ambushed him, and that he was careless and didn't dodge, which made everyone burst into laughter, filling the whole courtyard with a lively atmosphere. In prison, Jia Zhangshi was also squatting in the corner with a bruised face, emanating a foul odor reminiscent of a public toilet. In prison, the once arrogant Jia Zhangshi had completely become a thing of the past. Now, she looked like a pitiful baby. Jia Zhangshi had once proudly caused a scene in the courtyard, but it was useless in prison. If she dared to scream, she would only be dealt with more harshly. Several times she screamed until her throat was hoarse, but the group of women in the same cell became increasingly excited. Today, because Jia Zhangshi stole a bite of the steam bun saved by the cell leader, she was educated by her subordinates for a full 2 hours. Although these women were not as fat as her, they were younger, stronger, and fiercer. Some even stuffed a bloodied menstrual cloth in her mouth. They pinned her in the corner of the cell and creatively dealt with her, pulling her hair, yanking her ears, and kicking her stomach. After this round of operations, Jia Zhangshi was nearly tortured to death. Reflecting on her initial days in prison, she had been extremely arrogant, even thinking that being here with food and shelter was quite good. However, reality soon delivered a heavy blow. Indeed, the prison provided food and shelter, but the conditions were tragically unbearable. A small cell housed more than a dozen inmates, a tiny space for so many people to eat, drink, and relieve themselves, with only a small window for ventilation. This living environment was even worse than a public toilet. Jia Zhangshi would rather return to live in the old Jia family house, where she was bullied, than stay here. As for the food, it was even worse. A bowl of thin porridge had almost no rice grains, and the hard, dark steam buns were as hard as bricks, and still, each person was limited to one. Poor food and poor living conditions were one thing. But what Jia Zhangshi couldn't tolerate the most was the daily labor reform. Perhaps because Jia Zhangshi was plump and seemed like good labor, Every day, the heavy and exhausting work in her group was assigned to her, making her feel like she was working harder than an old ox in the countryside. With poor food and heavy labor, Jia Zhangshi felt extremely hungry every day. When she was hungry, she couldn't help but steal food. But prison was different from a courtyard. Here, no one would indulge her. All the women who could enter prison were no easy targets. Because of her stealing, Jia Zhangshi had suffered a lot recently. At night, during a cell check, Jia Zhangshi tremblingly stood up and asked, "Leader, has anyone come to see me during this time?" The guard replied truthfully, "No, if there were, we would arrange for you to meet." Upon hearing this, Jia Zhangshi was so angry that her liver hurt, and she wished she could cut Qin Huairu, her daughter-in-law, into pieces. Jia Zhangshi cautiously asked, "Leader, could you help me write a letter to my family, asking my daughter-in-law to bring some food and clothes? I really can't stand being so hungry anymore." The guard was, of course, aware of Jia Zhangshi's punishment for stealing, and after a moment of thought, agreed. "You tell me your daughter-in-law's address, and I'll write a letter for you tomorrow." The next day, at the steel plant, in the mechanical repair workshop, the technology department held a simple welcome ceremony for Zhang Yang under the leadership of Section Chief Ding. At this time, there was still no discrimination based on educational background. So the co-workers in the technology department did not look down on Zhang Yang just because he came from a non-academic background. Although the steel plant was just a factory, it was a real department-level unit. The workshop director corresponded to an administrative level of a department-level cadre. And the technical section chief in the mechanical repair workshop was also a genuine section-level cadre. After introducing Zhang Yang to the co-workers in the technology department, Section Chief Ding did not assign him to one of the 3 technical groups under the technology department like an ordinary technician, but kept him in the technology department office directly under his jurisdiction. The first task Ding assigned to Zhang Yang was to find a way to organize and compile an operating instruction manual for instrument calibration, and then organize training for the workers to cultivate a group of workers capable of calibrating instruments according to the operating instructions. Only in this way could the achievements of the heat treatment workshop be promoted throughout the factory. Otherwise, if only Zhang Yang could do it, how long would it take? While most people might think about hiding their skills for their own benefit, Zhang Yang never considered that. Given the opportunity to contribute to Longu at this time, Zhang Yang felt it was his duty. After receiving Section Chief Ding's task, Zhang Yang began to get busy. He referenced some existing operating instructions, combined with the theoretical knowledge in his mind and his practical experience, and compiled an operating instruction manual for instrument calibration suitable for the current mechanical repair workshop. Seeing Zhang Yang working earnestly, Section Chief Ding couldn't help but nod slightly. Chapter 74. Inviting guests on Saturday on the way home from work. Since tomorrow was the day Zhang Yang had agreed to treat Lu Ming and Zhang Muji to dinner, he planned to also invite Xu Damao and his wife, as well as Xiao'e to dinner. This was not because Zhang Yang particularly wanted to treat them, but simply because he had already made a promise and decided to fulfill it. When he returned to the courtyard, Zhang Yang informed Liu that he would invite Xu Damao and his wife along with Xiao'e for dinner the next day. Liu was initially a bit unhappy, but when she learned that this was something Zhang Yang had promised long ago, she stopped saying anything. After dinner, Zhang Yang first went to Xu Damao's house in the backyard. Since the night Xu Damao was beaten by Xiao'e, he had been left with both psychological and physical scars. Although Xu Damao had always been pretentious, he could still manage for a few minutes. Now, even when looking for a skilled half-open door for entertainment, he could barely last half a minute. If it weren't for those half-open doors from the 8 great alleys, who would perform for him with singing and playing, Xu Damao couldn't even get it up. Because of this, since that night, Xu Damao and Liu Xiao'e had not had any marital relations. Liu Xiao'e had never thought highly of Xu Damao, and now that he had lost his manly vigor, she looked at him with even more disdain. The two of them were now practically at odds in the house. Perhaps due to a long lack of affection, Liu Xiao'e felt her temper becoming increasingly irritable. Just as she was thinking about what reason she could find to argue with Xu Damao, a voice came from outside. "Brother Damao, Sister Xiao'e, are you home?" Upon hearing Zhang Yang's voice, the two exchanged glances and then forced smiles, as family shame should not be aired in public. Once they confirmed that no signs would be detected, Xu Damao opened the door while answering, "Oh, it's Xiao Yang. Brother Damao is home. What's the matter?" Zhang Yang looked at Lu Xiao'e and Xu Damao, and somewhat shyly said, Damao, Xiao'e, come to my house for lunch tomorrow. I've been saying this for a long time, and I've only just gotten around to inviting you, so please don't mind. Seeing Lu Xiao'e nodding slightly, Xu Damao smiled and replied, haha, sure. Then tomorrow, Xiao'e and I will be in for a treat. After inviting Xu Damao and his wife, Zhang Yang went to invite Xiao'e. Since Jia Zhangshi went to prison, Xiao'e had taken Jia Zhangshi's place under the condition of managing meals. Now, Xiao'e lived with Bang Geng in the east wing of the courtyard, while Qin Huairu continued to live with Xiao Dang and Huaihua in the side room, with Xiao'e as a generous sponsor and Jia Zhangshi no longer being a burden. The Jia family was living much better now. Bang Geng went out to play after dinner, so Xiao'e was the only one left in the east wing of the courtyard. Zhang Yang got straight to the point. Xiao'e, come to my house for lunch tomorrow. I've been planning this for a long time. Are you coming? Sure. Xiao'e agreed without hesitation. As the saying goes, teenagers can eat their parents out of house and home. Although the Jia family's 3 children weren't at their hungriest yet, their appetite was enough to shock Xiao'e. Even with the lunch boxes he brought back from the steel mill, Xiao'e still had to spend quite a bit. Every meal, Qin Huairu would prioritize her 3 children, which often left Xiao'e feeling unsatisfied. Now that he had the chance to indulge, Xiao'e naturally agreed without hesitation. The next morning, since he was hosting a lunch, Zhang Yang took Liu to the market early. Thanks to Lu Meng and Zhang Muji, Liu approved all of Zhang Yang's purchasing requests. When they returned to the courtyard, Zhang Yang had pork, a whole chicken, and fish hanging from his bike, while Liu carried a bulging cloth bag. Everyone could tell that Zhang Yang and his wife had gone on a big shopping spree. Yin Bugue looked enviously at Zhang Yang's bicycle and sighed again about his family's lack of insight. Before long, smoke began to rise from Zhang Yang's house. Although the news of his invitation hadn't been deliberately spread, the people in the courtyard guessed that there must be guests at his house today. Otherwise, how could they start cooking so early? Around 10 o'clock, Lu Meng and Zhang Muji arrived one after the other at the courtyard. Zhang Yang first offered them cigarettes, and then brought out some snacks to pass the time. After chatting with them for a while, Zhang Yang went back to help Liu with the cooking. Seeing the young couple cooking sweetly together, the two decided not to be a third wheel and said goodbye to Zhang Yang, going to chat with Yi Zhonghai instead. As mealtime approached, the rich aroma wafting from Zhang Yang's house made many people in the courtyard swallow their saliva silently. In the Jia family of the middle courtyard, Bang Geng looked at the scrambled eggs that Xiao'e had specially made today and immediately thought they didn't smell as good. Of course, how could scrambled eggs compare to braised pork? Bang Geng wanted to cry and complain, but without Jia Zhangshi as his backer, he was a bit hesitant. After all, without Jia Zhangshi to shield him, if he angered Qin Huairu, she would really hit him. After finishing the dishes, Xiao'e shyly said to Qin Huairu, Sister Qin, Zhang Yang invited me to lunch today, so I want to be eating at home. Upon hearing this, before Qin Huairu could respond, Bang Geng spoke up first. He looked at Xiao'e with hopeful eyes and said, Uncle Xiao'e, can you take me with you to Zhang Yang's house for lunch? I haven't eaten meat in a long time. Xiao'e scratched his head and awkwardly replied, Bang Geng, it's not that Uncle Xiao'e doesn't want to take you. It's just that Zhang Yang only invited me. After being turned down by Xiao'e, Bang Geng could no longer suppress his anger and shouted frantically at Qin Huairu and Xiao'e, Mom, Uncle Xiao'e, I want to eat meat. I want to eat meat. Just as Xiao'e was at a loss, Qin Huairu pitifully said to him, Xiao'e, why don't you skip lunch at Zhang Yang's today? When he calls you for lunch later, just take a bowl and get some dishes, and say you're not feeling well and want to go home to eat. Then you can bring the food back, and the kids can also have some meat. Xiao'e, it's been a long time since we've had meat at home. Please do us this favor and help Bang Geng and the others satisfy their cravings. Yeah, Uncle Xiao'e, please help us satisfy our cravings. Seeing the kids looking at him with pleading eyes, Xiao'e's heart softened, and he agreed. Chapter 75, The Strongest Support Equipment for Scumbags. In the main room of the middle courtyard, Lu Meng, Zhang Muji, and Xu Damao and his wife were already seated at a brand new round table. Lu Xiao'e pointed at the table and praised Liu. Xiao'e, your Zhang Yang is really capable. Look at this table he made. It's not inferior to those master chefs. Hearing Lu Xiao'e praise her man, Liu was even happier than when she was praised herself. She pretended to be dissatisfied and said, "Oh, this table isn't as good as you say, Xiao'e. I originally wanted him to make a new rectangular table with 4 long benches, but he insisted that we already have a rectangular table. So if he was going to make one, it should be a round table with 10 separate stools. I had no choice but to let him do it. Fortunately, the round table can be folded up when not in use. Otherwise, it would take up so much space." While chatting, Zhang Yang finished the last dish and brought it to the table. Braised carp, chicken stewed with mushrooms, braised potatoes with pork, stir-fried meat, scrambled eggs with chives, salted pan-fried tofu, fried peanuts, and stir-fried greens. 8 dishes filled the table nicely. Smelling the rich aroma, Xu Damao couldn't help but exclaim, "Xiao Yang, your cooking skills are not inferior to Xiao'e's. Not to mention anything else, just the aroma is much stronger than the dishes Xiao'e makes. Come on, Xiao Yang, let us sit down and eat. I can't wait any longer." Zhang Yang laughed heartily and handed the bottle to Xu Damao, saying, "Damao, please pour the wine first. I'll go call Xiao'e." After all, the house we're living in was kindly exchanged by Xiao'e, so it wouldn't be right not to invite him for a meal. Upon understanding Zhang Yang's implication, Xu Damao grinned slyly. "Haha, Xiao Yang, go call Xiao'e to eat. Later, you should really thank him properly." Walking out, Zhang Yang called to the east wing, "Xiao'e, come eat." "Okay, I'm coming right away." Seeing Xiao'e respond, Zhang Yang returned to the room. Shortly after, Xiao'e appeared at Zhang Yang's door with a large bowl that was almost the size of a human head. This scene puzzled everyone in the room. They really didn't know what Xiao'e was up to today. "Xiao'e, did you bring your own bowl because you think Xiao Yang's bowls are too small for you? Bringing your own bowl and chopsticks to a meal, Xiao'e, you're really something very face-conscious." If it were usual, Xu Damao's teasing would have made Xiao'e lash out. But today he was still nursing his injuries and knew his actions were somewhat embarrassing, so he chose to ignore Xu Damao's mockery. Xiao'e shamelessly said to Zhang Yang, "Zhang Yang, I'm not feeling well today. Just give me a bowl of meat dishes to take home and eat." "Zhang Yang, I admit my appetite is a bit large, but you wouldn't invite someone to eat and not let them fill up, would you?" Upon hearing Xiao'e's words and seeing the large bowl he offered, everyone's expressions instantly changed. If they really filled Xiao'e's big bowl with meat dishes, the food on the table would likely be halved. Xiao'e thought he had Zhang Yang in the palm of his hand, but he didn't expect Zhang Yang to laugh heartily upon hearing his words. Zhang Yang held a large bowl of hot pot broth for Xiao'e and went to scoop some from the pot. When he had scooped enough, he added 2 pieces of chicken. He handed the bowl back to Xiao'e with a smile and said, "Xiao'e, since you're not feeling well, you should drink more chicken soup. It's the most nutritious. Take it back and enjoy it slowly." Xiao'e's face turned pale with anger, and he trembled as he wanted to smash the bowl at Zhang Yang, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Seeing Xiao'e standing there in a daze, Zhang Muji couldn't hold back any longer. He slammed the table and stood up, shouting at Xiao'e, "Xiao'e, you've got the chicken soup. Now get lost. If you delay me from eating any longer, I'll beat you up." Even Xiao'e, who was slow-witted, didn't dare to act tough in front of Zhang Muji, the captain of the security team. After being scolded by Zhang Muji, he left Zhang Yang's house with the bowl, feeling defeated. Without Xiao'e around, the atmosphere in Zhang Yang's home quickly became lively, with everyone chatting and drinking happily. In contrast, Xiao'e was in a miserable state. When he returned to the Jiao family holding the large bowl, the looks he received shifted from admiration to confusion and finally to deep disappointment. After greedily finishing the 2 pieces of chicken, Bang Gung complained to Xiao'e, "Uncle Xia, why didn't you scoop more meat? Just 2 pieces. Is that enough for anyone?" To maintain his image, Xiao'e didn't mention being mocked and threatened. He simply said there weren't many meat dishes at Zhang Yang's house today, so he only brought back a bowl of chicken soup. Hearing Bang Gung's words, Xiao'e blushed and promised, "Bang Gung, don't worry, next weekend, Uncle Xia will buy a chicken and you can eat it however you want." In the courtyard of Zhang Yang's house, since Lu Ming and Zhang Muji had to go home, they chose to take their leave after eating and drinking well. Only Xu Damao kept Zhang Yang company, wanting to vent his frustrations over drinks. Liu and Lu Xiao'e initially stayed with them, but gradually lost patience. Invited by Lu Xiao'e, Liu went home with her to listen to the radio. Once Liu and Lu Xiao'e left, Zhang Yang took the initiative to steer the conversation towards men's vigor. He boasted to Xu Damao, "Brother Damao, I got a bottle of medicinal wine recently. It's truly a treasure for men. Upon hearing this, Xu Damao became interested and eagerly asked, Xiao Yang, is that medicinal wine really that amazing? Why don't you let me try some? Zhang Yang pretended to hesitate, saying, Brother Damao, you're putting me in a tough spot. I don't have much of that medicinal wine myself, and I'm really reluctant to part with it. Seeing Zhang Yang's stingy demeanor only piqued Xu Damao's interest further. After begging Zhang Yang for a while, Zhang Yang finally pretended to feel sorry and agreed. He faked taking out a small bottle of medicinal wine from the cabinet and, to complete Xu Damao's repair task, added a super kidney treasure into it. This made the small bottle of medicinal wine much more potent than the one he gave directly. Zhang Yang poured a small cup of wine for Xu Damao and instructed, Brother Damao, take this cup back and drink it before bed tonight. I guarantee you'll have a great night. Hearing this, Xu Damao was restless, eager to find out if the medicinal wine was truly as miraculous as Zhang Yang claimed. Zhang Yang carefully sent Xu Damao home with the wine and called the Yu back. After the two left, Xu Damao became increasingly curious about the cup of wine. Before nightfall, he impatiently drank it. As the warmth spread through him, Xu Damao felt confident once again. While Zhang Yang was tidying up the house with Li Yu, a repair reward suddenly appeared in his mind. Repair completed, despairing kidney. Triggered extra critical hit reward. Obtain mastery of metal materials knowledge. Repair reward successfully issued. As the reward panel appeared, a surge of knowledge about metal materials flooded Zhang Yang's brain. After absorbing this knowledge, Zhang Yang sank his consciousness into the space he carried with him and found the gender-neutral harmless contraceptive pill. As expected from the system, this contraceptive pill not only guaranteed 100% effectiveness within 24 hours, but also prevented the spread of all diseases. This was simply the strongest auxiliary equipment for a scoundrel. And Zhang Yang couldn't help but marvel once again at the system's impropriety. Chapter 76. Lu Meng leaves Sijio City in the evening. Xu Damao arrived at Zhang Yang's house, glowing with excitement. After sending Li Yu away, Xu Damao eagerly asked Zhang Yang, Xiao Yang, where did you get that medicinal wine at noon? I want to buy some too. Zhang Yang pretended to be shy and replied, Brother Damao, I got that bottle of medicinal wine by accident, and I don't know if I'll run into the old man who trades things again. Don't worry, Brother Damao, if I see that old man again, I'll definitely trade for more. Xu Damao felt disappointed upon hearing this, but still persisted. Xiao Yang, how about you trade me some of your remaining medicinal wine? I promise I won't let you lose out. After much coaxing, they completed the trade under the condition of 2 bottles of Matai. The next day at work, Zhang Yang brought a draft of the work instruction manual to report to Section Chief Ding. With the support of Section Chief Ding and Director Huang, Zhang Yang began selecting workers in the machine repair workshop for training. Initially, some workers in the workshop were skeptical of Zhang Yang's promotion to technician. But as the training progressed, they grew to admire him more and more. The technical work done by hand cannot be faked. All of them were seasoned repair workers. And from Zhang Yang's skill in disassembling and assembling equipment, it was clear that he was not just a talker. Coupled with his clear and thorough theoretical knowledge, the frontline workers recognized Zhang Yang as a capable person. After work in the courtyard, as soon as Qin Huairu returned, an older woman approached her with a letter, saying, Huairu, there was a letter for you this morning. I saw you weren't home, so I signed for it. Okay, thank you, Aunt. Thanks to the literacy campaign, Qin Huairu could read simple words. Confused, she took the letter and, upon opening it and seeing its content, she was stunned. This was actually a letter from Jia Zhangshi. It read, Qin Huairu, my good daughter-in-law, I'm not getting enough to eat or wear in prison. Please come see me soon and bring me some food and clothing, or I won't be able to hold on any longer. Since it was written by the prison staff, the letter contained no harsh words, only her mother-in-law's earnest hopes. However, to Qin Huairu, these words were far more terrifying than any foul language. Thinking about how she had deliberately avoided visiting Jia Zhangshi all this time, she imagined that Jia Zhangshi must want to tear her apart. Yet the letter was filled with warmth, and this stark contrast sent shivers down her spine. Sigh, what should I do? Qin Huairu paced back and forth in the room with the letter. Bang Gung, watching her, felt dizzy from her pacing and impatiently said, Mom, what are you wandering around for? I'm getting dizzy. Upon seeing Bang Gung, Qin Huairu's eyes lit up. She smiled and said to Bang Gong, "Do you miss Grandma? Shall we go see her together this weekend?" Bang Gong shook his head vigorously, answering decisively, "No, I'm not going to prison this weekend. Uncle Sha said he's buying a chicken to cook, and I want to stay home and eat the chicken Uncle Sha makes." Bang Gong's response surprised Qin Huairu. She never expected him to completely disregard Zhang for a chicken. She thought he would be very happy upon hearing about visiting Zhang. Qin Huairu threatened and coaxed Bang Gong. "Bang Gong, we must go see Grandma this weekend. Grandma loves you so much. If you don't go, how sad will she be? When Grandma comes back, she might not love you anymore, and then you won't have any good treats to eat. If you go see Grandma with me, she will definitely think you are very filial, and when she comes home, she will buy you lots of delicious food." Qin Huairu's threats and coaxing left Bang Gong in a dilemma. He didn't want to visit Zhang in prison. He wanted to stay home and eat the chicken that Shaju bought. However, he was afraid that Zhang would think he was unfilial and would stop liking him. After much internal struggle, Bang Gong mustered the courage to say, "Mom, I don't want to go to prison. I want to stay home and eat chicken." Seeing that Bang Gong wouldn't budge, Qin Huairu resorted to her final trump card. "Bang Gong, you must go with me to the prison to see Grandma this weekend. Or I want to let your Uncle Shaju buy you any chicken to eat. Only if you go see Grandma with me this weekend will I let Uncle Shaju buy you chicken." With no other choice, Bang Gong could only hang his head and say, "Mom, I will go with you to see Grandma this weekend." Qin Huairu then smiled and said, "Good boy. You are truly a good son of mine. Bang Gong, let me tell you, when you see Grandma, you should say this." On Thursday morning, Zhang Yang was at work as usual, but a sudden announcement caught his attention. Notice! Our factories team supporting the Northwest construction is about to depart. We welcome all workers to the square in front of building number 1 for farewell. We welcome all workers to the square in front of building no. 1 for farewell. Notice! This unexpected notice completely disrupted Zhang Yang's plans. He thought Lu Meng would definitely tell him before leaving, but he didn't expect Lu Meng to keep his secret from him. Risking exposure of the system, Zhang Yang pretended to take a large bag of supplies from his desk drawer. Grabbing the bag, he hurried to the square in front of building number 1. In the square, dozens of technical backbones from the steel rolling factory were carrying their luggage, wearing a big red flower on their chests, receiving admiration from their fellow workers. An unknown high-ranking leader, along with Secretary Qin, Factory Director Yang, and Director Li, shook hands and bid farewell to each one of them. Zhang Yang spotted Lu Meng in the crowd and wanted to say goodbye to his master, but he was firmly blocked by the soldiers maintaining order. Zhang Yang, with red eyes, waved at Lu Meng and shouted, Master, the Northwest is tough. I prepared something for you. You must accept it." Zhang Yang's shout quickly attracted the attention of the high-ranking leader. At that moment, Li Huai stepped forward to quietly explain a few words to the leader and Secretary Qin. At the leader's signal, an officer took Zhang Yang's bag. After a careful inspection, the officer suppressed his shock and handed the bag to Lu Meng. No one knew what Lu Meng and the others were going to do. Ever since the formal order was issued 2 days ago, everything was taken over by the military. From then on, everything that Lu Meng and his team handled had to be inspected by the military personnel first. After Lu Meng and the others left in the truck and the crowd gradually dispersed, Zhang Yang saw his master's wife still wiping her tears. She cried and explained to Zhang Yang, "Xiao'e, your master wouldn't let me come and see him, nor would he allow me to tell you and your brother Lu Yuan. He was afraid you would spend money unnecessarily and feel sad. And he was also afraid he couldn't help but cry. Your master is just too strong-willed." In the midst of his master's wife's ramblings, memories of the past with Lu Meng flooded Zhang Yang's mind. Chapter 77. Qin Huairu visits Zhang on the weekend in the prison visiting room. The much thinner Zhang glared at Qin Huairu like a hungry wolf. Under Zhang's gaze, Bang Gong was so frightened that he hid behind Qin Huairu. After rehearsing the meeting with Zhang in her mind for several days, Qin Huairu was no longer as flustered as she had been at first. "Qin Huairu, I curse you. You filthy bitch. Have you been fooling around with wild men at home, forgetting about your mother-in-law, wishing for me to die in prison?" Zhang started off with a barrage venting all the humiliation she had suffered in prison on Qin Huairu. Her foul language even made the guards nearby frown. In the face of Jia Zhangshi's tirade, Qin Huairu did not retort. She acted like a punching bag, choosing to silently accept it. While wiping her tears with a pitiful look, she softly admitted her faults, making her seem weak and tragic, which evoked sympathy. "Mom, this is the food I brought for you and some clothes. It's getting cold. You need to keep warm. I'm sorry that I, as your daughter-in-law, have not been able to see you for so long. But I really have no choice. I have to work and take care of 3 children all by myself. I simply can't get away." While wiping her tears, Qin Huairu pulled Bang Geng to the front. "Bang Geng, quickly say something to your grandma. Tell her you miss her and that you will be filial to her in the future." As Bang Geng stepped forward, Jia Zhangshi was moved. Although she was indifferent to Qin Huairu, she had real feelings for her grandson, Bang Geng. "Oh, my good grandson. Come here so Grandma can take a good look at you. Grandma thinks of you day and night in here." Jia Zhangshi wanted to hug Bang Geng affectionately. But to her surprise, he covered his nose and stepped back, saying, "Grandma, you smell so bad, even worse than a public toilet. Stay away from me." Jia Zhangshi was stunned, looking at Bang Geng in disbelief. She couldn't accept that her precious grandson would actually be disgusted by her. However, she also knew the state of her own body, so she could only comfort herself. Children speak without thinking. They don't understand. Jia Zhangshi said to Bang Geng, "Good grandson, I do smell a bit now, but that's a small issue. When Grandma goes home and takes a bath, it won't smell anymore. Just wait for Grandma. I will be home soon. Good grandson, you need to be smart at home and keep an eye on your ungrateful mother. Make sure she doesn't run off with wild men. Otherwise, you'll end up being a child without a mother." Jia Zhangshi's words infuriated Qin Huairu, making her feel like smoke was coming out her ears. She wished she could slap Jia Zhangshi a few times, but on the surface, she wiped her tears and said aggrievedly, "Mom, what are you saying to Bang Geng? I haven't done anything wrong to Dongshu." Jia Zhangshi snorted coldly. "Qin Huairu, do you think I'm as foolish as Shaju? You think I believe everything you say? I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. The moment you move, I know what you're up to. Don't try to act like a virtuous woman. If it weren't for me keeping a close watch on you, plus your reluctance to give up the days of eating good food in the city, you would have disappeared long ago. I tell you, your position at the steel rolling factory belongs to our Jia family. If you dare do anything wrong to Dongshu, I will make a scene at the factory and take back your position. You're a jinx who brings misfortune. Shameless." Jia Zhangshi scolded until her throat was dry, venting all her frustrations from her time in prison on Qin Huairu. It's true that what goes around comes around. It's hard to say whether Qin Huairu was suffering from her ignorance of the law or if she truly feared Jia Zhangshi. When facing Jia Zhangshi's oppression, Qin Huairu seemed to lack the sharpness she had when dealing with Shaju, accepting everything submissively. As visiting time ended, Qin Huairu wiped her tears and watched Jia Zhangshi leave. But as soon as she stepped out of the prison, she couldn't help but laugh. Just thinking of Jia Zhangshi's disheveled appearance made her feel inexplicably relieved. Today, Zhang Yang chose to visit his master's wife. After a few days of adjustment, his master's wife was no longer as gloomy as before, which finally relieved Zhang Yang. After that, Zhang Yang devoted all his energy to compiling the work instruction manual for instrument calibration and training workers. After several days of effort, he finally trained a group of workers capable of calibrating instruments according to the instruction manual. With this group of workers, Director Huang began to apply for a technical transformation plan from the factory. With the support of Chief Engineer Liu, the factory committee agreed to conduct a major overhaul of the equipment, using the heat treatment workshop as a pilot. On this day, the heat treatment workshop of the steel rolling mill was particularly lively. Besides Secretary Qin, 4 factory leaders, including factory manager Yang and director Li, gathered there. Under their watchful eyes, hundreds of workers were scattered throughout the workshop, methodically carrying out the major overhaul of the equipment. Director Huang introduced, "Leaders, please see. Based on my discussion with Old Ma, we decided to divide the overhaul of the entire heat treatment workshop's equipment into 4 batches, so as to minimize the impact on production." As Director Huang spoke, the factory leaders nodded in agreement. After Director Huang finished speaking, factory manager Yang solemnly asked Director Ma, "Old Ma, tell me honestly, what is the actual impact on production after the major overhaul of the equipment? We can't afford to waste national resources." Director Ma patted his chest and replied, "Don't worry, factory manager Yang. Based on the actual production verification in our heat treatment workshop, the overhauled equipment will definitely promote production. It not only reduces energy consumption and failure rates, but also," after hearing Director Ma's words, factory manager Yang couldn't help but smile. The production work of the steel rolling mill had always been the responsibility of factory manager Yang. With just 1 month left in the year, it was time to write the year-end summary report. Now that the factory's production work had achieved results, factory manager Yang could write the report with more confidence, and the leaders from the department would surely praise him. Li Huaid was a master of maneuvering. He could tell what factory manager Yang was thinking just by looking at his expression. However, Li Huaid would not let this credit go to factory manager Yang for free. Li Huaid smiled and said to Chief Engineer Zhao, "Old Zhao, this technical transformation is largely thanks to your keen eye for talent. If you hadn't reported the formation of the joint technical team to the factory committee, we wouldn't have achieved such results. In my opinion, you deserve great credit for this achievement. As the saying goes, it takes many hands to lift a flower-covered sedan." Faced with Li Huaida's praise, Chief Engineer Zhao immediately humbly replied, "Not at all. This is also largely due to the courage of Director Li. If it weren't for your proposal to promote Zhang Yang directly to technician, I don't think this technical transformation would have been completed so quickly." Director Li was indeed young and had the courage that us old fellows lacked. Li Huaid waved his hand with a smile. "Oh, not all. Haha." Chapter 78. The news revealed by Li Huaid factory manager Yang's good mood vanished in an instant as Li Huaid and Chief Engineer Lu exchanged flattering remarks. To irritate factory manager Yang and to win over Zhang Yang, Li Huaid deliberately called Zhang Yang before returning to his office. This way, everyone knew that Zhang Yang was Li Huaida's man. In the steel rolling mill, Li Huaida's office, Zhang Yang stood respectfully in front of the desk, waiting for Li Huaida's lecture. After taking a nice puff of his cigarette, Li Huaid smiled and said to Zhang Yang, "Xiao Yang, you've been working hard lately, right?" Zhang Yang quickly replied, "Not hard. Contributing to the factory is not hard." "Ah, sit down, don't be so nervous. I'm not a man-eating tiger," Director Li said with a beaming smile, even joking with Zhang Yang. Once Zhang Yang calmed down from his nervousness, Director Li said seriously, "Xiao Yang, you made some more of that medicinal wine you gave me last time, right?" Seeing Zhang Yang nod, Director Li continued, "To be honest, after I gave you medicinal wine to the old leader, he was very satisfied. He has been asking me to get some more. Since you've made some, please bring me 2 pounds soon." Zhang Yang immediately replied, "Yes. Director Li, I'll bring it to you after work today." Zhang Yang's response pleased Li Huaid very much. He squinted at Zhang Yang and said, "Xiao Yang, you're quite impressive. Staying in the technician position is underutilizing your talents. Do you want to make a bigger contribution to the factory?" Li Huaid's words made Zhang Yang's heart tighten, and he quickly stood up to express his gratitude. "Thank you, Director Li, for your trust. If I get the opportunity to make a bigger contribution to the factory, I will definitely remember your teachings and do my utmost to perform well under your guidance." Zhang Yang's answer made Li Huaid beam with joy. Lowering his voice, he said to Zhang Yang, "Xiao Yang, I'll let you in on a secret, but don't tell anyone. Due to the huge difficulties the country has faced in agriculture in recent years, to support agriculture, the department leaders have decided to establish an agricultural machinery branch at the steel rolling mill. This agricultural machinery branch is a departmental level unit, with its main leader holding a high deputy director position. The positions for departmental level cadres have already been filled, but there are still some vacancies for section level cadres. I think you would be suitable to serve as a deputy section chief in the technical department of the agricultural machinery factory. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang was overjoyed, but still forced himself to respond seriously, "I'll do whatever Director Li arranges." Next, Li Huaid assigned Zhang Yang some minor tasks, such as reminding him not to become complacent, to stay low-key, and to train more workers who can calibrate instruments in a timely manner, to avoid problems when the workshop is busy. After work, Zhang Yang hurried home to make 2 bottles of medicinal wine using the Tai Sui and Super Kidney Treasure. and then rushed to Director Li's house. When Zhang Yang returned after delivering the wine, Liu couldn't help but ask, "Yang, who did you just deliver wine to? Besides master and uncle, who else deserves your attention?" Although Zhang Yang wanted to share this good news with Liu, recalling Director Li's instructions, he decided not to tell her for now. He thought he could wait until the factory officially announced the appointment before sharing the news with Liu. After all, it would only be a month at most. So, Zhang Yang ambiguously replied, "Xiao'e, I can't tell you about this for now. Once it's settled, I'll let you know. Just know that it's a good thing." Seeing that Zhang Yang was unwilling to elaborate, Liu didn't press further, satisfied as long as she knew it was a good thing. After dinner, Liu tidied up the house while Zhang Yang planned to take the dog for a walk. After 2 months of feeding, Wang Kai had grown quite a bit larger than when he first arrived, and his energy was even more vigorous. Just as Zhang Yang was about to go out, Xu Damao sneakily came to the door, which surprised both Zhang Yang and Liu. Not long ago, after finishing the bottle of medicinal wine he exchanged with Zhang Yang, Xu Damao wanted to exchange more, but this time, no matter how high a price he offered, Zhang Yang refused to trade again. This made the petty Xu Damao resent Zhang Yang, and during this period, he hadn't spoken to either Zhang Yang or Liu. So, both Zhang Yang and Liu were surprised by Xu Damao's visit today. Xu Damao seemed to have forgotten the unpleasantness from before and greeted Zhang Yang enthusiastically. "Xiao Yang, going out to walk the dog again? Come on, let us go for a stroll together." Zhang Yang politely smiled, "Sure, brother Damao." Once they reached a deserted area, Xu Damao cautiously looked around and then mysteriously handed something to Zhang Yang. "Xiao Yang, how about you trade a bottle of medicinal wine for this? Your brother Damao is sincere." The heavy feeling in his hand made Zhang Yang immediately realize what Xu Damao was offering, a small yellow croaker. Here, the term small yellow croaker does not refer to the kind of small yellow croaker found in the sea, but is a colloquial term for a gold bar weighing 1 or 2 taels. Although Xu Damao is a popular projectionist nowadays, Zhang Yang is sure that this little yellow fish doesn't belong to him. It should be part of Liu Xiao'e's dowry. The attraction of gold to people is indeed incomparable to that of paper money. While Zhang Yang looked at the thick stack of black bills in the system space without any special feelings, he couldn't help but be enamored with this little yellow fish. After playing with it for a long time, he gritted his teeth and returned it to Xu Damao. "Brother Damao, it's not that I don't want to trade. It's just that I really don't have any medicinal wine on me right now. How about this? Give me some time to find more. As long as I run into that old man who trades medicinal wine again, I'll definitely trade more. Then I can come back and swap fish with you. How's that sound?" Seeing that Zhang Yang wasn't willing to part with a little yellow fish, Xu Damao could only sigh deeply and leave with a complicated expression. The medicinal wine Xu Damao traded with Zhang Yang last time was mostly used on the women outside. Recalling those women praising him, "Su Yi is amazing. Su Yi is really fierce." Xu Damao trembled with excitement. This time, he received a task to go down to the countryside to show movies. So Xu Damao didn't hesitate to steal Liu Xiao'e's dowry to trade with Zhang Yang for medicinal wine. But unexpectedly, Zhang Yang still said he didn't have any. Just thinking about the bragging he did with those young widows last time made Xu Damao's legs tremble. When Xu Damao finally fell asleep after tossing and turning until midnight, Jia Zhangshi suddenly woke up from her dream. What to do? She hadn't had her period for 2 months. Chapter 79. Jia Zhangshi is released from prison the next day. During work hours at the prison, Jia Zhangshi once again pleaded with the prison guard. "Leader, could you help me write another letter? I have urgent matters to discuss with my family." The guard looked displeased. "Zhang Xiao'e, didn't I just help you write a letter a while ago? It's only been a few days. You want to write another letter? Do you think this is a place where you can do whatever you want?" After being scolded by the guard, Jia Zhangshi stood there like a good child. After this time in prison, she understood that these guards were much more terrifying than the so-called leaders in the cell. Just as Jia Zhangshi was at a loss, the guard suddenly softened and said, "Zhang Xiao'e, do you want to get out early?" Jia Zhangshi was confused but quickly nodded yes. Seeing this, the guard smiled and explained the latest policy. "Zhang Xiao'e, due to the current food shortage in the prison, we encourage those with lighter crimes to pay fines instead of serving time. Your crime isn't serious, and you have the victim's understanding, so you can be one of those who can pay a fine instead of serving time. If you want to get out early, you can have your family bring the fine to get you out. How about it? Do you want to notify your family to pay the fine? After hearing the guard's words, Jia Zhangshi was overjoyed. Originally, she planned for Xiao'e to come and later find an opportunity to sneak in some abortion pills to get rid of the child without anyone knowing. But now, knowing this news, Jia Zhangshi immediately decided to have Xiao'e pay for her release. So, without even asking how much the fine was, she hurriedly said to the guard, "Leader, please write a letter to Xiao'e in our courtyard, asking him to bring money to get me out. And please tell him that this is all his debt to me, or I'll let everyone in the city know his true colors." Although the guard didn't understand why Jia Zhangshi wanted Xiao'e to bring the money instead of her family, she still followed Jia Zhangshi's request and wrote a letter to Xiao'e in the courtyard at number 95, Nanluo Guxiang. When Xiao'e received the letter, he was stunned. The letter stated that Jia Zhangshi wanted him to bring over 500 yuan to the prison to bail her out. 500 yuan. It would take Xiao'e at least 2 years to save that much money. Xiao'e's first reaction after reading the letter was to refuse to go. But he was afraid that if he didn't go, Jia Zhangshi might really expose what had happened between them out of anger. After a few days of anxious deliberation, Xiao'e finally decided to take the money to the prison to check the situation with Jia Zhangshi. In the prison visiting room, Jia Zhangshi glared fiercely at Xiao'e and said in a harsh tone, "Xiao'e, why did it take you so long to come? Don't you know how hard my life has been in here? Are you trying to keep me from getting out because of that little slut Qin Huairu?" Xiao'e felt intimidated by Jia Zhangshi's glare, but he still stubbornly replied, "How could that be? Aunt Jia? I was just working a few days ago." Jia Zhangshi couldn't be bothered to argue with Xiao'e. As long as she got out, she had plenty of ways to deal with him and Qin Huairu. Jia Zhangshi beckoned Xiao'e to come closer and put his ear next to her mouth. Left with no choice, Xiao'e had to endure the unpleasant smell and leaned in. At that moment, Jia Zhangshi suddenly became a bit shy. Her face flushed as she whispered to Xiao'e, "Xiao'e, I'm pregnant, and you're going to be a dad." "What?" Xiao'e, who was completely unprepared for this news, exclaimed in shock. At that moment, all eyes in the visiting room turned to Xiao'e and Jia Zhangshi. A guard approached with a stern expression and shouted, "What are you two doing? If you don't follow the visiting rules, this visit will end early. Do you hear me?" "Yes, yes, yes." After dealing with the guard, Jia Zhangshi glared at Xiao'e and said, "Xiao'e, if you keep shouting like that, everyone in the city will know about this." At this moment, Xiao'e had recovered from his initial shock. He incredulously whispered to Jia Zhangshi, "Aunt Jia, this can't be true. How could you possibly be pregnant at your age?" Jia Zhangshi scoffed. "What do you know, you young whippersnapper? I've seen plenty of old clams giving birth." "Xiao'e, you're not planning to deny responsibility, are you? Let me tell you, if you dare to deny it, I will report this news to the prison, and then, humph." Jia Zhangshi's threat was evident, and under such pressure, Xiao'e drooped his head like a wilted eggplant. After a long while, Xiao'e cautiously asked Jia Zhangshi, "Aunt Jia, how do you plan to handle this?" Jia Zhangshi's expression darkened as she countered, "Xiao'e, how do you plan to handle this child?" Xiao'e hesitated for a long time before finally gritting his teeth and saying, "Aunt Jia, I think it's better not to keep this child. Once I bail you out, we can find a good doctor to prescribe some medicine to get rid of it." Perhaps due to maternal instinct, Xiao'e's words made Jia Zhangshi's heart tighten. Although she hadn't figured out how to deal with the child, she still pretended to agree and nodded at Xiao'e. After completing a series of procedures, including paying the fine and signing a letter of repentance and guarantee, Jia Zhangshi was officially released from prison. Upon learning that Jia Zhangshi was pregnant, Xiao'e even kindly called for a cart and bought half a gina pork while passing the market. When they returned to the courtyard, Jia Zhangshi strutted in with her head held high, showing no signs of shame from her time in prison. Instead, she looked like a victorious general returning home. Yin Bugue was stunned, staring at Jia Zhangshi in disbelief. "Jia Zhangshi, how did you come back? Weren't you sentenced to 2 years? You didn't escape, did you?" Jia Zhangshi raised her head and glared at Yin Bugue, scolding, "Old stingy Yin, what nonsense are you talking about? I was released properly after Xiao'e helped me pay the 500 yuan fine. Escape? You try escaping and see what happens when the guards catch you. Xiao'e helped me. 500 yuan fine." Yin Bugue felt that the amount of information in Jia Zhangshi's statement was overwhelming. He really couldn't understand why Xiao'e was willing to spend 500 yuan to help Jia Zhangshi pay the fine. The commotion from Yin Buguei speaking with Jia Zhangshi quickly attracted the attention of the neighbors in the front courtyard, and they all came out to see what was going on. Chapter 80. Bonging demonstrates his skills ignoring the onlookers. Jia Zhangshi went back to the middle courtyard. Seeing Qin Huairu washing clothes, she couldn't help but frown. Qin Huairu, why are you still washing clothes? Don't you know I was released from prison today? Couldn't you have prepared some good dishes at home to welcome me? Qin Huairu was visibly taken aback when she saw Jia Zhangshi and asked in confusion, Mom, how did you get out early? Weren't you sentenced to 2 years? Seeing that even Qin Huairu didn't know she was released today, Jia Zhangshi turned her gaze to Xiao'e. Xiao'e awkwardly said, Aunt Jia, I just wanted to give Sister Qin and the neighbors a surprise, Of course, Xiao'e's pale excuse couldn't fool Jia Zhangshi, but her mood was good today, so she didn't bother to argue with him. Xiao'e, hurry up and make me something good to eat. Jia Zhangshi snorted coldly and, after giving Xiao'e this order, held her head high and went back inside. That evening, in the eastern wing of the middle courtyard, the Jia family's dinner was particularly lavish. Braised pork, scrambled eggs, fried potatoes, and stir-fried cabbage, 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes, totaling 4. The rich aroma made everyone in the Jia family salivate. As soon as they started eating, Jia Zhangshi pushed the plates of braised pork and scrambled eggs in front of herself, giving Xiao'e just a small piece of meat and an egg, and poured the rest of the meat dishes into her large bowl. Having been starved in prison, Jia Zhangshi, smelling the long-lost fragrance of meat dishes, drooled like a wild dog that caught a whiff of food, and the drool dripped into her bowl. Jia Zhangshi immediately buried her head in the large bowl and began to eat ravenously, like a pig. Seeing the scene, Qin Huairu and Xiao'e both felt a wave of nausea. They thought, this dead fat woman is really disgusting. Why didn't she just die in prison? Now that Jia Zhangshi was back, Xiao'e had no choice but to move back to his old house in the Jia family. After such a long time of ventilation, and with the temperature having dropped significantly, while the old house still had a foul smell, it was at least livable. That night, lying in bed, Xiao'e thought again about Jia Zhangshi's pregnancy. For most men, they have a special feeling for their first child, and thinking about having to personally kill his first child made Xiao'e feel a bit sad. Sigh, if this child were mine and Sister Qin's, that would be great. With complicated feelings, Xiao'e tossed and turned in bed for a long time before finally dozing off. In the blink of an eye, a week passed. During this week, Xiao'e had tried several times to get Jia Zhangshi to take the abortion pills he bought, but each time she refused with various excuses. Since returning to the courtyard, Jia Zhangshi's attitude had changed. Perhaps because she was pregnant with Xiao'e's child, she found him more pleasing to the eye. Xiao'e was obedient and a sought-after cook, so Jia Zhangshi thought that being with him was much better than being with Qin Huairu. Moreover, with Jia Dongxi gone, Jia Zhangshi secretly hoped to have another child of her own, so she even entertained the thought of marrying Xiao'e and giving birth to this child. Having this thought, Jia Zhangshi had hinted at this idea to Xiao'e, but he rejected it. Both of them knew this matter was not to be made public, so they left some leeway and didn't speak openly, resulting in Jia Zhangshi's abortion plan temporarily falling into an awkward stalemate. With half a month until the end of the year, to celebrate New Year's Day, the steel plant primary school planned to organize a cultural performance. Upon receiving the notice, each class actively prepared programs, intending to show off at the performance. Unlike other classes that prepared with the help of teachers, Ran Xiao'e decided to let the students in Class 1 of Grade 2 volunteer to perform. Any student who wanted to participate could perform a program at the podium, and then the whole class would vote to select one favorite to represent them in the school performance. Singing, dancing, crosstalk, recitation, many talented students volunteered to perform at the podium. Bonging sat in his seat, watching a classmate perform Tai Chi on stage, with a look of disdain. After that classmate finished a set of Tai Chi, the other students in Class 1 of Grade 2 all applauded, while Bonging quietly boasted to the person next to him, can this be called Kung Fu? The skills I learned from my Xiao'e are the most powerful. Hearing Bonging's words, someone immediately heckled, Bonging, if you say you're so great, why don't you come up and perform? Yeah, who can't brag? Hey, stop talking, Bonging is just bragging. Bonging's conversation with a classmate quickly caught the attention of Ran Xiao'e and Yin Bugui. So, Ran Xiao'e encouraged Bonging, Jiagong, if you can do martial arts. Why don't you come up and show your classmates? Recalling Shaju's instruction not to reveal the secret, Bonging hesitated. At this moment, Yin Bugui smiled at Ran Xiao'e and said, Teacher Ran, you shouldn't make it difficult for Bonging. I live in the same courtyard as him, and I know whether he could do martial arts. He's just bragging. Provoked by Yin Bugui, Bonging could no longer hold back. He stood up and shouted loudly to everyone, Today I'll let you know what real kung fu is. Under everyone's gaze, Bonging walked to the podium and coolly took off his pants. All the girls covered their eyes and refused to look. Ran Xiao'e screamed while covering her eyes, pleading with Yin Bugui, Teacher Yin, please quickly pull up Bonging's pants and take them to the office. Fortunately, Bonging was still very young. If he were any older, he might have been sent to a juvenile detention center for indecency. Under the pressure and temptation of the school security staff, Bonging openly explained to everyone how he learned this martial art. Bonging detailed the whole process very carefully, even mimicking the expression of Shaju with Qin Huairu's pants in a humorous way. After understanding the whole situation, those who initially found Bonging somewhat detestable couldn't help but feel sympathy for him. Yin Bugui and the other male teachers worked hard to make Bonging realize that he wasn't practicing martial arts, but doing something very shameful. This made Bonging, who now knew the truth, want to kill Shaju. Although Shaju's actions were perverted and unethical, it was unclear if they constituted a crime. The indecisive school leaders ultimately decided to inform Bonging's family about the incident privately and let them decide whether to report it to the police. Since Ran Xiao'e was a female teacher, it was not appropriate for her to discuss such matters, so the task of informing Bonging's parents was assigned to Yin Bugui, who lived in the same courtyard at number 95 Naluo Guxiang. That afternoon, after school at the steel plant primary school, Yin Bugui unusually gave Bonging a ride home. Chapter 81. Yin Bugui schemes against Shaju after returning to the courtyard. The crafty Yin Bugui did not immediately tell Zhang about what happened at school today. He planned to use this news to gain some benefits from Shaju first. In the evening, as Shaju entered the front courtyard holding a lunchbox, he was stopped by Yin Bugui, who had been waiting for a long time. Yin Bugui had a displeased expression. Shaju, you finally came back. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Shaju impatiently said, Third uncle, I didn't ask you to wait for me here. Just say what you need to say. Shaju's attitude made Yin Bugui dissatisfied. He ominously asked Shaju, what kind of martial arts were you practicing with Qin Huairu's underwear in the middle of the night? I didn't know there was such a thing. Yin Bugui's words made Shaju's face change dramatically. He nervously looked around before sheepishly pretending to be clueless. Third uncle, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Yin Bugui didn't respond directly. He simply said, Shaju, you don't understand, right? In that case, I'll discuss with old E about holding a meeting for all residents to talk about how Banging performed martial arts in front of the whole class today. We need to see who would do something so shameless to a child. Upon hearing this, Shaju immediately cowered and pleaded, Third uncle, I'm begging you. Please don't let this matter out, or I'll have no face left to live. Seeing Shaju back down, Yin Bugui's expression improved slightly. He said with a pained look, Shaju, how could you teach Banging to do such a thing? You know how much damage it has caused Banging and his classmates for him to perform the so-called martial arts you taught in front of everyone? You are poisoning the flowers of our motherland. You are a sinner of socialism. Shaju hurriedly nodded, Yes. Third uncle, you are right. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. I specifically told Banging not to let this matter out, but who knew? Third uncle, you must help me. As long as you promise not to let this matter out, I, Shaju, will definitely repay you well. Yin Bugui looked troubled. Shaju, you are making me commit a mistake. The school leaders know that I am the respected third uncle in our courtyard. Thus, my task from the leadership is to organize a meeting to criticize your actions upon returning. If you don't let me tell this matter, aren't you putting me in a difficult position? Hearing this, Shaju became anxious and scratched his head. At this moment, Yin Bugui shifted his tone. Shaju, actually, I think this matter is not suitable for a full courtyard meeting. After all, it is not very glorious. Holding a meeting might cause even greater harm to Bonging's young heart. but holding a meeting is also an order from our leaders. Sigh. Xiao'e, third uncle, is really in a difficult position. Having lived in the courtyard for so long, Xiao'e knew well what kind of person Yan Bugui was. Afraid of social death, Xiao'e immediately declared, "Third uncle, as long as you don't hold a full courtyard meeting, I'll give you 5 or even 10 yuan as a reward. What do you think?" Upon hearing the number 10, Yan Bugui's heart instantly blossomed with joy, but he pretended to hesitate for a while before gritting his teeth and agreeing. Sigh. For the sake of caring for the future flowers of our motherland, I, third uncle, will help you this once. After saying this, Yan Bugui opened his palm towards Xiao'e. After Xiao'e paid, Yan Bugui instructed him, "Xiao'e, go home and give Zhang and Qin Huairu a heads up. Although we want to hold a full courtyard meeting, I still have to inform Banging's parents about this." After giving this instruction, Yan Bugui didn't wait for Xiao'e's response and happily took the 10 yuan home. Xiao'e returned to the courtyard with a heavy heart. While he was still thinking about how to deal with Zhang and Qin Huairu, a sudden roar came from the Jia household. Zhang glared angrily. "Xiao'e, you shameless thing, come here right now." Indeed, Banging had already cried and told Zhang and Qin Huairu everything about how he learned martial arts from Xiao'e, how he performed at school, and how he was scolded by the teacher. After hearing the news, both of them were filled with anger towards Xiao'e. Xiao'e timidly walked towards the Jia household. As soon as he entered the house, Banging rushed at him with a kitchen knife, screaming, which startled everyone. However, Banging was just a child and was quickly disarmed by Xiao'e. Without a weapon, Banging could only continue to punch and kick Xiao'e. Knowing he was in the wrong, Xiao'e chose to silently endure Banging's almost frenzied outburst. Seeing Banging in such a mad state, Zhang and Qin Huairu were worried he might hurt himself. So to avoid further provoking Banging, they had to let Xiao'e leave for now and wait until Banging calmed down to settle accounts with him. The commotion in the Jia household inevitably attracted the attention of the other residents in the courtyard, who gathered to watch the spectacle. "Hey, why does Banging suddenly hate Xiao'e so much? Didn't he call him Uncle Xiao'e just a few days ago? Who knows? Maybe Xiao'e offended Banging somehow. Hee. Do you think it could be that Xiao'e and Qin Huairu were seen together, so? Bro, keep analyzing. The neighbors' discussions made Xiao'e and Qin Huairu so embarrassed that they wished they could find a hole to hide in. Xiao'e clenched his fists, wanting to teach these gossipers a lesson, but he felt too guilty to act. In this agony, Xiao'e simply went home, closed the door, and played ostrich. After all, he had already dealt with Yan Bugui, and in a few days, this matter would gradually die down. As the saying goes, the tree wishes for calm, but the wind does not stop. After the crowd in the courtyard gradually dispersed, Yan Bugui slowly walked into the Jia household. Since Banging had already told Qin Huairu and Zhang everything that happened at school, Yan Bugui didn't say much more. Upon returning home, Yan Bugui felt increasingly pleased with the 10 yuan he made off Xiao'e that day, so he couldn't help but share the story with his wife, third aunt. After receiving a series of compliments from third aunt, Yan Bugui went to bed satisfied. The next day, after Zhang Yang got off work and returned home, Li Yu excitedly said to him, "Brother Yang, do you know why Banging reacted that way towards Xiao'e yesterday?" It turns out Xiao'e tricked Banging into thinking he was practicing martial arts with Qin Huairu's underwear, and Banging believed it. Brother Yang, Xiao'e seems to be quite honest, but who knew he could be so bad? Chapter 82, Promotion to Deputy Subject. It is almost impossible to make a woman keep a secret. Although Yan Bugui specifically instructed third aunt not to spread the word, within just one day, this matter became known to everyone in the courtyard. Another day passed, and after work, when Zhang Yang returned home, Li Yu excitedly said to him again, "Brother Yang, there's a new rumor about Xiao'e and the Jia family. It is said that after using Qin Huairu's underwear too much, Xiao'e was unsatisfied and brazenly took action against Qin Huairu. Qin Huairu half-heartedly accepted, but unexpectedly. During one of their secret encounters, Banging discovered them, which is why he wanted to kill Xiao'e." After listening to Li Yu's animated recounting, Zhang Yang could only sigh and admire the creativity of the person who came up with this story. What talent! Since Li Yu heard these rumors, the other residents in the courtyard must have heard them too. As the saying goes, words can be terrifying, especially in this era that values reputation. Originally, there were many rumors about widows, and after hearing these rumors, Xiao'e and Qin Huairu were anxious. They feared that once this matter reached the steel factory, it would affect their work. However, the shrewd Jia Zhangshi saw an opportunity in this. That night, while Xiao'e was drinking alone at home, Jia Zhangshi quietly came to his door. Jia Zhangshi went straight to the point. "Xiao'e, aren't you going to resolve the rumors about you and my daughter-in-law? If this continues, you two will be dragged through the streets." Xiao'e despondently replied, "Aunt Jia, what can I do? The mouths are on other people. Can I stop them from talking? When it really comes to the point of being paraded through the streets, I will actively confess to protect Sister Qin's reputation." The words of the silly Zhu made Jia Zhangshi very jealous, but recalling the purpose of her trip, Jia Zhangshi suppressed her anger and said, "Silly Zhu, I actually have a great idea that will achieve multiple benefits. Do you want to hear it?" Upon hearing this, silly Zhu's eyes lit up, and he eagerly asked, "Aunt Jia, what good idea do you have? Please tell me." Jia Zhangshi blushed and shyly said, "Zhuzi, do you remember what you said to Aunt Jia that night?" Silly Zhu scratched his head in confusion and replied, "Which night? What did I say? I've said too much to Aunt Jia." Jia Zhangshi's smile froze on her face, and she continued somewhat displeased. "Which night could it be? Of course, it was the night we did that thing. Zhuzi, you were holding Annie's hand and said how good Annie was." Silly Zhu remained silent, and Jia Zhangshi continued to speak to herself. "Zhuzi, how about you marry Aunt Jia? As long as we get married, the rumors about you and Huairu will naturally fall apart. Then we won't have to worry about having kids. In a few months, you can become a dad directly. How great is that? Zhuzi, you're capable, and in the future, you will definitely be able to support us both." The more Jia Zhangshi envisioned the future, the more cold sweat Silly Zhu felt. After listening for a while, Silly Zhu, bolstered by the alcohol, impatiently said, "Aunt Jia, you should go back now. I want to sleep." After sending Jia Zhangshi away, Silly Zhu went to bed early. That night, Silly Zhu had an incredibly vivid dream where he not only married Jia Zhangshi, but also had a big fat son with her, and he was so happy he couldn't stop smiling. However, upon waking up, Silly Zhu felt not joy but a deep fear. He truly couldn't imagine the day he would marry Jia Zhangshi. On December 28, 1960, the steel plant officially announced the establishment of the Agricultural Machinery Branch. The secretary of the Agricultural Machinery Branch would be Li Huaid, and the director would be Director Huang. Although Director Huang seemed to have changed from the top leader to a second-in-command, in reality, he had achieved a significant promotion from a department head to a deputy bureau level. Among the many personnel arrangements in the agricultural machinery factory, the appointment of Zhang Yang as deputy section chief of the technology department seemed insignificant, but for him, it was a historic breakthrough. From now on, Zhang Yang would be a proper administrative-level deputy section leader. Among the workers who came to watch the excitement, few paid attention to Zhang Yang's name. Most focused on the names of those above the department level. However, there are always exceptions. For someone like Liu Haizhong, who was obsessed with official positions, he carefully read through every leader's name. When he first saw the name Zhang Yang, he thought there was another person with the same name. After all, Zhang Yang had just been promoted from a worker to a technician. How could he suddenly become a deputy section chief? But after looking at Zhang Yang's original position, Liu Haizhong confirmed that it was indeed the Zhang Yang from the institute. At this moment, a strong feeling of jealousy arose in Liu Haizhong's heart. A deputy section chief. This was a real leadership position, and no one from their courtyard had ever held a genuine leadership role. Even Yi Zhonghai, while a respected elder in the courtyard and an 8th-level worker in the plant, ultimately had no real power. Liu Haizhong had always dreamed of becoming a leader, wanted to experience the feeling of holding power. After the initial jealousy wore off, Liu Haizhong's mind began to churn again. Zhang Yang could rise from an ordinary worker to a technician and then to a cadre so quickly. He must have had help from someone powerful. If he could also connect with that line, wouldn't he also be able to become a cadre? The more he thought about it, the more beautiful it seemed. And Liu Haizhong immediately decided that he must build a good relationship with Zhang Yang in hopes of one day becoming a leader himself. After work today, Zhang Yang did not go home immediately. Instead, he took 2 bottles of medicinal wine and a bulging envelope to wait near Li Huai's house. Zhang Yang waited for over an hour before Li Huai finally returned home in a car. After waiting another 10 minutes, Zhang Yang knocked on Li Huai's door. The aunt at Li's house recognized Zhang Yang and went directly to report to Li Huai. Before long, Zhang Yang was invited in the Li family's living room. Li Huai pointed to a cup of tea and said, "Xiao'e, you must have waited a long time outside. Come, have a cup of tea to warm yourself." Zhang Yang quickly bowed and said, "Thank you, leader." Seeing the medicinal wine on the coffee table, Li Huai's eyes lit up, and he praised Xiao'e. "You are a grateful and thoughtful person. I didn't misjudge you. However, I see that you must have other purposes for this visit besides just delivering wine, right?" Zhang Yang sincerely exclaimed, "The leader is indeed perceptive. Even my little thoughts cannot escape your keen eyes." Li Huai laughed heartily. "Xiao'e, you're quite direct with your flattery. Now, tell me, what else do you need my help with today?" Under Li Huai's gaze, Zhang Yang took out the bulging envelope from his arms and handed it to Li Huai. Then, feeling a bit embarrassed, he said, "Leader, my spouse still has a rural household registration and doesn't have a job. With the establishment of the agricultural machinery branch, I believe there must be many vacancies in the factory. So he. Chapter 83. Li Yu's employment. Although Zhang Yang didn't finish a sentence, Li Huai already understood his meaning. After squeezing the envelope, Li Huai smiled and said, "Xiao'e, the logistics department is in need of a clerk. You can bring your spouse to handle the employment procedures the day after tomorrow." Li Huai's words delighted Zhang Yang immensely. It was worth the 1,000 yuan he had stuffed inside. Nowadays, just to buy a position as an ordinary worker would not cost 1,000 yuan. But for a relaxed and decent position like a clerk in the logistics department, it was definitely not just about the money. Zhang Yang expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, leader. I will always remember your kindness. You can just let me know if you need anything in the future." "You are too polite. Arranging a job for your spouse is also to relieve your worries, so you can work better and contribute to the country." Zhang Yang's attitude made Li Huai very satisfied. The clerk position in the logistics department was highly sought after. The reason he decided to give that spot to Zhang Yang, in addition to valuing Zhang Yang's medicinal wine, was that he felt Zhang Yang was capable and knew how to handle matters. So he generously offered this spot to win people's hearts. After thanking Li Huai again, Zhang Yang returned to the courtyard with a beaming face. Upon arriving home, Li was about to say something to Zhang Yang when he picked her up and spun her around. "Hey, Yang, what's wrong with you today?" Li Yu shouted softly, playfully tapping Zhang Yang's shoulder a few times. Zhang Yang, full of joy, said, "Xiao'e, today is a double blessing for our family. I was officially appointed as the Deputy Section Chief of the Technology Department in the Agricultural Machinery Branch of the steel plant. From now on, your man is a genuine leadership cadre. And also, Xiao'e, you have a job now, and it's as a clerk in the logistics department of the steel plant. You can go with me to handle the employment procedures the day after tomorrow." "Ah, is it true?" "Yang," Li Yu exclaimed excitedly, then tightly hugged Zhang Yang. "Yang, you are amazing. This is wonderful." Since Li Yu had a rural household registration and no formal job, even though she married Zhang Yang, she still had no grain book in the city. Li Yu used to be able to feed the cows for the brigade in the countryside to earn work points. Nowadays, apart from tidying up the house, she has nothing to do every day, which makes her feel anxious. But now it's good. She also has a job, and she can earn money just like Zhang Yang. After cheering for a while, Li Yu came back to her senses and said to Zhang Yang, "Yang, no wonder Uncle Air from the backyard came to invite you for dinner today and said he must invite the leader. I was puzzled at the time, but now it seems Uncle Air must have known you became a leader and wanted to treat you to dinner. Yang, if he comes to invite you again tomorrow, will you go?" Zhang Yang shook his head. "The food at Lu Haizhong's place isn't good, and our family doesn't lack for food, so I think I won't go." The next day after work, Lu Haizhong indeed came to invite Zhang Yang to dinner again, but Zhang Yang politely declined. The following morning, Zhang Yang rode his bike with Li Yu to the steel mill for work, which attracted a lot of attention from their co-workers along the way. Facing the inquiries from his co-workers, Zhang Yang held Li Yu's hand and introduced her generously, since they would find out sooner or later anyway. When the co-workers heard that Li Yu was also working at the steel mill, they were envious but also very respectful. They couldn't help but praise Li Yu as if she were a fairy, which made her blush. The couple also ran into Zhang Muji at the factory gate. Upon learning that Li Yu was also working at the steel mill, Zhang Muji praised Zhang Yang profusely. Being at such a large factory for the first time made Li Yu a bit nervous and timid, so she closely followed Zhang Yang, afraid of getting lost. Since Li Huai had already made arrangements in advance, Li Yu's onboarding process went very smoothly. The leaders in the logistics department knew that Li Yu was connected to Li Huai, so they were very kind to her. After a day of getting familiarized, Li Yu finally had a rough understanding of the duties of a logistics department staff member. When it was time to get off work, Li Yu took the initiative for the first time to suggest to Zhang Yang, "Yang, let's go buy a chicken and some meat at the market to celebrate. Tomorrow is New Year's Day, and we have a day off." Zhang Yang naturally agreed enthusiastically. When the two returned to the courtyard after visiting the market, the news had already spread, and everyone in the courtyard was buzzing with excitement. The residents were shocked to learn that Zhang Yang had become a deputy section chief, and that Li Yu was also working at the steel mill as a staff member in the logistics department. How long has it been? Zhang Yang had transformed from a down-and-out unlucky guy into a leader. Originally marrying an unremarkable rural girl, she had now become a worker, and even a staff member in the logistics department of the steel mill. This was truly a case of a sparrow turning into a phoenix. No one knew whose luck was shining on whom. Although everyone felt jealous, their bodies were honest. They rushed forward to congratulate Zhang Yang and Li Yu, showering them with compliments as if they were free, eager to share in their good fortune. This is probably what they mean by the poor are ignored in the bustling city, while the rich have distant relatives in the mountains. The warmth and coldness of human relationships can be seen in this. Xiao'e, Li Yu, congratulations. Your family now has a leader and dual incomes. This is a great blessing. Why not take advantage of tomorrow's New Year's Day to set up a few tables in the courtyard to celebrate, letting the neighbors share in the joy? As soon as Yanbu spoke, Shaju chimed in. Yes, Zhang Yang, you can't be stingy about such a big celebration. How about this? I'll help you cook for free tomorrow. At this moment, Lu Haizhong also smiled and said, Xiao'e, I have a few bottles of good wine at home. I'll bring the wine, and we'll celebrate with a few drinks. Yizhong Hai stood among the crowd, gloating as he watched Zhang Yang. Although he didn't speak, the idea was his. He took advantage of Yanbu Gui's tendency to benefit from others and had him take the lead, then used his good buddy Sha Zhu to stoke the fire. Finally pulling in Lu Haizhong, who wanted to get closer to Zhang Yang, completely setting Zhang Yang up. If Zhang Yang refused at this point, he would definitely offend everyone in the courtyard, but if he didn't refuse, it would cost him a lot. Seeing the situation develop just as he had anticipated, Yizhong Hai couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. Chapter 84. Promotion and treating guests. When Zhang Yang smiled and remained silent, Sha Zhu shamelessly said, Zhang Yang, honestly, if it weren't for the care of the neighbors in the courtyard, would you be enjoying such good days now? Let us not even mention anything else. Just think about the time you were injured. If it weren't for Uncle Da's help, you might not have made it. Zhang Yang, I think you shouldn't hesitate. Just agree quickly. Go to the market early tomorrow to buy some good dishes and set up a few tables to let the neighbors share in the joy. After Sha Zhu finished speaking, Yizhong Hai felt it was time for him to step in. With his hands behind his back and a feigned expression of deep suffering, he advised Zhang Yang, Xiao'e, Zhuzi is right. Our courtyard is like a big family. When someone has a happy event, we should celebrate. You are a part of our courtyard, part of this big family. You can't think about separating yourself from the collective. Under Yizhong Hai's moral persuasion, the residents couldn't help but nod repeatedly, all looking eagerly at Zhang Yang. At this time, some residents who wanted to benefit started chiming in. Yes, Xiao'e, we are all in the same courtyard. We should celebrate. That's right. We can't separate from the collective. After all, distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. When something happens, we still have to rely on neighbors like us. Everyone spoke one after another. Although no one dared to directly tell Zhang Yang, the meaning was clear. Zhang Yang sneered inwardly. Did they think mere moral coercion could handle him? After making up his mind, Zhang Yang smiled broadly at everyone and said, I originally thought this small matter didn't need to trouble everyone, but I never expected everyone to be so enthusiastic. Since that's the case, I'll set up a few tables for everyone to enjoy. However, I must clarify first, since we are all in the same courtyard. Just a small contribution will do. No need to give more. After saying that, Zhang Yang turned his gaze to Lu Haizhong. Uncle Heir, you just said you would bring 2 bottles of good wine, right? In my opinion, there's no need to bring wine. Uncle Heir, just convert that into cash. Uncle Heir, what kind of good wine are you talking about? Lu Haizhong, looking excited, replied, Xiao'e, this wine is genuine Wuliangya. It would still cost 3 yuan a bottle with a ticket. If you want to convert it into cash, I'll just round it up and give 10 yuan as a contribution. Lu Haizhong's words left everyone in the courtyard stunned. They were just hoping to benefit from a free meal, but now they had to contribute. Nowadays, ordinary people only give a few dimes for weddings. Lu Haizhong was offering 10 yuan, which was practically giving Zhang Yang money. Moreover, since Lu Haizhong had said he would contribute 10 yuan, they couldn't contribute less than that, or they'd lose face. Zhang Yang smiled at Yizhong Hai and Yanbu Gui. Uncle Heir is indeed the one in charge in our courtyard. He knows how to handle things. I believe Uncle De and Uncle Sin won't be too far behind, right? Yanbu Gui replied solemnly, Xiao'e. I just remembered I have something to do tomorrow, so I can't make it to your banquet. Sorry, Xiao'e. With Yanbu Gui leading the way, the residents began to come up with reasons. In the end, only Lu Haizhong, Xu Damao, and a resident from the front yard named Lu Kaishan expressed their intention to come. The next morning, even though it was New Year's Day, the courtyard was strangely quiet. It turned out that most residents didn't want to contribute and had made up excuses, fearing that staying in the courtyard would provoke Zhang Yang's resentment. So they chose to go out. As mealtime approached, Uncle Heir and the others seemed to have agreed to come over together. Seeing the large black 10 yuan note handed over by Uncle Heir, Aunt Heir clutched her chest in distress. 10 yuan? How much cornmeal could that buy? Noticing this, Xu Damao and LV Kaishan also took out their money, but Zhang Yang smiled and pushed the money back. Uncle Heir, Brother Damao, and Brother Kaishan, your intentions are appreciated, but I can't accept this money. Hearing this, everyone was taken aback, but Aunt Heir was overjoyed. Zhang Yang said seriously, it's enough for you all to come. It's just a meal. How could I really take 10 yuan as a contribution? In the entire 49 city, no one collects contributions like this. Zhang Yang's words filled everyone with joy. They were glad they had made the right choice. Clearly, Zhang Yang had said that to test the neighbors in the courtyard. Braised chicken pieces, pork stew with vermicelli, fried peanuts, stir-fried shredded potatoes, stir-fried greens, stir-fried cabbage, 6 dishes plus plenty of steamed cornbread. This level of hospitality was already more sumptuous than most families during the new year. While everyone enjoyed the meal, they also sent their blessings to Zhang Yang and Li Yu. After 3 rounds of drinks, with a bit of alcohol in him, Lu Haizhong began to probe Zhang Yang. Xiao'e, you became a leader so quickly and even got Li Yu into the factory. There must be some big leader behind you who appreciates you, right? Zhang Yang laughed it off. Not at all. I just made a small contribution to the factory before, plus I was lucky. No matter how the others probed, Zhang Yang remained unmoved. In the outskirts of 49 City, at the Qin Brigade, Qin Huairu took advantage of the holiday to bring a few children back to her family. During the time when Jia Zhangshi was in prison, Qin Huairu saved up a little private money, so this time she surprisingly bought some gifts, which astonished the Qin family. Bang Gung experienced a rare sense of superiority here. Just a few pieces of fruit candy made him gain the status of an older brother. Today was New Year's Day, and the commune held a celebration. Bang Gung joined the group of children picking up unexploded firecrackers to play with. They used the firecrackers they found to blow up mud and blast tree holes. Having a great time. Firecrackers in this era were much wilder than in the future. Both adults and children loved the powerful ones. Bang Gung was indeed lucky. He found 2 firecrackers the size of fists that hadn't gone off. These 2 giants made many kids cry with envy, and under everyone's urging, Bang Gung decided to contribute one to play with together. With a loud bang, the children were shocked by the power of the firecracker. Everyone wanted to set off the remaining one as well, but Bang Gung was a bit reluctant. He decided to take it back to 49 City to show off in front of his friends. Today, Shaju took Jia Zhangshi to see his so-called miracle doctor. It was said that this miracle doctor's abortion technique was unparalleled. After taking a bowl of his special medicine, one could have a painless abortion. Although Jia Zhangshi didn't want to abort the child, Shaju insisted, leaving her with no choice. The longer they delayed, the greater the risk of their secret being exposed. So after careful consideration, Jia Zhangshi decided to listen to Xiao'e and have the abortion. In the end, the two bought a packet of abortion medicine from the miracle doctor at the high price of 10 yuan. Chapter 85. Xiao'e's good brother gets hurt in the evening. Residents of the courtyard who had been out return home. Upon learning that Zhang Yang had not accepted contributions for the meal, they suddenly realized their mistake and regretted it. Slapping their thighs, Yin Bugue regretted so much that he wanted to smash his abacus at home, muttering, I miscalculated. Yin Jieqing and Yu Li sighed beside him, complaining about third uncle's miserly calculations. After all the scheming, he ended up worse off than Lu Haizhong, who had drunk Zhang Yang's wine today and might have made a connection with him, possibly benefiting in the future. But you, with your meticulous calculations, want to enjoy someone else's feast while being stingy with contributions. People like that are hardly worth dealing with. In the dead of night, Jia Zhangshi quietly got out of bed and stealthily walked towards Xiao'e's room. After removing the lock from Yi Zhonghai's door, she easily slipped inside. In the room, Xiao'e sat on the bed, looking lifeless, clearly having anticipated Jia Zhangshi's arrival. Jia Zhangshi, full of expectation, said, Zhuzi, you must perform well tonight. If you let me experience the joy of that night again, I promise to take the abortion medicine tomorrow. She handed him a packet of excitement medicine she had secretly bought from the miracle doctor that day. Looking at the eager Jia Zhangshi, Xiao'e could only helplessly take the medicine. I must say that the miracle doctor really had some skills. Although the medicine's effect wasn't as good as super kidney treasure, it was still quite noticeable. However, it was uncertain whether taking this medicine would harm his health. After 2 rounds of battling, Xiao'e pleaded, Aunt Jia, how about we stop here for tonight? I am tired. Xiao'e's passive attitude displeased Jia Zhangshi, who complained, Xiao'e, is this all you've got? You can't even handle it now that I'm here? Useless. Just lie down and let me take care of it. After changing positions, the two resumed their activities. Just when they were in the heat of the moment, whether it was due to Jia Zhangshi being too heavy or her movements being too vigorous, Xiao'e suddenly let out a painful scream. This sudden cry startled Jia Zhangshi, who quickly covered Xiao'e's mouth, anxiously saying, Zhuzi, what are you doing? Keep it down. Aren't you afraid of waking up the people in the courtyard? Hearing this, Xiao'e gritted his teeth in pain and whispered to Jia Zhangshi, Aunt Jia, I feel like my brother is broken. It hurts so much. Please let me see my brother. Xiao'e's contorted face frightened Jia Zhangshi. Seeing that Xiao'e's pain seemed genuine, she quickly turned on the room's light. Once the light was on, both of them were shocked by the sight of Xiao'e's brother, which had swollen to several times its normal size, looking as if it might explode at any moment. At that moment, Jia Zhangshi was truly frightened. She worried that Xiao'e's brother might burst, leading to Xiao'e dying on the bed. So she hurriedly suggested to Xiao'e, Zhuzi, it seems like your brother has a problem. It looks quite scary. Why don't you hurry and go to the hospital? Xiao'e was more aware of his brother's situation than Jia Zhangshi, since she couldn't feel the piercing pain. Although he was in excruciating pain, Xiao'e still remembered that their relationship couldn't be exposed, so he forced himself to say to Jia Zhangshi, Aunt Jia, you should go home. I need to call Uncle E to take me to the hospital. I really can't stand it anymore. All right, Zhuzi, take care of yourself. I'll head back now. Seeing the situation was urgent, Jia Zhangshi surprisingly obeyed. Once she returned to the east wing, Xiao'e hurriedly hunched over and walked towards Yi Zhonghai's house. Uncle E, open the door. It's me, Zhuzi. Uncle E, open the door. It's me, Zhuzi. Xiao'e endured the pain, quietly crying out while knocking on Yi Zhonghai's door. It was the middle of the night, and Yi Zhonghai and Aunt Yi were sleeping soundly, so they didn't hear Xiao'e's cries for help. With no other choice, Xiao'e had to knock harder. Aunt Yi, who had a light sleep, vaguely heard someone knocking on the door, so she shook Yi Zhonghai and said, Old, can you hear someone knocking on her door? Yi Zhonghai, being a good father to Xiao'e, immediately recognized it was his son calling for help, so he quickly woke up. Old partner, it seems to be Zhuzi's voice. Wait a moment, I'll get up and take a look. As Yi Zhonghai opened the door, Xiao'e suddenly stumbled in. Yi Zhonghai quickly reached out to support his good son, preventing Xiao'e from falling to the ground. Seeing Xiao'e's pale face and cold sweat pouring down, Yi Zhonghai felt all the hair on his body stand on end from fright. Xiao'e leaned against Yi Zhonghai with one hand, while the other hand tightly covered his groin. gasping for breath as he pleaded with Yi Zhonghai. "Uncle Yi, please help me. Hurry and take me to the hospital, or it might be too late." Seeing that Xiao'e's condition was extremely urgent, Yi Zhonghai didn't have time to think too much and immediately considered how to help Xiao'e. Xiao'e was not small in stature, and Yi Zhonghai felt that he couldn't manage it alone. After helping Xiao'e sit down on a stool, he prepared to find the neighbors in the courtyard for help. The first person Yi Zhonghai thought of was Zhang Yang, as he lived nearby, was young and strong, and had a bicycle. But just as he approached Zhang Yang's room, a fierce barking erupted. Woof, 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 woof. Wang Kai had now grown into a subadult, robust and strong. His barking woke up most of the residents in the courtyard. This was the first time Wang Kai had barked in the middle of the night, and everyone speculated whether there was a thief in the courtyard. So they all put on their clothes and went out to check. Zhang Yang put on his clothes, opened the door, and after calming Wang Kai down, he asked Yi Zhonghai with an annoyed expression, "Uncle Yi, why are you out in front of my door at this hour?" Yi Zhonghai anxiously replied, "Xiao'e, I'm really sorry to disturb your rest. Xiao'e is having a medical emergency tonight. I can't handle it alone. I need your help. Xiao'e, this is a matter of life and death." At this moment, other residents also came to the courtyard one after another. Although they were somewhat dissatisfied about being woken up, once they learned it was Xiao'e's medical emergency, they felt too embarrassed to say anything further. After all, no one could guarantee that they wouldn't have a headache or fever themselves in the future, and at that time, they would also disturb the neighbors. Chapter 86. The enthusiastic Xu Damao. It must be said that the people of this era are much more enthusiastic than those of later generations. Upon hearing the words life and death, several residents quickly volunteered to help. Zhang Yang seriously asked Yi Zhonghai, "Uncle Yi, what exactly is wrong with Xiao'e? How is his condition now? I know a little about first aid, and if Xiao'e is really in urgent need, we can do some first aid measures." Yi Zhonghai thought Zhang Yang's words made sense, so he quickly invited everyone into the house. Inside, Xiao'e was holding his groin with one hand and supporting himself on the table with the other, his face pale as he endured the excruciating pain. When he suddenly saw so many people come in, his face turned from white to red. Yi Zhonghai explained to Xiao'e, "Zhuzi, everyone is very concerned about you. Xiao'e also knows some first aid methods. You should tell everyone where it hurts so they can help think of a solution." Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Xiao'e hesitated for a long time and was unwilling to answer. At this moment, Xu Damao mocked, "Uncle Yi, I think Xiao'e is just messing with you. You might as well not worry about him. We neighbors should go back and rest early." Xu Damao's mockery, combined with the pain in his body, made Xiao'e grit his teeth and decide to come clean with everyone. He somewhat shyly said to Yi Zhonghai, "Uncle Yi, the part that got hurt is quite sensitive. Can you ask Annie and the other women to step outside first?" After the women in the room left, Xiao'e trembled as he took off his pants. Hiss! The sight before everyone made them collectively gasp. Zhang Yang said seriously, "Xiao'e, this is equivalent to your little brother being fractured. If not treated in time, you might not be able to use it again." Hearing Zhang Yang's words, the men in the room felt a tightness in their hearts, and Xiao'e immediately panicked. He forgot all about his past grievances with Zhang Yang and quickly pleaded, "Zhang Yang, you must save me. I'm still so young. I haven't even married a wife yet. If I get ruined, what will I do?" Under the sympathetic gazes of everyone, Zhang Yang slowly said, "Xiao'e, the most important thing now is to hurry to the hospital, and you can find some ice to apply there to relieve the congestion. Xiao'e, you must be careful. You can't take any more external impact there." Fortunately, it was winter, and Yi Zhonghai quickly went out to find some ice. Under Zhang Yang's guidance, Yi Zhonghai wrapped the ice in a towel and applied it to Xiao'e's injured area. At this moment, Xu Damao volunteered, "Uncle Yi, I have a bicycle. Let me take Xiao'e to the hospital." Upon hearing this, Yi Zhonghai hadn't replied yet when Zhang Yang and Yin Bugui rushed to praise, "Damao, you're righteous." At this time, only Xu Damao, Yin Bugui, and Zhang Yang in the courtyard had bicycles. Seeing Xu Damao volunteer, Yin Bugui and Zhang Yang were relieved. Although Yi Zhonghai and Xiao'e were skeptical about Xu Damao's good intentions, they had no choice but to accept it. Otherwise, they would have to walk to the hospital. On the way, Xu Damao made several sudden stops, and each time Xiao'e would scream, "Ah!" Xu Damao quickly apologized. Sorry, Xiao'e, I didn't mean to. Finally, when they arrived at the hospital and got out of the car, Xu Damao accidentally lifted the bicycle and hit him hard between the legs while Xiao'e was struggling to get out. Immediately, Xiao'e let out another piercing scream. By the time the doctor took over Xiao'e, his condition had worsened by threefold compared to when they left the courtyard. Seeing Xiao'e's serious condition, the doctor immediately decided to prepare for surgery. Upon hearing that surgery was required, Xiao'e was instantly terrified, and with a trembling voice, he asked the doctor, "Doctor, does this mean my little brother can't be saved? Are you going to cut it off?" The doctor comforted Xiao'e, "Not necessarily. Although your condition is somewhat serious, it doesn't mean it needs to be completely removed. We just need to release some of the stagnant blood to prevent the erectile tissue from excessive congestion and complete necrosis." Although the medical jargon confused Xiao'e, he finally understood that his little brother wouldn't be cut off. At this moment, Xiao'e let out a sigh of relief and continued to ask anxiously, "Doctor, will I still be able to marry a wife in the future?" "What? You haven't married yet?" Seeing the doctor's shocked expression, Xiao'e felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Yes, doctor, I'm only in my 20s and haven't married yet." "What's wrong with that?" The doctor awkwardly smiled. "It's not that, young man. It's just that you look quite mature, which surprised me a bit. By the way, since you said you haven't gotten married, how did you get injured? Did you reward yourself?" As the doctor spoke, his voice gradually lowered, but the shock on his face became more pronounced. Xiao'e was so embarrassed that his face turned red, but he didn't know how to explain to the doctor. After all, his relationship with Jia Zhangshi was not something that could be openly discussed. The doctor looked at Xiao'e's dark circles under his eyes and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Alas, this young man is completely ruined. This premature aging is too severe. The next day at work, Zhang specifically went to the cafeteria to ask for leave for his good son, Xiao'e. After work, he rushed to the hospital to visit Xiao'e. Zhang wanted to ask the doctor about Xiao'e's condition, but the doctor countered with a question about his relationship with Xiao'e. When the doctor learned that Zhang was just a good neighbor of Xiao'e, he didn't discuss Xiao'e's condition in detail. He just told Zhang to inform Xiao'e's family. With no other choice, Zhang had to go to the textile factory to find Xiao'e. Xiao'e was displeased with Xiao'e's attitude towards the Jia family, so she rarely returned to the courtyard after work. However, she still had strong feelings for her silly brother, as they were each other's only family. Upon hearing the news that Xiao'e was injured, Xiao'e immediately rushed to the hospital with Zhang. Under Zhang's guidance, Xiao'e nervously entered Xiao'e's attending physician's office. "Doctor, I am Xiao'e's sister, Xiao'e. I want to know what happened to my brother." The doctor, after sizing her up, replied somewhat discontentedly, "Where are your parents? For such a big issue, it's better to let your parents come." The doctor's words made Xiao'e feel a sense of foreboding. She anxiously asked, "Doctor, what happened to my brother? I heard from Uncle De that my brother just had a minor injury." "Doctor, my brother and I grew up relying on each other. We are each other's only family. Please, you must find a way to save my brother." Chapter 87. The Dilemma at the Agricultural Machinery Factory with a serious expression. The doctor said, "Your brother has excessive congestion in the erectile tissue of his genitalia, and combined with severe external force impact, it has led to functional inactivation of the erectile tissue cells. From now on, your brother's erectile tissue may never be able to engorge again. You need to be mentally prepared for this." Although Xiao'e couldn't fully understand the doctor's professional terminology, she knew what the genitalia was. Blushing, she quietly asked, "Doctor, can you explain it in simpler terms? What exactly happened to my brother's genitalia? And will this pose any life-threatening danger?" The doctor replied seriously, "Don't worry. This definitely won't pose any life-threatening danger. In fact, in all likelihood, your brother should live longer." Upon hearing this, Xiao'e felt a glimmer of hope. But before she could smile, the doctor continued, "However, your brother is very likely to be unable to engage in sexual intercourse in the future. His genitalia may just become a decoration. To put it more bluntly, your brother will probably be like a eunuch, but not quite a eunuch." "What? My brother has become a eunuch?" The doctor's words struck Xiao'e like a bolt from the blue, leaving her in a state of chaos. She urgently pleaded with the doctor, "Doctor, please, you must find a way to save my brother. He is only in his 20s, and he hasn't even married yet. What will he do if he becomes a eunuch now? Please, doctor." The doctor, looking helpless, said, "Comrade, it's not that I don't want to find a way, but my abilities are limited. I'm a doctor, not a god. I can only suggest that after your brother is discharged from the hospital, you find some experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioners to see if he can regain some male ability through proper care. From our Western medicine perspective, your brother's erectile tissue cell necrosis is too severe. I really have no way to help. Additionally, regarding your brother's loss of male ability, I suggest you keep it a secret from him for now to avoid any negative impact on his recovery. Once he is in better health, you can find a suitable time to tell him." After hearing the doctor's words, Xiao'e nodded heavily and walked out like a walking corpse. As soon as she stepped outside, Zhang, who had been waiting at the door, eagerly asked, "Xiao'e, what did the doctor say? How is Yuzi?" Recalling the doctor's instructions, Xiao'e replied perfunctorily, "It's nothing, Uncle Da. The doctor just said that my brother's condition is not very good and that we should avoid stimulating him. Besides, the doctor also told us to take good care of my brother during this time and give him more nutritious food to help him recover." Xiao'e's understanding of the people in the courtyard was much deeper than Shaju's. She always maintained a respectful distance from Zhang. On the other hand, Zhang didn't have much interest in Xiao'e either. He knew that she would eventually marry and leave the courtyard, so he couldn't rely on her for his retirement plans, which is why he was less concerned about her compared to Shaju. At the steel mill, agricultural machinery branch. In the conference room, Li Huai sat at the head of the table with a frosty expression, while an elderly man with gray hair was arguing loudly next to him. "Director Li, you can't force us to change the production process just because of material shortages. This batch of agricultural tools must go through quenching treatment. Otherwise, their performance and lifespan will be significantly reduced, which will only lead to greater losses for the country." Li Huai replied helplessly, "Old Song, I have no choice. According to your production process, this batch of agricultural tools needs oil quenching. How much oil would that require? Our country is currently in a difficult situation, and I really can't help you get that much oil." At this moment, Huang factory manager, sitting to Li Huai's left, smiled and tried to mediate. "Old Song, isn't there water quenching in addition to oil quenching? Why don't we try using water quenching?" Upon hearing this, Song Changyan, the chief engineer and head of the technology department at the agricultural machinery branch, showed disdain and said sarcastically, "I didn't expect our production supervisor, factory manager Huang, to lack such basic knowledge. Can oil quenching be casually replaced with water quenching? The specific heat capacity of water and oil differs so much. If we change the quenching process from oil to water, wouldn't the agricultural tools crack directly?" Song Changyan's words caused Huang factory manager's smile to freeze. Unlike Li Huai, the head of personnel, who had a grasp of the technology, the second in command in charge of production really knew nothing about it, which was indeed a point of criticism. Normally, Song Changyan wouldn't have been so direct in criticizing Huang factory manager. But today he had lost his composure during the argument with Li Huai and inadvertently expressed his dissatisfaction with Huang factory manager in public. After mocking Huang factory manager, Song Changyan felt a bit regretful, but since the words were out, he couldn't take them back. The entire conference room fell into an eerie silence. Huang factory manager was extremely angry, but, not understanding the technology, didn't know how to refute Song Changyan. At this moment, he noticed Zhang Yang, who was sitting in the audience. With a mindset of giving a try and wanting to divert attention, Huang factory manager turned to Zhang Yang and said, "Xiao Yang, you are the deputy head of the technology department. What do you think about the current dilemma of the branch?" With Huang factory manager's prompt, dozens of cadres and engineers in the conference room turned their attention to Zhang Yang. As Huang factory manager's subordinate, Zhang Yang was naturally viewed as one of Huang factory manager's people. Additionally, Huang factory manager had treated Zhang Yang and his mentor well when he was the director of the machine repair workshop. So Zhang Yang wouldn't sit idly by in this matter, whether for personal or professional reasons. Under everyone's gaze, Zhang Yang slowly stood up and replied to Huang factory manager, "Factory manager, your suggestion to use water quenching instead of oil quenching seems completely feasible to me. Although the performance of water-quenched agricultural tools is inferior to those that are oil-quenched, the production cost is significantly reduced. Given the current difficult times, I believe your proposal is very good." Good. Huang factory manager was very pleased with Zhang Yang's statement. Regardless of whether what Zhang Yang said was true or not, it at least salvaged some of Huang factory manager's face. However, while some were happy, others were worried. Zhang Yang's statement was, in Song Changyun's view, a blatant slap in the face. He already disliked Zhang Yang, who was overly young and not a formally trained deputy head of the technology department. And seeing him publicly oppose his direct superior, Song Changyun immediately mocked, "Deputy Head Zhang, do you know what quenching is?" Chapter 88. Initial emergence of talent in response. Zhang Yang calmly answered, "Quenching is a processing technique for metal materials. Simply put, it involves heating metal workpieces to a suitable temperature and maintaining that temperature for a period of time. Afterwards, the metal is immersed in a quenching medium for rapid cooling to achieve the desired metallurgical structure, such as martensite. To put it simply, it's like how blacksmiths in the community finish forging iron and then plunge it into water with a splash. Quenching, tempering, annealing, normalizing, and other thermal processing techniques are all part of heat treatment processes, which are important means to enhance the performance of metal materials. Different factors in the processing process, such as temperature, time, and medium, can cause changes in the final hardness, strength, toughness, and other properties of the metal materials. Therefore, for heat treatment processes like quenching, there are multiple processing techniques to achieve the desired performance. Zhang Yang's words were almost a clear indication that Song Changyun's oil quenching process was not the only one, which surprised him and made him even angrier. After a cold snort, Song Changyun got straight to the point. "Deputy Section Chief Zhang, I admit that the production process I formulated is not the only one, but can you come up with a water quenching production process? If you can't present a new water quenching process, then aren't you just making empty promises?" Song Changyun was sure that Zhang Yang was engaging in theoretical sophistry, unable to provide a real and feasible production process. However, what he didn't know was that for Zhang Yang, who was well-versed in heat treatment knowledge, formulating a new production process was a piece of cake. Zhang Yang calmly replied, "I do have a new water quenching process here, but I don't know if Chief Engineer Song is willing to approve me to give it a try." Before Song Changyun could respond, Director Huang immediately addressed Li Huaid. "Secretary Li, I think Xiao'e is genuinely trying to solve problems for the factory. Why don't we let him give it a shot?" Li Huaid also wanted to see if Zhang Yang had real skills, so he nodded in agreement. Seeing Li Huaid, the top leader, nod, Director Huang directly bypassed Song Changyun, the chief engineer in charge of technology, and decisively declared, "All right, Xiao'e, the sub-factory officially approves your experimental plan. As long as your water quenching process can achieve half the performance of the oil quenching process, you will be a great contributor to the sub-factory." Director Huang's words made Song Changyun's face look grim, but with both the top leaders nodding in agreement, he could only accept it silently. Otherwise, he would be accused of not obeying organizational leadership, which would be a serious issue. Since he couldn't resist, he decided to use flattery, saying with a forced smile, "Since Director Huang has decided to let Deputy Section Chief Zhang conduct the experiment, I think it would be better to do it today in front of everyone." Director Huang turned his gaze to Zhang Yang, and after seeing Zhang Yang nod slightly, he agreed. Just as everyone was preparing to move to the production workshop, Zhang Yang smiled and said to Li Huaid and Director Huang, "Secretary Li, Director Huang, you two leaders need to give me a note first. I need to go to the laboratory to get some chemicals and then prepare the quenching solution." "All right." Li Huaid and Director Huang readily agreed. The quenching solution Zhang Yang planned to prepare today was called trinitrate aqueous solution, which was made by mixing potassium nitrate, sodium nitrate, and sodium nitrite in a specific ratio. It is a quenching medium that lies between oil quenching and water quenching, significantly reducing the risk of deformation and cracking compared to water quenching. After receiving the approval note, Zhang Yang asked a technician from the technology department to collect the materials. He then went with several cadres from the agricultural machinery factory to the production workshop to set the temperature and holding time required for heating the workpieces. Once the nitrates were collected, Zhang Yang began to prepare the quenching solution. With a crisp splash, a large amount of steam rose from the quenching solution Zhang Yang prepared, and everyone immediately smelled a strange odor that was neither sour nor salty. After letting the workpiece soak for about 2 to 3 minutes, Zhang Yang pulled it out and said to the testing personnel, "All right, take it to the testing room and check the relevant properties." At the agricultural machinery sub-factory's conference room, the tester was happily reporting the recent test data to the leaders. As he reported, the smiles on Li Huai and Director Huang's faces grew wider, while Song Changyun's face turned increasingly grim. "All right, Xiao'e, I didn't expect that the trinitrate quenching solution you prepared could achieve 90 of the performance of oil quenching. You have made a great contribution to our sub-factory." With Li Huai leading the way, the conference room erupted in warm applause. Just like taking advantage of someone's illness to claim their life, the struggles in the officialdom are never any easier than those on the battlefield. Seizing the opportunity when Song Changyun's credibility was greatly diminished, Director Huang suggested, "Secretary Li, old Song, as the chief engineer of the sub-factory, is also concurrently holding the position of head of the technology department. Isn't that a bit too much for him? I propose that old Song focus on his work as chief engineer and temporarily hand over the position of head of the technology department to Comrade Zhang Yang. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, everyone present turned their gaze to Li Huai, especially Song Changyun, whose pleading eyes were evident to all. After thinking for a moment, Li Huai replied, "I think old Song should continue to hold the position of head of the technology department for now, but old Huang, you do have a point. Old Song is indeed a bit busy, so let Xiao'e help him with the daily work of the technology department." After addressing Director Huang's suggestion, Li Huai turned his attention to Zhang Yang and said with a smile, "Xiao'e, you've solved a significant problem for the sub-factory this time. I noticed that when you were conducting the experiment, you had to ask me and Director Huang for the time. As the leader of the technology department, not having a watch to check the time is indeed inconvenient. How about this? I will reward you with a watch voucher on behalf of the sub-factory. I hope you can continue to work hard and strive to make even greater contributions to the sub-factory in our country." After the meeting, Zhang Yang was called to Li Huai's office. Li Huai took out 2 cigarettes, giving one to Zhang Yang and putting one in his mouth. After receiving the cigarette, Zhang Yang quickly struck a match and handed it to Li Huai. After Li Huai lit his cigarette and took a satisfying puff, he said to Zhang Yang, "Xiao'e, you aren't upset with me for not agreeing to let you act as the head of the technology department today, are you?" Zhang Yang hurriedly replied, "How could I? Leaders have their own plans for such arrangements. I owe my position as deputy section chief to your help, so how could you possibly want to harm me?" Chapter 89. Xiao'e seeks a house. Zhang Yang's response greatly pleased Li Huai. To reassure his capable subordinate, Li Huai patiently explained, "Xiao'e, you are still too inexperienced. If you are promoted too quickly, it could easily lead to jealousy, and if you make any mistakes in the future, people will seize on it. Just like a tall tree without roots, it will topple with a gust of wind. This time I'm holding you back to help your roots grow deeper. You are still young, and there will be many opportunities for promotion in the future. You are my person and also a subordinate of Director Huang. As long as we are here, the position of head of the technology department will eventually be yours." After saying this, Li Huai took out a watch voucher from his drawer and handed it to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang received the watch voucher with both hands, expressed his gratitude for Li Huai's thoughtfulness, and then humbly left his office. After work, Zhang Yang happily rode his bicycle to the logistics department. In front of the office building where the logistics department was located, Zhang Yang saw Li Yu, who had been waiting there. After picking up Li Yu, Zhang Yang cheerfully said, "Wife, let's hurry home today. After we get the money, we can go shopping." On the way, Zhang Yang briefly recounted what had happened at the agricultural machinery factory to Li Yu. After listening, Li Yu widened her watery eyes and exclaimed, "Yang, you are amazing. In this day and age, watches are much rarer than bicycles, and the price of a small watch is surprisingly similar to that of a bicycle. It can be said that watches in this era are both luxury items and symbols of status." After Zhang Yang and Li Yu arrived at the state-owned store, they spent 120 yuan to buy a Shanghai brand watch. As soon as Li Yu got the watch, she couldn't wait to put on Zhang Yang. At that moment, Li Yu was happier than if she had put the watch on herself. Riding back to the courtyard, Li Yu happily linked arms with Zhang Yang, and their unusual behavior quickly caught Yin Bugui's attention. With his keen eyes, he immediately spotted the watch on Zhang Yang's wrist. Yin Bugui walked over in shock and exclaimed, "Xiao'e, you bought a watch." Seeing that the third uncle was interested in Zhang Yang's watch, Liu proudly raised Zhang Yang's wrist to show Yin Bugue, saying, "Yes. Third uncle, this is the watch that the leader rewarded Yang Gu after he made a contribution to the factory today. It's a genuine Shanghai brand watch. Don't be fooled by its small size. It costs over 100. Yin Bugue looked enviously at the brand new watch on Zhang Yang's wrist, his eyes turning red with envy. If you remember correctly, this should be one of only 2 watches in the courtyard. As for the first watch, owned by Liu Xiao'e, he automatically disregarded her, as that watch was obtained through her capitalist family and she rarely dared to wear it. Zhang Yang's watch was earned through his contributions to the factory, representing not only honor, but also a symbol of status. Nowadays, anyone wearing a watch on the street is held in high regard. Under Yin Bugue's watchful eyes, Zhang Yang and Liu returned to the central courtyard. As soon as they entered, the couple saw a beautiful girl approaching them. Xiao'e is back. Let me introduce her. This is my wife, Liu. Xiao'e. This is Xiaoju's sister, Xiao'e. Facing Zhang Yang's friendly greeting, Xiao'e first politely nodded at Liu before turning to Zhang Yang with an expression of indignation. Brother Zhang Yang, I always thought you were a good person, but how could you bully my silly brother like this? You tricked him out of his house. Liu initially had a good impression of the skinny girl, but upon hearing her accusations against Zhang Yang, she immediately felt displeased. She directly retorted at Xiao'e with a displeased expression. What are you talking about? What do you mean tricking your brother out of his house? The main house in the central courtyard was exchanged voluntarily by your brother for the Jia family. We even gave your brother 100 yuan as a thank you fee. This matter has witnesses from all the residents in the courtyard, along with a written agreement left by your brother. My Yanggu was actually doing a good deed. How did it become so ugly when it got to you? Seeing the shocked expression on Xiao'e's face, Zhang Yang realized that Yi Zhonghai hadn't told her the truth. So, Zhang Yang roughly explained the 2 house exchanges that Xiaoju had made. As Xiao'e listened, she began to realize something was off. According to Qin Huairu and Yi Zhonghai, Xiaoju's main house in the central courtyard was tricked away by Zhang Yang, and then the Jia family, feeling sorry for Xiaoju, exchanged a side room for his main house. But now, according to Zhang Yang's account, wasn't her silly brother just a complete fool? First, he exchanged his main house for the sake of a bamboo shoot. And then he used a side room and another room to exchange for a side room with the Jia family. Is this something a normal person would do? She found it hard to believe that her silly brother would do something so thankless. Xiao'e, who managed to get into high school, was obviously not a fool. Seeing that she could no longer retrieve the house that Xiaoju had exchanged with Zhang Yang, she turned her attention to her own side room. She could accept giving her house to Xiaoju for free, but she couldn't accept that her house was taken by the Jia family for nothing. Because Zhang Yang's and Qin Huairu's statements were quite different, Xiao'e was momentarily indecisive, unsure of who was telling the truth and who was lying. So, Xiao'e deliberately started a loud commotion in the central courtyard. As she shouted, everyone in the courtyard gathered to watch the spectacle. In front of all the residents, Xiao'e brought up the issue of Xiaoju's house exchange. With so many people present, Yi Zhonghai and Qin Huairu naturally dared not distort the truth any further, and could only watch as Xiao'e slowly pieced together the facts of the matter. At this moment, in front of everyone in the courtyard, Xiao'e addressed Qin Huairu, saying, "Sister Qin, I can't interfere with my silly brother's exchange of his own house, but this side room was left to me by my father. My brother has no right to make decisions about it. I do not accept the agreement my brother made with your family to exchange houses. I hope you will vacate the side room as soon as possible." Qin Huairu put on a pitiful expression, but before she could speak, Jia Zhangshi angrily scolded Xiao'e. "Xiao'e, you little troublemaker, think you can claim what your father, He Daqing, left for your brother? You ungrateful thing. Your brother should have thrown you out to starve to death back then. Well, why do you have to fight your brother for the house?" Although Jia Zhangshi's words were harsh, it was clear that there were others who shared her opinion. Although the law states that children's inheritance rights are the same, in reality, many still believe that the son's inheritance rights outweigh those of the daughter. This view persists in many places, even in modern times. So there are even more people with such thoughts today. Seeing the neighbors watching coldly without speaking, Xiao'e's face turned red with anger. Chapter 90. Xiaoju Circumcision. Xiaoju was not present, and it was destined to be impossible for Xiao'e to get back her house. Realizing this reality, Xiao'e angrily left the courtyard. In the hospital, in the ward, Xiao'e impatiently listened to Xiao'e's complaints about his house exchange. Upon learning that Xiao'e had actually asked Qin Huairu to move out of the side room, Xiao'e could no longer contain his anger and scolded Xiao'e. "Xiao'e, how could you let Sister Qin move out of the side room? Aren't you slapping me in the face in front of her? I'm telling you, you can never say such things to Sister Qin again. As men in the 49 city, we must keep our word." Just as the siblings were glaring at each other in silence, Qin Huairu and Yi Zhonghai suddenly arrived at the ward to visit Xiao'e. Ignoring Xiao'e, Qin Huairu gently asked Xiao'e, "Zhuzi, how's your injury? Does it still hurt? Has the doctor said when you can be discharged?" Qin Huairu's concern moved Xiao'e greatly. Although he was currently experiencing sharp, fiery pain in his injured area, Xiao'e pretended to be fine and stubbornly replied, "It's nothing, Sister Qin. I just had a circumcision in the hospital, a minor operation, nothing serious." Cough, cough, cough. Yi Zhonghai's forced suppression of laughter made Xiao'e both angry and annoyed. He shot a glare at his good Uncle Yi and sarcastically said, "Uncle Yi, if you're not feeling well, you shouldn't come to the hospital. What if you bring a disease in and infect my wound?" Yi Zhonghai was so angered by Xiao'e that his face turned red, and he stammered, "Zhuzi, you, I was just thinking of something happy." Ignoring his good Uncle Yi, Xiao'e once again focused his attention on his goddess, Sister Qin. At this moment, Qin Huairu suddenly appeared to be pitiful again. Wiping her tears as she cried to Xiao'e, "Zhuzi, can the agreement you made with Sister Qin about exchanging houses still count? Today, Xiao'e made me move out of the side room in front of everyone in the courtyard. Should I move or not?" Xiao'e firmly declared, "Not moving. Of course not moving. Since a man has promised Sister Qin to exchange houses, he must keep his word. Unless Sister Qin no longer wants to exchange, no one can force you out. Not even Xiao'e can do it. Even if my father Qin comes back, he can't." Xiao'e felt a chill as she listened to Xiao'e's words. At that moment, she surprisingly saw a hint of Qin's shadow in Xiao'e. "Brother, you should rest well in the hospital for a few days. Since you have Uncle De and Sister Qin taking care of you, I'll head back to the textile factory." After glaring resentfully at her silly brother and Qin Huairu, Xiao'e stood up to leave. She thought Xiao'e would at least say a few heartfelt words of gratitude to her. But to her surprise, Xiao'e simply waved her off disdainfully without looking back, saying, "Xiao'e, you should go back to the textile factory. I have Sister Qin, that's enough." As soon as Xiao'e left, Xiao'e turned to Hao Yifu and said, "Uncle De, you should go back too. I have Sister Qin, that's enough." You, being so openly dismissed by Hao Daji, Yi Zhonghai suppressed the urge to hit someone and left the ward feeling dejected. With the two bothersome light bulbs gone, Xiao'e immediately felt that the air in the ward became fresher. It seemed to be filled with a special fragrance. Just like the smell from the underwear that night. This must be Sister Qin's body fragrance. It smells so good. After lewdly taking a deep breath, Xiao'e gazed affectionately at Qin Huairu and said, "Sister Qin, why are you just standing there? Come, sit on the hospital bed." Qin Huairu felt that Xiao'e seemed particularly strange today. She forced a smile and said, "Zhuzi, I'm a bit tired today, so I won't sit down. I have to work tomorrow, so I'll head back to rest early." After Qin Huairu left, Xiao'e felt an emptiness in his heart. He began to imagine his goddess's hardships, just thinking about how his Sister Qin worked hard all day at the factory, came home to do laundry and cook, and still tirelessly came to the hospital to see him made Xiao'e feel incredibly moved. Without the lunchbox he brought back, Sister Qin's family must be having a tough time. With that thought, Xiao'e immediately decided to leave the hospital early. The next day, despite the doctor's and nurse's persuasion, he insisted on being discharged early. There was nothing they could do. They ultimately had to shake their heads and comply with Xiao'e's wishes. When Xiao'e was processing his discharge paperwork, he even returned nearly 10 yuan, which was the medical fee prepaid by Xiao'e. This unexpected windfall made him ecstatic. Xiao'e decided to use this money to buy some good ingredients, both to celebrate his discharge and to help improve Sister Qin's family's meals. Xiao'e walked back to the courtyard, carrying a chicken, staggering along the way. He was in immense pain, but he persevered with a strong will. Upon returning to the courtyard, He quickly attracted the attention of everyone. Many had seen Xiao'e's injured brother that day, and various rumors about him had already spread like wildfire in the courtyard in the steel factory. A bold auntie asked Xiao'e, I heard you rewarded yourself in the middle of the night and ended up injuring yourself. Is that true? Xiao'e blushed and argued, who said that? I was just too embarrassed to go to the hospital to get circumcised, so I thought I'd do it at home myself. I didn't expect an accident to happen. It's a small matter. I went to the hospital to get it done, and now I'm fine, see? I just got discharged today. His words made everyone skeptical, but due to the sensitive nature of his injury, no one could ask him to show the wound. Although these aunties were experienced, they still had a basic sense of shame. Shortly after Xiao'e returned home, Jia Zhangshi sneaked in. She looked at Xiao'e with some guilt and said, Zhuzi, I'm sorry. It was my carelessness that caused you to get hurt last time. Show Auntie Jia how you're recovering. With that, Jia Zhangshi reached out to pull down Xiao'e's pants. Xiao'e wanted to stop her, but in his weakened state, he was no match for Jia Zhangshi. Soon, his pants were down. Looking at the little Xiao'e wrapped in bandages, Jia Zhangshi felt immense guilt. I'm so foolish. Really, how could I do such a thing? Zhuzi, you must be in so much pain now. Jia Zhangshi's unusually affectionate and delicate demeanor made it hard for Xiao'e to blame her. He pretended to be unconcerned and comforted her. It's okay, Auntie Jia. This little injury is nothing to me, Xiao'e. You know how strong I am. Chapter 91. Xiao'e cooks chicken. Jia Zhangshi recalled Xiao'e's earlier performance in bed and couldn't help but tease. Zhuzi, look at you. He. After a few lewd laughs, Xiao'e instructed. Auntie Jia, you should go rest for a while. I specially bought a chicken to celebrate my discharge. When Sister Qin and Uncle De come back from work this afternoon, we can have a nice dinner together. Jia Zhangshi beamed. Zhuzi, Annie loves the chicken you make the most. Your chicken tastes great and the aroma is rich. The best chicken I've ever had is yours. Looks like Annie will have a treat tonight. Jia Zhangshi happily left Xiao'e's home. It must be said that Xiao'e's cooking skills were indeed quite good. In the afternoon, a rich aroma of stewed chicken wafted through the courtyard. The deaf old lady lying in bed in the back inhaled the scent and excitedly shouted, Chicken! My dear grandson is stewing chicken. Smelling the aroma, the deaf old lady used her cane to walk to the west wing of the middle courtyard. Seeing this, Xiao'e could only invite her into the room. Xiao'e forced a smile and said, Old lady, you're in for a treat today. Come, try the chicken I made. The deaf old lady happily replied, Xiao'e, I want to be polite. She picked up chopsticks and eagerly grabbed a piece of fatty chicken and put it in her mouth. Delicious. Tender. No wonder you're my dear grandson. You really made this chicken so fragrant and tender. Xiao'e proudly said, Of course. Old lady, your dear grandson is a legitimate heir of the Tan family cuisine. Anyone who has eaten my dishes gives me a thumbs up. By the time Zhonghai and Qin Huairu returned from work, the deaf old lady had already eaten her fill and gone back to rest. In the evening, Xiao'e, Zhonghai and his wife, along with Jia's lonely family, gathered in the east wing of the middle courtyard, waiting to eat chicken. When Xiao'e lifted the lid from the large bowl in the center of the table, Jia Zhangshi couldn't help but ask, Zhuzi, is this a whole chicken? Why is there so little? Xiao'e smiled bitterly and explained, Oh, the old lady from the back smelled it and said she wanted to taste it. So how could I refuse? I let her eat a bit first. Hearing that the old lady had eaten some, Jia Zhangshi felt displeased but dared not show it. In this courtyard, there weren't many people Jia Zhangshi feared, but the deaf old lady was definitely one of them. The chicken Xiao'e bought was already small, and after the deaf old lady had eaten some, what little remained was quickly finished off by everyone, leaving not even a drop of soup. The next morning, on the way to work, Xiao'e walked awkwardly due to his injury, making his gait look particularly strange. Xu Damao, seeing this, couldn't help but mock Xiao'e. Did they cut something off you in the hospital? The way you walk looks just like those pigs I saw being castrated when I was showing movies in the countryside. Ha ha! Hearing Xu Damao's words, the surrounding workers couldn't help but laugh along. Xiao'e, furious and embarrassed, shouted, Xu Damao, I see you're itching for a fight. If you have the guts, don't run. Let me beat you to death. Seeing Xiao'e limping towards him, Xu Damao quickly pedaled his bicycle and disappeared from Xiao'e's sight. When Xiao'e finally made it to the cafeteria, his two apprentices rushed over to help him. The chubby one spoke first, Master, Is your injury okay? Why don't you go back and rest a few more days? Ma Hua quickly echoed, yes, master. Health is the most important. Xiao'e, who was already in a bad mood after being ridiculed by Xu Damao on his way to work, immediately vented his anger on his two apprentices. With an unfriendly expression, Xiao'e said, you two must be hoping I get seriously injured and can't come back to the cafeteria, right? Then you could take over the cooking, right? Let me tell you, with your cooking skills, you're still far from it. The chubby one, Ma Hua, quickly replied, how could we think that, master? We're still waiting for you to teach us more skills. After experiencing their rare display of respect, Xiao'e impatiently said, all right, I know you wouldn't dare. You two go and work. I'll take a rest for a while. Call me when you need to cook. As mealtime approached, after finishing cooking, Xiao'e felt a bit tired. So he ran to the dining area outside, found a spot, and prepared to take a nap. No one in the cafeteria said anything about it. Anyway, with so many people coming for meals, Xiao'e's absence didn't make a difference. Xiao'e was a good cook and had some privileges in the cafeteria. Before the official meal started, some crafty workers and people from leisurely departments arrived at the cafeteria early to get their food. Xu Damao, along with a few colleagues from the publicity department, came to the cafeteria, chatting and laughing. He glanced at the crowd at the food window, saw that Xiao'e was not there, and assumed Xiao'e was resting in the kitchen. So he boldly started to complain about Xiao'e to his colleagues. Hey guys, have you heard of the underwear maniac in the 4th and 9th city? Who hasn't heard of him? Isn't he just Xiao'e from our factory cafeteria? I heard he sleepwalked one night and stole dozens of pairs of underwear from the neighbors. Damao, I first heard about this from you. How come you don't remember? Xu Damao chuckled. How could I forget? I just found out an even more explosive piece of news than the underwear maniac and wanted to share with you guys. Upon hearing this, everyone put down their spoons and waited eagerly for Xu Damao's explosive news. Xu Damao enjoyed the attention and, under the gaze of everyone, pretended to be mysterious and said, a couple of days ago, something strange happened with Xiao'e in our courtyard. This old bachelor rewarded himself late at night by playing with his little brother until he was all swollen, looking like a corn cob. It was almost about to explode. Hiss! After hearing Xu Damao's description, everyone couldn't help but gasp. What happened later? How did Xiao'e end up? Xu Damao grinned wickedly. Later? Of course. He was sent to the hospital, and it was his buddy who took him there. But according to onlookers, Xiao'e's little brother is most likely done for. He is probably going to be a useless unit from now on. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. After hearing Xu Damao's words, the other colleagues in the publicity department laughed heartily. Just then, an angry voice suddenly came from not far away. Chapter 92. 2 eunuchs in one courtyard. Xu Damao. I'll fuck your grandma. I'm going to kill you today. With a furious shout, Xiao'e charged at Xu Damao like an angry wild boar, his eyes red. Although Xiao'e was full of rage, he was limping due to his little brother's injury, making his charge look very funny. Xu Damao was initially a bit scared, but when he saw Xiao'e's appearance, he relaxed instantly. As Xu Damao confidently moved to dodge, he couldn't help but mock Xiao'e. Xiao'e, with your current pathetic state, you think you can beat me, Damao? You haven't forgotten how you used to bark like a dog, calling me Damao, right? Oh Xiao'e, you can see but can't catch. You're so anxious you're growing white hair. Under Xu Damao's taunts, Xiao'e's eyes turned bloodshot, and he finally went completely mad. Xu Damao, I'm going all out with you. With a tragic shout, Xiao'e endured the pain, disregarded the danger, and lunged at Xu Damao. His desperate attack finally knocked Xu Damao to the ground. In the eyes of the onlookers in the cafeteria, Xiao'e managed to grab Xu Damao and, filled with rage, punched him in the side. Xu Damao's face turned pale from the punch, and in his fury, he didn't care about martial ethics, raising his knee and hitting Xiao'e hard in the groin. Ah, Xu Damao, you bastard, no martial ethics. Watching the two wrestle, the cafeteria crowd was initially quiet, but as blood began to seep from Xiao'e's groin and their screams grew more miserable, the steel factory workers realized the situation was dire and quickly pulled the two apart. Xu Damao was holding his side, foam at the mouth, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Xiao'e was in worse condition. He could no longer stand on his own, and blood was dripping from the area he was holding. Quick, to the hospital! At this urgent shout, several concerned workers quickly helped the two to the hospital. Xiao'e was lucky. Upon entering the hospital, he ran into his previous attending physician. The doctor immediately recognized the severity of Xiao'e's condition and hurriedly instructed the nurses to prepare for surgery. When the doctor took off Xiao'e's pants in the operating room and unwrapped the bandage around his little brother, he realized that Xiao'e's situation was worse than he had imagined. Last time, to save Xiao'e's severely engorged erectile tissue, the doctor had to make a small incision to relieve the pressure. So, Xiao'e actually had a wound there, and today, during the fight with Xu Damao, Su's blow had caused severe tearing to Xiao'e's little brother. In layman's terms, Xiao'e's little brother was now mostly severed along the previous surgical incision. If this were in later years, stitching Xiao'e's erectile tissue would be a minor surgery. But in the present, it was very difficult. After all, the steel factory hospital was not a top-tier hospital, and upon seeing Xiao'e's little brother's condition, the doctor fell into a dilemma. If he recklessly stitched it back, the wound would surely become infected, and at that point, not only would Xiao'e's little brother be in danger, but Xiao'e himself might not survive. However, if he decided to completely remove the damaged part, the doctor was also reluctant. After all, that would be equivalent to castrating Xiao'e, and the doctor was afraid of retaliation from Xiao'e and his family. Just as the doctor was at a loss, Yi Zhonghai arrived at the hospital. The doctor quickly informed Yi Zhonghai of Xiao'e's situation. The old fox, Yi Zhonghai, also knew that this was a difficult decision. So he dodged, saying, "Doctor, I'm just a neighbor of Iyuzhu in the same courtyard. I can't make such a big decision for him. How about this? Doctor, try to wake Iyuzhu up and let him make the decision himself. I'll go to the textile factory and call his sister over." On the other side of the hospital, Xu Damao was holding his side, undergoing a checkup from the doctor. After a thorough examination, the doctor sympathetically said to Xu Damao, "Comrade Xu Damao, after my careful examination, I can responsibly tell you that due to your already weak body and the severe external impact, your reproductive system has suffered catastrophic damage. I'm very sorry to inform you that your male capabilities will not only significantly decrease in the future, but it's also very likely you won't be able to have children anymore. Comrade Xu Damao, you must stay strong." Upon hearing the doctor's words, Xu Damao was completely stunned, and he muttered in disbelief, "No way, doctor. This can't be true. Doctor, you must be lying to me, right? Yes. You must have made a mistake. How could I possibly become incapable of having children?" Xu Damao fell into a brief daze due to intense stimulation. After seeing his condition, the doctor felt even more pity for him. After Xiao'e arrived at the hospital, faced with Xiao'e's complicated situation, she was at a loss for what to do. Xiao'e knew that if she authorized the doctor to cut off half of Xiao'e's reproductive organ, Xiao'e would not only not be grateful when he woke up, but would also harbor deep resentment towards her. However, if she chose not to proceed with the surgery, the risk of infection would only increase, and eventually, he might even lose the other half. Xiao'e hesitated for over an hour without being able to make a decision. Just when everyone was at a loss, Xiao'e unexpectedly woke up. "Ah, it hurts." Xiao'e's cry of pain sounded like heavenly music to everyone present. In an urgent situation, the doctor quickly informed Xiao'e about his reproductive organ condition. Upon learning about his situation, Xiao'e was also unable to make a decision. Under intense psychological pressure and severe physical pain, Xiao'e's vision went dark and he fainted again. This time, he did not wake up until bacteria began to infect his reproductive organ. To save Xiao'e's life, Xiao'e had no choice but to grit her teeth and sign the surgery consent form. The news about Xiao'e and Xu Damao spread back to the steel mill, instantly shocking all the workers. They never expected that within just one day, the steel mill would have gained 2 eunuchs. While gossiping about the incident, the entire steel mill also took a moment to mourn for Xiao'e and Xu Damao. That evening, at the courtyard, upon hearing the news, Xu Damao's parents and Lu Xiao'e's parents rushed to Xu's home. Xu's father angrily pounded the wall with his fists, wishing he could kill Xiao'e, while Xu's mother was in tears, nearly fainting from sadness. Lu's father first spoke to Xu Damao gently, and then began to persuade Lu Xiao'e to divorce. Chapter 93. The unexpected visit from the brother-in-law. As the saying goes, a day as husband and wife means 100 days of affection. Seeing Xu Damao's pitiful state, Xiao'e couldn't bear to add salt to his wounds at that moment. Since both Xu Damao and Xiao'e had been diagnosed by the hospital as infertile, their actions had turned into pure mutual fighting, and both could only blame their own misfortune. On the weekend at the courtyard, a middle-aged man dressed in a military coat entered the courtyard carrying a bulging sack. Due to the recent incident involving Xiao'e and Xu Damao, the atmosphere in the courtyard was particularly gloomy. Seeing a stranger arrive, Yin Bugue impatiently asked, "Who are you? What are you doing in our courtyard?" In the capital city, Li Jin had calmed down a lot. Although he didn't like Yin Bugue's tone, he honestly replied, "My name is Li Jin. I'm Li Yu's brother, here to see my sister and brother-in-law." Upon hearing that the visitor was Zhang Yang's brother-in-law, Yin Bugue instantly put on a flattering smile. "Oh, you're Xiao Yang's brother-in-law? Gulme. Comrade Li, I'll take you to the middle courtyard to find Xiao Yang." As soon as Yin Bugue entered the middle courtyard, he shouted towards Zhang Yang's house, "Xiao Yang, you have a visitor. Your wife's brother is here." Hearing the voice, Li Yu and Zhang Yang, who were playing with Wang Kai, quickly went out to greet him. Zhang Yang handed over a cigarette while smiling. "Big brother, come in for a cup of hot tea. It must be freezing on the way here. And thank you for guiding my brother." Li Jin took the cigarette from Zhang Yang while handing over the sack he was carrying to Li Yu. "Little sister, this is something I brought from home for you. Take it back." As Li Yu was about to take it, Zhang Yang quickly snatched it away. Feeling the heavy weight in his hands, Zhang Yang sincerely said, "Big brother, tell our dad that next time the family comes, they shouldn't bring anything. Nowadays, food is scarce everywhere. How can we accept what our parents have saved up?" Li Jin felt warm inside upon hearing this and replied seriously, "Xiao Yang, you and your sister don't need to worry. We are still managing at home. Winter is here, and the commune organized a hunting team to go into the mountains. And I'm one of the team leaders, so according to the rules, I got a bit more to bring back. Dad said, since it's the weekend, I should bring some game for you to try." Back inside, Li Yu opened the sack in front of Li Jin and Yin Bugue. Inside were 4 large pieces of meat, 2 dried wild chickens, and 1 dried wild rabbit, weighing about 40 to 50 pounds, making Yin Bugue almost drool. Zhang Yang looked at the pieces of meat and asked with some confusion, "Big brother, these 2 pieces of meat should be wild boar meat. But what are these 2 pieces?" Before Li Jin could answer, Li Yu showed off, "Yang, this is the meat of the yellow goat. It's a good thing. Much tastier than wild boar meat." Hearing this, Zhang Yang was also taken aback. The yellow goat, also known as the yellow antelope, is widely distributed in northern China. For a long time, it was an important resource animal in the country, with its skin used to make leather goods and saddles. Its meat is delicious, and its horns can be made into crafts or used in medicine, having functions like cooling and detoxifying. Due to overhunting, the population of yellow goats has drastically decreased, and they have been classified as a national first-level protected animal. Zhang Yang had eaten plenty of wild boar meat, but he had never even seen yellow goat meat. After chatting with Li Jin for a while, Zhang Yang stood up and said to Li Yu, "Little Yu, you stay and chat with Big Brother at home. Give me some money tickets, and I'll go out to buy some wine and dishes. Let's have a good drink today." Hearing that Zhang Yang was going to buy groceries, Li Jin quickly stopped him. "No need, Xiao Yang. We are all family. Let's just have a simple meal together today." Li wanted to say she would go buy the groceries and let Zhang Yang stay at home to talk to Big Brother, but was rejected by Zhang Yang. So, Zhang Yang took a basket and rode his bicycle out. At the door, he saw his brother-in-law's old bicycle locked outside. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Yang decided to move his brother-in-law's bike into the courtyard. Initially, Zhang Yang was just being cautious, but unexpectedly, after moving Li Jin's bicycle into the courtyard, a maintenance notification suddenly appeared in his mind. An old bicycle that only the bell doesn't ring, but everything else does, long-term overload work, coupled with lack of maintenance, has led to it nearing scrap. "I am an aging bicycle. Can you treat this old body a little better?" Maintenance reward: 100 yuan martial arts proficiency. The appearance of this reward made Zhang Yang overjoyed. He never expected that bringing outside items into the courtyard would also yield rewards for maintenance. If that's the case, he could receive even more rewards in the future. After placing his brother-in-law's bicycle in the house, Zhang Yang forcibly suppressed his excitement and continued to head to the market to buy groceries. When Zhang Yang returned from buying groceries, Yin Bugue had not yet gone home. Looking at the full basket on Zhang Yang's bicycle, Yin Bugui once again silently cursed his family. Alas, the Yu family is blind to the fact that they lost such a generous relative. Zhang Yang grabbed a small handful of the cheapest fruit candy and said to Yin Bugui, "Third uncle, this is the fruit candy I just bought. Take it back and share it with your family." Seeing the benefits at hand, Yin Bugui felt it was inappropriate to stay any longer and, after thanking Zhang Yang with a smile, happily returned to the front yard. After Yin Bugui left, Zhang Yang began to take things out. Aside from a small amount of vegetables on top, Zhang Yang also pulled out cigarettes, alcohol, sugar, tea leaves, and cotton from the basket. Zhang Yang smiled at his brother-in-law and said, "Brother, take these things back this afternoon. Consider it a small token of respect for me and Xiao'e to our parents." Li Jin hesitated to accept, but Zhang Yang said seriously, "Brother, this is our heartfelt gesture to our parents. You can't refuse our filial piety." Li Yu felt both touched and proud, and she also persuaded, "Brother, just accept it. This is our intention. Braised wild boar, clear stewed yellow goat meat, sweet and sour ribs, fried peanuts, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, stir-fried cabbage." This feast left the brother-in-law stuffed. Li Jin, with grease on his lips, gave a thumbs up. "Xiao'e, this wild boar meat you made is really delicious, unlike what we make, which has a strong odor." "Xiao'e, I didn't expect your cooking skills to be so good. Is this what our commune secretary often says about being capable everywhere?" Chapter 94. Mastering hunting knowledge. Zhang Yang laughed happily. "Brother, I don't have any cooking skills. It's all about the seasoning. I'll get you a bottle later. And next time you make wild boar meat at home, just add a spoonful, and I guarantee the odor will be suppressed." After the meal, Li Yu started to clean up the dishes, while Zhang Yang took the opportunity to say to Li Jin, "Brother, since there's nothing going on now, let me help you maintain your bicycle. This bike is a bit old." Li Jin felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Xiao'e, isn't that too much? You're a major section chief, and here you are helping me fix my bicycle. Hey, we're family. It's just a small effort. You haven't forgotten I come from a repairman background, right?" When Zhang Yang went out to buy groceries, Li Yu had already informed Li Jin that she had become a clerk in the logistics department of the steel mill and that Zhang Yang had been promoted to deputy section chief. Seeing his sister and brother-in-law doing better, Li Jin genuinely felt happy for them and began to value his brother-in-law more and more. Zhang Yang found the tools to repair the bike, took it apart into parts, cleaned and oiled them, and then reassembled it. During this time, he also replaced important parts like the brake pads. Just as Zhang Yang finished reassembling the bicycle, a reward panel appeared in his mind. Repair completed. An old bicycle with a broken bell, but everything else working. Triggered an extra critical reward. Successfully obtained hunting knowledge mastery repair reward. With the appearance of this reward panel, a flood of complicated hunting knowledge rushed into Zhang Yang's brain. Zhang Yang smiled and said to Li Jin, "Brother, try it out and see if the bike rides smoother now." "Great." Li Jin pushed the bike into the yard and rode it a couple of laps. Excited, he said to Zhang Yang, "Xiao'e, you're amazing. After you fixed it, it rides so much smoother." Zhang Yang humbly replied, "As long as you find it useful." "That's good enough." Remembering the hunting knowledge he just received, Zhang Yang asked Li Jin, "Brother, I'm quite interested in hunting. Can you take me along next time you go hunting?" Li Jin thought for a moment and replied, "Xiao'e, if you just want to experience hunting a bit, that's fine. Next time you come home to see our parents, I'll take you to have some fun. But if you want to hunt seriously, that's not possible. The hunting team has to be organized by the commune, and the game caught has to be distributed by the commune. If a private individual catches large game, it's easy to get reported. As the saying goes, it's not about having little, but about having unfairness. In these times, everyone is struggling to eat. If you go hunting for meat, how many people would be willing? If you catch a few rabbits or wild chickens, people might tolerate it. But if you catch a wild boar, you will definitely get reported. Nowadays, the laws in this area are also not well established, and how to handle it depends on the local law enforcer's mood. To maintain stability, most places will confiscate the game and then provide criticism and education. Speaking of hunting, Li Yu chimed in, showing off to Li Jin, "Brother, have you noticed our dog Wang Kai? Take a closer look. Wang Kai is an exceptional dog." Li Jin became interested upon hearing this and called Wang Kai over to observe closely. As he watched and petted, he exclaimed, "Clear head profile, bright eyes. Muscular, this is a good dog." Li Yu chuckled, "Brother, I'm not saying Wang Kai is a great dog just because it's strong. Let me show you what makes Wang Kai the best. Li Yu turned to Wang Kai and commanded Wang Kai sit. Wang Kai obediently sat down. Wang Kai, stand. Wang Kai stood up again obediently. Spin. After a series of commands, Li Jin's eyes widened in amazement. He excitedly said to Zhang Yang and Li Yu, Xiao'e, Xiao'e, your Wang Kai is really smart. If it were in a hunting team's pack, with a little training, it could become the lead dog. That's right. Even among hunting dogs, they each have their roles. For example, in hunting wild boars, a single hunting dog is like delivering food to the wild boar, as no one can outrun a wild boar in the wild. To hunt such large game, multiple dogs need to work together. They can be roughly divided into lead dogs, fast helpers, and heavy hitters. The lead dog is characterized by its keen sense of smell, intelligence, and strength. It is responsible for locating the prey and barking to summon other hunting dogs. In this process, the lead dog must always pay attention to the wild boar situation. It must not lose track of the wild boar, nor can it provoke the boar too much before the rest of the pack arrives, which could lead to injury. So the lead dog has to be particularly smart. The fast helpers need to be quick and agile, capable of cooperating with the lead dog to encircle the prey and prevent it from escaping. As for the heavy hitters, they need to be bold, have low pain sensitivity, and be fierce. The heavy hitters are usually larger and thus run a bit slower. But only when the heavy hitters arrive will the lead dog officially launch the final attack on the prey. Once a heavy hitter bites the prey, it generally won't let go, making it difficult for the wild boar to escape. At this point, the hunter delivers the final lethal blow. Among hunting dogs, lead dogs are undoubtedly the rarest, but in terms of casualty rates, heavy hitters often have the highest casualty rates. Zhang Yang wasn't thinking of taking Wang Kai to hunt large game. He just wanted to hunt a few rabbits and wild chickens to satisfy his hunting cravings. In the afternoon, Li Jin rode his bicycle back to Shangwan Brigade, happily carrying the gifts prepared by Zhang Yang. When Li Jin got home, Li's father initially scolded him for accepting Zhang Yang's gifts. But after learning that Zhang Yang had been promoted to deputy section chief and had also gotten Li Yu a job at the steel mill, all that was left for Li's father was happiness. That night, as they lay in bed, Li's mother said uneasily to Li's father, old man, it's been a few months since Xiao'e and Xiaoyang got married. Why hasn't Xiao'e shown any signs of pregnancy? Years.The. I hope they don't have conflicts over this. As the saying goes, there are 3 unfilial acts, and having no descendants is the greatest. Continuation of the family line has been especially valued by the people of Long Country since ancient times, especially since Zhang Yang is an orphan. The Li family hopes that Li Yu can give Zhang Yang a child soon. Li's father thought for a moment and said, Wife, I can't say much about this as a father. When Xiaoyang and Xiaoyu come back next time, you and the eldest daughter-in-law teach Xiaoyu privately. Men need a child to tie their hearts. Okay. The old couple chatted and gradually drifted off to sleep. Chapter 95. Shizhu's family rift with Yi Zhonghai tonight. The courtyard held another general meeting. It was still the familiar formula. In the courtyard of the central hospital, a square table was placed in the middle, while the other people in the yard gathered in small groups, forming a circle. Some stood, some sat, chatting and laughing while waiting for the 3 managers to arrive. Estimating it was about time, Yi Zhonghai took a porcelain mug printed with outstanding individual and sat down at the center of the square table. After a while, the chubby Lu Haizhong and the thin Yin Buge also brought their porcelain mugs and sat down on either side of the square table. According to tradition, once the 3 managers were seated, the general meeting of the courtyard would quickly begin. However, today, the 3 managers still sat quietly in their places, as if waiting for some important person to arrive. In front of the square table, there were 2 empty long benches, which hadn't been there before. After waiting for a while, seeing that the 3 managers still hadn't announced the start of the meeting, an impatient resident spoke up. Elder E, what is the purpose of tonight's courtyard meeting? Since most people have arrived, let us get started. It's so cold, we can't all just stand here freezing. Yes, yes. The residents' words immediately drew a chorus of agreement. Seeing that everyone was getting a bit impatient, Lu Haizhong stood up and said to Zhonghai, Old E, you go call Shaju, and I'll go get Damao from the backyard. Since tonight's meeting is for those 2, let us hurry and bring them here. All right. After Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong personally went to invite them, Shaju, with He Yushui's assistants, sat down on the left side of the long bench in front of the table, while Xu Damao, with Liu Xiao'e's help, sat on the right side. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Xiao'e and Xu Damao stare at each other with hungry wolf-like eyes. If looks could kill, they would have died thousands of times. Seeing that both main characters had arrived, Liu Haizhong took the lead and spoke. Dear neighbors, on this bitterly cold night, the purpose of our courtyard meeting is to mediate the conflict between these two comrades, Xiao'e and Xu Damao. Their failure to adhere to the spirit of unity, mutual assistance, and harmony in our courtyard has led to serious consequences. To prevent such tragedies from recurring, we must learn from this lesson. After a lengthy speech, Liu Haizhong finally took a sip of water, satisfied from indulging in the role of the speaker. Zhonghai quickly took over the conversation. Xiao'e and Damao are both good comrades in our courtyard. They had a minor conflict before, resulting in a little injury for both. This was originally a minor issue that could have been forgotten. However, some people did not cherish our courtyard's reputation and spread exaggerated stories about the incident between Damao and Xiao'e. Now, outsiders are calling our courtyard the eunuch courtyard and cursed courtyard, which seriously harms our courtyard's image. If we don't control this, it might affect the young people in our courtyard when looking for partners in the future. Upon hearing this, the onlookers exchanged glances. There were still many unmarried young men in the courtyard, and no one wanted this matter to affect their children's chances of finding a match. So, someone immediately expressed, Elder E, don't worry, our courtyard is an advanced courtyard in the neighborhood. Everyone will definitely cherish our courtyard's reputation. If I hear anyone talking about Xiao'e and Damao outside again, I will clarify for them. Yes, Damao and Xiao'e have only suffered minor injuries. They will recover with some rest. It's nothing serious. Seeing that everyone quickly reached a consensus, Zhonghai began discussing the second agenda. Everyone in the past, Xiao'e and Damao have frequently donated to help residents in need. Now that they need help, shouldn't we show our support? I propose that we hold a fundraising event for Xiao'e and Damao tonight, and everyone can contribute according to their own circumstances. As per usual, I am the elder of the courtyard and the initiator of this fundraising, so I will be the first to donate. With that, Zhonghai took out 5 yuan and placed it on the table. Following Zhonghai's lead, the residents began to take out their money one after another. Although Zhang Yang had a bad relationship with Xiao'e, he considered Xu Damao a drinking buddy. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Yang took out 5 yuan and handed it to Xu Damao. Looking sincerely at Xu Damao and his wife, he said, Brother Damao, this is just a small token. You have to be strong and believe that you can get better. Zhang Yang's encouragement felt like a timely help for Xu Damao, who teared up and thanked Zhang Yang. Xiao Yang, you really didn't misjudge me. You were a good person. Zhonghai thought that after Zhang Yang donated to Xu Damao, he would also donate to Xiao'e, but to his surprise, Zhang Yang just sat back down. This made Zhonghai, feeling that his authority was being challenged, very dissatisfied. He forced a smile and said to Zhang Yang, Xiao Yang, you've donated to Damao, why not to Xiao'e? We are all in the same courtyard. You can't be biased. Zhang Yang bluntly replied, Elder E, when I was injured before, I didn't see Xiao'e donate to me, so why should I donate to him now? Seeing Zhonghai trying to impose moral pressure again, Zhang Yang continued, Elder E, do you know who is to blame for the situation between Xiao'e and Brother Damao? It's you. If you hadn't favored Xiao'e when a conflict arose and allowed the resentment between Xiao'e and Damao to deepen, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Xiao'e's habit of resorting to violence is all because of your indulgence. If you had intervened when Xiao'e first acted out, would Damao and Xiao'e have fought this time? They would have just argued a bit. How could it lead to such serious consequences? So, Elder E, you should bear the main responsibility for how things are now with Xiao'e and Damao. After finishing his rant against Zhonghai, Zhang Yang didn't wait for a rebuttal and left the meeting with Liu, not looking back. This left the others in a state of confusion. Although Zhang Yang had left, everyone had heard what he said. Reflecting on the past years of fights between Xu Damao and Xiao'e, the more they thought about it, the more they felt that Zhang Yang was right. Xiao'e, who had initially felt grateful for Zhonghai's favoritism, now couldn't help but blame him internally. Sensing the change in atmosphere, Zhonghai could only hastily announce the end of the meeting. Chapter 96, Jia Zhangshe reports Zhang Yang at the steel factory agricultural machinery branch. In front of an old lathe, Zhang Yang was working hard to repair the machine. A middle-aged maintenance team leader couldn't help but exclaim, "Team leader Zhang is indeed Master Lu's talented disciple. Your repair skills are truly impressive. Zhang Yang lauged heartily, Master Ding. You're too kind. Your praise makes me feel embarrassed." Haha. Master Ding and the workers watching couldn't help but laugh along. After spending some time together, the frontline workers greatly admired this young leader. Unlike those technicians and officials who prefer to sit in their offices, Zhang Yang liked to be on the front lines. He would often observe the equipment, study the processes, and when equipment needed urgent repair, he would help out. Zhang Yang's true repair skills could only be described as terrifyingly impressive. Even though he only demonstrated a bit of his true abilities, it still earned him the admiration of seasoned repair workers like Team Leader Ding. At the end of the workday, Zhang Yang discussed with Factory Director Huang, "Old leader, I want to take a broken motor from the spare parts warehouse to study and see if I can find a way to repair it." Director Huang thought for a moment and replied, "Xiao'e, according to the principles, I shouldn't agree to your request. Taking things from the factory could potentially result in a loss of national property. But do I not know who you are, Xiao'e? All right, I approve this matter, and I'll write you a note." After Huang finished writing the approval note and handed it to Zhang Yang, he reminded him again, "Xiao'e, make sure to register at the security department when you leave the factory. Otherwise, if someone reports you, it will be hard to explain." "Yes." Zhang Yang nodded eagerly in agreement upon hearing this. In the evening, as Zhang Yang pushed the motor back to the courtyard, a maintenance message appeared in his mind. "Abnormally hot motor. I don't know which genius connected the three-phase power incorrectly. I had no problem, but the copper wire was blown. Is this to force me to scrap it? Maintenance reward. 300 yuan for mastering electrical knowledge." Just as Zhang Yang happily pushed his bicycle home, a cold glimmer flashed in the eyes of his neighbor, Zhonghai. In such a large steel mill with thousands of workers, there were certainly all kinds of shady dealings, and many people secretly resold unwanted materials from the factory. Such things had been repeatedly banned. Zhonghai had personally seen a material handler in their workshop secretly reselling factory materials. Since that material handler was a relative of the workshop director, Zhonghai wisely chose to remain silent. Today, when he saw the motor on Zhang Yang's bicycle seat, he couldn't help but connect the two events, thinking that Zhang Yang was also taking advantage of his position to embezzle factory property. Nowadays, reporting was rampant. So when Zhonghai learned that Zhang Yang might be embezzling factory property, he immediately thought of reporting him. However, Zhonghai was a cunning old fox. He knew that reporting could offend people, and often, even if you succeeded, what awaited you is not a reward but various difficulties. After all, today you could report this, and tomorrow you could report that. In this world, it's all the same shade of black, and how many leaders could confidently say they could withstand scrutiny? That night, Zhonghai brought a small bag of cornmeal to the Jia family. He wore a pitiful expression and said to Qin Huairu, "Huairu, your family is already having a hard time, and yesterday you even donated money to Xu and Damao. Old he has no skills, so I can only bring you some cornmeal today. Alas, if only I were a leader like Xiao'e. Have you seen the motor on Xiao Yang's bicycle today? That thing is worth quite a bit." Although Zhonghai didn't say it outright, his words hinted at Zhang Yang embezzling factory property. Qin Huairu, on the other hand, pretended not to catch Zhonghai's meaning and cheerfully accepted the cornmeal, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle E. If it weren't for your help, I really wouldn't know how we would get by." Looking at the pitiful Qin Huairu, Zhonghai felt a surge of heat in his heart. Not long after Zhonghai left the Jia family, a plump figure walked out of the courtyard. Jia Zhangshe and Zhang Yang's family had a deep-seated feud. Zhang Yang's wife had beaten her, and the dog from Zhang Yang's family had urinated on her, ultimately causing her to end up in prison. This made Jia Zhangshe, upon learning from Zhonghai that Zhang Yang might be embezzling factory property, immediately resolved to report him. Jia Zhangshe was not without brains. She knew that Zhang Yang's wife's uncle was a leader in the security department of the steel mill. So she chose not to report him there, but instead went to the street police station. The comrades of the street police station took the report seriously and immediately dispatched 2 police officers to accompany Jia Zhangshe back. When Jia Zhangshi led the two police officers back to the courtyard, it immediately caused a stir among the residents in the front yard, who hurriedly followed the police to the central courtyard to watch the commotion. In the central courtyard, Zhang Yang was repairing the motor he had brought back. He hadn't even had time to pick up Li Yu for this thing today. The two had agreed that Li Yu would wait for Zhang Yang for a maximum of half an hour after work. If he hadn't arrived by then, she would go home by herself. They say that men who work diligently are the most handsome, and Li Yu looked at Zhang Yang, who was focused on repairing the motor, with eyes that could melt. With a bang, Zhang Yang's door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Two uniformed police officers. Looking serious, I said Zhang Yang, right? We receive a report saying you are abusing your power for personal gain and stealing state property. Please cooperate with our investigation. Li Yu was frightened by this scene, her pretty face turning pale, but Zhang Yang stood up calmly and said, "Officer, you have made a mistake. I have never stolen state property, nor have I abused my power. Although I don't know why you would say that, I am willing to cooperate with your investigation." Zhang Yang's composed attitude won the favor of the two police officers, who pointed at the disassembled motor on the ground and asked, "Comrade Zhang Yang, where did this motor come from? Private individuals are not allowed to buy and sell motors, right?" Zhang Yang replied honestly, "Officer, this is a faulty motor from our factory. I plan to try to repair it in my spare time, and I have obtained approval from my supervisor for this. Moreover, I registered with the security department when taking the motor out of the factory. Regardless of whether I can repair it or not, I will return the motor within 3 days. Officer, this cannot be considered stealing state property or abusing my power." After exchanging glances, the two police officers decided that one would accompany Zhang Yang to confirm the situation with the security department of the steel mill, while the other remained to guard the evidence. Chapter 97. Laying mines. When Zhang Yang and the police officer returned to the courtyard, all the residents had gathered in front of Zhang Yang's door to watch the excitement. In front of everyone in the courtyard, the police officer saluted Zhang Yang and said, "Comrade Zhang Yang, after investigation, it has been confirmed that your taking the motor from the steel mill home was reported. Your spirit of utilizing your spare time to contribute to the collective is commendable. Comrade Zhang Yang, the allegations of stealing state property and abusing your power are completely unfounded. Thank you for cooperating with our work. We will take our leave now. Goodbye." After speaking with Zhang Yang, the police officer turned to Jia Zhangshi and said, "Comrade Jia Xiao'e, although your intention in reporting Comrade Zhang Yang was to reduce losses for the state, you should confirm the facts before making such reports. Your reckless reporting not only harms Comrade Zhang Yang's reputation, but also greatly wastes our police force's resources. Given that this is your first report, we will not pursue this matter further this time. However, if you report recklessly again in the future, we will treat it as a crime of undermining revolutionary enthusiasm and friendship." The words of the police scared Jia Zhangshi, who had been to prison, into trembling. She quickly begged for mercy. "I'm sorry, officer. I was just listening to what Uncle Yi said. If he hadn't told me that Zhang Yang was stealing state property and abusing his power, how would I, an old woman, understand these things?" Jia Zhangshi's betrayal left Yi Zhonghai stunned. He panicked and said, "What nonsense are you talking about, Jia Zhangshi? When did I say that Xiao Yang was stealing state property and abusing his power? I just mentioned that the motor Xiao Yang brought back this afternoon was from the factory. You have a grudge against Xiao Yang, and you want to take the opportunity to retaliate. What does that have to do with me?" Jia Zhangshi wanted to argue further, but was stopped by the police, who were not interested in listening to their mutual accusations. Since they had already cleared up Zhang Yang's matter, they prepared to leave the courtyard. Yi Zhonghai cordially sent the two police officers out of the courtyard, while Jia Zhangshi watched his back with a fierce glint in her eyes. In the dead of night, when the courtyard was quiet, a mouse quietly scurried into the east wing of the courtyard. Everyone in the courtyard knew about Jia Zhangshi's pension money. Zhang Yang originally did not want to play tricks with Jia Zhangshi and Yi Zhonghai, but since they had already shown their cards, he had no choice but to respond. After searching for a long time in the Jia household, Zhang Yang finally found the pension money hidden behind the portraits of old Jia and Jia Dongshu. The tightly stacked bills added up to a conservative estimate of several hundred yuan. Zhang Yang had no intention of taking the dead man's money. Instead, he manipulated a mechanical mouse to drill a hole in a secret spot at Yi Zhonghai's home and transfer the money hidden behind the portraits to that location. The trap had been set. It was just a matter of when it would explode. After taking revenge on Jia Zhangshi and Yi Zhonghai, Zhang Yang happily fell asleep. At the steel factory, in the cafeteria, Xiao'e, who had taken several days off, finally returned to work. As soon as Xiao'e appeared in the cafeteria, everyone immediately caught a whiff of a strong urine odor. Wow, what is that smell? It's so stinky. Who peed their pants? The remarks from the cafeteria staff felt like heavy slaps on Xiao'e's face, making him turn green with embarrassment. Fatty, shut up. Does it really smell that bad? And you, Mawa, you have no talent and a lot of complaints. If you think it's so stinky, then get out. Unable to contain his embarrassment, Xiao'e vented his anger on his apprentice, scaring Fatty and Ma Hua into a fluster. At this moment, Lu Lan couldn't stand it any longer. She spoke up. Xiao'e, what are you yelling about? We were just asking where the smell came from. Can't you smell it? Why are you so anxious? Xiao'e growled darkly. Lu Lan, you were just a plaything of Li Huaid. What right do you have to act tough in the cafeteria? If you weren't so shameless. What qualification do you have to be here? Lu Lan was also a tough character. Being publicly insulted by Xiao'e made her grab a ladle and charge at him. Xiao'e, unwilling to back down, picked up a spatula to defend himself. Seeing the two really about to fight, everyone rushed to stop them. It was then that they noticed Xiao'e's wet pants and realized where the smell was coming from. Ever since Xiao'e had his sponge-like tissue cut in half, he had developed a urinary leakage problem. The doctor had advised him to squat like a woman when urinating. But Xiao'e could never accept such a humiliating suggestion. He preferred to have wet pants filled with a strong urine smell rather than learn to squat. Since his discharge from the hospital, he had developed a strong urine odor. Upon realizing the smell came from Xiao'e, the cafeteria staff held back their disgust and stopped saying anything. They all knew about Xiao'e's condition. They understood that he was likely behaving like a mad dog, ready to bite anyone who crossed his path, as evidenced by his earlier public accusation against Lu Lan and Li Huaid. Previously, Xiao'e was dull, but had some sense of propriety. He knew who he could offend and who he couldn't. Now, however, Xiao'e had completely lost that sense, daring to say anything, and they decided to keep their distance from him. At noon, after lunch, Li Huaid called his secretary to notify the cafeteria director to have the cafeteria staff come for a talk, so he could understand the situation at the grassroots level. As Li Huaida's confidant, the secretary understood the underlying meaning of Li Huaida's words. He knew Li Huaid was looking to vent his frustrations, and this time, the target for his venting was the cafeteria staff. Whenever Li Huaid spoke with female workers, the secretary would tactfully stand in the hallway to prevent anyone from interrupting Li Huaida's business. Lu Lan had been called by Li Huaid for heart-to-heart before, so she was already aware of what was about to happen. Standing in front of Li Huaida's desk, she obediently knelt down and then submissively bent over. After some fuss at the desk, Li Huaid pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep puff, savoring it. Lu Lan, while adjusting her clothes, flirtatiously remarked, "Director, you're getting more and more powerful lately. If this continues, I'll one T be able to handle it." Lu Lan's words made Li Huaid, who was already in a good mood, even happier. He took out several banknotes and handed them to Lu Lan, saying, "Is everything all right in the cafeteria lately? If only you could read, I would have made you a clerk." As Lu Lan took the money, she recounted how Xiao'e had publicly insulted her regarding her relationship with Li Huaid that morning. Li Huaida's face turned dark. "This Xiao'e is getting more and more out of line. I had been tolerating him because his cooking skills were decent. Now that he is useless, he has no value to me anymore. Lu Lan, just wait. I'll deal with him this afternoon." For a true scoundrel like Li Huaid, face was not that important. What mattered most was profit. Xiao'e's cooking skills had previously helped him with catering, so he was willing to tolerate him. However, now that Xiao'e had become a eunuch who leaked urine, his usefulness to Li Huaid had significantly diminished. After all, no high-ranking leader would want a chef reeking of urine. After sending Lu Lan away, in the afternoon, Li Huaid, accompanied by the cafeteria director, inspected the cafeteria. When passing by Xiao'e, Li Huaid covered his mouth and criticized the cafeteria director, "Old Wang, how are you managing the cafeteria? Didn't Director Yang tell you to pay attention to hygiene? Just smell this. What kind of smell is that? How can you ensure the safety of the workers' meals with such hygiene conditions? Cleanliness is key in cafeteria work. If you encounter cafeteria staff who don't maintain hygiene, punish them as needed, and transfer them out. You write the report, and I'll approve it. In short, we can't let one mouse droppings spoil the whole pot of soup. After Li Huai left, the cafeteria director quickly began to consider what punishment to give Xiao'e. Out of respect for Director Yang, he didn't go too far. He ultimately decided to temporarily transfer Xiao'e out of the cafeteria to the production line for labor re-education. Seeing Xiao'e looking despondent, Lu Lan felt a sense of satisfaction. That evening, in the Jia family courtyard, Jia Zhang's stomach growled with hunger, and she couldn't sleep. Qin Huairu thought that since Xiao'e was back at work today, he would bring back a lunchbox, so she had only made a little dinner that afternoon. However, she didn't expect that Xiao'e had been transferred to the workshop for labor re-education and couldn't bring back a lunchbox. 3 corn buns and a pot of cornmeal porridge was all the food for the 5 members of the Jia family that night. Even though Jia Zhangshi and Bang Gung each had 1 bun, they were still too hungry to sleep. Unable to bear the hunger, Jia Zhangshi went to the west wing of the courtyard and found Xiao'e drinking alone. Jia Zhangshi complained, "Zhuzi, why did you leave the cafeteria to go to the workshop? Without your lunchbox, Bang Gung and I can't sleep from hunger." Xiao'e, naturally embarrassed to admit he had been punished and sent to the workshop, made Jia Zhangshi think he was genuinely progressing and voluntarily going for labor re-education. At that moment, Xiao'e's mind was far from work. He lamented, "Aunt Jia, what's the point of me living anymore? Oh, how did I end up as a eunuch just like that?" Before Jia Zhang could react, Xiao'e suddenly glared at her fiercely and whispered, "It's all your fault, Aunt Jia. If it weren't for you forcing me to do that with you, my good brother wouldn't have gotten hurt, and I wouldn't have turned into the dead eunuch I am now. Jia Zhang, it's all your fault." Looking at Xiao'e, who resembled a hungry wolf, Jia Zhang felt a bit uneasy. Just as she was about to apologize to Xiao'e, he suddenly looked at her with the eyes of a wronged wife, filled with affection. This made Jia Zhang's heart chill as she thought, "Xiao'e won't go crazy from the shock, will he?" Xiao'e earnestly pleaded with Jia Zhang, "Aunt Jia, let's get married. The child in your belly is my only bloodline in this life. Aunt Jia, didn't you say before that you wanted to marry me? I'm willing to marry you. Let's go register at the street office tomorrow." Xiao'e thought Jia Zhang would quickly agree to his proposal, but unexpectedly, she disdainfully said, "Xiao'e, wasn't it you who didn't want to marry me back then? Didn't you not want this child? Why are you now shamelessly begging me? Xiao'e, do you really think you are still the same as before? Now, you are just a dead eunuch. What ability do you have to make me happy? Just with that half of a little thing you have left?" Xiao'e's face turned red from humiliation, but he didn't dare to retort. He stubbornly said, "Aunt Jia, have you forgotten I'm a chef? The strongest thing about me is this tongue. No matter what dish it is, I can taste its seasoning as long as I take a bite. Aunt Jia, believe me, Xiao'e will definitely make you happy with this tongue." Jia Zhang naturally knew how skilled Xiao'e's tongue was, so upon hearing his words, she hesitated for a moment. Seeing Jia Zhang's hesitation, Xiao'e continued to add conditions, like how his salary would all go to Jia Zhang in the future and that he would be the one to cook. Under a series of sweet-talking tactics, Jia Zhang finally nodded in agreement. Xiao'e, overjoyed to have convinced Jia Zhang, immediately went to borrow a few eggs from Good Yi's father to make fried eggs for Jia Zhang. Eating the sweet fried eggs, Jia Zhang's face beamed with a happy smile. The next day, Xiao'e went early to the steel mill cafeteria. When the cafeteria director saw Xiao'e, he covered his nose and said unhappily, "Xiao'e, weren't you supposed to go to the sand workshop to receive labor re-education from the frontline workers? What are you doing back in the cafeteria?" Xiao'e, blushing, took out the marriage application and handed it to the cafeteria director, saying a bit shyly, "Director, I'm getting married. This is my marriage application." Upon hearing this, the cafeteria director looked surprised, curious about which family dared to marry their daughter to a dead eunuch like Xiao'e. Scanning through the marriage application handed by Xiao'e, the name Zhang Xiao'e caught the cafeteria director's eye. By name, this Zhang Xiao'e was quite ordinary. Although the cafeteria director was puzzled, he didn't intend to make things difficult for Xiao'e regarding such a significant matter. He quickly issued Xiao'e a letter of introduction as per the usual practice and approved 2 days of leave for him. After completing the factory's formalities, Xiao'e happily returned to the courtyard. Chapter 99. Xiao'e's wedding. Xiao'e initially wanted to set up several tables in the courtyard like Zhang Yang, but was rejected by Zhang. Nowadays, holding a banquet was a loss-making affair, and Zhang didn't want to let others take advantage of her for free. In the afternoon, Xiao'e and Zhang went to the street office to register their marriage. At the marriage registration window, the staff frowned upon seeing Xiao'e and Zhang. "What are you two here for?" The staff impatiently reminded them, "Whether it's for marriage or divorce, you need to bring your wife. What good is bringing a mother? In our new society, we have free marriage, not the arranged marriages of the feudal society." The staff's voice was loud enough for those waiting nearby to hear, and everyone turned to look curiously at Zhang and Xiao'e. Under the gaze of so many people, both Xiao'e and Zhang felt a bit embarrassed, knowing their age difference was not suitable. Seeing the two of them stunned into silence, the staff looked at Zhang and Xiao'e with disbelief. "Could it be that you are here to get married too?" "Of course," Zhang replied irritably, while Xiao'e silently lowered his head. Amid the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Xiao'e and Zhang finally completed the marriage certificate. As soon as they left the street office, the place erupted in discussion about this strange scene. Although Xiao'e and Zhang didn't plan to hold a wedding banquet, such a significant event surely needed to be known by their neighbors in the courtyard. After returning to the courtyard, Xiao'e gave Zhang some money to buy good vegetables and peanuts and fruit candies, while he went to the textile factory to invite Xiao'e to dinner that evening. At the textile factory, upon hearing that his silly brother was marrying Zhang, Xiao'e was stunned. He knew all too well how unattractive his brother was and how unrealistic his expectations were. If it weren't for Xiao'e insisting on finding a city wife who looked as good as Qin Huairu, he could have married long ago. But now he was marrying an old and ugly woman like Zhang, which made Xiao'e doubt whether his brother had lost his mind from shock. Seeing Xiao'e's incredulous expression, Xiao'e had no choice but to tell him that Zhang was pregnant with his child. Upon learning that his brother would not be childless, Xiao'e was very happy. For the sake of the child, he accepted Zhang as his sister-in-law. In the evening, in the courtyard, in the West Wing room, an old square table was filled with 4 meat dishes and 4 vegetarian dishes. Exactly 8 dishes. Xiao'e, Zhang, Zhonghai, Aunt E, the deaf old lady Xiao'e, Qin Huairu, and Bangung sat around the table. Xiao Dang and Huaihua sat separately aside. Xiao'e took out a marriage certificate resembling an award and said seriously to everyone, "Old lady, Uncle E, and Sister Qin, today I married Xiao'e, and from now on, we are officially legal husband and wife. Today is a rare good day, so I specially invited all of you, my friends and relatives, to celebrate our happiness." Xiao'e's words were like a deep water bomb, leaving Zhonghai and the others dizzy. Everyone even thought they were dreaming. Seeing the strange atmosphere, Xiao'e was the first to raise his glass and stood up to toast Xiao'e and Zhang, saying, "Brother, sister-in-law, I wish you 100 years of harmony and early arrival of your precious child." Xiao'e's call of sister-in-law made Zhang smile like an old chrysanthemum, and she shyly said, "Xiao'e, don't worry. I will definitely help your family have children soon." Zhonghai, though shocked by his son's bold move, could only raise his glass like Xiao'e and toast Xiao'e and Zhang, saying, "Xiao'e, old sister-in-law, I wish you a happy wedding." Upon hearing this, Zhang immediately became unhappy. She narrowed her eyes and corrected, "Zhonghai, old, you used to call me man Xiao'e, and I let it slide, but now that Xiao'e is married to me, what should you call him?" Zhonghai reluctantly said, "Old he. I wish you and the old sister-in-law a happy wedding." Zhang happily nodded, "Aha, now that's right." After finishing with Zhonghai, Zhang turned to Qin Huairu and Bangung and instructed Bangung, "From now on, you should call your silly uncle silly grandpa, and you, Huairu, should call Xiao'e silly dad from now on." Zhang originally wanted to redefine her relationship with the deaf old lady, but was frightened into silence by her grim expression. Tonight's feast, apart from Zhang and her grandson Bangung enjoying themselves, the rest of the people felt like they were chewing on wax. After dinner, Zhonghai called for a meeting in the courtyard. At first, the residents were reluctant to come, but upon hearing that it was to celebrate Xiao'e's marriage and distribute wedding candies to the neighbors, everyone gathered in the courtyard to watch the excitement. Even Xu Damao, who had a deep-seated grudge against him, couldn't resist the temptation. Once the crowd gathered, a resident shouted out to Xiao'e, "Xiao'e, where's your new wife? Hurry up and call her out for everyone to see." Yeah, hurry up and let us see." Amidst the crowd's cheers, Zhang blushed and shyly said, "Old Chun, we've lived in the same courtyard for so long, what is there to see?" Seeing that everyone was confused by Zhang's words, Zhonghai darkened his face and explained, "Neighbors, either Xiao'e's new wife is Lao He-S or it's Zhang. Gome, let's offer our sincerest blessings to this new couple." After saying that, Zhonghai took the lead in applauding, and under his influence, sparse applause began to echo in the courtyard. Just as most of the people in the courtyard were still in a daze, a loud, mocking laugh stood out sharply. Ha ha ha, ha ha. Xu Damao was rolling with laughter at the news of Zhang and Xiao'e's marriage. Under his lead, the others also burst out laughing. Xu Damao couldn't help but mock Xiao'e. "Xiao'e, I see you're truly hungry after losing half of your little brother. Even Zhang, a seasoned-old helper. You can still eat. Xiao'e, your appetite is really something." Xiao'e's face turned red, and he angrily shouted at Xu Damao, "Xu Damao, you deadbeat. Do you want to get beaten again?" Zhonghai originally wanted to defend Xiao'e, but after hearing Xiao'e's words about deadbeat, he swallowed back the words he was about to say. Xu Damao, unwilling to back down, retorted, "Xiao'e, you're not a deadbeat either. At least a real man's good brother is still whole and can function normally. What about you? Xiao'e, now you're left with just a mouth." Chapter 100. Listening at the wall, ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the men in the courtyard burst into laughter, while the women couldn't help but spit. Xu Damao, shameless. Xiao'e, who was directly provoked by Xu Damao, could no longer hold back. With a shriek, he clenched his fists and charged at Xu Damao. Zhonghai quickly blocked the furious Xiao'e, advising Xiao'e, "You're now an elder. How can you argue with a younger generation like Damao? Calm down, calm down." Upon hearing Zhonghai's words, Xiao'e felt they made sense. Since he was now on the same level as Su Fu-Gue, he naturally couldn't squabble with a younger generation like Xu Damao. Xiao'e proudly said to Xu Damao, "Damao, if you're disrespectful to your uncle He again, your uncle He will have old Su deal with you." Xu Damao was clever. Seeing Xiao'e bringing up seniority, he quickly thought of a way to counter. "Xiao'e, your seniority is all from taking advantage of Aunt Jia. Since you want to count seniority according to Aunt Jia, doesn't that mean your name should change too, to Jiayuju? Otherwise, Aunt Jia should not be called Jia Zhangshi anymore, but He Zhangshi." Everyone chimed in, yes. Damao is right. Exactly. Since Jia Zhangshi is married to Xiao'e now, she should be called He Zhangshi, and the seniority should follow Xiao'e's side. Forget it, old Jia has it hard. How about we just change Jia Zhangshi's name to Jia He Zhangshi? Then why not call her He Jia Zhangshi? As everyone argued over Jia Zhangshi's new name, Xiao'e and Jia Zhangshi's faces grew darker. Just when the two were at a loss, the deaf old lady banged her cane and said, "Enough. From now on, Zhang Yadu will be called Jia He Zhangshi." Everyone, regardless, today is the joyful day for Xiao'e and Zhang Yadu. Let us not add to their discomfort today. We've eaten the wedding candies, so let us go home and rest early. So we want to delay Xiao'e and Zhang Yadu's wedding night. The old lady's words won the approval of most people. Indeed, today was a joyful day for Xiao'e and Jia Zhangshi, and, as neighbors in the same courtyard, it was unnecessary to embarrass them today. Led by the deaf old lady, people began to disperse in groups. Although Xu Damao was reluctant, he could only leave with the others. In the middle of the night, Xu Damao sneaked back to the courtyard, planning to eavesdrop on Xiao'e. When he arrived, he found that a large crowd had already gathered outside Xiao'e's house. In the quiet night, they were all focused on eavesdropping on the sounds coming from Xiao'e's home. "Xiao'e, take it easy while eating. Think about how you don't find it fishy when you drink bean juice or eat braised pork. Xiao'e, you're really licking it clean." Outside, a group of onlookers listened to the inexplicable sounds coming from inside and couldn't help but secretly sigh. Xiao'e and Jia Zhangshi sure know how to have fun. The next morning, as soon as Xiao'e woke up, he felt a burning pain on his tongue, as if it had been scalded by boiling water the night before. Xiao'e struggled to get up from the warmth. It wasn't that he wanted to wake up early, but he had promised to make breakfast for Jia Zhangshi and her child every morning. just after Xiao'e finished making breakfast, before Jia Zhangshi could wake up. A few unexpected guests, Bang Geng with Xiao Dang and Hua, arrived. Xiao'e, with a sore tongue, frowned and asked, Bang Geng, why did you bring Xiao Dang and Hua here so early? Unmoved by Xiao'e's question, Bang Geng impatiently replied, You marry my grandma. What's wrong with me bringing my sister here for breakfast? Upon hearing this, Jia Zhangshi, who heard the commotion, scolded Bang Geng. Bang Geng, how can you talk like that? This is your grandpa. Hurry up and call him. Bang Geng stubbornly stood there without speaking. He didn't want to call this person who embarrassed him in front of the whole class grandpa. Seeing her disobedient grandson, Jia Zhangshi yelled, Bang Geng, how can you have no manners at all? Xiao'e is now your grandpa. If he tells you to call him grandpa, hurry and do it. If you don't, get out. Bang Geng looked at Jia Zhangshi in disbelief. He was once the most beloved grandson of his grandma. How could she be angry at her own grandson for the sake of an outsider? In that moment, Bang Geng couldn't help but resent Jia Zhangshi in his heart. Although he hated Jia Zhangshi and Xiao'e for being a pair of adulterers, in order to get a meal at Xiao'e's house, he had to lower his noble head and call out, Grandpa. Hey, Xiao'e responded happily, feeling delighted to have such a good grandson. Xiaohua, you're so good to me, Xiao'e said emotionally. Jia Zhangshi shyly replied, Xiao'e, everyone is yours now. Who else should I be good to? Xiao'e. Xiaohua will definitely give you a big fat boy this time, and then you will have a house full of children and grandchildren. After receiving a wave of emotional support from Jia Zhangshi, Xiao'e generously waved at Bang Geng and the others. Xiaohua's grandson is my Xiao'e's grandson. Come on. Grandpa's door is always open for you. As long as your grandpa and grandma have something to eat, you will too. Jia Zhangshi said, touched. Xiao'e, you're so good to Xiaohua. After inviting Bang Geng and the others into the house, Xiao'e planned to cook more cornmeal porridge. But at that moment, Jia Zhangshi was unhappy. In her eyes, it was fine for Bang Geng, this obedient grandson, to come over for a meal. But what qualifications did Xiao Dang and Hua, those two burdens, have to come over for a meal? Jia Zhangshi shouted at her two granddaughters, You two money grubbers. Why don't you get lost? There's no food for you in my house. Xiao Dang and Hua trembled in fear. But it was Xiao'e who couldn't stand it and said, Xiaohua, they're also our granddaughters. If they want to eat, let them have a bit. Considering Xiao'e's face, Jia Zhangshi reluctantly agreed. Happy times are always short-lived. Soon Xiao'e's 2-day marriage leave was over. At the steel rolling mill in the sandcasting workshop, this was undoubtedly the most difficult, exhausting, and dangerous production workshop in the entire steel mill. Xiao'e was tormented by the heavy physical labor to the point of losing his human form. After enduring the high temperature to complete a sand mold, Xiao'e couldn't help but complain, this workshop is simply not a place for humans. I really don't want to stay here for another second. Chapter 101. Head of the toilet. Xiao'e's disdainful words immediately made the nearby co-workers unhappy. They had been working in the sandcasting workshop for a long time. Did that mean they weren't human? Great leaders have said that revolution knows no rank, only division of labor. What? The cafeteria where you, Xiao'e, used to stay is a place for humans, but our hardworking sandcasting workshop is not? We haven't complained about you, you stinky eunuch. Soon, someone reported Xiao'e's inappropriate remarks. Before long, the workshop director of the sandcasting workshop found Xiao'e with a gloomy face. Comrade Hiyuju, your thoughts are very problematic. I will report your thoughts honestly. Since you think our sandcasting workshop is not a place for humans, then we do not welcome people like you here. Comrade Hiyuju, you will soon be able to go to another place for labor re-education. The next day, Xiao'e's remarks in the sandcasting workshop were criticized throughout the factory, and he got his wish to be reassigned from the sandcasting workshop. Xiao'e's latest assignment was to the factory cleaning team, working as a sanitation worker, enjoying treatment similar to those infamous figures. The people in the courtyard had different reactions upon hearing the announcement. Yi Zhonghai was disappointed and slapped his thigh. Qin Huairu was frustrated and wanted to curse Lu Haizhong. Xu Damao and others were gleeful, while Zhang Yang just chuckled. In his heart, he had never cared about Xiao'e and the others, as long as they didn't provoke him. He couldn't be bothered to waste his thoughts on them. Recently, many notorious figures have been sent down to the cleaning team for labor re-education. So the original sanitation workers had become masters and supervisors. They had both the responsibility to teach and the power to supervise those like Xiao'e who were there for labor re-education. After an old sanitation worker explained the key points of cleaning the toilets to Xiao'e, he handed him the cleaning tools. Even public toilets today, which can flush each stall individually, still have major issues, so let alone the public toilets without that function back then. Ugh! Xiao'e felt miserable in the factory's public toilet. Feeling so sick, he almost vomited his stomach out. But the more he showed his disdain, the more the supervising old sanitation worker disliked him, as he had done this work himself for many years. What? You can't do the work I can? Are you more noble than me? The old sanitation worker sternly scolded Xiao'e. He used you. What are you dawdling about? Hurry up and get to work. If you slack off again, I will report you to the factory and have your wages deducted. The sanitation worker's threats made Xiao'e grit his teeth in anger. He bravely retorted to the old sanitation worker, "Hurry, hurry, hurry. What are you rushing for? Is the toilet going to run away? I promise I'll finish the work you assign me today." Holding back his nausea, Xiao'e started cleaning the public toilet again, feeling filled with frustration and regret. Xu Damao was so happy to learn that Xiao'e had been assigned to clean the toilet that he nearly wanted to celebrate with drums and gongs. Xu Damao searched for 7 or 8 public toilets in the steel mill before finally finding the one where Xiao'e was assigned. He returned with a large group of friendly co-workers, and they marched toward the toilet where Xiao'e was. Looking at the toilet that Xiao'e had just cleaned, Xu Damao grinned and said, "Xiao'e, I brought my friends to support you. You must perform well." Then the group started unbuckling their belts and got busy, with some making big messes and others making small ones. In just a short while, the toilet that Xiao'e had just cleaned was a complete disaster again. "Xu Damao, do you want to get beaten?" Xiao'e was furious, his eyes red, and he clenched his fists, wanting to deal with Xu Damao. But Xu Damao was unafraid. Smirking and shouting, "Xiao'e, come on, try to hit me. I'm just here to use the toilet. What does it have to do with you? If you dare to touch me, I'll report you to the security department, and then you won't even have a toilet to clean." Having suffered repeated punishments, Xiao'e learned a lesson and was afraid that, as Xu Damao said, he wouldn't even have a toilet to clean. Holding back the urge to beat up Xu Damao, Xiao'e could only start cleaning the toilet again. Seeing Xiao'e back down, Xu Damao happily left the toilet. In the courtyard, under the rare winter sunset, the place was bustling. As the saying goes, there's no wall that doesn't leak news, especially in a crowded courtyard. Although Xiao'e tried to hide it, the news of his transition from cook to workshop worker and then to sanitation worker spread back to the courtyard. For Xiao'e, this was akin to falling from the clouds into a dung pit. After learning this news, the neighbors in the courtyard who were gloating over his misfortune far outnumbered those who sympathized with him. There was no way around it. Xiao'e had often flaunted his job as a cook and had been showing off leftovers from the cafeteria. If he had just flaunted his own good life, that would have been one thing, but he had also been helping the Jia family, not worried about scarcity, but about inequality. Xiao'e's obvious favoritism could not help but make the neighbors in the courtyard resent him. Because of Xu Damao's interference, Xiao'e didn't finish his work until evening and return home. A group of people gathered in the front yard to watch Xiao'e's excitement. As soon as he stepped through the gate, Yin Bugui pretended to warmly greet Xiao'e. "Xiao'e's back. You're quite late today." Xiao'e was just about to come up with an excuse when he saw Yin Bugui dramatically covering his nose and exaggerating. "Xiao'e, did you fall into a dung pit? You smell so bad." At that moment, Xu Damao, who was watching the fun, laughed loudly. "Third uncle." Xiao'e is now our courtyard's second cadre, the head of the steel mill. Yin Bugui pretended to be surprised, exclaiming, "Head? Xiao'e has been promoted." Ignoring Xiao'e, who was blushing with embarrassment, Yin Jiqing chimed in, "Dad, I think Xiao'e was promoted to head of the toilet." "Ha ha ha." A burst of laughter erupted. Xiao'e was already filled with anger. He couldn't let loose at the factory, but he could no longer hold back when he returned to the courtyard. Taking advantage of everyone laughing, Xiao'e, with red eyes, punched Yin Jiqing. Yin Jiqing screamed, holding his waist, "Xiao'e, you don't play fair," and sneak attack. Just as the Yin family members were about to surround Xiao'e, his good friend Yifu rushed over to help him out. Chapter 102. Yin Jiqing's checkup results. "Juzi, what's wrong with you? Why are you hitting people for no reason?" Xiao'e looked at Yi Fu with a pitiful expression. Uncle, it was Yin Jieqing who provoked me. He mocked me for cleaning the toilet. Seeing Yi Zhonghai arrive, Yin Bugui no longer intended to act. After all, the four men in their family really couldn't take on the father-son duo of Xiao'e and Yi Zhonghai. Yin Bugui angrily pointed at Xiao'e and said, Xiao'e, just wait to go to jail. I'm going to the police station to report you right now. Yi Zhonghai hurriedly grabbed Yin Bugui's arm and smiled apologetically. Old Yin, we are all the stewards of the courtyard. Whether it's hitting someone or being hit, it's not glorious. Let's resolve this within the courtyard and not bother the police comrades. Yin Bugui retorted angrily. It's not glorious, so what? I just want Xiao'e to pay the price. My family Jie Cheng's beating cannot be taken lightly. If soft methods didn't work, Yi Zhonghai was ready to take a hard approach. He sternly warned Yin Bugui, Old Yin, it's almost the end of the year. You and T want our courtyard to be seen as a bad example, right? Old Yin, we've already had enough issues this year. If this goes to the police station, I think our 3 stewards will be out of job. Seeing Yin Bugui hesitate, Yi Zhonghai began to tempt him. Old Yin, how about this? I'll have Oldie apologize to your family Jiecheng and compensate you with $1. Although Yin Bugui was tempted by the dollar, Jiecheng was the one who got beaten. He cautiously asked Jiecheng, oldest brother, what do you think of the proposal from the first steward? Jiecheng gritted his teeth and said, unless Xiao'e kneels down and apologizes to me, I will never forgive him. Xiao'e shouted angrily, Yin, Jiecheng, you're dreaming. Even if I go to jail, I will never kneel and apologize to you. Seeing that Xiao'e and Jiecheng couldn't come to an agreement, Yi Zhonghai put on a distressed expression and said to Yin Bugui, Old Yin, I think we should call Old Lu to discuss this together. Matters in the courtyard should be resolved by the 3 of us stewards. Yin Bugui was very shrewd. He immediately saw that Yi Zhonghai wanted to play the game of the minority obeying the majority. After all, Lu Haizhong was a bureaucrat, and to avoid threatening his position as the second steward, he would definitely side with Yi Zhonghai. While Yi Zhonghai went to the backyard to find Lu Haizhong, Yin Bugui's eyes turned, and he quickly came up with a strategy. Yin Bugui arrived outside Zhang Yang's house and flattered Xiao'e. You're the only cadre in our courtyard. If anything happens here, you have to take charge. Zhang Yang was not interested in meddling, but was interested in watching the commotion. So, at Yin Bugui's invitation, Zhang Yang and Li Yu went out to see the excitement. When Zhang Yang and the others arrived at the front yard, Yi Zhonghai had not yet returned with Lu Haizhong. Yin Bugui pointed at the waist-holding Yin Jiecheng and exaggeratedly recounted the situation at the time. Seeing the onlookers looking at him, Zhang Yang could only put on a serious act and said, Comrades, we are all neighbors in the same courtyard. If there's anything, let us talk it out. We must not resort to violence. Violence is a very bad behavior. What was originally a simple matter could easily escalate into a serious criminal case due to fighting. If everyone gets into the habit of resorting to violence when there's a disagreement, how can we ensure safety in our courtyard in the future? After Zhang Yang finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but nod in agreement. After all, no one wanted to live in a place where fights could break out at any moment. Lu Haizhong, who hurried over, looked at Zhang Yang with admiration and couldn't help but think, Xiao'e is different now that he is a leader. He speaks with such skill. Seeing Zhang Yang's impressive demeanor, Xiao'e felt jealous and said, Zhang Yang, what kind of show-off are you putting on? This is the courtyard, not the factory. The 3 stewards are still here. Do you think a junior like you has a say? Yi Zhonghai quickly kicked Xiao'e, Old he, don't talk nonsense. Lu Haizhong immediately expressed his support. What Section Chief Zhang said is right. We stewards will definitely pay attention to the issue of fighting in the courtyard. This is not a lawless place. We won't allow anyone to act recklessly. Zhang Yang then said with a hint of amusement, Third steward, I see that Jiecheng's injury is quite serious. The waist is a critical area for men. You know that Damao was hurt by Xiao'e in the same way. So I think for safety's sake, Jiecheng should go to the hospital for a checkup. Anyway, the medical expenses will definitely be covered by the assailant. Although Jiecheng was already married, he still did not have children, and Zhang Yang's reminder made the Yin family anxious. Yin Bugui left Xiao'e with a harsh warning. Xiao'e, you wait. and hurriedly rode his bicycle with Jie Cheng to the hospital. At the hospital, after receiving the examination report, Jie Cheng was stunned, angrily muttering, "Impossible. This absolutely cannot be." Accompanying Jie Cheng for the examination, Yin Bugui anxiously snatched the report and saw it clearly state, "Kidney damage caused by external force. Male function reduced to a certain extent. May affect fertility. Xiao'e, you bastard. I will make you pay in blood." Under the intense provocation, the self-proclaimed educated Yin Bugui rarely swore. Holding the hospital's examination report, Yin Bugui and Jie Cheng angrily rushed back to find Xiao'e for revenge. "Xiao'e, get out here. I'm going to kill you." As soon as Jie Cheng returned to the courtyard and got off the bicycle, he picked up a stick and walked toward the courtyard. Hearing Jie Cheng's roar, everyone in the courtyard knew there was more excitement to watch, so they rushed to the courtyard to see what was happening. Seeing Jie Cheng looking like he was ready to fight, Xiao'e was somewhat intimidated. He held a long bench to confront Jie Cheng and shouted defiantly, "Yin Jie Cheng, what are you going crazy for? The worst I can do is pay your medical expenses." During the standoff between the two, Zhang and other concerned neighbors quickly intervened to separate them. Just then, Yin Bugui arrived late. He threw the hospital's examination report heavily at Xiao'e and said angrily, "Xiao'e, look at the good thing you've done." After reading Jie Cheng's report, Xiao'e was instantly dumbfounded and dared not speak. Seeing this, Zhang quickly reached for the report to read it himself. After finishing, he also stood there dumbfounded, not daring to say anything. When the concerned neighbors in the courtyard finished reading Jie Cheng's examination report, they all looked at Jie Cheng with sympathetic eyes. Chapter 103. The middle courtyard side room acquired. Xu Damao sneered and stoked the fire. "Yin Jie Cheng, you're almost turned into a eunuch by Xiao'e. What are you waiting for to report him?" Hearing this, Xiao'e suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He was really scared now. In a moment of crisis, he instinctively turned his pleading gaze towards Zhang. Zhang, while holding onto Jie Cheng's arm, angrily shouted at Xiao'e, "Hurry up and kneel down to apologize to Jie Cheng and the third steward. Do you really want to go to jail?" Struggling to suppress his unwillingness, Xiao'e obediently knelt down and said to Yin Bugui and Jie Cheng, "I'm sorry. I was wrong. I apologize to you." Xiao'e's kneeling plea for mercy slightly eased the anger of the Yin family. At this moment, Zhang took the opportunity to brainwash them. "Old Yin, Xiao'e has already apologized to you, and he can do this means he really knows he was wrong. Old Yin, Xiao'e's mistake is already irreversible. Even if you send him to jail, it will be of no use. I think it's better to let Xiao'e compensate your family a sum of money. That way, you can also gain something. Old Yin, name a number. As long as Xiao'e has it, I will make sure he compensates your family." Under the gaze of the crowd, Yin Bugui, with a grim face, thought for a long time before gritting his teeth and replying, 1,000 yuan. "First steward, if you make Xiao'e compensate my family Jie Cheng 1,000 yuan for medical expenses, then we can consider this matter settled. Otherwise, you can let Xiao'e prepare to go to jail." Facing Yin Bugui's exorbitant demand, before Zhang and Xiao'e could respond, they heard Jia He and Zhang Shi angrily scold. "Old Yin, you're so stingy. Are you crazy for money? 1,000 yuan. Even my family don't you as compensation, isnt, even 1,000 yuan. As the saying goes, if you ask for sky-high prices, you'll have to settle for less." Yin Bugui's true bottom line was certainly not as high as 1,000 yuan. But if he didn't raise the price a bit, how could he face the bargaining of the silly Zhu and his father? Zhang said with a stern face, "Old Yin, your opening price of 1,000 yuan is too insincere. Give a more honest price. If it really is 1,000 yuan, I think Oldie might as well go to prison." After half an hour of back-and-forth negotiation, Yin Bugui and Zhang finally settled on a compensation price of 500 yuan. Jia Zhangshi originally wanted to stir trouble, but was yelled at by Zhang. "Jia Zhangshi, are you really happy to see Zhu go to prison?" Under the unfriendly gazes of silly Zhu and Zhang, Jia Zhangshi finally stopped causing trouble. Silly Zhu, pay up. Looking at Yin Bugui's outstretched hand, Silly Zhu blushed and said shyly, "Third uncle, I don't have that much money on me right now. Can you give me some time?" Not only was Yin Bugui shrewd, But even the onlookers in the courtyard didn't believe that silly Zhu couldn't come up with 500 yuan. So Yin Bugui's first reaction was that silly Zhu wanted to renege on his debt. He sneered, "Silly Zhu, since you can't bear to part with this 500 yuan, let's just handle this matter officially." Seeing that the Yin family was about to call the police again, silly Zhu quickly pleaded with Yi Zhonghai. "Uncle Yi, can you lend me 300 yuan? I'll pay you back slowly later." Being asked to lend such a large sum of money in public made Yi Zhonghai panic. As the saying goes, wealth should not be flaunted. 300 yuan was something Yi Zhonghai could easily take out. But if he did that, his substantial family wealth would be completely exposed to everyone. If he could lend silly Zhu 300 yuan, how could he refuse if others came to borrow 30 or 50 in the future? Looking at the eager eyes around him, Yi Zhonghai quickly refused. "Old He, it's not that Uncle Yi doesn't want to lend you money. It's just that Uncle Yi has no money. Your Aunt Yi is not in good health. And all these years Uncle Yi's salary has been spent on her. Old He, why don't you ask someone else?" Since even Uncle Yi was unwilling to lend money to silly Zhu, there was naturally no one else that silly Zhu could count on. Silly Zhu scanned the crowd, and no one was willing to make eye contact with him. Even his new wife Jia Zhangshi lowered her head silently. Just when silly Zhu was at a loss, Zhang Yang suddenly spoke to him. "Silly Zhu, I have a way to help you raise the money, but I don't know if you are willing to listen." Silly Zhu was half convinced and asked, "Zhang Yang, what is this method?" Zhang Yang smiled. "Silly Zhu, I'm planning to set up a study, and I think your side room is quite suitable. Anyway, you're just giving it to the Jia family for free. So how about this? You rent that side room to me for 20 years, and I'll pay you 600 yuan in rent all at once. You're so strong, you'll definitely live more than 20 years, and when the time comes, the house will still belong to you. It's like you're getting 600 yuan for free." After hearing Zhang Yang's words, silly Zhu was still hesitant, but Jia Zhangshi quickly agreed. After all, the side room was currently occupied by Qin Huairu and Xiao Dengguiwa, and renting the house to Zhang Yang meant they could just let Qin Huairu move back in with Bangong. For Jia Zhangshi, she didn't want to see silly Zhu go to prison, but she was also reluctant to take out several hundred yuan to save him. With Zhang Yang's 600 yuan, their family could not only spend nothing, but also gain an extra 100 yuan, making this deal incredibly profitable for Jia Zhangshi. In front of all the witnesses in the courtyard, Yin Bugui wrote quickly. Silly Zhu and Jia Zhangshi had one with a pale face and the other with a radiant one, both signing the lease agreement to rent the side room to Zhang Yang for 20 years. The lease agreement was written in duplicate, clearly stated. Zhang Yang happily handed 10 large black bills to silly Zhu and then handed a copy of the lease agreement to Li Yu. Zhang Yang smiled and said to Yin Bugui, "Third uncle, I don't have that much cash at home for now. How about this? I'll write you an IOU first, and tomorrow I'll go get the money for you." Yin Bugui said while handing the paper to Zhang Yang. "No need. Can I not trust you, little Yang?" After writing the IOU for Yin Bugui and returning home, Li Yu couldn't help but ask, "Yang, why we need to spend so much money to rent a house? 600 yuan is enough to build several houses in the countryside." Zhang Yang patiently explained to Li Yu, "Xiao'e, although our house is not small, it will be inconvenient when we have children in the future. Anyway, our family doesn't lack this 600 yuan, so it's just preparing a room for the kids in advance." After hearing Zhang Yang's words, Li Yu looked at him with bright eyes. "Yang, you really have foresight." In the courtyard, in the west wing, just as silly Zhu received the 100 yuan from Zhang Yang, Jia Zhangshi took it away. Considering the child in Jia Zhangshi's belly, silly Zhu dared not say anything. That night, in order to reward silly Zhu for being obedient, Jia Zhangshi treated him to seafood again. The strong, fishy, and salty taste made silly Zhu groan in distress. Chapter 104, Thunder Explosion the next day. At the steel rolling mill, in the meeting room of the agricultural machinery branch, Li Huaid rarely chaired a meeting of the agricultural machinery branch again. Unless there were significant matters, Li Huaid generally wouldn't come to the agricultural machinery branch. He focused more on the steel rolling mill, the main plant. In the middle of the conference table, Li Huaid spoke solemnly to everyone. "Everyone, recently the department has assigned us a new task to produce rotary tiller blades, and I believe everyone is aware of it. Although the technology for producing rotary tiller blades is not difficult, This time the department has added a new requirement for us agricultural machinery plants. The blades we produce, once sent to the agricultural materials company, will have their lifespan counted separately by the agricultural materials company. Then, based on the quality of the blades, production targets will be allocated. Comrades, based on the samples we produced a few days ago, the quality of the rotary tiller blades produced by our factory is concerning. The department requires that the blades must at least be able to till 400 acres. It is said that some factories in the Northeast can till 800 or 900 acres with their rotary tiller blades. But the samples we produced, according to simulated experiments, are likely to struggle to reach even 350 acres. Comrades, producing blades of such quality is definitely not acceptable. Even if we don't compare ourselves to those top agricultural machinery factories in the Northeast, we at least have to meet the minimum requirements of the department. Otherwise, our factory's production targets will be significantly reduced. After hearing Li Huaida's words, everyone from Director Huang to the attending technicians dared not speak up. Seeing the solemnity in the entire meeting room, Li Huaida spoke to Director Huang. "Old Huang, please announce the arrangement from the factory to everyone." "Yes, Secretary Li." After nodding to Li Huaida, Director Huang turned to the people in the meeting room with a serious expression and announced, based on discussions with Secretary Li, "We have decided to establish 2 task forces for rotary tiller blade production in the branch. One task force will be led by the chief engineer and head of the technical department, Comrade Zhang Yang, while the other task force will be led by the deputy head of the technical department, Comrade Zhang Yang. Comrades Zhang Yang and Zhang Yang, do you have any objections?" Facing Director Huang's inquiry, Zhang Yang nodded with a grim face, while Zhang Yang stood up and answered firmly, "I guarantee to complete the task." Good. Next, Director Huang discussed some specific arrangements. After the meeting, Li Huaida called Zhang Yang to the secretary's office, while Director Huang called Zhang Yang to the factory director's office. Since returning to the office, Director Huang had not stopped smiling. With Zhang Yang's encouragement, Director Huang happily took a puff of his cigarette and said, "Li Yang, being in charge of the rotary tiller blade task force this time is a rare good opportunity for you. If you lose to Zhang Yang, no one will say anything. But if you win, I wonder how Zhang Yang will still have the face to hold the position of head of the technical department. Xiao'e, this time work hard and strive to step on Zhang Yang and take the position of head of the technical department." In Li Huaida's office, unlike the warm atmosphere in Director Huang's office, the conversation between Li Huaida and Zhang Yang was very cold. Li Huaida said sternly, "Old Zhang, tell me the truth. Do you have confidence in this tough task of the tiller blade?" Zhang Yang grimaced and said, "Secretary Li, the steel we use in our factory is of substandard quality, with excessive impurities such as phosphorus and sulfur. The material's performance does not meet the standards. I'm just a clever woman who can't cook without rice." Upon hearing this, Li Huaida was silent for a while before saying, "Old Zhang, if the materials are not good, can we think of more ways in other processing technologies? We can't just sit and wait." Under Li Huaida's gaze, Zhang Yang could only respond, "Secretary Li, I'll give a try." In the courtyard, in the east wing of the middle courtyard, taking advantage of the fact that Xiao'e and Qin Huairu had gone to work, Jia Zhangshi locked Xiao Dang and Huai outside and happily began to hide money. "Old Jia, forgive me." After silently reciting this in her heart, Jia Zhangshi reached out to take down old Jia's portrait. "Oh!" The next second, Jia Zhangshi's shrill scream echoed throughout the courtyard. Jia Zhangshi crazily took down Jia Dongshu's portrait again. "Oh!" The next second, another piercing scream spread throughout the courtyard. "Money! Where's my retirement money? Qin Huairu, I'm going to kill you." Jia Zhangshi immediately blamed Qin Huairu. Under the curious eyes of the people in the courtyard, Jia Zhangshi stood at the main gate with red eyes. Thanks to having a bicycle, even though Zhang Yang and Li Yu went to the bank to withdraw money first, they returned earlier than Qin Huairu and Yi Zhonghai. Zhang Yang handed a bulging envelope to Yin Bugue, who counted it and returned Zhang Yang's IOU to him. As Zhang Yang took out a match to burn the IOU, a delighted Yin Bugue smiled and said to Zhang Yang and Li Yu, "Xiao'e, if you two don't have anything urgent, why not stay here for a while and watch the fun?" It is said that Jia Zhangshi's retirement money was stolen by Qin Huairu. Looking at Jia Zhangshi's appearance, Qin Huairu is bound to suffer today. Hee. The money that Jia Zhangshi was looking for was secretly transferred by Zhang Yang, so he certainly didn't plan to miss this excitement. After silently mourning for Qin Huairu for 3 seconds in his heart, Zhang Yang waited with the neighbors for this good show with great interest. After a day of work, Qin Huairu and Yi Zhonghai returned to the courtyard while chatting and laughing. Under Yi Zhonghai's hands-on teaching these days, Qin Huairu's skills in metalworking had improved quite a bit. According to Yi Zhonghai, Qin Huairu's current level has reached that of a secondary worker. Once the next qualification examination is held, Qin Huairu can get a raise. So, under the temptation of the pay raise, Qin Huairu had been in a good mood lately. Seeing that her target finally appeared, Jia Zhangshi suddenly rushed out like a mad dog. Her speed was astonishing. Qin Huairu, where's my retirement money? After a violent shout, Jia Zhangshi didn't give Qin Huairu any chance to react and grabbed her hair. Qin Huairu thought Jia Zhangshi was asking her for the retirement money for the past 2 months, so she hurriedly begged, "Mom, don't be anxious. I'll give you the money right away." Qin Huairu tremblingly took out 6 yuan from her body and handed it to Jia Zhangshi. She thought Jia Zhangshi would let her go after seeing the money, but unexpectedly, Jia Zhangshi became even angrier after seeing the 6 yuan she offered. She raised her other hand to slap Qin Huairu's face. Just as Qin Huairu was about to suffer a brutal attack, a strong arm caught Jia Zhangshi's swinging hand. Chapter 105. Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu turn against each other old sister-in-law. Let's talk it out, calm down. We're all in the same courtyard. There's no need for violence. Seeing the pitiful Qin Huairu, Yi Zhonghai couldn't help but step in to stop the furious Jia Zhangshi. If it were any other time, Jia Zhangshi might still give Yi Zhonghai some face, but today she was completely mad. Not to mention Yi Zhonghai. She wasn't going to give face to even the deaf old lady. Jia Zhangshi yelit, Yi Zhonghai. Let go. You dead-end man. How shameless. This is our family matter. What business is it of yours, an outsider? Let go of me, or I'll accuse you of being a rogue. The 2 words dead end were what Yi Zhonghai hated most in his life. Being publicly called out by Jia Zhangshi like this made him want to slap her to death. But to maintain his image, Yi Zhonghai could only suppress his anger and mockingly said, "Old sister-in-law, you and Huairu are no longer family. You are now family with old he. If you hit Huairu now, it would just be a fight between neighbors, and, as her elder, I have to intervene." Yi Zhonghai's words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly waking Jia Zhangshi up. That's right, a large part of her retirement money came from Jia Dongshu's death compensation. Now that she had married Xiao'e, strictly speaking, she should return most of this money to Qin Huairu. Not only should she return this money to Qin Huairu, but after marrying Xiao'e, she also completely lost her power to manipulate Qin Huairu with the Jia family's position. Understanding the stakes, Jia Zhangshi's fierce demeanor diminished, and she could only weakly shout at Qin Huairu, "Qin Huairu, let me tell you, if you don't return my retirement money, I will definitely not let you off." Seeing the explosive situation begin to cool down, Zhang Yang seized the opportunity to fan the flames. "Jia Zhangshi, today this matter is clearly your fault. Logically speaking, you have already remarried Xiao'e, so you basically have nothing to do with Qin Huairu. Yet Qin Huairu not only still calls you mom, but also continues to give you retirement money. Her behavior is already quite loyal, and you still randomly hit her. Jia Zhangshi, you really are a bully. Even the evil mother-in-law in the old society wouldn't treat her daughter-in-law like this. Do you all think I'm right? Yes, Xiao Yang is right. Jia Zhangshi, you are going too far. Director Zhang is right." Amid the crowd's cheers, Jia Zhangshi's face turned red with anger. Seeing the advantage on her side, Qin Huairu began to perform her act of innocence again, wiping her tears and looking pitiful. "Forget it, dear neighbors. I suppose it was my late payment that upset Mom. Next time I'll give it to her earlier. Woo woo woo." Sympathy for the weak is a human instinct, and the more miserable Qin Huairu acted, the more the crowd resented Jia Zhangshi. At this moment, a warm-hearted neighbor spoke up. "Qin Huairu, why do you have to give Jia Zhangshi retirement money? Jia Zhangshi has now remarried Xiao'e, so Xiao'e should take care of her. Asking you for retirement money is simply unreasonable." That's right. I've lived this long and have never heard of a remarried mother-in-law asking a widowed daughter-in-law for retirement money. Even if they were to ask, It should be when the child grows up. Under the barrage of criticism from the crowd, Jia Zhangshi finally couldn't hold on any longer. In front of everyone, she confessed to Qin Huairu. Huairu, even if I remarried Xiao'e, Dongshu's compensation must have a share for me. Dongshu is my son whom I raised with great difficulty. Just because I remarried, does that mean I have no right to a share of his compensation? Qin Huairu, including Dongshu's compensation over the years. I've worked hard to save a few hundred yuan for retirement, but now you don't even leave me a penny. Qin Huairu, you are truly heartless. After hearing Jia Zhangshi's words and seeing her sorrowful expression, the crowd couldn't help but start to sympathize with her again. That's right. According to reason, even if Jia Zhangshi remarried, Jia Dongshu's compensation for work-related death should still have a share belonging to Jia Zhangshi. After all, Jia Dongshu was raised by her. While everyone was shocked that Jia Zhangshi actually had several hundred yuan for retirement, they couldn't help but lament Qin Huairu's ruthlessness. Indeed, one should not judge a person by their appearance. Qin Huairu looked delicate and weak, but unexpectedly, her heart was so cruel. Seeing the change in the gazes of the crowd towards her, Qin Huairu quickly argued loudly, "Mom, I really didn't take your retirement money. If I were lying to you, I wouldn't have a good death. If you don't believe me, you can search the room right now." Although swearing and taking oaths had little effect in later years, people still held them in awe at present. Jia Zhangshi naturally searched the east wing room of the courtyard where Qin Huairu lived more than once, and seeing the expression on Qin Huairu's face did not seem false. Jia Zhangshi wondered, "Then where did the money I hid behind old Jia and Dongshu's portraits go? I specifically checked it the day I got out of prison. In just a few days, how could it have disappeared?" After hearing Jia Zhangshi's words, Qin Huairu also panicked. Several hundred yuan was a large sum of money at that time. The reason Qin Huairu had not previously contested Jia Dongshu's work-related death compensation was that she believed that money would eventually belong to the Wang family. Now, upon learning that Jia Zhangshi had lost the money, Qin Huairu immediately became flustered. With a reminder from the crowd, Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu hurried to the police station to report the incident. The development of the situation did not unfold as Zhang Yang had anticipated. After the police arrived at the courtyard to